01 opening collection of $1 billion. At the Red Rose restaurant in Flower City, the elegant atmosphere was suddenly broken by a shocking cry. Break up, a poor man like you is not worthy of someone as noble as me. With a bang, Fong Pinping then slapped her hands heavily in front of Wu Di's eyes. Wu Di slowly raised his head but did not speak. He knew that this woman had changed her heart. Seeing that Wu Di did not open his mouth, Fong Pinping stared at him contemptuously. Talking to you, a stuffy person, is a complete waste of my time. After saying her words, Fong Pinping directly got up and walked out of the restaurant, followed by getting into a Mercedes-Benz on the side of the road. The man in the driver's seat kissed Fong Pinping, then looked at Wu Di with a sneer. Don't fall in love if you don't have money. Go home and eat your instant noodles. People like you will never be rich in your life. The guy who spoke was called Zhou Chang. He was a rich second generation, but also Wu Di's college classmate. After graduation, Wu Di found a 9-to-5 miserable job, but Zhou Chang inherited his family's industry and was so dashing every day that he easily chased after Fong Pinping. Wu Di said bitterly, when did you two get together? It seems like my green hat has been on for a long time. Zhou Chang leaned his arm against the side of the car window with a very disdainful look. There is no point in asking this now. You and we are not in the same world at all. As soon as the words fell, Zhou Chang drove the limousine away in the dust, but Wu Di could only clutch the bus card in his hand tightly. His own girlfriend was robbed by someone, and he can still be so calm, worthy of being the cuckold king. So what can be done? No skill and no money. Deserve not to be able to spell rich second generation. The surrounding people's ridicule makes Wu Di laugh bitterly. He can't help but fall into deep thought. It turns out that society is so realistic. Talking about money does not hurt feelings. No money hurts feelings. Ding! Super Divine Hero System binding success. The sudden mechanical tone made Wu Di startled. He looked around in surprise. Superhero? System? Could it be that his good days are coming? Oh, by karma! Wu Di instantly jumped up from his seat in excitement. He was very familiar with the systems in novels, but he did not expect this kind of good thing to actually be encountered by himself. The opening gift package has been issued, rewarding the host with $1 billion. Please ask if you want to receive it? Every time the super godly system made a sound, it could make Wu Di excited for a while. Wu Di nodded his head like garlic. Claim, I want it now. Just after answering, his cell phone rang a crisp voice. Balance collection arrived. $1 billion. Wu Di repeatedly looked at his deposit several digits more. His excited heart trembled his hands, making him slow down for half a day. A reward of $1 billion. Even if I fight for 10 lifetimes I may not earn it. Suddenly the cell phone screen went black, leaving Wu Di somewhat at a loss for words. And the words of the super godly hero system once again put him at ease. The Daily Seconds app is being installed, and the items that can be seconded on that day have been updated. Wu Di looked down at his cell phone, and sure enough, there was an additional software called Daily Seconds. After clicking into the software, there was only a commodity icon inside, but the content shocked Wu Di to the point of no return. Today's second kill commodity, 1 Rolls-Royce Phantom. Original price $30 million. Limited time spike price, $1. Wu Di's eyes widened and he couldn't help but pinch his thigh. Not dreaming. This was real. Buy. Without even thinking, Wu Di placed an order to buy, and soon heard the system's voice again. Congratulations to the host for the successful second purchase, obtaining a Rolls-Royce Phantom. In the next second, in Wu Di's hand, there was an extra set of very luxurious car keys. While scrutinizing the car keys, the Super Divine Hero System reminded, currently, the host is a 1-star member, and can spike 1 item per day. New items will be shelved in the early hours of the morning, so please check in time. After having the system, life is definitely bright. With money, are women still afraid of not being able to find them? Thinking of this, Wu Di excitedly laughed out loud in the restaurant, but immediately caused discomfort to the people around him. A man in a suit frowned. You won't have lost your mind. Lost love is not necessary. It doesn't matter if you're crazy yourself. The key is not to affect the rest of us. For a wage earner like you, it's better to go back to work. The man's words also aroused the interest of the others. They all took pleasure in mocking Wu Di, and for a while they all pointed their spearheads at him. The female white-collar worker beside him also clasped her hands on her chest. Condescendingly unbearable, so poor that he even ran away with his girlfriend. What a loser! The cynicism of the people around him caused a flash of anger on Wu Di's face. Just as he could barely hold his tongue and was just about to open his mouth to retort, the super godly hero system began to release a mission. Ding! New mission, show off the sports car. Let these mortals see the host's phantom supercar. Reward, God-level driving skills, proficient in the driving operations of all technological objects. Wu Di stuck his hands in his pockets. He knew there was no need to bull **** with these guys. Griffins in the dust could always only look up to dragons. Only by hitting their faces with strength could they shut up these small characters. Wu Di raised his hand and pressed the car key in a smooth manner, and a luxury sports car not far outside rang out. This action instantly stunned everyone present, and they stared dumbfounded at Wu Di, as well as the supercar outside the door. When Wu Di sat in a pure gold luxurious sports car, the surrounding discussion instead became more. This car just looks so high class. Without a few $1 million it is estimated that it can't be bought. What do you know? This is a Rolls-Royce Phantom supercar. The market price is at least $20 to $30 million. So that man is the real rich man. The people who had previously humiliated Wu Di all shrank back a few steps in shame, regretting that they had just laughed at such a rich tycoon. Wu Di turned the supercar into convertible mode and twisted his head to glance at those people just now. Never underestimate anyone. Be humble and low-key to have the last laugh. Wu Di's words made everyone even more groundless, and at the same time the Super Divine Hero system sent a reward. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, rewarding him with a divine-level driving skill, proficient in the driving operations of all technological objects. A strong flood of driving abilities converged into Wu Di's mind, covering almost all sports cars, airplanes, and even spaceships. Wu Di's eyes lit up and operated with a flourish, quickly driving the supercar away from the entrance of the restaurant, leaving behind the crowd behind him. They just envied Wu Di's back with bated breath. Ding! New mission, go to Wanshan Gold Store and check in at Wanshan Gold Store positioning. Time limit, half an hour. Reward, 1 double cashback coupon. Double cashback for spending any amount. While Wu Di was racing his car, the Super Divine Hero system suddenly released a new task. Now that the system's mission was greater than everything, Wu Di didn't hesitate for a second and immediately turned the steering wheel and headed straight to Wanshan Gold Store. 02 refusing to be accosted by a beautiful woman. Near the Wanshan Gold Store, a phantom supercar appeared and attracted the attention of many people in no time. This is a busy commercial area. Luxury cars and beautiful women can be seen everywhere. But at this moment all the luxury cars in front of the Phantom have become eclipsed. Many pedestrians stopped to watch, pretending to know a lot about cars, pointing and appreciating the Phantom supercar. It's almost impossible to find 10 of these cars in the country. A $10 million level sports car like this must be driven by a big boss. All stay away from this car. If it rubs and breaks a little, it will directly make you lose all your money. Just as everyone was discussing, a stylishly dressed goddess-level beauty walked from afar, similarly attracting some people's gazes. TSK, Devil's Body Angel's Face. That beauty couldn't be a star, right? What a familiar feeling. Isn't she a netizen from Tigerfish Live? Seems to be called Guan Meyer. At this moment, Guan Meyer also noticed the supercar, and she immediately greeted her assistant to come and videotape it. Today, she went out to collect material, but she never thought that she could come across this kind of top luxury car. If she took a video and transmitted it to the platform, her fans would definitely go up by then. The assistant was holding her cell phone, while Guan Meyer was dancing in front of the luxury car, and a large group of people gathered beside her, all watching in fascination. Drip, drip, drip. Suddenly the phantom supercar was honked, and under everyone's gaze, Wu Di took a leg out of the car. Please don't block my way. I'm in a hurry. Wu Di looked up. In front of him was the Wanshan Gold Store, while the surrounding area was crowded. Right at this moment, the super godly system began to send out rewards. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Rewarded with a double cashback coupon. Consumption of any amount can double cashback. Wu Di's appearance caused quite a commotion. Everyone watched him walk out of the luxury car with their own eyes, and subconsciously they all made way for him. Guan Meyer was a bit surprised. Could it be that this cheaply dressed guy in front of him was the owner of the supercar? However, seeing the car keys in Wu Di's hand, Guan Meyer was immediately sure. This man was too handsome, especially the moment he stepped out from the luxury car, completely shattering her teenage heart. Wu Di himself was handsome and spirited, and now he had a multi-million-dollar luxury car, completely the ideal type of all goddesses. Guan Meyer didn't expect the owner of the luxury car to actually be so young. She couldn't help but come forward and take the initiative to chat with her gentle voice. Handsome man, how are you? Guan Meyer had never just been teased. She had never teased another man at all. But Wu Di was an exception. The handsome man who could afford to drive a top luxury car. She must firmly grasp. Wu Di looked towards the other party and could not help but swallow his throat. Before there were too many people around, Wu Di didn't even notice that there was a superb goddess here. Sexy long legs wrapped in black silk. The front and back of the body is even more charming. Anyone who looks at it will inevitably be moved. Ding! New mission, high and low rejection. Let Guan Meyer know she's unattainable. Reward, bodybuilding level male god body. Extra development of host's physical limit. The mechanical voice of the super godly man system suddenly rose up, but every time it appeared, it brought surprises to Wu Di. In the past, when Wu Di encountered a beautiful woman accosting him, He would have been so inferior that he would have stuttered and stammered, but now it was not the same as before. Wu Di had $1 billion deposit and a top-of-the-line luxury car. His entire aura had undergone a noticeable transformation. "Can I help you?" Wu Di calmly asked. Guan Meyer couldn't help but be stunned when she saw how high and cold Wu Di was, but the more unconquerable the other party was, the more interested Guan Meyer became. She rubbed her hands shyly and then whirled around to greet Wu Di with pleasantries. "I am a popular anchor. Everyone calls me Guan Meyer. I don't know if you recognize me." As soon as the words fell, Wu Di responded, "Never heard of it." The high and cold answer caused Guan Meyer's entire body to be petrified. "Lean, can you treat my goddess like this just because you're rich? It's too much. Actually not giving any face at all. What's the point of pretending?" The group of boys next to her couldn't help themselves and fought for Guan Meyer. However, Guan Meyer didn't care. Instead she continued to smile and said, "It doesn't matter if you don't know each other. Can you add a contact? We can slowly get to know each other." Originally, she thought that if she was so proactive, any boy would fall under her pomegranate skirt. But in the end, Guan Meyer was too naive. "Forget it, I'm not interested in you," Wu Di decisively refused. After saying this, he stuck his hands in his pockets and walked into the Wanxiang gold store with a confident stride. Behind her, Guan Meyer stood frozen in place. She was actually rejected by this man. "I will make you fall in love with me sooner or later. Just wait for me." On the other side, Wu Di had just walked into the store and received a reward from the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, rewarding a bodybuilding level male god body, and additionally developing the host's physical limit. The reward that came with it made Wu Di's body feel as if he was electrocuted, and his entire body began to shake madly. After a few moments passed, Wu Di noticed his body shape, which had undergone a drastic change. Mermaid lines, male dog waist as well as unicorn arms. It was simply a male model level body. It does look more shapely. You can see the outline of the pectoral muscles even through the clothes. Wu Di stood in the floor-to-ceiling mirror at the entrance of the gold store, constantly admiring his body, until a waitress couldn't hold back her patience and immediately walked up to ask a question. "Handsome man, what do you need?" The waitress was still very polite, and seeing that Wu Di was dressed in ground floor goods, she was still polite enough to come up and ask. Ding! New mission, buy gold worth $100 million. Reward, universal storage vault with unlimited capacity to absorb and store everything. The Super Divine Hero Systems mission made Wu Di immediately understand the goal. "I want to buy gold bars. May I know the price of a kilogram of gold bars?" Wu Di pointed to the gold displayed on the glass table and asked seriously. "Put." Many of the guests and waiters in the room burst out laughing. Coming to a gold store to buy something, actually daring to buy it by the kilogram. What a bumpkin. Looks like he hasn't seen the world. Gold is hard currency. The price has always been very expensive. Everyone also buys by the gram. At a glance you must be uninformed. A middle-aged woman who was selecting gold jewelry sneered, full of disdain for Wu Di's wild talk. The waiter also felt that a person dressed in ordinary clothes like Wu Di did not have the capital to afford gold, so he nudged his eyes at the doorman. The doorman immediately understood and concluded that the other party was the one who came to smash the venue and yelled to throw him out. "Yo-ho, isn't this Wu Di? Losing people and still running to the gold store to lose them. You have a thick skin." A man with a big back-combed hair, wrapping his arms around the delicate beauty beside him, approached Wu Di. Wu Di narrowed his eyes slightly and immediately recognized the other party as Zhang Mang. This Zhang Mang was Wu Di's colleague. He usually liked to bully Wu Di. This time he actually managed to bump into him here. The woman in Zhang Mang's arms was called Su Jiaojiao. She asked with interest, "Honey, do you recognize this person? It's a goon in my company. The guy who usually doesn't dare to fight back and curse back." "What? You still dare to visit the gold store today? You're here to rub the air conditioner, right?" Speaking here, Zhang Mang laughed proudly, and the surrounding guests and waiters all looked at Wu Di with a kind of contemptuous gaze. Now the gold offer a gram will have to be nearly $400. Just like you can't even afford to eat noodles, but also want to buy gold. Save it you. Zhang Mang aggressively, in public, he reduced Wu Di to worthless. Wu Di forcefully suppressed the anger in his heart. His eyes swept through a touch of ruthlessness, slowly walking towards Zhang Mang. "If you have the ability, repeat what you just said." Chapter 3 300 kilograms of gold. Zhang Mang was startled by Wu Di's aura and couldn't help but stagger back a few steps. While Su Jiaojiao didn't care. She had come to the gold store this time with the sole purpose of these jewelry. Su Jiaojiao tugged on Zhang Mang's coat corner and pouted. "Honey, don't forget to give me a gift today. I've got my eye on these pieces of gold jewelry. Buy them for me, okay?" Zhang Mang didn't dare to meet Wu Di's eyes again, and purposely went to ignore the other party, treating Wu Di as air. "No problem. These pieces of jewelry are not bad either. How much does it cost in total?" At this moment, Zhang Mang became very brisk. as if he was trying to show off that he had money in front of Wu Di. However, the waiter took out the quotation, on which the price of 63,000 was clearly written, which immediately made Zhang Meng suck in a breath of cold air. In front of this pile of small gold jewelry, actually is their own half a year's salary. Is there any mistake? Dare to sell more than $60,000, you go to rob. Zhang Meng cursed at the waiter, obviously unsatisfied with the price. Before, but you personally promised to buy me a birthday present. Now you're backing out? Su Jiajiao was a little disappointed. Seeing his girlfriend muttering her little mouth, Zhang Meng had no choice but to pull out his bank card less reluctantly. No matter, how could I not buy it for you? Zhang Meng gave a bitter smile. I'll do what I say. Don't be upset. After the waiter took the bank card to the machine and swiped it, he quickly came back to tell the other party, I'm sorry, there's not that much money in this card. How could that be? Zhang Meng's eyes widened and his face was filled with embarrassment. This was his entire savings, and now he didn't even have $60,000. It was really a disgrace. Boy, why don't I treat you to a big meal? Save this money and buy you something better later. Zhang Meng was full of smiles, rubbing the other party's small hand, trying to discuss with the other party. However, Su Jiajiao's face changed and angrily shook off the other party's hand. Who do you call a good boy? You can't even afford this, and you still have the nerve to bring me here. Such a big man, still full of buy now. You don't want face, I still want it. Just when Zhang Meng was embarrassed to the point of being groundless, Wu Di stood beside him and sneered. What qualifications do you have to laugh at, old man? Get lost. He himself had never looked down on Wu Di, but today he made a fool of himself in front of him. It was a complete and strange shame. Wu Di suddenly remembered the main event. By the way, I'm here to buy gold. How many kilograms of gold can $100 million buy? Help me calculate. Wu Di smoothly placed his bank card on the counter. The attendant half-heartedly took the card and swiped it on the machine. After the balance appeared, the attendant's mouth never closed. $100 million. The waiter almost couldn't stand still, holding onto the chair beside him, and hurriedly called out the duty manager. After the duty manager heard about this, his entire attitude became very attentive. I can't believe that there is an honored guest. We've been poorly entertained. I hope Mr. Wu will bear with us. Manager Lu smiled faintly, afraid of slowing down this billionaire. It's fine, just prepare the gold for me. Wu Di sat on the sofa and crossed his legs, resting his head leisurely. Manager Lu narrowed his eyes into a slit with a smile. $100 million can buy 300 kilograms of gold. I'm afraid that all the gold reserves in this store are not enough. Wu Di was indifferent. Then I will leave it to you to arrange. When the gold is enough, then inform me to get it. $100 million was not worth mentioning for Wu Di. Since he had the system, was he afraid of running out of money in the future? After the deal was done on the spot, Manager Lu even signed a contract with Wu Di. After all, this was a big order. A mechanical voice came from the super godly system. Double cashback coupon is automatically used. Congratulations to the host for obtaining $200 million in rewards. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task, rewarding the universal storage vault with unlimited capacity to absorb and store everything. At this time, a small box appeared in Wu Di's pocket, while his eyes could clearly see the display in the box. Current inventory is $11 billion in cash. The system was really reliable. The rewards all came in seconds. When the gold is all ready, we will notify you first. Manager Lu wanted to kneel down and talk to Wu Di. In this situation, except for the title of father, all other calls could not match Wu Di's temperament. Zhang Meng, who was beside him, looked dumbfounded. Wu Di actually had $1 billion and was able to startle the manager to greet him personally. Is it true? However, Wu Di's transaction process. Zhang Meng was watching the whole process. Even if you do not believe, you have to believe. At this moment, Su Jiajiao has been so angry that she wants to break up. Zhang Meng also had to put the hope of help on the Wu Di. Zhang Meng slowly walked toward Wu Di. His attitude changed 360 degrees. The whole person is humble. Brother Wu, we are colleagues. Seeing that you are so rich, can you lend me a few tens of thousands of dollars first? Zhang Meng rubbed his palms together and only half a day later could he stifle these words. Right now, to satisfy his girlfriend's needs first. Even if he was acting like a grandson, Zhang Meng also recognized it. Ding! New task, free gift. The host buys the jewelry worth $63,000 and gives it all to Jiajiao Su. Reward, opportunity, goddess favors. The host will meet a high-value goddess after going out. The Super Divine Hero Systems mission made Wu Di come to be interested. $63,000 for a goddess. This wave of operation was not a loss. Wu Di glanced at Zhang Meng with squinted eyes, then smiled. Borrowing money is too vulgar. Why don't I just buy it and give it directly to your girlfriend? How is this good enough? Zhang Meng was somewhat baffled by Wu Di's words. Usually bullied by himself like that, how could he be kind enough to send something now? There is definitely a fraud in this. Suddenly Wu Di landed his gaze on Su Jiajiao's body. Alas, so good looking, but with the wrong man. Hearing Wu Di's sentiments, Su Jiajiao also felt more and more worthless for herself. Even if her own face value is not a beautiful face, but at least it is quite durable. And then look at Zhang Mang beside her, completely not the same way as herself. Su Jiajiao hurriedly moved closer to Wu Di, her eyes showing a different emotion. Mr. Wu, actually I am not very familiar with this man. I wonder if you are interested in me. After saying her words, Su Jiajiao even blinked her eyes, obviously tempting the other party. Boom! Zhang Mang's brain went blank. He was actually being cuckolded, and he was still there. Jiajiao, what are you talking about? Zhang Mang grabbed the other party's arm and asked in a very puzzled manner. However, Su Jiajiao directly broke away and responded with a look of disgust. Surname Zhang, from now on, you shouldn't pester me anymore. If you can't even spare a few tens of thousands of dollars, how am I going to live with you in the future? Just go over there yourself. No matter how Zhang Mang begged, cannot get back his girlfriend. At this time Zhang Mang's self-esteem has long been shattered by Wu Di. Chapter 4 The Beauty of the Initiative for Nothing. Wu Di no longer bothered about Zhang Mang, turned to the waiter and ordered, pack all this pile of gold jewelry, 63,000 right? Manager Lu wanted to take the initiative to show his goodwill, and hurriedly stepped forward and smiled. There is no need for Mr. Wu to shell out any more money. These things are just for you. $60,000 was nothing compared to $100 million. Wu Di was not polite. The other party insisted on giving it away. It was not good for him to refuse, so he accepted it openly. The customers in the neighborhood were whispering. This time the finger of blame was all pointed at Zhang Mang's body. Not even $60,000 in his pocket, and he still has the face to joke about billionaires. Let's see. Some people just don't care about themselves. They must be jealous of others. Meanwhile, Zhang Mang saw that Su Jiajiao was determined to break up, and he couldn't stand the jeers in the gold store. So he had to keep his head down and quickly ran out in a mess. The gold jewelry was being packed, and Manager Lu attentively handed an invitation letter to Wu Di. Manager Lu smiled sarcastically and said, Mr. Wu, just now you spent $100 million in our store. We automatically registered you as a supreme-level VIP of the Wanxiang Jewelry Group. This month, our Wanxiang Jewelry intends to hold an internal event in Huadu. All of them are inviting people from the upper class. I hope to be fortunate enough to invite you to attend. Receiving the invitation letter, Wu Di was very dry. If I have the time, I will attend. Manager Lu was more excited than earning big money after hearing this. Being able to invite this kind of billionaire would surely create huge benefits for the company. The waiter handed over the gold jewelry to Wu Di respectfully. However, Wu Di gave a wink to Su Jiajiao and told her to get it herself. Are all these jewelry really given to me for free? Su Jiajiao blinked her big watery eyes. For this kind of pie in the sky thing, obviously there were still some doubts. Then there is still a lie. What I, Wu Di, have said has always counted. After Wu Di finished this sentence, he took a step and walked out of the gold store. The reward from the Super Divine Hero system arrived as promised. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Reward opportunity, Goddess favor. The host will meet a high-value goddess after going out. Not long after Wu Di left, Su Jiajiao chased after him. Wait, you left something behind. Su Jiajiao shouted at Wu Di from a few meters away. Wu Di hurriedly touched his cell phone and bank card in his pocket, and after making sure that they were not lost, he responded curiously, I didn't drop anything. You left me behind. Su Jiajiao waved her hands and quickly rushed to Wu Di. Are all the girls nowadays teasing? Wu Di resisted sweating. Didn't I give you everything? What else do you want now? Su Jiajiao stood shyly in front of Wu Di, and after hesitating for a while, this is when she opened her mouth to confess. Actually, I've liked you for a long time. If you don't mind, I'll be your girlfriend from now on. If this matter is put aside in other people, see Su Jiajiao still have a little bit of beauty, surely will be willing to accept her. However, Wu Di had not been an ordinary person for a long time, and his eyes were already sky high. You're not my favorite type, and I don't accept others who have used them. Wu Di said indifferently. No, my body is still intact until now. Su Jiajiao eagerly defended herself. If you're skeptical, we can go to the hotel now and I'll convince you with facts. The other party's initiative was indeed stunning to Wu Di. If he refused again, he would be too insensitive. Let's make a date again if we have the chance. I sent you the gold jewelry completely because I want to hit Zhang Mang's face. Don't think too much about it. Wu Di said vaguely. Su Jiajiao really thought that Wu Di would contact her again, so she smiled contentedly and said, Okay, wow, I will be waiting for you. After watching the other party walk away, Wu Di then relaxed. Wu Di arrived in front of the phantom supercar. At this moment, there were still many people gathered around, and they were still taking pictures and sending videos. Enjoying the thrill of vanity, but they looked at the sports car in front of them, eyes full of envy as even more jealous. Wu Di crossed his arms and stood not far away waiting, wanting to give these ordinary people more time to take pictures. But soon, his alternative move was noticed by others. What are you looking at? You must not have driven such an awesome car. A scantily clad girl looked at Wu Di with contempt, simply looking down on the other party. Wu Di still maintained his gentlemanly demeanor. It's fine, I'll give you guys time to keep filming. The surrounding people also joined the mocking team and even accused Wu Di. Think you're marvelous? Sticking a pig's nose in an onion. What are you pretending to be? I despise this kind of person. Pretentious, kind treatment in exchange for alienation. No more pretending. Wu Di is going to show his cards. Tick-tock. Only to see Wu Di raised his hand. After pressing the car key, Phantom Supercar also lit up. Everyone stared in disbelief that Wu Di was actually the owner of this car. Wu Di sat in the car under everyone's gaze, and all of them blushed at what they had just said. Ordinary people were still ordinary after all, as their eyesight was never able to align with their own. Phew! Starting up the Phantom Supercar, Wu Di skillfully drove the car and sped directly towards the distant highway. In the driveway, the Phantom was very spacious beside him, and all the other cars subconsciously avoided the Phantom for fear of rubbing against it. These drivers knew that if they scratched the paint of the car a little bit, they would have to pay for it until they lost all their money. Wu Di drove the car and thought of the previous miserable days, and was a little emotional. When you eat a bowl of noodles, you have to leave the soup behind, for fear that you have eaten the next meal. Now that he was worth over $100 million, he definitely no longer had to worry about food. Just when Wu Di was planning for the future, a sharp friction sound broke his reverie. Squeak! Wu Di hastily stepped on the brakes tightly, and through the windshield, Wu Di discovered a BMW car right in front of him. Is there anyone else who cares about driving like this? The BMW blocked the Phantom's way forward, making Wu Di almost want to curse. If he reacted slower, he would definitely have to get into a car accident. Boom! The door of the BMW suddenly opened, followed by an imperial-like goddess running out of the car. That goddess had a pretty face and was dressed appropriately, and her temperament looked different from others. The beauty only ran out, and then there were two men dressed as bodyguards chasing after her. What is this going to do? A royal goddess running out of a BMW-scented car and bodyguards chasing after her furiously. This made Wu Di inexplicably excited. It's no loss to watch the show for free anyway. Even though Wu Di had money, his previous character was still hard to change, and his hilarious preference remained the same. When he was about to watch a good show, that imperial sister suddenly pulled open the door of Wu Di's car and smoothly sat on the passenger seat. Take me out of here. After rushing into the car, the imperial sister did not even look at Wu Di once, and ordered him so thunderously. Nanny, why should I listen to you? Who are you? At this moment, the bodyguard who chased after the car outside the sports car slapped the car, signaling Fong Su Xin to open the door in a hurry. Bitch, don't be shameless. If you know what's good for you, come out yourself. The bodyguard shouted with bravado, thinking that such a threat would scare the other party. However, Fong Su Xin acted as if she didn't hear him, looking indifferently ahead the entire time. Beauty, are you on the wrong car? We don't know each other, Wu Di asked curiously, but Fong Su Xin was non-committal. The goddess favor that the system rewarded earlier. It couldn't be that it was such a high-cooled goddess that was sent, right? The super goddess system suddenly sounded. Ding! New mission, protect the goddess. To keep Fong Su Xin from any harm. Reward, inherit the martial arts of Wodon Patriarch Zhang Sanfeng and become proficient in Taiji Jutsu. Wu Di is not a cutie. A clear-eyed person could tell at a glance that the little girl must have been threatened by the bad guys. Beauty, don't be afraid. There I am. Let me protect you. Wu Di patted his chest and assured. Fong Su Xin, however, did not care. She repeated again. Hurry up and drive. Get rid of these two goods first. The bodyguard outside the car was furious. If you dare to drive, believe it or not, I will smash your broken car now. Although the sports car looked pretty cool, it was at most a few million level. The bodyguard had a backer behind him, so he was justified in talking like this. However, another bodyguard beside him reminded in a low voice. Older brother, this car is not broken. If not wrong, it should be Rolls-Royce's Phantom Supercar. There aren't many of them in the whole country. It's a multi-million level luxury car. You have to be careful with your hands. Hearing this, the bodyguard's legs softened in fear, and the hand that just wanted to continue slapping also stopped at once. Thousands, 10 million level of sports car, even if he sells, that cannot afford to pay. Chapter 5, The Protector. Thud. The bodyguard couldn't help but kneel on the ground, and even kind of wanted to kowtow. His head wasn't all mush. In a first-tier big city like Huadu, to have the ability to drive a supercar of this level, one was definitely either rich or noble. To mess with the other party, the bodyguard would probably not have a good time in his life. Wu Di slowly moved the car window down and looked at the scene in front of him with a cold smile. Count on you to be an understanding person. After saying these words, Wu Di immediately drove the supercar, bypassing the BMW and continued to charge forward. Woo woo! The loud roar was like blowing up the street, and the sound of the supercar could be heard from a long distance away. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Rewarded with the inheritance of Wodon Patriarch Zhang Sanfun's martial arts and proficiency in Taiji Jedi. The system's reward enlightened Wu Di. Countless martial arts knowledge filled his brain, and his entire being received a powerful inheritance. In the sports car, Wu Di grasped the steering wheel while he was curious about where Fong Su Xian came from. Little sister, now you are willing to tell me why those people chased you just now, right? Inside the silent car, apart from the muffled sound of airwaves coming from outside, there was only an awkward atmosphere. Wu Di clicked on a relaxing music, wanting to make the atmosphere less stiff. Fong Su Xian faintly spoke. Those two people just now are the followers under my fiancé's hand. After I ran away from the wedding, they came to chase me. It's a good thing that I was resourceful enough to get rid of them just now. Otherwise at this time now, I would be walking down the aisle in a hotel wearing a wedding dress. Listening to Fong Su Xian's calming narration, Wu Di couldn't help but stand in awe. Daring to temporarily run away from the wedding. You are also a bull. That can't be helped. This marriage was all arranged by my father. Fong Su Xian was also helpless. That man I didn't like at all. And now that I've been stirred up like this, I can't return to my home. Fong Su Xian lost her mind and looked out of the window. At a glance, she looked like she had a heavy heart. Wu Di also stopped saying anything and had to continue driving forward. Suddenly 3 vans appeared, instantly blocking the phantom supercar in the center of the road. This road is not many cars, looks very secluded. When Wu Di was stopped like this, he instantly reacted that something was wrong again. What's the situation? Fong Su Xian's eyebrows furrowed, and Wu Di's heart was also tightened. Ding! New mission, defeat the thugs, to show them the power of Tycoon. Reward, all the shares of Shunai Financial and Trade Group. The voice of the super divine hero system could bring an unexpected surprise to Wu Di every time. Shunai Group, that was a big listed company in Huadu. After owning all of their shares, wouldn't it be a leap to become a major shareholder of the listed group? The day of marrying a rich white woman and walking on the peak of life is not far away from Wu Di. At this moment, more than 10 fighters jumped out from the van, each of them holding a weapon in their hands, approaching the phantom car in a fierce manner. Don't force us to do it ourselves. Obediently walk out by yourself. Those thugs stood in front of the car. Their gazes all fell on Fong Su Xian, obviously running towards her. Wu Di kept his cool and smiled lightly. You run back immediately. Just leave these guys to me. They are rushing at me. We met in passing. I can't let you suffer for me. Fong Su Xian immediately retorted. It seemed that this little ninny still had a bit of conscience, and would at least be a bit righteous, which was enough. I appreciate the good intentions, but you're not even a match for them. Staying here will make me worry instead. Wu Di's words instantly made Fong Su Xian understand the intention, so she nodded. Then take care. As soon as the words fell, Fong Su Xin hurriedly opened the door and ran towards the back of the car. Just as Fong Su Xian felt like avoiding the danger for the time being, a touch of icy voice appeared in front of her. Great beauties, do you think you can walk away today? Within the remote street, 7 or 8 men suddenly appeared again, and a Tarzan-sized fat man came out. Even though he was full of flab, he still had a ferocious aura. They directly stopped the room. Su Xian. Fat man viciously said, room big gold. Advice, don't struggle. As long as serve our brother a few. Shoot a small video after the completion of the matter will let you go. Watching these men gradually approaching, Fong Su Xian was so scared that she retreated one after another. Fong Su Xian was very clear. These people actually know her name. Must be premeditated to deal with her. A group of men stared closely at the big beauty's figure, their mouths drooling with gluttony. Fong Su Xian shouted furiously. So many of you are dealing with one of me. It's just too shameless. Fatty rubbed his hands together and laughed sorrowfully. As long as I can make my brothers feel good, what more face do I need? Fong Su Xian almost cried in fear. At this moment she suddenly remembered that there was still Wu Di in the car, and unconsciously put her hopes on him. Subsequently, Fong Su Xian was helpless. There are so many fighters in front of her. It is estimated that he is now in danger. Fatty Stride rushed forward, stretched out a big hand directly toward the room. Su Xian's chest grabbed. Room Su Xian legs have long been scared out of strength, simply cannot walk, had to close their eyes in despair. When it was too late, a hand violently grabbed the fat man's dog paw. A cold voice suddenly rose. My woman, you dare to touch? Think your life is too long? The sudden appearance of someone made Fatty frown, but Fatty immediately did not take him seriously when he saw that Wu Di was so weak that his weight alone could crush him to death. Brat, I advise you to better not meddle. Do you know who you'll piss off like this? The fat man threatened in a deep voice. Wu Di didn't care in the slightest and sneered. There are too many enemies. How would I know who I would mess with? The fat man grunted. Truly a newborn calf is not afraid of tigers. Teach you a lesson so that you can see the power of this great master. Boss, with him being as skinny as a bone, can he block one of your punches? Behind him, one of the fighters scoffed. Immediately the rest of the fighters burst into laughter, each gazing at Wu Di with disdain, their eyes filled with mockery. The fat man immediately exerted force to pull his hand back, but Wu Di's hand was fixed as if it was fixed by mechanical pliers. No matter how hard the fat man exerted, he could not move half a point. Wu Di grasped each other's hands, followed by a kick to the fat man's belly. The fat man's pain changed greatly in color before he could hold back. Wu Di kicked again to the other side of the body. Isn't it quite horizontal? Give you another kick. Still not begging for mercy? Then kick again. After several kicks, the fat man finally wailed uncontrollably. Although he hadn't been kicked to the point of vomiting blood, he had long been kicked out of his internal injuries by Wu Di. The surrounding fighters were shocked. How strong this big brother was in the end. The fighters all knew it by heart. Now but by Wu Di fooled. Even if they want to take action or scared by Wu Di, do not dare to move. Not far away. Fong Su Xian stared at Wu Di incredulously. This person really cannot be seen. Chapter 6 Domineering Resignation. Fatty did not know where the big god Wu Di in front of him came from, but he still had self-awareness. Now he had to give up resisting or else he would be taught an even worse lesson later. So he cried out in a loud voice, "No, don't kick again. Spare me." Kneeling on the ground, the fat man bowed his head and admitted his mistake. Looking extremely wretched, behind him the fighters were terrified to also have knelt in a row. Before coming here, these people never expected to end up like this. The super god hero system suddenly appeared at this moment. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and rewarding all the shares of the Shunai Financial Trade Group. You've become a major shareholder, and you can get dividends even when you're sleeping. Then what's the point of going to work? Quit your job and go home to sleep. Doesn't it smell good? Ding! New mission, resign. Return to your old company and take the initiative to resign from your boss. Reward, a set of top quality suits customized by foreign designers, and an extra Rolex luxury watch. After setting them straight, Wu Di came before Fong Su Xian's eyes and smiled smugly. How are you going to thank me? Fong Su Xian couldn't help but give a thumbs up, revealing a heartfelt smile. Quite impressive. I'll treat you to dinner when I have time, but I'm afraid I can't right now. I have to make a trip home. I guess my dad is going to be furious at this moment. Wu Di happens to have other things to deal with as well, and decisively replied, okay, then I will send you back. By the way, if her father saw that another man sent her home, the misunderstanding would definitely be bigger. Fong Su Xian quickly waved her hand. Forget it, I've already troubled you a lot. I'll take a taxi back by myself. Wu Di did not force himself. After the two said goodbye, Wu Di also drove his car and quickly returned to the door of his former company. After walking into the company, his colleague Zhao Gang patted Wu Di's shoulder. Xiao Wu, you take care of yourself. As he said that, he couldn't help but sigh. Before the company leader repeatedly emphasized, decided not to be late for work, and now Wu Di actually came to the company only in the afternoon. It is estimated that this month's salary cannot be kept. Wu Di understood the other party's meaning, but also just smiled and nodded. If it wasn't for the system's mission, it was estimated that Wu Di would never return to this company again in his life. Walking into the boss's office, the boss Xu Mingliang glanced at Wu Di and instantly slapped the table. Snap! The water in the teacup on the desktop trembled for a few moments. Xu Mingliang was really angry. Xu Mingliang said in annoyance, tell me, what exactly happened today? How dare you be late? Wu Di did not explain, but obediently sat on the opposite chair, and even crossed his legs. Who told you to sit down? Stand up for me. Originally thought that the other party would beg for an apology, but did not expect Wu Di to be so arrogant. Do you not want to do it? Get lost if you don't. Xu Mingliang was angry and the consequences were serious. However, this threat could not have any effect on Wu Di, who sneered and pulled out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it. Xu Mingliang's expression eased a bit. Don't think that you can please me by bringing me cigarettes. Since you are late for the first time, then deduct this month's salary and go write a 5,000-word check. Wu Di simply ignored the other party's words and directly took the cigarette in his own mouth and smoked it like no one else. This action instantly angered Xu Mingliang again. His eyes widened. Wu Di, are you trying to rebel? The outside of the office heard such a big commotion, and they all came together to peek at the doorway, daring to smoke in front of the boss. Wu Di was really the first person. On weekdays, Xu Mingliang bullied the workers, and now that Wu Di was so arrogant, the co-workers were not only surprised but also a bit secretly pleased when they saw it. That's how he should be dealt with. Old Xu is usually too crazy. He needs to be fixed. But is this Wu Di on the wrong medication today? He was so coy before. Why did he suddenly become so arrogant? The colleagues whispered. which was heard by Zhu Mingliang, and he became even more furious. Zhu Mingliang pointed at Wu Di's nose and cursed, "Now I'll give you a chance. Kneel down in front of me and apologize, or else today you'll pack up and get ready to get out." Wu Di simply raised his feet to the desktop and leaned back in his chair looking disdainfully at his boss. "Xiao Zhu, I came here today to tell you, this job master is not serving." This statement stunned everyone. Wu Di was really crazy. This job is suffocating, but at least there is a stable income every month. Wu Di, a poor third generation. Where is the courage to dare to take the initiative to resign? After saying his words, Wu Di carelessly walked towards the door. "I've never seen a guy as crazy as you. You really don't put me in your eyes, right?" After Zhu Mingliang saw this scene, he annoyingly lunged towards Wu Di, wanting to teach this arrogant employee a good lesson. Seeing that Zhu Mingliang's fist was about to hit Wu Di's head, he didn't even turn around to look backward and immediately tilted his head, followed by a backward kick. Boom! Zhu Mingliang flew backwards and fell straight out several meters away. Without even having the chance to scream, he was knocked to the ground by Wu Di. "Anyway, they are going to resign. Why don't they just make a clean break? It doesn't matter if they tear their faces apart." Wu Di snorted coldly and whirled around and walked outside. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Rewarded with a set of top-quality suits customized by foreign designers, and an additional Rolex luxury watch. The rewards from the Super Divine Hero system were quickly released to the small box in Wu Di's pocket. He first made a trip to the restroom and quickly changed into this set of luxury equipment. The entire temperament of Wu Di, who had put on the suit and the watch, had gone up countless steps. One word: handsome. When Wu Di appeared, the company's colleagues let out a gasp of surprise, obviously stunned by what Wu Di was wearing. Is this still Wu Di? The suit he's wearing is too handsome. Really underestimated him. Usually I see him wearing an undershirt and stepping on slippers. Now he looks like he has a heartbeat. The female co-workers whispered, all staring at Wu Di with starry eyes. For a while, Wu Di received everyone's attention, and suddenly someone stood out directly. Rubbish. Even if you dress well, you're still a piece of trash. Falling out with his boss when he can't do his job well. He can only be an inferior person for the rest of his life. I'm afraid all these clothes he's wearing are rented. The man who said this was Zhong Yuan. Basically all the employees in the company had also been bullied by him. At this time, seeing Wu Di being star-studded by everyone, his heart immediately became unbalanced. Right at this moment, a new mission began to appear in the Super Godly Hero system. Ding! New mission: punch Zhong Yuan in the face and let him know what it means to be outside of people and outside of heaven. Reward: Divine Medicine, Enlightenment Pill. After eating it, it will allow the host to develop his intelligence to the limit. Wu Di narrowed his eyes slightly and gazed coldly at the other party. Who is the inferior person referring to? Wu Di's gaze made Zhong Yuan a little scared, like a knife piercing through his heart. Chapter 7: Major Shareholder of Listed Group. When Zhong Yuan still wanted to open his mouth to provoke, Wu Di suddenly took out the string of Rolls-Royce supercar keys from his pocket, instantly shocking everyone. What Wu Di is holding should be the car keys. It looks quite high-class. No wonder he dares to call the shots with old Zhu. So he is rich. I should have known to flatter him more before. Wu Di generally does not like to flaunt, but now someone wants to hit the face. Then Wu Di has to fulfill him. Zhong Yuan stood in place in a daze. He has always been a little bit of research on the car. This car keys on the logo instantly let his brain like a lightning strike. This is a Rolls-Royce sports car. Wu Di saw everyone's astonished eyes, and inwardly, he was also very flattered. So he slowly walked out of the company. Behind him followed a large group of employees. Everyone was also wanting to see what Wu Di's luxury car actually looked like. At this time, at the entrance of the company, there was a large group of people gathered, and they were all highly interested in this car. It's really handsome. I've seen a lot of luxury cars, but this is the first time I've seen a supercar of this model. I really don't know who the owner of this car is. Do you guys think it could be the richest man in Huadu? The onlookers were all talking about more than one thing. Wu Di barely squeezed into the crowd, his mouth still yelling, "Let me pass for a moment. Don't squeeze me." Wu Di is also very speechless. I can't imagine a car can make all these people gathered here. Do they all don't want to go to work? Should be you don't squeeze is right. Want to see the car also have to line up. First come first served understand. A big man wearing an undershirt shouted at Wu Di. However, Wu Di pointed the car key at the supercar and just pressed it. The car made a movement. Beep beep beep. The door of the supercar automatically rose, and the noisy scene at this moment all fell silent. The owner of the car came, and it was actually a young man. Now you can let me pass. Everyone disperse. Wu Di said so lightly. Immediately after that, he got into the luxury car. When the colleagues realized that Wu Di could really afford to drive a luxury car, they all stood jaw-dropped in place. Wu Di is definitely a rich second generation. No wonder he usually refuses to get together with us. So he is looking down on us. Alas, Trying to chase after Wu Di is probably hopeless. We are not even in the same world as him. Everyone's words made Zhong Yuan beside him a little bit lose face. He lowered his head and hurriedly ran back to the company. Originally, he still wanted to humiliate Wu Di, but now it seems that not being humiliated by Wu Di is a blessing. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Rewarding the divine medicine, enlightenment pill. After eating it will allow the host to develop his intelligence to the limit. The reward from the super godly system immediately appeared in Wu Di's hand. It was a round, smooth and transparent pill, and without any hesitation, Wu Di directly threw it into his mouth. In the next second, Wu Di's entire body was in a trance, and his brain had the feeling that it was about to explode. Hiss! Wu Di closed his eyes tightly, and it took half a day for him to regain his senses. After Wu Di opened his eyes, his head felt unprecedented clarity. Suddenly he received a call. It was an unfamiliar number, and Wu Di hesitated for a moment before directly connecting it. Hello? What's the matter? Wu Di asked this very condescendingly. On the other end of the phone, was the chairman of Shunai Group, Zhang Guolin. Just a short while ago, all of their company's shares were acquired by a mysterious user, and the current Zhang Guolin had become a wage earner. And Zhang Guolin had entrusted many connections before he was able to inquire about the contact information of the major shareholder. And at this moment, he was in a state of great apprehension. Mr. Wu Wu, my name is Zhang Guolin. I'm the chairman of the Shunai Financial Trading Group, and I'm now under your command. I don't know when you're free and if it's convenient for you to come to the company. I will send someone to pick you up. Zhang Guolin was sitting in his office, and he spoke in a very humble tone. Wu Di was sitting in the driver's seat of the supercar, with a large group of idlers still gathered outside the car. He held his cell phone and leisurely replied, "Now that I'm ready to go to dinner, I think it's better." Wu Di was just about to reject the other party's invitation when suddenly the system's mechanical voice sounded. Ding! New mission, punch in Shunai building. Immediately go to Shunai Group and punch in the company's headquarters building. Time limit, half an hour. Reward, treasure, invincible computer. A computer from the future with many powerful functions. As soon as Wu Di heard the system's mission, his words immediately changed. It's better to make a trip to the company. After all, I need to visit it as well. Wu Di reluctantly rounded off his words. Hearing that the major shareholder was willing to visit the company, Zhang Guolin happily stood up from his seat. That's too good. Then I'll ask the driver to come over and pick you up. On the other end of the phone, came Wu Di's voice. No need. I have my own car, so I won't bother you. The high and cold tone of voice seemed to add a few more points of mystery to Wu Di, and Zhang Guolin also knew that a big shot like this would definitely not care to sit in his own special car. So Zhang Guolin didn't force himself, and soon the two hung up the phone. Computers could be found everywhere, and it was only a few tens of thousands of dollars to buy a top-of-the-line one. But the system reward was a computer from the future. This was quite new, and Wu Di had to get this reward. Boom, boom, boom. The engine resounded with a roar, and the surrounding crowd consciously avoided a path. Wu Di grasped the steering wheel with one hand and drove away handsomely. Shunai Mansion. After Wu Di parked the supercar, he saw many people standing at the entrance. They all stood respectfully at the entrance, as if they were preparing to greet some big shot. Wu Di straightened his suit and walked forward in a very serious manner. But just as he wanted to approach the entrance of the building, a person suddenly rushed out from the side. Wait, who are you? Do you have a work permit? A security guard holding an electric baton flaunted to Wu Di, so forced to ask. Wu Di was stunned. I am not an employee of your company. How could I have a work permit? I am here to visit the company. Please make way. No work license and still so arrogant. When the security guards are just for show? Without a work license, you get out of the way. Security Shaoli immediately stormed out. A big shot is coming to the company today. Don't make trouble for me. The notice that security guard literally received was to maintain the order of the company, and all idle people were prohibited from entering. Now this Wu Di, who was wearing a suit on top and stepping on cheap sneakers on the bottom, was immediately targeted by Shaoli. Want to pretend to be a tycoon in front of me? Play aside. Wu Di smiled bitterly. I am that big shot. If you don't believe me, just get the leader and ask. The security guard clasped his hands on his chest and snorted coldly. Come on. The big man must be a 60 or 70-year-old man. You're not even a hairy brat. You still want to pretend in front of me. You're too young. Chapter 8. Punching the security guard in the face. Wu Di nodded. Alright, I won't bull asterisk with you. It's fine if you don't let me in. Knowing the hard way so quickly, this bastard must have wimped out. The security guard smiled even more smugly, proud of his own wit. Immediately after that, Wu Di added, but can you let me go to the entrance of the building? I have a very urgent matter to deal with right now. Visiting the company didn't matter to Wu Di, but missing the mission was not an option. This was a time-limited mission, and if it was overdue, the future computer would be lost. See, you're thinking about fart eating. If you don't leave, the electric baton in my hand is not a joke. The security guard raised his sword brows and immediately took a step forward. Seeing Wu Di's hesitation to move, security guard Xiao Li was not ambiguous, and immediately waved his electric baton to Wu Di's body. When it was too late, Wu Di violently stretched out his left fist and fiercely struck towards the electric baton. Boom! The electric baton was sent flying by a powerful force. The security guard covered his hand. The tiger's mouth was still vaguely painful. His good strength, and you still dare to say you're not here to cause trouble. The security guard seemed to have found a reason. Immediately rushed to the intercom and started calling for assistance. Quickly many security guards came from all directions. Among them, the head of security, Zhuang Yong, frowned as he approached Wu Di. Good fellow, actually dare to come to our Shunai to cause trouble. Are you tired of living? Zhuang Yong pressed his fist and made a clicking sound. Wu Di was unmoved. I explained to you guys that I am the big shot you were waiting for. Why don't you still believe me? If you little kid is a big shot, I am still the chairman of the board. Zhuang Yong cursed and shouted. Suddenly a thick voice rang out from behind. Really, you want to be the chairman so badly? The one who gave out the voice was a middle-aged man. He wore a pair of glasses and had an aristocratic air about him. This familiar voice was the chairman. Zhuang Yong was so frightened that he turned his head away in embarrassment. Chairman, listen to my explanation. I was all angry just now, Zhuang Yong said with a smile on his face. Zhang Guolin didn't bother with him. Instead, he landed his gaze on Wu Di in front of him. What's wrong with your company? Even the security guards are so stylish. The deja vu voice surprised Zhang Guolin as Wu Di opened his mouth. Earlier on the phone, the voice of the major shareholder and the voice of this young man in front of him were exactly the same. Counting the time, the major shareholder should be here as well. Could it be that this kid was the major shareholder? Zhang Guolin's eyes widened. Are you called Wu Di? Wu Di faintly nodded his head, which was considered a response. These dog-eyed guys, actually turning away the bigwigs of the group. At this time, Zhuang Yong still wanted to be courteous and yelled at Wu Di. Hurry up and get lost. Do you hear me? Our chairman is here. Why are you still pretending? Snap, a slap on Zhuang Yong's face. The crisp and loud sound was invigorating. Zhang Guolin cursed hysterically. Ungrateful thing, you're fired. I don't want to see you in the company from now on. Zhuang Yong covered his hot cheeks and looked at the chairman blankly. Could it be that the ass-kissing was wrong? Before he could react, Zhuang Yong was taken away by a group of security guards. Zhang Guolin rubbed his hands and sincerely apologized to Wu Di. Mr. Wu, it's because of my incompetent management. I made you laugh. However, Wu Di did not have the heart to exchange pleasantries with him. Take me to the company first. It's weirdly cold standing at the door. After saying his words, Wu Di walked towards the building on his own. Zhang Guolin was stunned, surprised why Wu Di was so impatient. Did he know the company's secrets? After walking into the welcoming hall of the building, the system immediately began to sound. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Rewarding the treasure, Invincible Computer. A computer from the future with many powerful features. A brand new computer appeared in Wu Di's storage vault, causing the corners of his mouth to rise. With this future computer, wouldn't he be able to do whatever he wanted in the future? Seeing Wu Di's smug smile, Zhang Guolin could not help but feel weak. The major shareholder must know something, or else he wouldn't be in such a hurry to come to the company. Thinking this in his heart, Zhang Guolin simply put his heart on the line, intending to give a full and honest account of the company's situation. Greeting Wu Di to the chairman's office, Zhang Guolin gave a look, and the rest of the people all consciously exited the office. Mr. Wu, since you've discovered it, I don't think I can continue hiding it from you either. Zhang Guolin suddenly opened his mouth, intending to confess everything. Wu Di had just sat down on the sofa, his but not even warmed up yet, when he heard these unexplained words from Zhang Guolin. Just say what you want to say. There's no need to beat around the bush. Wu Di pillowed his head and spoke coldly. Zhang Guolin walked towards the safe and took out a document from it, then handed it over to Wu Di. This is the company's financial situation this year. The perennial deficits have already made the company almost unable to survive. Although we are a listed group, but now that the finances are in trouble, I am unable to do anything about it. In the early years, Shunai Trading Group was the leader of the Huadu business circle, but in recent years, with the onslaught of catering, investment, real estate and other industries, the dominance of trade has gradually declined. The main reason wasn't this. There was another shareholder in the company that was almost equal to Zhang Guolin. This guy was called Xiao Zhengfeng, and he was nepotistic, and there were many people up and down the group who were his friends and family. Even the security chief Zhuang Yang just now, that was Xiao Zhengfeng's distant cousin-nephew. Wu Di carefully scrutinized the financial statement and mused. Such a big mess. You as the chairman, how do you manage this company? Zhang Guolin replied awkwardly. Xiao Zhengfang's power is just too great. I can't move him at all. This old thing is ostensibly a vice president, but he has more shares than a chairman like me, and he has more cronies under his hand than he can count. It's just too hard to bring him down. While Wu Di was thinking about countermeasures, the super godly hero system suddenly appeared. Ding! New mission, encourage Zhang Guolin so that he has enough confidence to deal with Xiao Zhengfang. Reward, God-level hacking skills, allowing the host to be proficient in all computer knowledge. With an invincible computer and a hacking level, this was going to be a heaven-defying rhythm. Zhang Guolin couldn't help but frown at the thought of these things, but looking at Wu Di in front of him, he instead looked quite happy. Worthy of being a major shareholder, his psychological quality was strong. Wu Di stood up from the sofa and patted the other party's shoulder. Let bygones be bygones. Now that I'm here, leave this mess to me. Just you, a young man, can you deal with that old fox? It's too crazy. Zhang Guolin didn't dare to say what was in his heart, but he was happy to have an extra helper. Chapter 9, The Strongest Hacker. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, rewarding the divine hacking skill, allowing the host to be proficient in all computer knowledge. As soon as the system finished speaking, a torrent of information poured into Wu Di's brain, and densely packed code symbols merged into Wu Di's consciousness. By the time he opened his eyes again, he was already a hacker with the strongest technological knowledge. What the hell? Suddenly closing his eyes in the middle of talking? Zhang Guolin looked at Wu Di's actions curiously, not sure what this young major shareholder was trying to pull again. Mr. Wu, I wonder what you want to do about it. Zhang Guolin was curious to know what this young man was capable of. Suddenly a mechanical tone emerged. Ding! New mission, collect information. Gather all of Xiao Zhengfang's historical black materials. Reward, talent, overbearing temperament. Once the host comes out, his temperament is able to shock the entire audience. How can you be a boss in the future and not have some temperament? Wu Di sneered. You go out first. Give me some time to collect information. I have to dig into this old guy's black materials. Ha! The young man is still too young after all. What kind of person is Xiao Zhengfang? He has always done things without leaving any traces. You might not be able to find half a trace even if you stayed in the office for a whole day. Zhang Guolin forced down his inner words, and seeing as the other party was a major shareholder, he had no choice but to obediently leave the office. When only Wu Di was left alone in the large office, he immediately took out the invincible computer. He used the computer fluently, his fingertips rapidly tapping codes on the keyboard, opening one database after another. The contraptions that he couldn't understand in the past were now all kindred spirits in Wu Di's eyes. Day. Wu Di's voice of tapping on the keyboard never stopped, and in a short period of time, countless hidden photos and video materials were all found out. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Reward, talent, overbearing temperament. As soon as the host comes out, his temperament will be able to shock the entire audience. In an instant, the aura of Wu Di's body began to undergo a subtle change. Half an hour later, Zhang Guolin pushed open the door and saw Wu Di resting his head on his pillow, leisurely listening to the audio material in the computer. Xiao Zhengfang's voice also came out from the computer. How are things all being handled? Immediately followed by an unfamiliar male voice replied. It's all done. The $50 million on the company's account was scratched away by me using various channels. Xiao Zhengfang laughed triumphantly. Ha ha, even in his dreams, Zhang Guolin would never have imagined that this $50 million was taken away by me. After listening to the conversation, Zhang Guolin stood in place with his jaw dropped, never expecting that Wu Di had really gotten his hands on these handles, and it was also a person who got them in his office. This was too godly. Mr. Wu, how did you get these black information? Zhang Guolin was shocked. Wu Di, however, smiled lightly. To tell you the truth, I'm an advanced hacker. As long as it's something I want, I can definitely get it. Bull. It was really too bullish. Who would have thought that the major shareholder was actually an expert hacker? Then what are you going to do next? Zhang Guolin really wanted to applaud him right now. Sensible as he was, he tried his best to remain calm. Ding! New mission, hold a meeting to gather all the important people in the company. Reward, possession of the Zhongxia Commercial Bank. The host can own everything in the Zhongxia Bank. The super divine hero system suddenly appeared at this moment, once again arousing Wu Di's desire to struggle. One leap to become a major shareholder, and another leap to become a banker. Wanting to have the status of a financial giant was already just around the corner. After Wu Di closed the computer, he instructed Zhang Guolin, go and help me gather all the middle and senior staff of the company and have them meet in the conference room. Also all the people on this list, you also help me find them. Just a moment ago, Wu Di had incidentally made a detailed summary of the list of young backbones in the company. Almost all the lists of elites in the Shunai group were all on this slip of paper. Zhang Guolin nodded. I'll go make the arrangements. Mr. Wu, please wait a moment. You go ahead and prepare for the meeting. I haven't eaten at noon yet. I'll go and fix it first. Wu Di stretched his back. Stunned, Zhang Guolin hurriedly responded. Why don't I take you there? There's no need for that. Just do the matter at hand first. Wu Di got up and stood. Notify me when the meeting is about to start. After saying his words, Wu Di stuck his hands in his pockets and walked out of the office proudly. In the staff cafeteria, it just happened to be mealtime, and there were workers everywhere serving food in dishes. Wu Di's arrival did not attract much attention. This was a listed group. Wearing a suit was not uncommon. Boom! A sharp sound came from the queuing area. Everyone's eyes moved to a woman. She was wearing a white-collar professional outfit, and her tight clothes couldn't bind her full figure at all. So many men couldn't help but look at her a few more times. I'm sorry, I didn't do it on purpose. The beauty hurriedly squatted down to pick up the plate and apologized to a balding middle-aged man. No eyes, you can't even carry a plate. What a waste. The greasy middle-aged man was holding his bulging belly, and was still greedily gazing at the figure of this beautiful woman in front of him. Another man came out from the team. He laughed wickedly. You're miserable. How dare you bump into the head of the personnel department? Be careful of being fired directly later. That bald man rubbed his head and immediately stretched out his foot, touching the beautiful woman's chin. My leather shoes are dirty by you. Now use your hands to wipe them clean for me. Otherwise you won't stay in the company. In front of so many people, the bald man commanded in an unassailable manner. The beautiful woman lowered her head and silently wept. She had never been so wronged, but this job was what she had fought so hard for. If she offended the leader and was fired now, there was no way for her to mix in this city. Are you going to wipe it or not? Be quick, the balding supervisor arrogantly chided, and every now and then he even condescended to look at the tantalizing scenery line. The beautiful woman let out a sob. I'll wipe. With that, she reached out and wiped at the other woman's shoes. The surrounding workers all watched this scene with amusement. Everyone knew the power of this bald supervisor. Naturally no one dared to step forward and play the hero. When it was too late, a figure appeared in everyone's line of sight. Stand up. It's not a crime to bow your head and admit your mistake with this kind of scum. Wu Di picked up the beautiful woman while comforting the other party. Ding! New mission, violently beat up the supervisor. Beat up the head of the personnel department in public. Reward, hall-level medical ability, allowing the host to fuse the best of Chinese and Western medicine and become a contemporary famous doctor. The new mission of the super godly system made Wu Di's eyes light up. Being a doctor was Wu Di's childhood dream. Chapter 10 Passing on the Healing Arts. When the bald supervisor saw that someone actually dared to stand out, he immediately became furious. Rely on the demon. Where did this kid come from? How dare he badmouth my good deed? Who are you? Why don't you even wear an employee tag? The balding supervisor glared at Wu Di, and for a few seconds, his eyes quickly scrutinized the other party. Unfamiliar face. Definitely not a leader in the company. Suit on top and sneakers on the feet. This strange outfit, either a chartered or a salted fish. Wu Di cocked his head. That stern gaze was daunting. I would like to ask you, who gave you the authority to dare to casually threaten an employee? If I remember correctly, the head of the HR department is in charge of recruitment and manpower management. It seems that he doesn't have the qualifications to just fire people, right? Wu Di's words left the balding supervisor speechless, while a white-collar man suddenly drilled out beside him. The other party smiled fawningly at the supervisor and immediately pointed at Wu Di and shouted, "What kind of a thing are you? Actually you don't even know Supervisor Wu Ming." This was a good time to show loyalty to the leader, and the white-collar man seized the opportunity at the first opportunity and rushed up to show it. Bah! A licking dog. The rest of the employees couldn't help but spit at him. Wu Ming rubbed his bald head and sneered, "Kid, who is your boss? I advise you to better give an honest account, or I'll make you eat your words." He originally thought that his threat could make Wu Di afraid, but it was actually ineffective. Wu Di glanced at Wu Ming's work card, and after determining that the other party was in the position of head of the personnel department, he said indifferently, "Xiao Zhengfang is your uncle, right?" Just now when looking for information, Wu Di had already familiarized himself with all of Xiao Zhengfang's network of contacts in the company, and naturally understood the small supervisor in front of him. When Wu Ming heard this, he instead became even more smug and arrogantly straightened his tie. "Humph, it's good to know, but even if you beg for forgiveness, that won't work. You'll just wait to get lost." For those who dared to disobey him, Wu Ming would definitely not show any mercy. "It just so happens that I want to fix the company, and now you're the one who bumped into the gun, so I'll take you first." The corners of Wu Di's mouth lifted upwards, his hands smoothly inserted into his pockets. That gloomy look made people wonder what was in Wu Di's mind, but everyone began to have a premonition that the young man in front of them was not simple. Hearing that there was a rash young man who dared to call out the head of the personnel department, many people in the company rushed to see what was going on. The more people gathered around. At this time, Wu Ming's facial muscles twitched. "Brat, do you think you are the chairman of the board? Still want to screw me? How old are you? Wu Ming was so angry that he pushed and shoved Wu Di, but the other party did not move, as if it was like Tarzan. No matter how he pushed, he could not push. Immediately after that, Wu Di's shoulder slammed forward, violently sending the other party flying out. Bang! The crowd fixed their eyes on the ground, only to see Wu Ming fall to the ground, his eyes tightly closed. Shouldn't he be dead? Murder! Hurry and call the police! Many of the employees were roaring in surprise, and all of a sudden, the cafeteria was in a state of panic. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, rewarding the hall-level medical ability, allowing the host to fuse the best of Chinese and Western medicine and become a contemporary famous doctor. The system voice suddenly rang out. Subsequently, it was as if Wu Di's eyes met many great masters of Chinese and Western medicine and instantly inherited their medical skills. Acupuncture and moxibustion, prescriptions, pharmacology, and various other medical techniques flooded into Wu Di's body, allowing him to fuse hundreds of years of medical mastery. From now on, the lost secret method was hidden in his chest and abdomen, lifting the world's medical arts and techniques at his fingertips. It took Wu Di a long time to accept such a change, followed by his eyes staring at the man in front of him. Playing dead? If you don't get up again, believe it or not, I'll make you fake it. Wu Di rushed in front of Wu Ming, grabbed the other man's elbow and pressed the shakuzawa point with force. Ah! Wu Ming felt a heartbreaking pain. He couldn't pretend anymore and hurriedly climbed up from the ground. Devil! This guy was simply a devil. Ding! New mission, fire Wu Ming. Fire this balding middle-aged old man in public. Reward, 50 elite talents. All of them are the best in finance and trade, and management. The missions of the Super Divine Hero system were always a surprise. This time, instead of sending treasures or rewarding money, it directly started sending talents. Wu Di didn't bother to talk nonsense with him and directly called Zhang Guolin to the cafeteria. Seeing the chairman personally arrive, Wu Ming panicked for a moment. What was the situation? This young man could actually call the chairman here so casually. Who was he really? Zhang Guolin respectfully said to Wu Di, Mr. Wu, if you have anything, just order. Immediately after that, Zhang Guolin gave a look to the secretary beside him. The secretary also quickly understood, and hurriedly moved a chair behind Wu Di. Wu Di was not courteous. He sat on the chair and crossed his legs. Immediately afterward, Wu Di pointed at the beauty beside him and faintly opened his mouth. Little girl, don't be afraid. I'll be your master. Just tell the chairman how that old man bullied you just now. As is, the beauty looked at Wu Di in a daze, as if she had gotten some solace. To be able to cross her legs in front of the chairman in a dignified manner, and even be so arrogant and unbridled, her origin was definitely not small. So she took a deep breath and immediately told all about how Wu Ming bullied himself and how he threatened his employees. Wu Ming was trembling with fear and couldn't help but glance at the chairman in front of him. Immediately, he saw Zhang Guolin's face turning blue, his eyes glaring at him as if he was about to spit out fire. It was over. Wu Ming's heart went cold. Zhang Guolin immediately scolded. With a black sheep like you here, sooner or later you'll be a scourge to the company. Go to the personnel department yourself to terminate your employment and get out immediately. Wu Ming still wanted to beg for mercy, but looking at the chairman so furious, he had no choice but to flee the cafeteria in disarray. This time, he had really hit a tough spot. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, rewarding 50 elite talents, all of which are leaders in finance and trade, and management. As soon as the words fell, the talents gifted by the system gathered one after another to Shunai Group. The beautiful employee was grateful to Wu Di and could not stop thanking him. Harm, this is all a small token. No need to be so polite. Wu Di smiled and waved his hand, signaling that the other party did not need to bow and thank him anymore. What is your name? Wu Di politely asked this to the other party. The beauty also responded directly. My name is Zhuang Qinger. I just arrived at the company not long ago. I'm a newcomer. Zhuang Qinger did not understand Wu Di's identity so far, but looked at the other party being honored by the chairman of the board. This enigmatic identity gave Wu Di a more upscale color. Chapter 11 The Arrogant Vice President Xiao. Wu Di was sitting on his chair when suddenly the super godly hero system snapped. Ding! New mission, add a secretary. Make Zhuang Qinger his personal secretary. Reward, treasure, charm potion. Spray the potion on your body to make yourself more handsome. Wu Di smiled. Wouldn't it be more than enough to make this little girl his secretary? Zhuang Qinger was curious. What are you smiling about? Wu Di smiled. Come be my secretary. Think about it. Zhuang Qinger shook her head. It's still not necessary. I refuse. Nanny. Wu Di, who was originally full of confidence, was suddenly poured with cold water, and his entire mindset was bad. I can offer you a monthly salary of $10,000, and the work is usually very simple, so don't reject it so decisively. Wu Di tried to negotiate with the other party, but his tone was still very high and cold. However, Zhuang Qing'er was also a bit hesitant. Mr. Wu, actually I also want to be your secretary, but I don't know anything about the job of a secretary, so I'm afraid I'll be doing you a favor. It turned out that Zhuang Qing'er still questioned her working ability. Having just stepped into society, she was fearful of many things. Wu Di, however, smiled lightly. That's okay, I'm a good-tempered person. Even if you make a mistake, I won't scold you. If that's the case, then I'm willing to be your secretary. Zhuang Qing'er happily accepted. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing his selection. Rewarding the treasure, charm potion. Spray the potion on your body to make yourself more handsome. A potion bottle appeared in Wu Di's hand. It seemed that the system's rewards were delivered very quickly. Without hesitation, Wu Di directly picked up the potion and sprayed it on his body. Sure enough, a cool sensation caused Wu Di's entire skin to become more radiant and white. Suddenly Zhang Guolin respectfully said to Wu Di, Mr. Wu, the meeting has been convened. Please follow me. Wu Di nodded and followed the other party towards the conference room. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Rewarding the possession of the Zhongxia Commercial Bank. The host can own everything in the Zhongxia Bank. Bull batch. Possessing a big bank so quickly. Directly becoming a banker. He deeply knew that a good show was about to begin. At this moment, the conference room was almost full of people, and they were all talking, but all of them were centered around one person. That was Xiao Zhengfang. Without Xiao Zhengfang, there would be no existence of these people. All of them were Xiao Zhengfang's close confidants, and today they were suddenly summoned together, which inexplicably caused a marvelous feeling to arise. Humph! I heard that a little kid became the major shareholder and acquired all of our shares. The current Shunai is just an empty shelf. It looks like a big listed group, but in reality, it has serious internal deficits, and the acquired shares are not worth anything at all. Everyone hadn't met Wu Di yet, but the other party had threatened Xiao Zhengfang's position, so naturally everyone wouldn't feel good about him. At this moment, Xiao Zhengfang was playing with a pair of antique walnuts in his hands, sitting on a chair with his eyes closed, and beside Xiao Zhengfang was a young man who looked like him. That was his son Xiao Nai. Xiao Nai greeted everyone. Later on, no matter what that little brat says, everyone stay out of it and all isolate him to one side. I'd like to see how much of a storm this kid can create. Xiao Nai's order was echoed by everyone, and while he was saying this, the door of the conference room was suddenly pushed open. Immediately afterward, a man in a suit with his hands in his pockets walked in slowly. Zhang Guolin always followed behind him, and after the other party sat down at the main seat, Zhang Guolin hurriedly introduced him. Everyone be quiet. This is our Shunai Group's largest shareholder, Mr. Wu Di. Don't all freeze, applaud and welcome. However, everyone did not listen to Zhang Guolin's words, and their gazes all fell on Xiao Zhengfang in unison. Xiao Zhengfang's popularity almost overshadowed Zhang Guolin, and those who didn't know thought that Xiao Zhengfang was the only one who had a say in this company. Seeing this scene, not only did Zhang Guolin's face look unsightly, even Wu Di narrowed his eyes slightly, sensing that the other party's strength was not weak. Wu Di, you're so big-headed, gathering us all here and making everyone wait so long. Are you thinking that everyone is idle and have nothing to do? Delaying the normal operation of the company. You simply can't afford this responsibility. Xiao Zhengfang didn't even open his eyelids, but spoke coldly. Ding! New mission, thwart Xiao Zhengfang and overwhelm this old man in terms of momentum. Reward, the talent, 3 inches of tongue. Allowing the host's social skills to improve. The Super Divine Hero system released the task at once, but it made it a little difficult for Wu Di. This old fox at the moment was a bit difficult to deal with. Wu Di had never seen such a big scene before. The least of those present were graduate students from famous domestic universities. As for the returnee elites that were uncountable, Wu Di, however, is just an ordinary university graduate. To be frank, this is also the first meeting he presided over. Hiss. Exhaling deeply, Wu Di tried his best to calm himself down. Vice President Xiao, for the first time you don't want to put such a big hat on me, or else be careful later on I'll return the favor in kind. Then we'll have to see what you do. Wu Di smiled and said. This sentence came out of his mouth. Infuriated Xiao Zhengfang immediately opened his eyes. Berserker! This little brat actually dared to start calling out to himself right in front of so many people. It was really out of his depth. Wu Di's gaze became stern as he cruised over everyone in the conference room. That powerful aura almost suppressing everyone's breath. What's going on? It's obviously a kid, but the moment I see him, I get a feeling of fear. That's right, I'm the same. It's just too marvelous. All these people present whispered, and there was a unanimous fear for Wu Di's aura. Xiao Zhengfang had been floating in the business sea for decades and had seen all sorts of characters. Although he did not react on the surface, he was still secretly surprised in his heart. The aura exploded. This young man is not simple. At this time, Xiao Nai suddenly stood out. Wu Di, don't think that just because you have become the largest shareholder in the entire company, You are able to act arbitrarily. My father is the patriarch in this company. If you still want to remain here, behave yourself. Snap. Wu Di stood up and directly slapped Xiao Nai's cheek. Originally, Xiao Nai was very arrogant, but now after being slapped in the mouth, his entire body was confused. Has this kid gone crazy? Bastard. You actually dare to hit me. Xiao Nai's eyes widened in anger, but higher education allowed him to temporarily suppress the anger that was all over him. The Super Divine Hero system instantly sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Rewarding the talent, 3 inches of tongue. Allowing the host's socialization skills to increase. Chapter 12, The Big Boss of Zhongxiao Bank. Wu Di suddenly felt that he had a lot of words that he wanted to gush out, but fortunately he had his senses and restrained himself for the time being. Xiao Zhengfang slowly stood up and said in a deep voice, "It seems that Mr. Wu is unwilling to speak properly. I never imagined that you were such a coarse person, striking at the drop of a hat. Dare to hit my son. Do you still have an old man in your eyes?" Seeing that Xiao Zhengfang was not happy, many of the employees rose to their feet in righteous indignation. How dare you hit someone, when all of us don't exist? It's great to rely on the fact that you have a bit of money. Even if you are a major shareholder, we won't submit to you. For a while Wu Di was caught up in everyone's accusations, but Wu Di acted as if he had never heard of them. Xiao Zhengfang looked at Wu Di with a cold snort. He wanted to see what else this kid could do. Ding! New mission, poke at the truth and make the despicable behavior of the Xiao family's father and son public. Reward, status, lord of the company. The host's prestige makes everyone convinced, and they all look up to the host in the future. At the same time, the Super Divine Hero system once again enacted the mission. After waiting for everyone to speak for half a day, Wu Di slowly took out his computer. Immediately after that, he pressed the computer keyboard, and the video inside immediately transmitted Xiao Zhengfang's voice. Everyone looked at the images in the video and unconsciously closed their mouths. The two people, Xiao Nai and Xiao Zhengfang, appeared in the video, and they were sitting in the family's bedroom cheerfully counting the money. Dad, all of this money was transferred from my company's account. There's a total of $3 million. Count it, Xiao Nai said proudly. Xiao Zhengfang laughed out loud. That little cutie Zhang Guolin. By now, he definitely doesn't even know that all this money has gone into my Xiao family's pocket. Yes, now that the company's money has fallen into our pockets, once the company closes down, we'll set up another mountain. Xiao Nai suggested this to his father with an evil face. In the large conference room, the conversation between the father and son of the Xiao family in the video echoed, and everyone was a bit stunned to hear it. It turned out that the company's situation had gotten worse and worse over the years, and it was all because of this father and son. This completely offended everyone, and in an instant everyone looked at Xiao Zhengfang with an inscrutable look. Oops, no wonder this kid is emboldened. So he's setting me up here. Xiao Zhengfang angrily thought so in his mind, and beside him, Xiao Nai was also anxious and hastened to argue in a sly manner. This video is fake. Everyone mustn't believe it. Wu Di sneered. It would be a shame if you don't go and become an actor. I have a lot of these black materials, but I'm too lazy to show them here. Explain to the judge if you have anything to say. Hearing Wu Di's words, Xiao Zhengfang was a bit angry. Brat, what do you mean by this? Without waiting for Wu Di to open his mouth, Zhang Guolin beside him came to help and said, haven't you heard it yet? You, Xiao Zhengfang, are suspected of economic crimes? Prepare to go to jail. That's right. There's also the fact that most of you amongst you are accomplices. Don't think that all these years in the company, I don't know about all that you guys have done. I turned a blind eye then, but now you guys are getting ahead of yourselves and trying to force me to step down. All of this is your own fault. It's no one's fault. After saying these words, everyone in the conference room exploded. Ever since they were introduced by Xiao Zhengfang and came to the company, they had gone around infringing on the company's interests to fill their wallets, having bought a house and also mentioned a car. Now they also wanted to help the evil person to deal with the chairman. Then the consequences would also naturally be difficult to end. Chairman, we all know we're wrong. Just spare us. Yes, it's all Xiao Zhengfang's fault alone. Don't get us involved. Many people started to exonerate themselves, while Zhang Guolin had long seen through these people's faces, and of course, he would not be soft-hearted at this moment. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Rewarding the status, lord of the company. The host's prestige has convinced everyone to look up to the host in the future, the system said. Immediately after that, everyone inexplicably looked at Wu Di, as if they were placing all their hopes on Wu Di. Major shareholder, we know that you are generous. Just let us go. I will never do this kind of thing again. If I do it again, I will be a grandson. Some of them almost kneeled down and begged for forgiveness, making Wu Di couldn't help but have the corners of his mouth rise. At this moment, the situation of the whole scene was firmly in Wu Di's hands, and the death or life of these people could all be decided by Wu Di's words. Whether they lived or died, it all depended on Wu Di's decision. Rely on, Now the people under his hand have all admitted defeat to Wu Di. The situation is over. The other side has a trick up their sleeve. I've saved one too, Xiao Zhengfang said unhurriedly. Humph, don't get cocky too early. To tell you the truth, most of the traders of Shunai Group are in my hands. Ever heard of Zhongxia Commercial Bank? That's the biggest bank in Huadu now, and it's also Shunai's supplier. As long as I fall, then the Zhongxia Bank will absolutely not support the loan funds anymore, and it's only a matter of time before Shunai collapses. Threat. This was definitely a clear threat. Really? But it seems like you don't know the boss of Zhongxia Bank. Wu Di narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze very playful. Xiao Zhengfang laughed loudly. I have cooperated with Zhongxia no less than 50 times. Of course I know their president. Wu Di shook his head. The governor can only be considered as the manager of the bank, but the real big boss behind the scenes, you definitely don't know. I suggest you go and check it out. Figure it out and then come back to talk to me in this tone. What do you mean? Listening to the tone. Are you the real big boss? Joke. Xiao Zhengfang frowned. Kid, don't give me this. I've seen this trick of pretense many times. It doesn't work well in front of me at all. The corner of Wu Di's mouth lifted upwards. I knew you would say that. It seems like you don't see the Yellow River. Luckily I have an arrangement. After saying that, Wu Di looked at the watch on his wrist, followed by a cold smile. Look at this time. People are almost about to arrive. Very quickly the door of the conference room was pushed open and a middle-aged man in a suit walked in. The other party wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses and appeared to be elegant and courteous. Xiao Zhengfang glanced at it carelessly, and was immediately startled by the man who walked in. He was Dong Lin, the president of Zhongxia Bank. Old Dong, why are you here? Xiao Zhengfang asked curiously. In terms of status and seniority, Dong Lin and Xiao Zhengfang were completely on an equal level, so they were all very close friends before. But at this moment, Dong Lin had a black face and almost didn't even look at the other party. Dong Lin walked straight to Wu Di's face and asked respectfully, Boss, may I ask if you have any orders for calling me here? Wu Di smiled faintly and then told Dong Lin all of Xiao Zhengfang's bad deeds. Chapter 13, Fixing Shunai Group. After hearing this, Dong Lin was furious, and he immediately pointed at Xiao Zhengfang's nose and cursed. Good wow, so you were all borrowing the name of Shunai before and secretly making me your accomplice. I feel sick to my stomach just thinking about it now. You're just waiting to be arrested. The deed was revealed. Xiao Zhengfang panicked. His mind went blank. Not only Xiao Zhengfang, even his son Xiao Nai who was beside him was also hastily pleading with Wu Di. Mr. Wu, it was all because we were unintelligent before. Now that we know we are wrong, please let us go. Xiao Nai continuously apologized to Wu Di, only hoping that the other party could soften his heart and let himself go for the time being. Right at this moment, the Super Divine Hero Systems quest suddenly appeared. Ding! New mission, purge the company and take out the Xiao family's father and son as well as all of his network of connections in a row. Reward, hall-level management abilities, allowing the host to have management talents like the richest man in the world. It was easy to end the Xiao family's father and son, but wanting to move his network of contacts was not that simple. The others also knew that inside the Shunai Group right now, there were Xiao Zhengfang's people everywhere. If they really wanted to get rid of these cronies, it was estimated that the huge company would be left with no one. Wu Di took out his cell phone. His hacking ability once again came in handy. After a simple operation, he quickly sent a message to all the people present in a group. Ding! Everyone all looked down and realized that they had received a message in their cell phone text messages. What is this? How come it still has my name on it? It seems like a list. It feels familiar. I recognize most of the people inside. The co-workers were all talking. An ominous premonition made everyone suck in a breath of cold air. Immediately after that, Wu Di smiled faintly. All of these people on it, all of them are related to Xiao Zhengfang. I won't say too clearly who exactly. Those of you who should turn yourselves in should hurry up and report to the police station. Right now I'm just firing you and not pursuing anyone's responsibility. If you guys continue to cause trouble in the company, then don't blame me for being merciless. This was considered extrajudicial. In fact, Wu Di's calculations were shrewd. If he arrested all of these people, at best, he could find a few $1 million of revenue from them. But this amount of money was nothing but skin deep for a listed group. Instead of that, it would be better to go along with it as a favor. Mr. Wu, I thank you on behalf of my entire family. Thank you Mr. Wu, you're really a great person. Everyone almost kneeled down for Wu Di, but Wu Di waved his hand, and all of them walked out of the conference room in a very sensible manner. In the conference room at this time, a few people were left behind, and Xiao Zhengfang sat disheveledly on a chair. His face was waxy, as if he had gone through a huge change. Say it, what do you want me to do before you're willing to let me off the hook? Xiao Zhengfang compromised. However, Wu Di was tilting his head and staring coldly at the other party. Did you misunderstand something? I only came to inform you, not to discuss with you. The police officers will arrive soon. And what awaits you is a huge fine and an endless jail term. After saying this, a secretary knocked on the door, signaling that there was a situation outside. Wu Di nodded his head and let his secretary Zhuang Qinger come in to talk. Zhuang Qinger reported to the other party. Mr. Wu, dozens of people have suddenly come outside, saying that they want to see you. Having just gotten the system's 50 elite rewards engaging the time, it seemed that the people were now arriving. Let them come in and talk, Wu Di commanded. In a short while of work, 50 elites walked into the company one after another. Mr. Wu, I graduated from Kyoto University of Finance and Economics as a postgraduate this year, and I have all the certificates about finance. I was transferred back from a foreign financial group. I have 5 years of experience in the field, and I have a lot of research on trade. The elites all spoke eloquently, introducing their brilliant records. Wu Di, however, pressed his hand down, signaling everyone to keep quiet for the time being. Immediately afterward, Wu Di spoke. Having come here, no matter how good you were before, you all have to start from zero. After teaching for a few minutes, Wu Di turned his head again and greeted Zhang Guolin. Old Zhang, from now on, I'll leave these 50 people to you to organize their work. All of them are elites. The company will definitely regain its past splendor when handed over to these people, and can even go to another level. At this moment, Zhang Guolin wasn't clear on how exactly these talents were gotten, but he was very excited right now, and was already admiring Wu Di to the point of admiration. Everyone come with me, I'll take you to familiarize yourselves with the company first. Zhang Guolin waved and led the 50 people out of the conference room. After the fervor was over there was loneliness left. Xiao Zhengfan watched them chatter, but his own mood had long since hit rock bottom. Wu Di sneered, everything is your own fault, no one to blame. Quickly, several uniformed police officers walked in and directly took away the Xiao family's father and son. What awaited them seemed to be eternal confinement. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, rewarding the hall-level management ability, allowing the host to possess management talent like the richest man in the world. Wu Di immediately gained management talents, and his entire mind was as if he had been hit by a huge storm, immediately becoming refreshed. Zhuang Qinger asked Wu Di, Mr. Wu, do you need me to do anything next? Wu Di stretched his waist, it's already evening now, so let's go back to our respective homes. As soon as the words fell, Wu Di walked out of the Shunai mansion on his own. When he first came in, the sky outside was still bright white, but now when he looked up, the moon was already high in the starry sky. Wu Di touched his rumbling stomach and realized that he hadn't eaten for a long time. Ugh, it's better to go back now. I'm really too sleepy, Wu Di muttered as he got into the supercar and drove back to an apartment in a short while. This apartment was situated in a relatively remote part of the city, and before, Wu Di was so shy that he had to share the apartment with a group of young people. When Wu Di parked the car outside the door, he immediately walked into the apartment, just entered the room and saw his roommates were busy with their own business in the living room. A young man was sitting on the sofa, crossing his legs and drinking coffee, pretending to be serious as he was reading a book. Upon hearing the door open, he turned his head and called out at Wu Di. Look everyone, Wu Di is back. I heard you broke up? Actually there is no need to be too sad. It's normal for people with no money like you to lose to reality. The young man who spoke was Lu Yon, who worked as a warehouse manager in a nearby logistics company. In the past, Lu Yon was considered the richest man in this apartment, and his natural pride made him stand tall. However, this was no longer the case. Wu Di had long had the strength to trample him under his feet. Wu Di narrowed his eyes slightly, and pressed him. Chapter 14, Against All Odds. Suddenly an exclamation came from the apartment. Ah, Wu Di, how did you suddenly become so handsome? Hearing his voice before seeing him, Wu Di didn't even need to guess. He knew that it was Hua Xiaoxiao who was being nymphomaniac again. She was still a senior student of Huadu Normal University and was the youngest roommate in the apartment. Sure enough, Hua Xiaoxiao ran over wearing a pink robe and a face mask. She looked at Wu Di in surprise and simply went straight to her hand and pinched the other's arm. Hiss, this is also too handsome. Before, Hua Xiaoxiao also had a good feeling towards Wu Di, but the other party revealed poverty all day long, making their relationship limited to that of friends. But now Wu Di had a shapely figure, a moderate temperament, and was even very high class in his attire. Completely a generation of hegemony. Holding back her saliva, Hua Xiaoxiao was shocked. Wu Di, where did you run off to all day? It feels like you've completely changed. Wu Di's heart was also a burst of joy. Before he also had fantasies about the girls in the apartment, but there was no way that he was a person who couldn't afford to eat instant noodles, so never dared to have other attempts with his roommates. But now someone actually took the initiative to hit on him. It's true that the system changes destiny. Just when Wu Di was about to be pestered by Hua Xiaoxiao, the door of the room was once again pushed open. A goddess dressed as an urban modern girl walked into the room with high heels. Her name was Feng Chui. and she was the most beautiful person in the apartment, but with her natural high and cold temperament, she also gave off a feeling that she could only be viewed from afar and could not be played with. Chuyi, as soon as you came in the whole house became so fragrant. Did you change the perfume again today? Lu Yong plopped down on the sofa and turned to gaze at Fang Chuyi. However, Fang Chuyi was very cold and did not even look at the other party, directly walking towards her bedroom. Before closing the door, Fang Chuyi however glanced at Wu Di. She was also slightly surprised in the bottom of her heart. Today's Wu Di was a bit different. After casually eating some takeout, Wu Di returned to the house to rest. After opening his eyes, it was already morning, and he immediately opened his cell phone at the first time. The daily seconds software in his cell phone will automatically update the products in the early morning, which makes Wu Di very curious about what good things are today. Yesterday was a sports car. What will it be today? Wu Di excitedly clicked on the software. There was still a commodity inside. This time it was not a supercar, but a mysterious icon. Today's spike commodity, top-level scholastic talent, maintained for 1 hour. Original price $100 million. Limited time spike price, $99. Wu Di looked curiously at the contents of the spike in his cell phone and couldn't help but be a bit mesmerized. Now even talent can be sold as a commodity. This software is heaven-defying, right? Don't hesitate. Buy it, buy it, buy it. Wu Di placed an order with a single click and the money was immediately deducted from his cell phone. Congratulations to the host for the successful spike, obtaining the top-level scholar talent, maintained for 1 hour. Immediately afterward, it was as if Wu Di was enveloped by a very mysterious force that immediately stirred the desire to learn within him. Suddenly, he felt so eager to learn. Wu Di smoothly took out the book in the corner and casually flipped through a few pages, and all the information on math was poured into his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for mastering all math knowledge and becoming a professional level math master. After reading the book, Wu Di still felt that it was not too much, and immediately took his cell phone out again and started searching for some foreign language knowledge. After reading English, then search German, Russian and other languages of various countries, and even small languages. Ding! Congratulations to the host for mastering all foreign language knowledge and becoming a top foreign language master. It was still early and after Wu Di walked to the living room, he realized that everyone was still awake. Suddenly the system rang. Ding! New mission, make breakfast and cook a sumptuous gourmet meal for everyone. Reward, influence, roommates adoration. All roommates will be very adoring towards the host. Wu Di directly walked into the kitchen, and after opening the refrigerator and taking a look at it, he found that the ingredients inside were quite abundant. There happened to be a cookbook on the dining table, and Wu Di immediately picked up the cookbook and flipped through it. Ding! Congratulations to the host for mastering the 8 major cuisines and becoming a national banquet-level Chinese food chef. Originally, Wu Di was at his wit's end with the fridge full of ingredients, but now after taking a look, ideas for making many dishes immediately appeared. Make some nutritious breakfast and give them a long look. Wu Di smiled faintly, and immediately took out all the ingredients and started making them in a hurry. Every corner of the apartment was filled with the aroma of food, and everyone was drawn out from their bedrooms. Am I dreaming? What an aromatic smell! Hua Xiaoxiao rubbed her fluffy hair and slowly walked out of the bedroom. Lu Yong was so sleepy that he held up the wall and walked out, and when he saw the table full of sumptuous breakfast, his whole body was suddenly energized. Fragrant! They both inhaled vigorously, and it was a great satisfaction for both of them. Did you make all these dishes alone? Fang Chuyi was surprised. Wu Di nodded, feeling that none of this was worth mentioning at all. The way Lu Yong looked at Wu Di's eyes had changed. Since yesterday he had noticed that Wu Di was not right. First of all, the dress became a bit elaborate. The tone of speech and the temperament he exuded as a whole, all became completely different. Could it be that the salted fish has made a comeback? Hua Xiaoxia didn't care about the image of a lady. Anyway, everyone was an acquaintance, so she directly pounced on the table, took her chopsticks and picked up a meat fluff egg cake and stuffed it into her mouth. Mrs. Delicious. To make a table full of food in a few hours. Wu Di, you are my male god. Hua Xiaoxia gave a thumbs up, and before she could swallow the egg cake in her mouth, she couldn't help but clip another plate of sushi. Fang Chuyi also tasted it and was shocked. Wu Di, I didn't expect you to be such a strong cook. I haven't seen you show your hand before. Lu Yong wiped his saliva. I've never eaten such great food. This is totally the caliber of a 5-star hotel chef. Everyone couldn't wait to eat all the food on the table, so they couldn't care less about talking and wolfed it down. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Rewarding the influence, roommates adoration. All roommates will be very adoring towards the host. After the system reward, everyone really did look at Wu Di with starry eyes. After just a few minutes, the dining table was like locusts had swept through it, with almost nothing left. Fang Chuyi contentedly leaned back in her chair and suddenly saw the time on the wall clock and was startled. Oops, it was almost late. It's over. It's over. Originally I planned to skip dinner and just go out and wait for the bus. Now I guess I won't be able to catch the early bus. Fong Chuyi busily stood up, picked up her shoulder bag, and was ready to walk towards the door. This was the best time to be attentive. Lu Yong would never miss it. Chuyi, don't be in a hurry. I have a car that can send you there. Lu Yong proudly shook the Mercedes-Benz key in his hand, which cost him $500,000 to buy, and is also his special car for flirting with girls. Chapter 15, Spending a Day to Light Up $1 Billion. Fong Chuyi didn't hesitate. She had no choice but to ask her roommate when it came down to it. Brother Yong, wait, take me by the way. Hua Xiaoxiao was also in a hurry to go to school, so she hurriedly carried her backpack and followed. Lu Yong glanced at Wu Di with a cold smile. Although he somewhat admired the other party, it didn't mean he was going to let Wu Di off the hook. From the bottom of his bones, Lu Yong all wanted to outshine Wu Di in every way. After all, flowers are to be set off with green leaves. Okay, then follow me. I have a big car anyway. Lu Yong stood with two beautiful women on his left and right, and walked out of the apartment with a smile on his face. Not far from the door was parked a Rolls-Royce supercar, which looked very outstanding and conspicuous under the light of the morning sun. I'll go. We'll actually have a supercar here. Lu Yong had loved cars since he was a child, and he was naturally familiar with this supercar in front of him, the Rolls-Royce Phantom supercar, and it was still the top configuration. Without $30 to $40 million, it could not be bought at all. Fong Chuyi also showed a hint of surprise. I'm really curious who bought it. I know all the tenants and neighbors who live in apartments around me, but they are even less rich than me. How could they afford this kind of supercar? Suddenly, Hua Xiaoxiao spoke. In the morning, I seem to have seen a car key around Wu Di's waist, and the logo on it is exactly the same as this car. After hearing this, Lu Yong immediately snorted. Xiao, you got confused this morning. That boy Wu Di is a poor man. So what if he can cook? A refrigerator full of ingredients is still not something we bought. If this car is his, I'll drink urine upside down. As soon as the words fell, everyone saw Wu Di wearing a suit and also walking out from the apartment. Beep beep beep. Wu Di raised his hand and pressed the car key, and the Phantom supercar suddenly rang, instantly stunning the crowd. This car was actually really his. Lu Yong was only able to slow down for half a day, so he ran to Wu Di and asked in shock. No mistake. Where did you rent this car from? Wu Di sneered. This car is mine, believe it or not. Boom. Lu Yong's brain went blank. He always felt like he had been hit in the face. I still have some urgent matters to deal with. Bye. After saying his words, Wu Di drove the supercar and drove away in a puff of smoke. Just now, the system had released another time-limited check-in mission, which was for Wu Di to head to the sales building of Imperial Real Estate. However, this time was different from the past, and the exact reward was a secret. Empire Real Estate Sales Building. At this time it was very lively. The new building had just opened today, and many rich people had rushed to grab the luxury apartments. Chop! A sharp friction sound rang out, and the perfect drift parking attracted the attention of many people. Wu Di stepped out from the Phantom supercar and the system instantly sounded a mechanical tone. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in and activating the mystery mission. Mysterious mission, spend all $1 billion in one day. Requirement, no spending through donations or burning, otherwise it is considered a mission failure. Mission reward, 10 acres of large oil fields in the Middle East, and an additional 100 Middle Eastern staff. Spending money was the most pleasurable thing to do, and to give away oil fields after spending money, this was totally going to be a blast. Wu Di quickly received a text message from the bank, and he immediately got excited. In front of him was the sales center. Spending money here was also the fastest option. Wu Di did not even think about it. Directly into the sales center, there was a sales lady who saw Wu Di arrive at the lobby. She hurriedly came forward. Hello sir, I am the gold medal salesperson of the sales center. How can I help you? A woman in uniform, showing off her long legs with black silk, greeted Wu Di. Patrolling the housing models in the sales hall, Wu Di put his hand on his chin and asked deeply, what is the most expensive house you have here? The sales lady looked at Wu Di in surprise. This person did not follow common sense. The words she originally wanted to say were all messed up by this question. Originally, she had planned to introduce the advantages and benefits of the Imperial residential area before talking about some future prospects, but now Wu Di bluntly asked the final question. Why don't you say anything? Aren't you a gold medal salesperson? Wu Di's questioning instantly sobered up the sales lady, and she hurriedly spoke. Of course I am. It's just that the most expensive rooms are only affordable to super VIPs and require an evaluation of your assets. The sales lady said so with some embarrassment. The Wu Di in front of her was simply too young. Even if he was a rich second generation, then he might not be able to afford the most expensive house in Imperial residence. She had seen countless rich people. Basically all of them were middle-aged and old people, and all of them were very low profile. There had never been someone like Wu Di. Who opened the door and asked for the most expensive house price? It's not that I'm intentionally making things difficult for you. It's just that Dihao Real Estate is the most powerful real estate group in Huadu, and it's one of the best in the entire Jiangnan province. I'm afraid it's not that simple to buy a house here. You have to show documents from all sides. If it's too much trouble for you, letting us know about your deposit is also possible. The sales lady put her hands in front of the small of her back, looking very professional. Before Wu Di could respond, an obese middle-aged uncle immediately walked over. Young people, don't be overly ambitious. Don't go around making a fool of yourself if you don't have the skills. The other party smiled and said to Wu Di, being arrogant requires ability, and I happen to have it. Wu Di twisted his head around and gazed at the other party head on. Another old man came along, but instead of being sarcastic, he exhorted Wu Di, young man, we have to keep our feet on the ground. It's best not to say anything if you can keep your wild words to yourself. The others recognized the identity of the old man and immediately whispered, isn't this our Huadu's biggest philanthropist Li Huacheng? I heard that this Li Huacheng was the richest man in Huadu back in the day, and when he reached middle age, he vigorously devoted himself to charity. Seems to be a great benefactor. Such a bodhisattva-hearted person will surely be rewarded with good karma. Many people in the sales hall were talking about the old man. Wu Di was also helpless, but they were all targeting themselves, so there was nothing he could do. Suddenly that fat uncle pulled the sales lady to one side. Accompany me to take a look at the house type of the detached villa. Seeing that you are quite watery looking, let's buy it from your side. The fat uncle badgered the salesgirl. Although the look made people a little uncomfortable, but she knew that this person was still a bit strong, and was definitely more reliable than Wu Di. So the salesgirl decisively abandoned Wu Di, directly followed the fat uncle walked out. While watching the person who accompanied him to look at the property leave, Wu Di was indifferent. This is also too wimpy. Right, really is an empty shelf. That's right, just now he also said that he would buy the most expensive house. Now he doesn't even dare to put a fart. Wimpy? Wu Di narrowed his eyes slightly. He only knew that there was no need to argue about some things. Immediately after that, Wu Di walked to the front desk. At this time, some of the salespersons at the front desk were busy with their own business. Some were signing contracts. Some were busy talking to customers on the phone or face-to-face. Chapter 16 The Philanthropist. Knock knock knock. Wu Di knocked on the front desktop, and immediately someone raised their head. But seeing that the other party was a young man, those eyes quickly became dull. What is it? An older sales manager asked impatiently. Wu Di didn't care and said indifferently, the salesman who accompanied me just now left. Please send me another one. I have something I want to inquire about. Otherwise I may not be able to buy this house. The sales manager just wanted to dislike this guy who didn't know the heights of heaven, but in the spirit of professional conduct, she still couldn't hold back the words on her lips. Immediately after, the sales manager twisted her head and shouted at a girl in the corner not far away. Wang Qian, you introduce the house for him. After saying his words, the sales manager lowered his head again and busied himself. Wang Qian in the corner was silently memorizing the terms and conditions of the sale of the property and the words. Having just come to the internship for more than a month, she appeared a bit green. Let me introduce? Wang Qian was a bit surprised. Generally speaking, you have to complete 3 months of internship before you are qualified to introduce this kind of high-grade housing, and she didn't expect that she would meet the opportunity now. Only what she didn't know was that this was entirely the sales manager being lazy to pay attention to Wu Di and deliberately expending her. Wang Qian trotted to the front of Wu Di. Her look did not despise the other party at all, and even respected him a little. In Wang Qian's eyes, the customer was God, and there was no difference between anyone. Sir, what house are you planning to look at? Wang Qian asked curiously. Wu Di looked around and saw that no one cared about him anymore, so Wu Di said lightly, I intend to buy the most expensive house. I just don't know how are the prices of your house here. Wang Qian replied back, Villa no. One in the North District has not been sold until now, just because the price is really too expensive. But if you have enough money, I still recommend you to buy that building, because Villa 1 is an independent duplex villa, and there is an exclusive garden. There's also an artificial lake behind it, and the building also has a private swimming pool, gym and movie room, with all the equipment. After listening to Wang Qian's brief introduction, Wu Di was a little interested in this villa. Wu Di nodded. Since you say yes, then let's buy it. Wang Qian was a little surprised. Don't you go to the site to see the house? Having money is capricious. Right, how much is this villa? You haven't told me yet. Wu Di asked. Wang Qian, because this house has been open for a long time, but no one dares to buy it after a long time. It's because the price is really comparable to the sky. But don't worry, Mr. Wu, the price has been adjusted down a lot now. Wu Di, so, how much exactly? Wang Qian, I don't know if you can accept the price of $300 million? Wu Di, what the hell? Only $300 million. Wang Qian was shocked, and the others were equally shocked. What do you mean only 300 million? Could it be that he meant that the house was too cheap? Wang Qian was a bit confused. Mr. Wu, this 200 million is the highest price of all the properties in Huadu. I don't know if you have the capital to pay for it? Wu Di did not answer directly, but pointed at the model on the sand tray next to him again and asked, what about these big suites with hundreds of square meters? How much does a set cost? It seemed that he still thought too much. Even Wang Qian's heart felt that Wu Di didn't have the money to buy a sky-high villa. That's why he retreated and wanted to ask the price of a large suite. Poor people are always poor people. Coming here and still wanting to act broad and show off. It's just too funny. Almost killed me with laughter. Just a little kid like him. Still wants to buy a $300 million villa. Dream on. The surrounding people were all laughing unkindly. In their opinion, Wu Di did not have this kind of strength at all. Wang Qian still did not get impatient. Continued to smile and responded. The suites are all uniformly standardized, so all of them are for sale for $50 million a set. Calculating the price, Wu Di quickly pulled out a bank card. Alright, first give me 10 sets of commercial suites. There is also that number 1 villa also bought for me. Buying so many houses in one breath added up to $800 million. Wang Qian's eyes widened. She had never seen someone who was so generous. Not to mention her. Even the old salesman who had worked for 20 or 30 years could not have seen such a large sum of money. Excited, heart-trembling hand, Wang Qian took over the bank card, soon after the card machine to consult. In the next second, the numbers displayed by the card swiping machine immediately stunned her. Individuals, 10, millions, billions, this balance was actually 1 billion. Wu Di smiled faintly. Now we can transfer and sign the contract, right? Wang Qian immediately pulled the manager. And when the sales manager carefully counted the deposits, she also stood dumbfounded. Only half a day later did she get over it. Ding! New task, befriend philanthropist Li Huacheng and let him make friends with the host. Reward, title, philanthropist. The host can step into high society and expand his circle of people. The super divine hero system, which had been silent for a long time, finally sounded a mechanical tone at this moment. Wu Di was also a bit bewildered after hearing the mission requirements. Being friends with Li Huacheng? The other party was an old man, but he was still a young man. It was a bit difficult to make friends. Just when Wu Di was thinking about his countermeasures, the sales manager had already transferred the $800 million and the transaction was successful. Mr. Wu, congratulations on becoming a VIP of our Imperial Hao Real Estate Group. This is your house book and key. Please keep it. The sales manager said to Wu Di with a smile on his face, a reversal from his previous disdainful look, and Wang Qian was also very excited. Usually a salesman can get a high profit commission for selling a set of house. Now she has sold 11 big houses in a row, including a luxury villa. This commission is enough for her to enjoy for a lifetime. Just when Wu Di received the housebook, the salesgirl who had just abandoned Wu Di happened to walk back to the hall. Seeing the manager and the rest of the people looking at Wu Di with admiring gazes, it made the sales lady a little curious. What happened? Waiting for the sales lady to walk forward, she pulled a person to directly ask about the situation. You still don't know? That little handsome guy is an invisible tycoon. Directly bought more than 10 sets of houses. I really couldn't tell before. I didn't expect him to be so rich. The sales lady's intestines were all green with remorse, but this had already become a foregone conclusion. Even if she wanted to back out, that was also impossible. After Wu Di got the housebook, the first time he walked to Li Huacheng's front, rushed to the other party and spoke directly. Elder Li, I know that you are a philanthropist, and I also have the intention to do something for charity. It's just a pity that I'm not able to do so. I can only donate 10 sets of commercial houses to you. The total value is $500 million. I hope you can accept it. Li Huacheng stared blankly at the young man in front of him, confused for a moment, not understanding what the other party meant by this. Chapter 17, Moving into a Luxury Mansion. Just now, Li Huacheng thought that Wu Di was overambitious and wanted to show off his financial strength in public, but he never thought that Wu Di did have this kind of strength. Now Wu Di took the initiative to show his goodwill, which surprised Li Huacheng. A $500 million house was just given away. Where under the sky was such a good thing? Mr. Wu, I'm really happy for you that you have this kind of awareness. Li Huacheng had seen many rich people donate money, but he had never seen such a young rich person donate so much money. 500 million is not a small amount. Although it's not that Li Huacheng doesn't have so much money, but 500 million is estimated to be able to match the profit of a large company for many years. Wu Di smiled slightly. Apart from wanting to contribute to the public good, I myself am also a great admirer of elderly, so this money is fine for me to donate to whomever I want. But right now, I only want to invest it under Elder Li's name. I wonder if I can have the chance to make friends with Elder Li. And in the future I also want to look up to elderly and be a philanthropist with a conscience. Li Huacheng was impressed by Wu Di's words and immediately agreed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Rewarded with the title, philanthropist, the host can step into the upper-class society and expand his circle of people. The system's reward caused many wealthy merchants to take the initiative to approach Wu Di, but they were all politely rejected by Wu Di. Before mercilessly mocking me, now seeing that I have money to climb the relationship, what did you do earlier? Li Huacheng was full of smiles. I can't imagine that you know how to do charity at such a young age. It's really rare and precious. Wu Di, however, was unimpressed. Elderly, you have a lot of knowledge. I would like to ask you one thing. Oh, feel free to ask. As long as it is something I know, I will definitely tell you. Li Huacheng replied seriously. Wu Di came a little closer and asked quietly. I wonder if you have a method to spend money like running water. Spending money like running water? Does this still need to be taught? Li Huacheng sucked in a breath. He was showing off his wealth. However, Wu Di sighed in embarrassment. I've thought of all the methods, but those methods of spending money are just too slow. Do you have a lot of money to spend? Li Huacheng narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at the young man in front of him with interest. Wu Di did not hide it and nodded. I had to spend all 1 billion within today, and now I still have 2 billion left to settle. 1 billion? After a long time of slowing down, Li Huacheng said, if you trust me, give me these 200 million and I can help you out. Wu Di was overjoyed, and without hesitation, he transferred the money on the spot, and sure enough, he transferred the 200 million to Li Huacheng's name, promising, spending 200 million and not even frowning a bit. This young man was really too generous. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mysterious mission, rewarding the Middle East with 10 acres of large oil fields and an additional 100 Middle East staff. When the $10 billion were spent at the same time, the rewards followed. Very quickly, Wu Di received a text message saying that a large oil field overseas had been assigned to his name. Wu Di held back his inner excitement and continued to talk to Li Huacheng in front of him. After Wu Di and Li Huacheng both left their respective contact information, he decided to go and take a look at the villa that belonged to him first. Walking out of the sales center, Wu Di drove alone to the Imperial Palace residential area. Just when he was about to drive the car into the neighborhood, Wu Di was worried. The security pavilion side of the blocking bar hesitated to raise. No matter how many times Wu Di pressed the horn, the security guards refused to let go. The Super Divine Hero system suddenly issued a task. Ding! New mission, show off your wealth. Let the security guards see the wealth of the host. Reward, Divine Soldier King ability. Allowing the host to master all the skills of a Soldier King. Wu Di couldn't bear it and immediately stepped out of the car, shouting right to the security booth, please, I'm the owner here, make way for me. The security guard was lying peacefully in the booth with a worldly appearance, not caring about Wu Di's death in the slightest. Just when Wu Di was about to get annoyed, the security uncle slowly pulled open the glass window. What's all the yelling about? You think you're great just because you drive a sports car? Let me tell you, I have seen many luxury cars. The owners in this neighborhood are either celebrity tycoons or consortium giants. I know them all. Still want to pretend to be an owner in front of me? No way. The security guard was playing with a pair of walnuts in his hand and said this to Wu Di indifferently. Immediately after that, the security guard also took out a bunch of car keys and access cards in his pocket, which all belonged to him. Looking at the other party's appearance, Wu Di was obviously a little surprised. This guy is actually also a tycoon, but a tycoon also came to be a security guard. This is really unheard of. Some people say that invincibility is loneliness. Today I have finally seen it. Wu Di said silently. It seemed that once people had money, they would be idle and even do anything. However, Wu Di did not tangle with the other party, but calmly took out a houseboat from the car. The book is clearly written on the Emperor's North District No. 1 Seaview Villa, Ilua Go. The security guard almost fell from the chair. That is a full 200 million mansion. Even he did not have the strength to buy. And this young man in front of him, actually is the owner of this mansion. Wu Di looked at the other party's performance and knew very well that his invisible showing off had completely convinced him. How about it? Believe that I am the owner this time, right? Wu Di smiled. The security guard immediately pressed the remote control and the stop bar was quickly raised. That's right. In the future, you have to be a bit sharp. You can't just stop at the sight of people. Wu Di proudly sat back in the sports car and immediately drove the Phantom to the villa. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, rewarding the Divine Soldier King ability, allowing the host to master all the skills of a Soldier King. The mechanical voice of the system had been deeply engraved into Wu Di's impression. His muscles formed a habitual memory, allowing him to instantly acquire all the abilities of a Soldier King. Various skills such as firearms, demolition, assassination, and anti-tracking molded Wu Di into a perfect Soldier King. Just as Wu Di was subliminally changing, He simultaneously drove his sports car to the entrance of the villa, raising the infrared sensor. The villa gate automatically opened for Wu Di. TSK. This is 10,000 times better than the apartment I lived in before. After Wu Di parked his car, he looked around, letting him realize that this villa was just too beautiful. A large villa was 6 stories high, and it looked very luxurious from the outside alone. Walking into the large living room, a scene of luxury essence came into his eyes. Wu Di's eyes widened. The automatic sensing facilities, all the high-tech furniture, as well as the complete set of equipment. This was completely heaven on earth. This mansion had been shelved for 3 years since its opening. It's because of the sky-high price of hundreds of millions of dollars that has deterred many tycoons. Even after so many years of idleness, the mansion is also regularly cleaned by a specialized cleaning over. So the mansion looks brand new. Chapter 18. I'm someone you can't afford to mess with. Wu Di lay on the soft waterbed and fell into a reverie at once. In this luxurious villa, if one could have a few close friends here to keep him company, the mansion might not be so cold. Every day there were different people coming to play, and the night after night was intoxicating. Wu Di was giggling with his head on his pillow when suddenly a movement came from the system. Ding! New mission, organize the villa and arrange the furniture in the mansion clearly. Reward, divine cleaning ability, giving the host housewife-like dexterity. The corner of Wu Di's mouth twitched. What kind of task is this? Oh? He looked around. His self-perception was still quite good, although the furniture arrangement was indeed a bit unorganized, but compared to where he lived before, it was completely very good. However, the system task cannot be slow. Wu Di also had to hastily climb up from the bed. Alas, fate is bitter. Oh, originally thought it was coming over to enjoy the blessings, but did not expect to have to clean up here. Wu Di muttered under his breath as he began to primp the furniture. After half an hour, the entire 6-story villa was organized very clearly by Wu Di. The furniture and facilities were neatly arranged, and the floor, glass, door panels, and all corners were all wiped by Wu Di with a rag. I'm exhausted, but it still looks pretty good when organized like this. Wu Di crossed her arms and stood on the corridor of the 6th floor, unable to help but feel satisfied with the fruits of her labor. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, rewarding the divine cleaning ability, allowing the host to have housewife-like dexterity. The system said. Wu Di didn't continue to loiter in the villa, but planned to go back to the apartment to pack up his things. Anymore, this family was definitely going to move, but those people had at least spent so many years with themselves. Parting surely had to be greeted. After walking out of the villa, Wu Di walked towards his sports car. However, at this time, there was suddenly a rush of footsteps. The voice stepped on high heels and looked exceptionally crisp. Ka 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 ka. Wu Di looked up and saw a familiar silhouette reflected in Wu Di's line of sight. How could it be Feng Shui? Wu Di, save me. Feng Shui was also puzzled that Wu Di would actually appear in this rich residential area, but at this moment, she could not care about her doubts. Meeting each other was fate, not to mention that she was still in such a dangerous state. Ding! New mission, rescue Feng Shui and send Feng Shui home safely. Reward, diamond ring, heart of the deep sea, a unique diamond ring in the world. The voice of the super divine hero system was exhilarating, and Wu Di immediately rushed forward. At this moment, Feng Shui was being entangled by a man who was dressed in a sleazy manner, and Wu Di's sudden appearance immediately pushed the man away. The man's eyes were wide and he looked very angry. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Know who I am. The man was the son of Huadu's real estate tycoon, called Peng Wei. Peng Wei was bullying men and women everywhere in his usual life based on his status, and now that he was posed by Wu Di, he was obviously furious. Wu Di glanced at the other party with cold eyes. No matter who you are, as long as you dare to touch my people, it's a dead end. Your people? Joke. Peng Wei laughed out loud. You don't take a piss and look at yourself. Just this naive batch of you still really want to save a beauty from a hero. Immediately after that, Peng Wei clapped his hands. He didn't want to pretend anymore, so he showed his cards. After the applause, many bodyguards immediately ran out from not far away. These people were all wearing suits and a pair of sunglasses. They coldly ran towards Peng Wei and directly blocked in front of him, forming a wall. Make way. Don't block my speech. Peng Wei arrogantly kicked away one of the bodyguards, and that bodyguard didn't dare to say anything, feeling as if this was all a matter of course. Scared? If you're sensible, get lost, or I'll beat the hell out of you and you won't even recognize your mother. Peng Wei shouted. Wu Di narrowed his eyes slightly, not even bothering to pay attention to the other party. In the next second, Wu Di spoke to Peng Wei. I should be the one to say this to you. If you don't want to be beaten, let go of her. However, Peng Wei was unenlightened. Even though he could tell that the other party's eyes contained a hidden murderous aura, he always had that attitude of a dead pig. Deceitful. If you have the guts to beat up old me, today I'd like to see who's strong and who's weak. Peng Wei shouted. As soon as the words fell, Wu Di transformed into a residual shadow, and his fist suddenly exploded. The fist smashed into Peng Wei's face, followed by Wu Di's consecutive punches, almost all of which spared no effort in smashing towards the opponent's face. To hit someone, either don't hit their face or hit them hard. The surrounding bodyguards were dumbfounded. There had never been such a drag. Brat, you don't want to die. One of the head bodyguards shouted so at Wu Di, although Wu Di's action was really great. However, the bodyguards knew that if young Master Peng De was beaten to a pulp, then sooner or later these bodyguards would all lose their jobs. Therefore, these bodyguards were very sensible and immediately surrounded towards Wu Di. Fang Chuyi was also hanging onto her heart, fearing that Wu Di would lose. But looking at this situation, I'm afraid that it's really fateful. Wu Di, watch your back, Fang Chuyi screamed. An iron rod smashed straight towards Wu Di's head. If Wu Di did not dodge, then his head was bound to be smashed. When it was too late, Wu Di tilted his head. The iron bar did not hit his head, but it hit Wu Di's shoulder. Fang Chuyi was so scared that she couldn't help but cover her mouth. But Wu Di was just like a nobody, still standing still, and that iron rod had been bent by the huge resistance. My goodness, this is the devil, right? Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Rewarding the diamond ring, Heart of the Deep, a unique diamond ring in the world. The reward from the system was immediately released to Wu Di's storage vault. At this time, Fang Chuyi hid behind Wu Di and even reached out to touch the other party's shoulder. However, after seeing that Wu Di's shoulder was unharmed, he then breathed a sigh of relief. Brat, even if you are steel, you are still dead in front of me. Peng Wei pointed at Wu Di's face and continuously humiliated him. At the same time, a stretch limousine drove over, and the limousine arrived directly in front of Peng Wei. When the car door opened, Peng Wei instantly widened his eyes. Elderly, how did you come here? Peng Wei had tried to talk business with Li Huacheng many times before, and even though he had groveled, Li Huacheng had always been unwilling to look at himself. In fact, the reason was very simple. It was because Li Huacheng had read countless people, and he knew that Peng Wei was a lowly fellow, a despicable and shameless man. There was no need to cooperate. However, now Li Huacheng's arrival made Peng Wei very pleased with himself. See, the richest man in Huadu, Elder Li, has personally come here to meet me? So you, a little country bumpkin, go back where you came from. Peng Wei waved his hand, treating Wu Di with great contempt. Chapter 19, The Profoundly Wealthy Wu Di. Immediately after that, Li Huacheng stepped out of the limousine and crossed over Peng Wei, who was beside him, while walking directly in front of Wu Di. What the hell is this situation? Peng Wei was stunned. It was hard to believe that Wu Di and Li Huacheng knew each other. Mr. Wu, the 10 houses you gave me before have been successfully donated, and I donated them all in your name. Li Huacheng respectfully handed Wu Di a donation certificate, which was a certificate of honor. After receiving Wu Di's properties earlier, Li Huacheng was not idle and immediately greeted others to go through the formalities. When Li Huacheng wanted to climb into conversation with Wu Di again, he turned around and stopped seeing people, which gave Li Huacheng a good search. It's all small things, and all unnecessary to find me. It's just that right now I'm being pestered by someone, and I don't have time to talk to you for the time being. Wu Di made a wink to Li Huacheng, which was immediately seen through by the other party. Li Huacheng frowned. Mr. Wu is my good friend. Whoever dares to go against him is going against me. Li Huacheng. When he said those words, Peng Wei himself was shocked. Don't dare, don't dare. How could I dare to go against Elder Li's friend? Even if I were given 100 guts, I would absolutely not dare. The current Peng Wei was so scared that he was about to kneel on the ground. And even more so, he didn't dare to say half a word. Ding! New mission, kill someone with a borrowed knife. Use Li Huacheng's reputation to scare Peng Wei. Reward, 1 War God Bodyguard. The bodyguard has high comprehensive quality and absolute loyalty to the host. The super godly hero system once again provided Wu Di with a new task, which brightened Wu Di's eyes. However, Wu Di said indifferently, Young Master Peng, just now you said that in the entire Huadu, no one dares to be your enemy. These words should have come out of your mouth, right? How come now, when you see Elder Li, you've become such a wimp again? Peng Wei was originally a bit terrified, and now that he heard these words from Wu Di, he was scared out of his wits. Who the hell are you? Peng Wei shouted in terror. Wu Di laughed coldly. I am someone you can never afford to mess with. As soon as the words fell, a sound came from the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, rewarding a War God Bodyguard, who has high overall quality and absolute loyalty to the host. Wu Di's heart was still pleased to see Wu Di seeing Peng Wei trembling in fear, so he waved his hand. Get lost, don't let me see you again in the future, otherwise it won't be so easy to let you go. Peng Wei was like a newborn. He was busy nodding his head and begging for forgiveness. Then he signaled his bodyguards to assist him. Originally, Wu Di didn't even make a move to hit him, but Peng Wei had long been scared by the other party's aura to the point where his legs were weak. He couldn't even stand steadily. The bodyguards also feel ashamed. This young master has no face has long been not a day or two things everyone has long been accustomed to. After waiting for Peng Wei to be taken away, Li Huaqing smiled faintly at Wu Di. Actually, I came all the way here to find you, not only to thank you. I don't know if Mr. Wu has the time this week. I have an event here that I would like to invite you to join me. Li Huaqing threw an olive branch to Wu Di, inwardly hoping very much to befriend Wu Di. But in Wu Di's opinion, the two of them had already been counted as people who had a friendship. Of course, as long as I have the time, I will definitely be there to support the event. Wu Di smiled. After hearing Wu Di's promise, Li Huaqing looked very happy. By the way, the $200 million you transferred to me earlier, you wanted to entrust me to help buy something. Those things are all ready. You will be able to see them after you return home. After saying these words, Li Huaqing got into the limousine alone. After waving goodbye to Wu Di, he spun around and drove away from this imperial mansion neighborhood. At this moment, only Wu Di and Feng Shui were left in the surroundings, and Wu Di smiled at Feng Shui. Let's go. Now let's go back to the apartment first. Wu Di greeted, and Feng Shui followed very consciously. After getting into the limousine, Wu Di started driving without saying a word, but Feng Shui's heart was still very confused. Wu Di, there's something I've always wanted to ask you. I don't know when you suddenly became so rich. Everyone is speculating that you are a rich second generation yourself and just came to our apartment to experience life. Feng Shui said this in a very soft tone, afraid of offending the other party if she was not careful. Ha! Wu Di laughed coldly. Who have you seen experiencing life that is hugging instant noodles all day long to fulfill their hunger? What was said was also true. Feng Shui tilted her head and thought carefully. Many times before, she had seen Wu Di hiding alone in the kitchen to soak instant noodles to eat. After seeing that kind of scene, Feng Shui decided that Wu Di was a guy with no money and no character. But now look at Wu Di in and out of this kind of luxury upscale neighborhood, and even drove this kind of luxury car. That is definitely a rich second generation. However, Wu Di denied this matter to his face. So what exactly is the situation that could make him suddenly become so rich? Ding! New mission, explain to Feng Shui. Make up a random reason to convince the other party of his sudden wealth. Reward, God-level oratorical eloquence. Allowing the host's language ability to reach the Hall of Fame level. Never stuttering and stammering in speech. The super godly system would sometimes release this kind of strange and bizarre quests. And even the rewards were all sorts of different. But Wu Di didn't mind. Something was better than nothing. Wu Di thought inwardly, making up reasons that's my strong point, but I have to fix this little ninny. As soon as he thought of this, Wu Di suddenly put on an act. His expression dimmed and he even sighed. You guys only saw my superficial glamour, but who knows my pain? This car was given to me by my ex-girlfriend, who is dozens of years older than me, and the doctors all said that I don't have a very good stomach, and I'm only good for soft food. As a result, that heartless woman had her eyes on another fresh meat, and directly abandoned me, just throwing me this car. When Wu Di said this, tears were welling up in her eyes, living as an aggrieved little girl. After Feng Shui heard these words, it was obvious that she also sympathized with the other party very much, and even believed it straight away. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task, rewarding divine oratorical eloquence, allowing the host's language ability to reach the hallowed level, never stuttering and stammering in speech. The super divine oratorical system let out a dripping sound, and Wu Di's tongue became abnormally soft, as if he really wouldn't stutter anymore. Alas, don't feel bad. People like you are still young. Start everything from scratch. Eating soft rice doesn't really suit you either. Getting down to earth and finding a job is still more suitable for you. Feng Shui persuaded in a serious manner. That look of innocence completely made Wu Di laugh. Ha ha, this silly girl really believed it. Chapter 20 A gift for Feng Shui. I say you girl is also too naive. Those who don't know would think that you are a student with no social experience. You actually even believe in this argument. Wu Di laughed with a hilarious laugh, causing Feng Shui on the side to be very puzzled. Could this all be fake? Feng Shui didn't know whether she should be angry or laugh, but a trace of relief inexplicably appeared in the bottom of her heart. Just now, listening to Wu Di's words, Feng Shui almost really thought that Wu Di was a soft food guy, but now Wu Di said that it was all his own made-up words, and for a moment, it made Feng Shui relieved at ease. Why was I nervous just now? Could it be that I like him? Feng Shui silently asked herself in her heart, but she never managed to figure out a reason why. The corner of Wu Di's mouth rose as he drove himself forward, and in a short while, he arrived at the entrance of the apartment. You go back to the apartment first. I'll find a parking space over here. Wu Di's afterglow glimpsed a figure just now. That figure was furtively watching himself, making Wu Di instantly alert. After waiting for the phantom sports car to park, Wu Di walked towards the corner not far away. Come out. Seen you for a long time. Who the hell are you? Wu Di asked coldly. As soon as the words fell, the silhouette quickly rushed out. Just as Wu Di was planning to put up a defense, the figure quickly fell to its knees in front of Wu Di. Master, under the name of Bai Lang, I will be your subordinate from now on. Only then did Wu Di breathe a sigh of relief after hearing Bai Lang's words. It was fortunate that he did not strike too quickly, otherwise a big fight at the first meeting would not have been very good for both parties. Bai Lang showed humility everywhere, which made Wu Di feel very comfortable. Previously, when Wu Di suddenly became rich, there were many people who curried favor with him, but that kind of gesture made Wu Di feel very hypocritical. But this time, it made Wu Di feel that every word from Bai Lang revealed loyalty. Very well, you shouldn't have a place to stay. Why don't you come upstairs with me? Wu Di waved his hand, signaling the other party to follow him. The two had only met for the first time, but it made Wu Di realize that this tacit understanding was extraordinary. By the time Wu Di had just pushed the door into the apartment, he saw a group of people surrounding Lu Yong. At this moment, Lu Yong was holding the pendant in his hand, looking very proud. This pendant is something I spent a month's salary to buy. Chuyi, today is your birthday. I decided to use this gift so that you can be happy. Lu Yong saw that as soon as Wu Di entered the door, he instead became louder and rushed at Fang Chuyi. Fang Chuyi was also taken aback by Lu Yong's actions. Usually we were all roommates, but Lu Yong was a bit fond of himself. As long as it was a clear-eyed person, it was usually obvious. However, he was able to go out on a limb and buy the $10,000 pendant in one breath, which was unexpected by Fang Chuyi. Sister Chuyi, this is too happy for you. I'm really envious of you. Hua Xiaoxiao chimed in from the side. Fang Chuyi was also very happy, receiving such an expensive gift for the first time. Lu Yong glanced triumphantly at Wu Di at the door, as if he was scolding him. Garbage, the goddess accepted my gift. You actually still came empty-handed. Despise you. Lu Yong's eyes immediately made Wu Di understand, but he was too lazy to bother with this guy. Ding! New mission, give Fang Chuyi a gift. You must outperform Lu Yong in terms of gift value. Reward, $3 million worth of Pidala diamond glasses. Extravagantly dazzling and not lacking in substance. The super divine hero system made Wu Di's body shake. Originally, he didn't want to compare with Lu Yong, but for the reward, he still had to split the difference with this guy. Lu Yong saw Wu Di's disdainful look and immediately sneered. Wu Di, you don't need to be envious. If you don't have the money to buy a gift to give away, you'd better obediently go back to your house to eat instant noodles. In the morning your car must have been rented from somewhere. On your wealth, others are not clear. Don't we still know? Lu Yong laughed out loud. If Wu Di was really rich, how could he continue to live in this apartment? So there was only one truth. Then it was that this guy was really poor. Wu Di smiled contemptuously. There are many people in this world who envy me. Who are you? What do you mean? Lu Yong was furious. Wu Di glanced at the string of pendants. It's just something over $10,000. Why make such a fuss? It's just a few diamonds. The inconspicuous almost didn't even see that there were diamonds. Wu Di's words everywhere with barbs. Other people did not feel anything to hear, but Lu Yong was so angry that he was trembling. Hua Xiaoxia stood on the side, holding a large box of nuts and snacks to eat. Even she also found out that the atmosphere is a bit wrong. All of you stop arguing. Today is Chuyi's sister's birthday, so you two just talk less. At the critical moment, Hua Xiaoxiao decisively persuaded the two boys. Hearing this, Lu Yong also felt that it made sense, so he pointed at Wu Di's nose. For the sake of Xiaoxiao and Chuyi, I won't bother with you today. Wu Di clasped his hands on his chest. Speak as if you can count on me. To deal with this kind of scum, one had to be even more draggy than him to be able to deal with him. Sure enough, the corner of Lu Yong's mouth twitched. If you have the guts to say that again, I promise not to beat you to death. Just as Lu Yong was planning to make a move to tangle with Wu Di, Fang Chuyi suddenly shouted. Alright, can you guys just calm down a bit? From the moment I came back, you've been arguing endlessly. I just want to have a quiet birthday. Can't you even? The goddess suddenly lost her temper, causing Lu Yong to be at a loss for words. However, Wu Di took advantage of everyone's inattention and immediately pulled out a ring from his storage vault. His repository was a small box in his pocket, but this small box was able to devour everything in the world. No matter if it was as small as a ring or as big as an airplane, it could all be stored inside this tiny box. Meanwhile, this ring that Wu Di took out was none other than the Ocean Heart Diamond ring rewarded by the system. Wow, this ring is so beautiful. Wu Di, is this something you want to give to Sister Chuyi? Hua Xiaoxiao immediately made a sound of surprise. The translucent and bright diamonds exuded a transcendent aura. At a glance, it was worth a lot of money. Everyone in the room, except Wu Di, was taking deep breaths until their collarbones were obvious. Wu Di smiled. Don't be too surprised. This is just a small gift. Lu Yong stammered. This is it's definitely a fake. How could there be a diamond as big as this? Hua Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes. Just because you haven't seen it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. If you're shallow, don't just say it. This sentence instantly made Lu Yong blush with shame. Originally thought that Hua Xiaoxiao was on the same side of the camp as himself, but now Hua Xiaoxiao was helping Wu Di to speak. Chapter 21, A Gift of $200 million. Wallflower. Lu Yong cursed angrily in his heart, but it was still hard to resolve his hatred. Wu Di, gifts don't discriminate between the expensive and the cheap. Even if this diamond of yours is real, it might not make Chui like it. Lu Yong started to talk a bit forcefully. Some people slowly became caring when they started to say no. As soon as the words fell, Feng Chui took the diamond in Wu Di's hand. Thank you. I like this gift very much. It's just too nice. Feng Chui was even happier than when she received the pendant just now. This kind of smile had never been seen before. From the time Wu Di owned a sports car, Feng Chui had changed her opinion of Wu Di greatly. Before that, he even saved himself and let himself escape from the clutches of a vicious young man. Now that he actually gave away a diamond ring that was worth a lot of money. For a moment, Feng Chui didn't even know what to say. Lu Yong opened his mouth wide. Chui, how can you be double standard? When I gave you a gift just now, you weren't even this happy. Why are you this happy when Wu Di gave you a broken ring? Originally, the image of the goddess was so high in Lu Yong's heart, but now it looked as if it had been trampled on. It became worthless. Feng Chui was also a bit embarrassed. Actually, I don't mean that. I like all the gifts you guys sent. It's not about the size of the gift. Hua Xiaoxiao followed and snorted. Brother Lu Yong, it seems that you are too much. I believe that our sister Chui is not the kind of girl who loves vanity. Ding! Congratulations to the host on the completion of his mission. Rewarded with Padala diamond glasses worth $3 million. Extravagantly dazzling and not lacking in substance. The system's reward was automatically sent to Wu Di's small storage box, and he couldn't help but smile when he heard the reward in his head. This smile made Lu Yong feel his face burning hot and hurting. Good wow! You guys are all ganging up on me, aren't you? Bearing that you have a little bit of money, you don't know how to get away with it. I'll let you know something about what is called a tycoon. If you have the ability to wait for me. Lu Yong from the bottom of his heart, especially in terms of momentum, actually lost to Wu Di, who had never looked down on. His heart began to produce an idea, which was to first go to the bank to withdraw money first, and then buy a more expensive gift for Feng Chui. He must see a brighter smile on Feng Chui's face. What's wrong with licking a dog? At least it's a happy licking. Lu Yong made up his mind and directly ran to the door to open it, but as soon as he opened it, he saw a courier boy standing outside. After seeing Lu Yong and the people inside the house, he was startled. Goo, what a coincidence. I was just about to ring the doorbell, but I didn't expect you guys to take the initiative to open the door for me. The courier boy smiled and said to everyone, but his expression was a bit awkward. Lu Yong frowned, looking at the other party's dress, and the fact that there was also a huge pile of parcel boxes behind him. He immediately knew that the other party was a courier. But who bought so many couriers? And still on the day of Feng Chui's birthday, could it be that there was something more expensive about this gift? The courier boy continued to explain. All of them here are expensive things. Can you guys come and sign for them? Lu Yong's eyes rolled. He was certain that no one in this house could spend money on so many things. Previously, Wu Di had already sent a gift. And as for Hua Xiaoxiao, she was just a student. There was no way she could have that much money to buy a whole bunch of deliveries. Then it must have been sent by an outsider. Rather than that, it would be better to get a favor now. So Lu Yong boarded his face. It's all my stuff. I'll just sign for it. Oh, you are Mr. Wu Di, right? This is what Mr. Li Huacheng entrusted me to deliver. Please sign it, the courier said. What? It was actually something from that Wu Di guy again. Lu Yong's entire body was dumbfounded. Originally he wanted to pretend for a bit, but now that the rightful owner was right behind him, there was no way to pretend even if he wanted to. Wu Di was also not too sure, but since the other party had said his name in person, then Wu Di would not be stupid enough to remain outside the door. Let me sign for it. These are mine. Wu Di walked faithfully to the door and immediately signed his name on the goods list. After the courier put the goods list into his pocket, he couldn't help but glance at Lu Yong. His eyes were full of contempt. How dare you impersonate someone else? Really shameless. Lu Yong's face looked like he had eaten a pile of xiang. Ugly as hell. Why are you still standing here? Give us a hand to move the stuff. Wu Di greeted Lu Yong, signaling the other party to help lift the express parcel. Lu Yong's entire body froze. Do you still want some face? Just now I almost fought with you, and now you actually want me to do you a favor. Even though he was a roommate, from the beginning to the end, Lu Yong did not treat Wu Di as a friend. But Wu Di smiled lightly. A man's stomach should be able to tolerate people. If you can't even tolerate this little twist and turn, I think you'd better forget about it. If you want to chase a goddess, but you don't even have the stomach for it, go back to bed while you still can. Lu Yong thought for a moment, and it just so happened that he was also very curious as to what exactly was loaded inside those packages of Wu-Di. Still want to teach Laozi a lesson? Use you to teach Laozi to do things? Lu Yong narrowed his eyes slightly. Who said I'm not happy to help you? Don't spit blood in the middle of the night. There were only 2 men in the room, Wu-Di and Lu Yong. So if Lu Yong didn't help move things, he couldn't let the 2 girls do it. So Lu Yong also had to do a favor, for the sake of Feng Chuyi's face, to help Wu-Di this favor. After saying his words, Lu Yong immediately held up a courier package outside the door, and the heavy weight almost crushed the other party. What the hell did you buy? It's actually heavy like this. Lu Yong couldn't help but spit out. In front of the goddess, even if he couldn't hold on, then he had to hold on for dear life. At least it couldn't lose face. Lu Yong trembled as he held the package and walked towards the room step by step. Brother Yong, are you unable to do it? Why does it feel like your legs are shaking so badly? Hua Xiaoxiao hit the nail on the head. Wu-Di also fanned the flames from the side. It seems that you usually need to strengthen your exercise. Do more leg curls to practice your thighs? Men are thighs. Lu Yong raised his sword eyebrows. Who said I can't? Be careful to sue you for slander. He clenched his teeth and very reluctantly stood up straight, but the package was just too heavy. Thud. In the end, Lu Yong still lost to reality. He just couldn't bear it anymore. Be careful. If the things in here are smashed, it's not that I'm scaring you. You can't afford to pay for it even if you sell your car. Wu-Di warned. Smashing the things in the package, Wu-Di would still be a little heartbroken. Chapter 22 Future Smartphone. Anymore, it had cost Wu-Di $200 million. Although Wu-Di couldn't figure out what exactly was inside. But the old Mr. Li watching carefully selected things. That must be not drop the price. Unwrapping it, it was filled with many high-grade luxury goods that even Wu-Di had never seen before. What's in here? Hua Xiaoxiao was the first to gather around, her entire body filled with curiosity. When everyone saw what was in the box, they were almost shocked to the point of no return. Diamonds, designer watches, luxury bags, high-end belts, and a whole lot of other luxury items were almost all placed inside the box. There were even countless gold necklaces piled up, and with this heavy weight, it was no wonder that placing it on the ground could make a loud noise. Holy, I thought it was wholesale. Hua Xiaoxiao covered her mouth, her astonishment overflowing. Feng Chuyi was curious. Wu-Di, before you said you didn't have any money, but now you're actually able to get out so many goodies. Lu Yong looked halfway back to his senses. These things shouldn't be fake, right? If they are all real, then they must all cost a lot of money. Lu Yong guessed. Wu-Di, however, did not think all of the things are real, but there is not much money. Lu Yong immediately came to the spirit. Listen to you guys. What am I saying? So many good things, definitely not too expensive. Wu-Di coldly interjected. It's only about $200 million. Puffing, Lu Yong just drank his saliva and almost sprayed it all out. 200 million actually being described so lightly. This was too terrifying as hell. Chuyi, Xiaoxia, whatever you two like, just pick a few pieces. Wu-Di graciously greeted. Originally, her eyes were gazing straight at the goodies in the box, but now when she heard Wu-Di's words, she was a little embarrassed. Is this really okay? It's not too good. Hua Xiaoxiao was a bit hesitant. With so many treasures, if one were to pick any one of them, it would probably be worth a fortune. But when Wu-Di saw that they were hesitant to make a move, he casually grabbed out a whole bunch of things into the box and immediately stuffed them into the arms of the two beauties. The envious Lu Yong could only stare dryly. Even if his eyes were red, there was nothing he could do about it. These bags and necklaces, I can't use them as a big old man. You guys make do with what you can carry. After saying his words, Wu-Di had a big suitcase in one hand and walked back to his bedroom effortlessly. Just after walking into the house, Wu-Di put away all the treasures in the box into his own small box. He casually washed and cleaned up, and directly laid down on his bed to rest. Ding! New quest. Take the initiative to find a beautiful woman to chat online. Requirement. The net chat time must be half an hour. Reward. A future smartphone which has many super powerful functions. The reward from the super godly hero system immediately rang out, making Wu-Di alert. While Wu-Di was considering how to complete the mission, suddenly his window was knocked on. Wu-Di frowned. Who is it this late at night? While saying this, Wu-Di walked to the window. By the time he opened the window, a person emerged from outside, and Wu-Di looked at it and saw it. Bai Lang? I almost forgot about you. Where did you people go just now? Surprised, Wu-Di pulled White Wave from outside into the house. Bai Lang sighed. Just now the master was probably lost in thought and shut me out. I have been waiting for my master to open the door, but I was late in seeing you, so I went to the window to wait. It turned out that when Wu-Di entered the door just now, he habitually brought the door with him and actually forgot about Bai Lang behind him. Wu Di awkwardly apologized. I'm really sorry. I was really dizzy during this period of time and actually forgot about you. A big living person could actually forget. Wu Di felt sorry for him when he thought about it. Fortunately, Bai Lang was very good at talking. He immediately smiled and said, "It's alright, as long as it's the master's wish. Even if I let Bai Lang guard outside for a night, I'm happy to do so." Hearing these words from his subordinate, Wu Di could not help but nod his head. It seems that this attendant is indeed very loyal. Having your words is enough. Change tomorrow and we will move. For now, I will entrust you to continue staying here for one more night. Just now I received a text message saying that old Senior Li Huacheng is going to invite me to a wine banquet, but the moving matter can't be delayed. So tomorrow, I'll make a hard trip for you to transport some of my daily necessities here inside my new home. Wu Di instructed. He still had more trust in Bai Lang. No matter what, he was also a system-rewarded follower, so Wu Di didn't even have to think about it and directly threw the spare key of the villa to Bai Lang. Bai Lang was not ambiguous. Understood, master. I will definitely make things look beautiful. After saying his words, Wu Di laid down on the bed and started to look for some girls inside his cell phone contacts. Sometimes the tasks given by the system are really inexplicable. I actually have to ask me to find girls to chat with in the middle of the night. Wu Di couldn't help but spit. Spitting after spitting, Wu Di still kept searching in his cell phone's friend bar. Over the years, having nothing had caused many girls to get further and further away from Wu Di, and now Wu Di was still practically a maternal single. Bai Lang was still very obedient, knowing that Wu Di had a task to take care of, so he himself lay down on the sofa in the bedroom, quietly not saying a word. Wu Di also lay on the bed, playing with his cell phone. Suddenly a message window popped up from Wu Di's cell phone. It was actually Fang Chui. The two of them lived under the same roof, but both sides still had a layer of window paper that had not been pierced, so they also had to borrow their cell phones to communicate. Wu Di, I'm really thankful for your gift today. I'm very happy after receiving it. Fang Chui said so in the text message, and even paired it with a smiling emoji. Wu Di was still worried just now, not knowing which girl he should be looking for to chat with, but he didn't expect that he would actually be able to send it to his door now. It's actually no big deal. This is all what I should do. Besides, before when I had my birthday, you also invited us to dinner outside. Now I send you this gift. It's totally all small meaning. Wu Di directly picked up his cell phone and used his voice to directly send it out. As soon as Wu Di opened his mouth, Fang Chui's voice also came from the other side. That sweet and honeyed voice made anyone's bones on the verge of crisping after hearing it. The two people chatted idly for more than half an hour, and without realizing it, it reached 12 o'clock late at night. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, rewarding a future smartphone that has many super powerful features. Before the system's words fell, a very new smartphone appeared by Wu Di's pillow. Chapter 23 Luxury Helicopter. He was surprised and took the cell phone out to look at it, and couldn't help but say, it doesn't seem like there's anything special about it. It's pretty much the same as today's cell phones. At most, there are obviously a few more cameras at the back, but the model is still very ordinary. System, you wouldn't be pitting me, right? Wu Di and Super Divine Hero System had been together for so long. His guts were getting bigger and bigger, and his speech was gradually liberalized. Super Divine Hero System immediately made an explanation. This smartphone belongs to the future. Many functions need to be researched by the host himself. Please don't question the rewards gifted by the system. On second thought, Wu Di seemed to think that it made sense, so he did not continue to bicker with the system. While Wu Di was playing with his smartphone, Fang Chui's voice kept coming from the other side. I had a great time chatting with you today. There's actually something I want to say to you. All these years I've remained single, and you don't have a girlfriend either. Now that you've developed, if you don't mind, can you let me be your woman? Each of Fang Chui's three voices was exciting to listen to. Wu Di's eyes widened. She actually confessed to me. Just as Wu Di's brain was thinking about how he should reply, suddenly the system released the quest again. Ding! New mission, reject the goddess's confession. Reward, top mental quality, capable of giving the host a strong and calm mind. Wu Di took a deep breath. It's so hard to think that I can get off the hook, and you actually want me to reject a confession. However, this reward sounded quite enticing. The talent gifted by the system before had benefited Wu Di greatly. First, the appearance and physique had molded Wu Di into a type of man. Now it was going to start building Wu Di's mentality. It was simply going to make him develop in the direction of the perfect man. I'm afraid it wouldn't be that easy to get the goddess to like him, but trying to reject it would be easier for Wu Di instead. I'm sorry, you're very nice, but we're not suitable. Simple, clear, with one sentence. Wu Di blocked Fang Chui's confession. Sure enough, after a long time, the other party was slow to send another text message. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the selection, rewarding the top mental quality, capable of allowing the host to have a strong and calm mind. the system caused Wu Di to be enveloped by a burst of light, and immediately afterward, he felt his heart become incomparably strong. He didn't receive any more text messages from Feng Shui, but as soon as the early hours of the morning arrived, Wu Di knew that the second store had been updated again. Tapping into his phone's daily seconds software, Wu Di saw the updated products inside. Today's second kill commodity, a luxury helicopter. Original price $100 million. Limited time spike price, $99. Now that he had a mansion and a sports car, he was just missing an airplane. The symbols that a rich person should have. Almost Wu Di had them all in one place. No regrets in life. Buy it, for sure. Wu Di did not hesitate and immediately clicked on the order. Congratulations to the host for the successful second, obtaining a luxury helicopter. Just as the voice of the super divine hero system ended, the keys of the airplane appeared on the nightstand. Wu Di looked at the airplane key excitedly, half unable to speak. Previously, he possessed god-level driving skills. Whether it was all the mobility tools in the sky or on the ground, Wu Di could all drive them. Now with this airplane, it was just the right time to use it to practice. As soon as he thought of this, Wu Di fell asleep with excitement. At noon the next day, the blinding sunlight shone into the house. Wu Di rubbed his sleepy eyes before he leisurely rolled over and got up. Ow, sleepy me, my head is still dizzy after sleeping. Wu Di rubbed his head before he recalled some of the events of last night, rejecting Feng Shui as well as obtaining a luxurious helicopter. The corners of Wu Di's mouth couldn't help but raise upwards when he thought about it. Turning his head, Wu Di suddenly saw Bai Lang on the side of the sofa. At this time, Bai Lang had long gotten up, but seeing that the master had not yet woken up, so Bai Lang was very careful in doing things, fearing that he would make noise and disturb the master. Master, you woke up? Originally, Bai Lang was sitting on the sofa to meditate, wanting to cultivate his qi, but as soon as he heard the commotion, he immediately opened his own eyes. Wu Di looked at the clock on his wrist and was immediately startled. It was actually 12 noon, originally drowsy in consciousness. Once Wu Di saw the time, his entire body instantly woke up. Crap, it's actually almost late, Wu Di exclaimed. Previously, he had all promised old Mr. Li Huacheng that he would definitely arrive at the Rookie Grand Hotel at 12:30 p.m., but now it looked as if it was really too late. Master, don't worry, if you fly a plane to get there now, you should still be able to step on the spot, Bai Lang said in relief. Hearing these words from Bai Lang, Wu Di's heart also settled down. The two of them walked out of the room. At this time, the entire apartment had gone out to be busy, and had not returned until now. Wu Di did not even eat breakfast, so he took Bai Lang and ran out of the apartment in a hurry. At this time, Wu Di was carrying the airplane key in his pocket, and the roof of the apartment was the helicopter that came in early morning seconds. Master, if you trust me, why don't you let me drive it? My skills are quite good. I guarantee that I can take you to your destination inside the shortest possible time. Bai Lang vouched to Wu Di. Wu Di inclined his head and thought, that's right, my status is different now. It would be a bit of a drop if I were to fly my own airplane. With these thoughts in his mind, Wu Di immediately agreed, so he threw the key directly to the other party. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Rookie Grand Hotel, there was a line of people standing. They were all waiting for the arrival of a big shot, but there was a delay in seeing the big shot. One of them was Li Huacheng, and this meal was considered to be organized by him. And at this time, there was a young man in his 20s or 80s beside Li Huacheng, with one hand in his pants pocket. The other party smiled in a high and cold manner. Elder Li, you said before that a big shot would be coming over, and had to ask us to wait here. How come we can't even see anyone now? This rack end is also too big. The young man who spoke flippantly was Tang Chong, the rich young master of the Huadu wine industry Tycoon, and the other party had taken Li Huacheng's face into consideration, which was why he stood at the door and waited. Otherwise, based on Tang Chang's temper, he would probably have driven home by now. Li Huacheng was also embarrassed. He looked around, but never saw any silhouettes. Not even a car passed by. Strange. Where did this person go? He won't stand me up. I still believe in Wu Di's character, and since he was able to donate so many billions in one breath, then I believe he must be a man of his word. Li Huacheng had fought for so many years in his career, and had seen almost everyone. Chapter 24, Going to the Banquet Alone. When he saw Wu Di for the first time, he decided that Wu Di was a person worthy of deep friendship, so Li Huacheng was certain that Wu Di would definitely come. There was also a gray-haired old man who sneered. He was the big man behind the Huadu film and television circle, and he was still very prestigious in the entertainment circle. Feng Kaimao sneered, Elder Li, what era is this? If you are able to determine this person's character just by looking at his face, it's just too naive to put that into words. The moment these words came out, everyone else followed suit and laughed out loud. Let's not wait. What big shot? I think it's just an unpunctual brat. Tang Chong immediately grew impatient and waved his hand to signal the others to follow him out. Just as everyone began to waver, a propeller sound began to come from not far away. Clattering, everyone raised their heads and looked into the distance, only to see a very luxurious helicopter slowly driving towards the Grand Hotel. All of these rich tycoons asked themselves, even if they had private airplanes, they might not have such a luxurious style. To be able to fly such a luxurious helicopter at this point in time, it couldn't be that a big shot had come. Everyone held their breath and saw the helicopter hovering in mid-air, and suddenly a long rope was thrown out from the airplane. The rope directly draped down to the ground, leaving all these people at a bit of a loss. What the hell is this trying to do? Have Big Shot's appearances become so otherworldly now? Tang Chang's mouth was always chattering, even until this time now. He still couldn't help but open his mouth. Right at this time, Wu Di on the helicopter received a system notification. Ding! New mission, handsome debut. Host utilizes his Soldier King skills to perform an aerial rope drop in front of everyone. Reward, possession of the Rookie Grand Hotel, allowing the host to become the owner of this 5-star hotel. Just by rappelling, you can reward such a big hotel. Such a good bargain, not to take advantage of it. Wu Di was immediately moved. White wave, when I land, you can just take the airplane away. Wu Di left the command. I understand. At that time, my subordinate will also move all of my master's things. Inside the villa, Bai Lang was also cooperative. Overlooking the entrance of the hotel, Wu Di felt that those people were like an ant. If he were to put it aside in the past, it was estimated that when Wu Di looked down to the ground, his legs shook so much that he couldn't even stand up. But now at this time, Wu Di's mental quality has long been as steady as an old dog. Say jump on jump. Bye you Lu. Wu Di grabbed the long rope on the airplane. Very professional and skillful rope descent. Shoo! In a blink of an eye, Wu Di quickly slid down from a height of dozens of meters. He waved to the helicopter in the sky, and when Bai Lang saw it, he also drove the helicopter very sensibly and quickly drove away. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and rewarding the possession of the Rookie Grand Hotel, allowing the host to become the owner of this 5-star hotel. The system said. At this time, many people at the door surrounded and shushed Wu Di. Li Huacheng said with a smile, worthy of being Mr. Wu. Even the way he appears is so different. I wonder what Mr. Wu thinks of this hotel. It's the best hotel in Huadu. If Mr. Wu feels that it's not right to eat here, he can also eat somewhere else. Wu Di waved his hand. There is no need to be polite. Elder Li, today you are the host and I am the guest. Let the guest follow the host. Besides, this is already very good. Just now you said yourself that this is the best hotel in Huadu, so there's certainly no other place better than here. Tang Chong clasped his hands on his chest, and was very disdainful of Wu Di. It's not just a thug. Is it necessary for so many people to make a fuss about it? If you guys want to wait for this kind of person, then be my guest. After saying his words, Tang Chong indifferently turned around and walked into the hotel. Wu Di narrowed his eyes slightly. The other party acting so rudely just now had already made Wu Di unhappy. Li Huacheng was also considered a man of character, the best at reading words and colors, and directly saw the other party's small mind. Mr. Wu, you don't need to mind him. This guy has a serious young master's temper. Don't mind too much, Li Huacheng said respectfully. Although he was nominally the richest man in Huadu, Li Huacheng had gone to investigate Wu Di's background. In a short period of time, Wu Di had purchased supercars and mansions, and even had shares in the company, and even gold was bought directly for several $100 million. This kind of bold move, if the average person almost cannot do out. Ding! New mission, show generosity, to let everyone know that they are very approachable. Reward, God-level etiquette ability. Host masters everything about etiquette, transforming into a gentleman tycoon. The words of the super divine regal system made Wu Di instantly anxious. Turning into a gentleman tycoon. That was something that countless people could only dream of. Wu Di smiled. It doesn't matter. It's just a little kid. I've never cared about it. One sentence instantly reaped the admiration of many people. Wu Di was just too generous. Li Huacheng also nodded secretly. Mr. Wu looks like someone who will do great things. The Prime Minister's belly is good. Your future is unlimited in the future. To be able to get the richest man's approval, almost everyone in general did not have this opportunity. Now everyone was also hungry, but for the sake of face, they didn't say much. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task, rewarding the divine etiquette ability. The host masters everything about etiquette, transforming into a gentleman tycoon. The super godly tycoon system immediately rewarded Wu Di's mind with an influx of knowledge. Meetings, hotels, receptions, and other etiquette raised Wu Di's temperament a lot. Feng Kai Mao, who was beside him, could not help but be surprised, but he also said to Wu Di, Mr. Wu, before I thought that you were just a child who had not seen the world, But now it looks like your temperament is higher than everyone in our entire circle of rich people. As soon as this horse's ass was clapped out, everyone else also chased after and flattered one another, and for a while, Wu Di was almost praised to the sky. Wu Di smiled and said, everyone had better go eat first. If there is something, we will talk about it at the dinner table. After saying this, Li Huaqing very cooperatively walked to Wu Di's side and led everyone to the private room. At the same time, Tang Chong had long since sat inside the box as he crossed his legs and looked at Wu Di. Yo ho, you really have the face to come. The reason why Tang Chong spoke with such a tug, it was all because there was someone behind him. Although he wasn't the owner of this hotel, his father was the biggest shareholder here, and if he offended Tang Chong, he was qualified enough to drive away everyone here. Chapter 25 Red Wine Master. Before Wu Di could get angry, Li Huaqing on the side couldn't sit still. Tang Chong, don't give an inch. If you have something to say it properly. What's the use of being shifty like you? Li Huaqing pointed at the other party's nose, not caring about his face. Wu Di is his own honored guest. If he offended Wu Di, not to mention his own face is not good, it is estimated that the other people present will feel embarrassed. Li Huaqing looked at him angrily, almost wanting to drive Tang Chong, the unappreciative rich young master, away in front of everyone. But Wu Di reached out to stop the other party. There's no need for that. I've never cared for such words. There's no need for everyone to get on the bandwagon. Let's all take our respective seats and eat. As soon as the words fell, Wu Di picked his seat at random and sat down. But just after sitting down, he was laughed at by Tang Chong. Everyone's expression was also a bit embarrassed, not expecting Wu Di to be so gentlemanly and modest on the surface. But in actuality, he was so doing things with a big grin. How can you just sit in this seat? Yes, it's really too rude. This is the master's seat. Everyone was whispering, but they didn't dare to talk nonsense for a while. Wu Di however smiled and said, it seems like you all misunderstood me. This main seat is facing the front door, but the position I'm sitting in is facing the side door. Also I'm still sitting against the left side. According to the principle of honoring the right, this is already considered a lower seat for me. Elderly is the host of the invitation. He deserves to sit in the chief seat. I sit in the third seat to his left. Is this also wrong? Wu Di spoke eloquently, making everyone feel that there was some truth to it as well. Seems right. He's already sitting in the third guest seat. If we even have to say this, then we would be too impolite. Right, Mr. Wu is really generous. He can still do his explanation so calmly even after we have said this. Many people began to inexplicably develop a favorable feeling towards Wu Di. Tang Chong was the only one who did not think so. He was the one who originally started it. And now looking at Wu Di in a few words, he went from being the target to the one who made everyone apologize. It was simply outrageous. Humph, since they're all seated, let's open the banquet quickly. Tang Chong shouted loudly, and the waiter at the door was also very attentive, knowing that this was his own young master, and understanding that almost all of the people coming today were tycoons from Huadu's business circle. Everyone was not to be offended. As soon as he thought of this, the waiter hurriedly walked up. May I ask what dishes you would like to order? The waitress lady asked very politely. Li Huaqing was very embarrassed by this action of Tang Chang's and couldn't help but frown. Originally, he was the host, and the one who organized this meal was Li Huaqing, but it turned out to be this situation now. If people didn't know, they would have thought that Tang Chong was the host. Young Master Tang, this is where you're wrong. Elderly is the one who invited the guests. You can only be considered a guest no matter what. To clamor for the host would be so uncharacteristic. It's better to let elderly order the food. Feng Kai Mao had originally been more concerned about Tang Chang's thoughts, but now he was becoming more and more favorable towards Wu Di, and even by the time it came to this, he was looking at Tang Chong with even more disdain. Tang Chong was lectured by the other party, and his entire body was a bit angry. Are you teaching me things? Tang Chong pointed at the other party, cursing and shouting. Immediately afterward, Wu Di, however, smiled and said, Elderly, what is this young Master Tang's origin? Such a big faction. It seems like it's also going to overwhelm you. So majestic. Li Huaqing, however, was embarrassed. Originally I invited his father, but I didn't realize that Chairman Tang had gone to Kyoto for a research trip, so I had to send his eldest son over for the banquet. If I had known that this kid was this kind of stinking virtue, I would have definitely not let him come, but by driving him away now, it would be considered a vendetta against the Tang family. Li Huaqing knew the most about human affairs and knew that if he drove the other party away, then he would have an additional enemy in Huadu in the future. Ding! New mission, make Tang Chong afraid. He must be shown the host's power. Reward, talent, red wine master. Allowing the host to master all knowledge about red wine. Even the upper limit of alcohol capacity is developed. The Super Divine Hero Systems mission made Wu Di both heartbroken and embarrassed. Every time there was a better reward, the task was always a bit difficult. Wu Di thought silently in his heart. If I beat that kid severely, surely he will be obedient and will go around me when he sees me in the future. But there are too many people around now. It would definitely be a no-no if I were to make a big fight. Tang Chong crossed his legs and said impossibly. So what? Waiter, what are you gawking at? Still want to stay here and watch the show? Hurry up and serve the food. You're so dumb. You don't have any eyesight. Although Tang Chong was arrogant and rude, he wasn't a brainless retard. He knew very well that all the people here were big shots in Huadu. If he offended one of them, he would definitely have a hard time in the business world in the future. So Tang Chong chose to lose his temper with a waiter. The waiter was scolded by Tang Chong for no reason, and his entire body shivered. I'm sorry, I'll go arrange for the best dishes in the hotel. The waiter didn't dare to ask everyone what they wanted to eat anymore. Anyway, these people were all big shots, and they definitely weren't short on money. Just serve the most expensive and delicious dishes. That would be the right choice. However, just as the waitress lady was about to turn around and leave, she was called back by Tang Chong. What are you doing? The dishes can be ordered the best, but do you know what wine is the best? Just like you can't even be a waitress. You might as well go to hell. Tang Chang's stomach was full of fire today, and he was worried that he had no place to vent it. The waitress was too scared to talk back to the other party, and lowered her head in aggravation. When Tang Chong still wanted to curse twice, Li Huacheng stood up to relieve himself. Alright, go sober us up first and open 2 bottles of red wine over. Li Huacheng hurriedly sidetracked the waiter. Tang Chong added, it has to be red wine from Bordeaux. I drink spicy throat from other places. The waiter nodded and hurriedly ran out to take the red wine to wake up for a while first. Tang Chong pillowed his head and looked at Wu Di with interest. Hey, that who? Have you ever drank red wine from Bordeaux? Wu Di placed his hands on the dining table. I'm not much of a drinker, but I know a bit about red wine. Cut. Less give me bragging here. If you haven't drank it, just say you haven't. What kind of big-tail wolf are you pretending to be? Tang Chong mocked. However, when Wu Di glared with eyes full of murderous intent and instantly looked at Tang Chong, the other party's entire body became frightened. Who are you glaring at? Tang Chong felt that if he spoke any more nonsense, there was a real possibility that Wu Di might be the one to beat himself up. In the next second, Wu Di slowly stood up and walked over to Tang Chang's side, patting the other party's shoulder. Wu Di said, don't go too far with things sometimes. Be careful of drawing fire. Chapter 26 Private Secretary. Having said that, Wu Di's palm suddenly exerted force, almost pressing Tang Chong to the point where he couldn't catch his breath. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, rewarding the talent, Red Wine Master, allowing the host to master all knowledge about red wine, and even the upper limit of alcohol capacity is developed. Suddenly Wu Di was rewarded with the system's talent, a series of knowledge about red wine appreciation, tasting and so on all flooded into Wu Di's brain. Feng Kaimao realized that the atmosphere was a bit off. Cough cough, everyone be at ease. Let's first ask Elderly to introduce this meal. Hearing the other party's opening, Wu Di was still someone who knew how to be polite and immediately sat back in his seat, while Tang Chong was also instantly relieved. Li Huacheng cleared his throat. Actually, what about inviting all of you here today? It's mainly to thank all of you for the strong support you've been giving to my Huacheng Foundation. The foundation has received financial assistance from all of you, and will be of great help to Huadu's public charity. Li Huacheng's words won the applause of many people. Some of these people were genuinely wanting to do charity. Of course there were also those who were just seeking fame and fortune, and there was no shortage of moralistic guys among them. There's one more person I want to solemnly thank here, and that's Mr. Wu Di. Originally, he and I didn't know each other, but yesterday, he donated $500 million in one breath, the largest donation of the foundation. Li Huacheng introduced Wu Di to everyone, and apart from Tang Chong, everyone else applauded very facetiously. After Li Huacheng had introduced every big shot at the table in turn, Tang Chong called out again, is it ready yet? My stomach is starving. But a look from Wu Di instantly shocked the other party. Tang Chong was so scared that he hurriedly covered his mouth, not daring to say anything for half a day. After waiting for the waiter to take out the red wine first, he immediately poured in to divide the bottle into 3 zhang. Ding! New task, shock the entire audience. The host finds a way to use his knowledge to surprise the business tycoons present. Reward, a private secretary with high education, high emotional intelligence and high face value. Another person was sent to Wu Di, and listening to the gimmick of the reward, it must be a great beauty. Wu Di was immediately tantalized. Miss, is this the Commandi Winery? Wu Di twisted his head and asked. The waitress had just been startled by Tang Chong, and didn't even dare to talk nonsense at this time. But as soon as she saw Wu Di's watery eyes, the whole person unconsciously looked infatuated. Yes, this is a high-grade red wine imported from abroad, and there aren't many bottles in our hotel. The waiter had just told the manager about the situation, and the manager on duty knew that all the people arriving today were big shots. So the manager made an immediate decision and immediately took out all the high-grade wines stored inside the hotel. Wu Di played with the goblet in his hand, just simply sniffing it. Not bad, good wine indeed. If I'm not wrong, it must be from the Condiment Winery in Podal. Upon hearing this, the waiter immediately responded, "That's right, this boss really has good taste in wine. He knows where the wine comes from as soon as he smells it." The others around were also a bit surprised, wondering how exactly Wu Di could smell it. It's very simple. There aren't many good wines in the world, and the finest of the wines almost all come from the town of Podal. However, inside that self-produced town, the most famous one is going to be the Candyman Winery. Wu Di's simple explanation made everyone realize. It seemed like Wu Di was the one who had seen the truly great world. Tang Chong clasped his hands on his chest and snorted coldly. What's the big deal? Who wouldn't know how to taste wine? Just pretending. As soon as this sentence was uttered, someone immediately retorted, "Young Master Tang, this is where you're wrong. Wine tasting is at least a learned skill." That's right, just because you don't know how to do it yourself, doesn't mean that others won't either. Many people began to speak for Wu Di, even daring to openly oppose Tang Chong. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, rewarding a private secretary with high education, high EQ, and high face value, the system said. The next second, the door to the private room was knocked on. Immediately, a beautiful woman walked into the private room. The other party was wearing a long pink dress, which still couldn't wrap the other party's marvelous figure. Not only was Wu Di mesmerized, even the other bosses around him were mesmerized. What a beautiful beauty. "Miss, may I ask you something?" Feng Kaimao's mouth was wide open, his mouth almost drooling. Su Jing's gaze always fell on Wu Di's body, and even walked directly to the other party's side. "Boss, this is the company's financial statement that I just organized. Please take a look." Su Jing said sweetly to Wu Di with that tone of voice that was so gentle that it could crisp people. Everyone was envious of Wu Di, not expecting to be so rich at such a young age, and having such a big beautiful secretary. Wu Di, however, had a stern face. "Can't you see that I'm eating now? We'll talk about the company's matters when the time comes. You wait outside first." Bullying. Wu Di's sentence almost conquered everyone. This is what a successful man should say. Su Jing was also very facetious. After hearing Wu Di's order, there was almost no hesitation. "Yes, I will wait for you at the door." After saying her words, Su Jing quickly turned around and left the private room. After the person had walked out, the large private room still emitted a faint lavender fragrance. Li Huacheng raised a tall glass and toasted everyone. "Come, today is a good day. I'll drink first." As soon as the words fell, Li Huacheng very boldly swallowed all the red wine from the goblet into his mouth. Don't look at his current gray-haired appearance, but his spirit was in no way inferior to that of a young lad. Everyone was also very facetious and raised their glass goblets, directly finishing the red wine. Just as the waitress lady was refilling everyone's glasses and pouring the wine, she passed by Tang Chang's side, and the entire crowd was inexplicably scared. Tang Chang's eyes always fell on the other party, and even gazed straight at her, making this waitress without much reading experience start to get scared. She couldn't help but shiver a bit, and the bottle in her hand spilled a few drops of wine on his sleeve. Asterisk 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 asterisk. "You don't have eyes, do you?" Tang Chong cursed with great anger. Tang Chong had scolded this waiter before, and now that he saw that the other party was still so obsequious, his heart became even more pained. "What are you looking at? Haven't seen such a handsome person? Lousy set of clothes is a national limited edition. Money can't be bought, and now that it's wet by you, you say what to do." Tang Chong squinted his eyes and gazed at the other party, interested in seeing how the other party could actually solve this matter. Chapter 27. Who is the real boss? The waitress was really scared as well. Her own salary was only 2,000 or 3,000 a month. How could she possibly afford to pay for a rich man's clothes? But no matter how she apologized, Tang Chong didn't put the other party in the slightest. Tang Chong arrogantly said, "No matter what you say today, you must compensate me for a dress." Many of the people present couldn't stand to watch, and they all fought for what happened to the waitress. One of them, Han Fuchen, the old boss of a home appliance group, just couldn't stand it and immediately stood up from his seat. "It's almost enough. Why don't you stop? It's not easy for people's little girls to survive. You're talking too aggressively now." Han Fuchen was putting up with this rich young master from the start, but at this point in time now, seeing as there was no one to teach him a lesson, he just couldn't stand it himself. Tang Chong narrowed his eyes slightly, very unconcerned about Han Fuchen's statement. "What kind of a thing are you? How dare you come to lecture me?" Tang Chong shouted, just as Han Fuchen was ready to fish out of water with the other party and curse. Bang bang bang! Li Huacheng immediately knocked on the tabletop, silencing everyone. "Everyone give me face. Can we all stop arguing? Those who came here are all brothers and sisters. There's no need to make such an incommunicado situation. Li Huacheng wanted to make peace, but who knew that Tang Chong simply didn't give face? Bull asterisk 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 brothers and sisters. What kind of things are you guys? Originally, Tang Chang's temper was bad, and just now, Wu Di had invariably installed a pen, making his heart even more upset. It just so happened that Tang Chong saw Wu Di on the opposite side of the room, and his whole body was furious, so he grabbed a tall glass and splashed it directly at Wu Di. Don't mess around. Oh no, it looks like something is going to happen. Everyone closed their eyes in surprise, and just when everyone thought that the red wine was going to be splashed on Wu Di, they only saw him swaying and dodging very easily, getting up and retreating in a second, even transforming into a stump. Almost all the operations were done in one go. It was really too showy. Wu Di raised his sword brows. What exactly do you want? To actually dare to turn against himself in public? Could this guy be crazy? However, Tang Chong was also embarrassed. He shrugged his shoulders. It was just an accidental slip of the hand. Is that also wrong? Just as Wu Di was planning to retaliate against the other party, the Super Divine Hero system suddenly appeared. Ding! New mission, drive Tang Chong away from the hotel. Reward, 10 million orders, giving the host a great opportunity to make money. Wu Di had wanted to deal with Tang Chong for a long time, only that he was in the way and wasn't too convenient to do so. But now with the system backing him up, Wu Di could finally be reckless. Wu Di pointed at Tang Chong and said, "Now I'm ordering you to leave here. You've disturbed everyone's normal meal, interfering with everyone's good mood, and throwing your face in our faces. Who are you trying to show?" Hearing these words from Wu Di, Tang Chong was also taken aback. He was a bit abashed in his heart. If he really angered Wu Di, he was probably going to get beaten up. So Tang Chong swallowed his throat. "I really slipped my hand just now. Since I've already apologized to you, let's just pretend nothing happened." However, Wu Di didn't care about this at all as he used his finger to signal the other party to leave the private room. "Now I don't want to see you. Disappear immediately." Wu Di roared angrily. This was the first time he had gotten angry, and it completely frightened Tang Chong. He trembled and said, "You're not qualified to say such words to me. My father is the major shareholder of this hotel. If you want to leave, it should be you who leaves." When Wu Di heard these words, the corner of his mouth slightly raised upwards. "Looks like you are still too young. Do you really not know who I am?" After saying these words, Wu Di ordered to the waiter, "Please call your boss over. I have something to say to him." The waiter was stunned. "I'm sorry, we only have the manager on duty here. Who the boss is, I'm actually not too sure." The boss of Rookie Grand Hotel was almost always known to very few people, and had always been a god. Wu Di smiled. "In that case, let your manager come over." The waitress knew that Wu Di was a good person and had just stood up for herself, so now she was almost always obedient to Wu Di's words. Immediately after that, the waitress nodded and immediately walked out. "What the hell are you kid trying to pull again?" Even though Tang Chong was afraid of the other party, he was always being reasonable. His mouth still pressed to keep talking. Wu Di didn't bother with him, only knowing that a good show was about to unfold. After a short while, the duty manager, Xiao Zhang, came in from outside. Manager Zhang curiously asked the people in the private room, "I wonder what's going on today. Is there anything I can do to serve you?" Tang Chong waved at the other party. "Do you know who I am?" Manager Zhang took a serious look at the other party and immediately recognized his appearance. "You are young Master Tang." Previously, Tang Chong often brought his friends to the hotel for dinner, and everyone was aware that this rich young master was the son of Tang's major shareholder, so they didn't dare to mess with him at all. Only Tang Chang's reputation wasn't very good. He often got credit after eating, and the money he owed before hadn't been paid back until now. "Young Master Tang, I didn't know you were coming. If you had called ahead, I would have personally entertained you," Manager Zhang flattered. But just after the sentence was said, it caused Tang Chang's displeasure. Asterisk 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 asterisk. "You're diabolizing me, aren't you? Blaming me for not greeting you? I come when I want to. Do I need to make an appointment in advance with an underling like you?" Tang Chong scolded sternly, making Manager Zhang's eyes widen. Had this young master taken gunpowder today? Manager Zhang hurriedly waved his hand. No, you mustn't misunderstand me." "Oh, it's hard to believe that it's still old me who misunderstood." Tang Chong narrowed his eyes slightly. "Then you tell me how I misunderstood you." Manager Zhang's entire body was confused. In the past he knew that young Master Tang was just so proud and indulgent, but he didn't realize that this was now intensifying. Wu Di, however, directly stood out at this time. "Ignore this kind of scum. Manager, look at who I am." Wu Di pulled Manager Zhang to himself and said lightly to the other party. Manager Zhang was a bit confused now, but after seeing Wu Di's appearance, his whole body was energized again. "Aren't you Chairman Wu?" Earlier, Manager Zhang received a notice from his boss, saying that the Rookie Grand Hotel had been acquired by a mysterious figure, but Manager Zhang was immediately impressed when he took a look at the photo. Although the two had never met, Manager Zhang had long since become impressed when he saw that his future boss was actually so young. Tang Chong frowned. What, Chairman? Are you mistaken? Chapter 28 Ancient Painting with an Origin. Manager Zhang explained. I would never make a mistake. This is our current boss of Rookie Hotel, Wu Di. Wu Di smiled. Now I'm going to ask you to kick this Tang out. Will you listen? Manager Zhang didn't hesitate. If it wasn't for Tang Chang's identity, in fact, Manager Zhang would have wanted to beat him up. Now that the boss was backing him up, what were we waiting for? Young Master Tang, now I'll give you face. If you don't take the initiative to walk out on your own, then don't blame me for giving face. Manager Zhang was at least a foreign hotel management major who had studied abroad. Even if he had 10,000 points of displeasure towards Tang Chong in his heart, but now he was still patiently asking the other party to leave. Tang Chong clasped his hands on his chest. I'd like to see who dares. My dad is the major shareholder here. Believe it or not, I'll just make a phone call and directly ask my dad to divest the hotel. At that time, your hotel will be waiting to close down. Believe it or not, it's up to you. No matter how much Tang Chong threatened, Manager Zhang didn't even listen. The boss is here. What else are you afraid of? Manager Zhang immediately picked up his walkie-talkie and ordered a few words to the security guards, many of whom immediately rushed into the private room. Immediately afterward, Tang Chong was knocked to the ground by the security guards, who immediately dragged the other party out. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and rewarding a $10 million order, giving the host a great opportunity to make money. The system released the reward. By the time Tang Chong was taken away, the private room had finally regained its calm. Everyone was finally relieved, and after the annoying guy left, everyone could have a happy meal as well. After finishing the meal, Li Huacheng left Wu Di behind. After the others had gone away, Li Huacheng began to say to Wu Di, Mr. Wu, I have a project order here. I wonder if you are willing to take it over. I have previously understood that your company is about trade direction, and this project order of mine happens to be related to trade as well. It is really perfect for you. Hearing the other party's introduction, Wu Di hesitated. He spoke. I can't manage the company's specific business yet. It's basically managed by others. But I want to understand the order a little bit. What exactly is it? This can always tell me. Li Huacheng considered for a while, convinced that Wu Di was one of his own, and trusted the other very much. Alright then, originally this was a business secret, but you're not an outsider, so it's okay to tell you. This order is mainly the customization of high-grade suits. Now I have a big factory and top designers on my side. I'm missing a partner. In fact, this business to anyone, almost as long as there is not too much fault. Basically it is a steady business. If Li Huacheng wanted to find a partner, he only needed to put out the news, and it was estimated that there would be a whole lot of people scrambling to work with him. However, at this time, Li Huacheng knew that Wu Di's character was still very good, so he wanted to take the initiative to climb a little relationship with the other party. Wu Di picked up his cell phone in his hand and directly made a call to Zhang Guolin. Hello, old Zhang. Let me tell you something. There's a big order here, worth tens of millions. Wu Di described at the other end of the phone. Zhang Guolin was sitting in his office, and once he heard that the chairman personally introduced the business, and in one breath, it was a tens of millions of dollars order. Surprised, he immediately stood up from his seat, and even responded excitedly, That's really great. Chairman, this list, where did you get it from? Wu Di briefly explained. It's also mainly introduced by an old general manager I knew before. It's definitely reliable. The reason I'm telling you this is actually because I want you to be in charge of this trade sales, all suit business. Having said that, Wu Di told Zhang Guolin all about the business that Li Huacheng had just described. As usual, after pondering a little, Zhang Guolin immediately agreed. No problem. The chairman's business is my business. I will definitely do my best to accomplish it. When they hung up the phone, both Wu Di and Li Huacheng were also satisfied. Someone was willing to take the order. Then the partnership between the two parties was considered finalized. Li Huacheng enthusiastically extended his hand and shook Wu Di's hand. It's really great. Then in the future, we will lift each other up and hopefully we can work together happily, Li Huacheng said to Wu Di with a smile. Wu Di also returned. Of course there is no problem. Make money together and get rich together. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, rewarding the divine level treasure identification ability, allowing the host to master all the skills of identifying treasures. The system said. Wu Di's eyes seemed to have changed and could actually unconsciously emit a golden-colored millilight. After waiting for Li Huacheng to go far away, Wu Di also intended to leave the hotel. Just at this time, a woman walked over not far away. This was originally just a small matter, but Wu Di caught a glimpse of what was in the other party's hand and was immediately captivated. In the other party's hand was a treasure of some age. and a simple glance could conclude that it was a treasure of millions of dollars. Kind of interesting, directly walking all over the streets with something in the millions. The heart is also quite big. Wu Di couldn't help but think. Suddenly the super divine hero system rang out. Ding! New mission, follow the women to the curio store and see what's going on. Reward, talent, golden pupil. Host's eyes can see the actual value of all antique treasures in the world. Hello? Follow the back of the road to have a reward. This cheap don't white don't. Wu Di immediately trailed behind. In the case of the woman did not find. Soon came to a nearby antique store. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Rewarding the talent, golden pupil. The host's eyes can see the actual value of all the antique treasures in the world. The system's reward caused Wu Di's eyes to tingle, followed by his ability to appreciate treasures becoming even more powerful. Wu Di followed into the antique store, pretending to play with each antique inside the store, but also still keeping an eye on the women. The other party took the scroll in his hand and handed it directly to the store owner. The owner of the antique store picked up the scroll and unfolded it, then picked up a magnifying glass and began to scrutinize it carefully. Well, this drawing paper still looks a bit old. It should be from the Li Tang period, if I'm not mistaken. I guess this painting is the masterpiece of the Wu painting sage at that time. How did you get it? The boss asked curiously, but immediately afterward, the woman responded indifferently. This is all passed down from our family's ancestors, only that we're very short of money now, so we want to exchange it here for some money. Having said this, the woman's expression just became bleak. Chapter 29, the greatest in the antique world. I wonder how much price you can give. Boss, my family is still in a hurry to use this money to save their lives, so I hope you can help give more. The woman begged, but the boss frowned. Let's talk business. Don't talk about feelings with me. I'm not a charity organization here. I won't pity you even if you tell me how miserable your life is. The store owner had seen this kind of person too many times. Talking about his own life could be a big deal, but in the end, the other party might be even richer than himself. Wu Di stood inside the store and kept wandering around, but his ears were always sideways towards the counter. The woman looked a bit embarrassed and rushed, rubbing the corner of her coat as if she hadn't seen much of the world. These are all words I said to you. If I give you the money now, it would be too much for your face. The boss's attitude towards the woman was always nonchalant. After all, dealing with this kind of person, the boss had long been familiar with it. In the next second, the boss cut the price. One bite price, $500. If you think it's bad, I'll give you another $100 at most for the errand fee. When he said this, the woman instantly blushed. No way such a small amount of money isn't even enough to stuff your teeth with. Eating a meal is almost all finished The woman waved her hand in a hurry, and even put away the scroll in her hand. The shopkeeper stepped forward a step and smiled at the other party. How about this? You don't mind too much. This painting of yours really doesn't have much value. Nowadays, this kind of painting is really too traditional. It's hard to sell in the market at all. I'll sell it to you for $800 at most. No more. The woman had also sold the painting to other antique stores before, but all the money those owners gave was a few $100s. Thinking about it, the woman could only sigh. I originally thought that the heirloom could be sold at a good price, but I didn't realize that it would only be worth this price. After speaking the words, the woman's heart couldn't stop the disappointment, but under the boss's constant persuasion, she had no choice but to nod her head in agreement. Just as the woman was about to hand over the heirloom scroll to the boss, suddenly Wu Di appeared from behind. Ding! New quest, purchase the heirloom scroll and spend a large sum of money to provide relief to the woman. Reward, talent, smooth ears. The host's hearing limit has been developed, and can selectively hear all movements within 100 meters. The system's arrangement immediately alerted Wu Di, so he was no longer willing to endure it. Wait a minute, I'll offer $800,000 to collect this painting. Wu Di shouted loudly. The store owner frowned angrily and the woman smiled joyfully. The woman turned to look at Wu Di. Young man, is everything you just said true? This $800,000 is not a small amount. The woman's family member was sick and needed an operation, and this medical bill totaled up to exactly $800,000. Wu Di took out a card from his pocket and directly handed it to the other party. You can go to the nearby bank and check. There is exactly $800,000 in this card. All of it is yours. Wu Di's smile instantly sensitized the other party, making the woman not know what to say for a while. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Rewarding the talent, smooth ears. The host's hearing limit has been developed, and can selectively hear all movements within 100 meters. The system said. It was as if Wu Di's ears had suffered a baptism. The unprecedented feeling of fluency refreshed Wu Di's entire being. I'm really thankful to you. Without this money, I really don't know how to live. The woman choked on these words. The boss beside her just wanted to accept the scroll, but was suddenly snatched away by Wu Di, and his entire mind almost collapsed. The boss cursed in his heart. Where did this asshole come out from? He actually spoiled my good deed. Originally, the boss still wanted to make a big profit with this scroll, so it was not easy to meet a little cutie who did not understand the market. Of course he wanted to kill her a fortune. He didn't expect to kill this lad halfway out, making his money-making plan completely fizzle out. The boss was furious. Who are you? Give me the hell out now. One look at people like you is a dead liar. This painting is worth a few $100s at most. Still want to shell out 800,000. Think too beautiful. But no matter how the boss screamed, Wu Di always ignored him. Just at this time, a gray-haired old man also walked over from the back. Boss, this is your fault. How can you just scold someone? The other young man is discerning. This painting is worth millions even if you take it to the market. You can't go too far. The old man who said this was not someone else, but the antique big shot of this Huadu sector, old senior Gut Sang. The shopkeeper saw the identity of the other party at a glance. His heart couldn't help but thump, feeling that his heart was about to break. Ancient song in the entire Huadu, as well as the country, is a very prestigious antique big brother. If anyone is lucky enough to take an antique to Gut Song for appreciation, it is estimated that the value of this antique is going to be doubled. Just now, the woman got $800,000, cheerfully handed the scroll to Wu Di, and directly left the antique store by herself, fearing that Wu Di would regret it. But now if she heard that her scroll could be worth millions of dollars, I guess the one who should regret should be her. Ancient senior, what wind blew you here? Have something to say properly. There is no need to say all the quotes. The boss's face was a bit embarrassed, not expecting his plan to be recognized. Just when he wanted to have a fit, he was robbed by this big senior, while his own whole temperament suddenly vanished. Gut Song snorted coldly. Wang Tao, let me warn you, I, Gut Song, have opened a store in this antique street, and you can be considered a competitor. Originally, we can all cooperate with each other, but I heard that your store is a famous black store, which is highly disliked by industry peers. Is there such a thing? Gut Song slightly narrowed his eyes, the kind of eyes that scared Wang Tao so much that his entire body almost knelt on the ground. But Wang Tao still had a thick skin and kept on defending himself. No, old senior, you mustn't listen to hearsay. Those guys are the real bad guys. They are all trying to tarnish my reputation. In reality, I am all very law-abiding. Things that are against the law are things that I absolutely do not do. Wu Di stood to the side, clutching the scroll tightly in his hand, but stood by and watched as if he was watching the fun himself, only to hear Gut Song coldly snort. Whether or not you've done anything bad, you yourself should know best. I came here today to warn you. In the future, those things better be done sparingly, or else the heavens won't tolerate you. Having said that, Gut Song turned around and looked towards Wu Di. Chapter 30, Assassinating Wu Di. Originally, it was that cold and ferocious look, but when Gut Song saw Wu Di, his entire demeanor changed again. Gut Song smiled and said, "Young man, I don't know what is your name." Wu Di told his name to the other party and even handed his business card to Gut Song. "Old senior, I have heard about your great name for a long time. I didn't expect to be able to see you here today." Wu Di hastily extended his hand to the other party and shook his hand. Gut Song also handed the other party his phone contact information. "This is my phone number. In the future, if there are things, just call me. I can see that your ability to appreciate treasures is still very strong. I will bring you along to any future events." After saying this, Gut Song also had something else to do temporarily and quickly left the antique store. However, the store owner Wang Tao was always staring at Wu Di in front of him, making him not matter at all. "Kid, just now there was an ancient senior who helped you, but don't think that you are great just because you rely on an ancient senior. You'd better hand over the scroll, otherwise I'll make you look good," Wang Tao directly threatened, his expression becoming very fierce. Wu Di, however, shook his legs, not caring about the other party's threat in the slightest. After waiting for Wu Di to walk out of the antique store, Wang Tao directly picked up his cell phone and dialed a phone number. "Hello? I need you to do me a favor right now. Help me go get a scroll." Wang Tao's expression started to become very fierce, and his appearance gradually became terrifying. Since he couldn't get what he couldn't get, if softness didn't work, he had to come with hardness. As Wu Di grabbed the scroll and walked forward, he suddenly heard footsteps and the sound of breathing coming from behind him. Wu Di snapped his head around, and behind him, he saw a tall, burly man walking with a knife. The burly man was a bit surprised himself when he was discovered, but as Wu Di was only one person, the burly man was immediately relieved. "Kid, someone wants to take your painting. Obediently hand over the painting or I'll take your life." The strong man shook the sharp knife in his hand. The corner of Wu Di's mouth curled up. "If you have the guts to come and take it, if you can take the painting away from me, I will really admire you." Having said that, the burly man slammed towards the other party without any regard. "Seeing that you're looking for death, go to hell for me." Put. The strong man waved his sharp knife and stabbed at Wu Di. However, Wu Di instantly turned around and very easily avoided the attack. Wu Di laughed coldly. With this amount of skill you have, you still want my life? It's really too good to be true. Immediately after that, Wu Di stepped forward, and with a swift momentum, he quickly grabbed the strong man's wrist. Ka-ching! With a forceful wrench, Wu Di instantly broke the wrist bone of the other party, so painful that the other party could not help but cry out. Ah! The strong man couldn't stand such a powerful pain. The whole person fell to his knees and couldn't get up for half a day. I was wrong, big brother. Count me as having no eyes. Just let me go as a fart. The strong man hurriedly begged for forgiveness. At the same time, the super divine hero system rang out at once. Ding! New mission, teach the thug a lesson and fracture this bad guy's arm. Reward, talent, 1,000-mile eyes. The host's upper limit of vision is developed, and can see very far away. First there was a smooth ear, and now there was actually a clairvoyance. This was the rhythm of becoming a god. Since the system had commanded so, then Wu Di would definitely not be polite. Wu Di grabbed the other party's collar and lifted him up in the next second. Who did you call a kid just now? Remember this for me. You'd better not mess around without some skills in the future. Luckily you bumped into me. If you bumped into someone else, I guess you'll definitely have to live on a wheelchair for the rest of your life. As soon as the words fell, Wu Di waved his hand and the other party was directly thrown out. When the strong man smashed into a wall not far away, he was covered in bruises from the violent impact. Whoa! The burly man's throat felt a sweetness, and immediately afterward, he spat out a mouthful of blood. This is just to teach you a lesson. If you dare to do evil next time, it won't be so easy, Wu Di said indifferently. After defeating the thugs, the system's reward came as expected. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Rewarding the talent, 1,000-mile eyes. The host's upper limit of vision has been developed, and can see very far away. The original golden pupil had made Wu Di's eyes golden colored, and now they had become very clear, and his eyesight was completely #1 in the world. Ding! New mission, lasso out the mastermind behind the scenes and make the thugs give out information about their employer. Reward, God-level interrogation ability, allowing the host to have all the knowledge and skills of interrogation. After the reward, the super godly system once again provided a new task, making Wu Di ecstatic. Although there was no money or treasures, Wu Di also still favored this kind of natural skill. Wu Di immediately grabbed the other party. Explain your boss. Who the hell is your boss? Ugh! The thug spat, as if he appeared to be overriding and fearless. Beat me to death if you have the guts. If you want to get the truth out of my mouth, dream on. The thug rolled his eyes, not taking Wu Di's words seriously at all. Immediately after that, Wu Di added, very courageous, but I gave you a chance. It's best to listen to my words. If you dare to talk back to me, the consequences are very serious. Seeing that the other party was not afraid of himself at all, Wu Di nodded. Very good. It seems that it is still a hardcore. Since it's like this, then don't blame me for not being polite. After saying his words, Wu Di grabbed the thug's foot and pulled it outward with force. Click! There was another crisp fracture sound, which hurt the thug in cold sweat. The cold days of late fall couldn't affect the other guy's sweat that kept coming out, and the thug was twitching all over. You guy is the devil. Is crazy. The thug cursed out loud, but in his heart, Wu Di was always a terrifying existence. If he claimed to the outside world that Wu Di was a guy who fought very well and had very cruel methods, it was estimated that anyone would not believe it. How could anyone possibly know that such a young person would actually lay such a cruel hand? Wu Di shrugged his shoulders. Who made you so tough-talking? If you had honestly explained everything, you wouldn't have been beaten up by me like this. I'll give you one last chance. If you still don't say it, you really don't have a chance to live. Wu Di's eyes were filled with killing intent, causing people to tremble at the sight. The gangster inclined his head and thought, if he really told his employer, then in the future, he would definitely just not be able to get along inside this hitman industry. But if he dares to go against Wu Di now, then this life is also estimated to be living in a wheelchair. Chapter 31 Success Rate Detection. Thinking of this, the last tears stayed in the thug's eyes, so he hurriedly replied, is it not okay for me to say it? All is that antique store's Wang Tao instructed me. If you want to take revenge, completely go to him. That guy has done a lot of evil. If you get rid of him, in the future, you will definitely be able to get rid of a scourge for everyone. Listening to these words from the other party, Wu Di pondered. It seems like it's really that guy who's up to no good. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, rewarding the divine interrogation ability, allowing the host to have all the knowledge and skills of interrogation. The system said. Wu Di instantly ranked as an interrogation expert as various skills and knowledge filled his brain. Alright, you can roll. Wu Di waved his hand. The thug had originally thought that he was really going to fall into Wu Di's hands when he suddenly heard the other party say these words, instantly like a new life. However, Just as the thug was trying to climb up, the system appeared again. Ding! New mission, catch the thief and report the case, so that the police officer can bring this thug to justice. Reward, title, Unsung Hero. The host's relationship with the police department is established, and he can be friendly with many police officers. Wu Di scratched his head. What kind of reward was this? However, just as he thought about these things, the thug in the corner hurriedly climbed up, intending to hurriedly slip away at this time. Big brother, thank you for not killing me. I won't dare to do bad things in the future. The thug lowered his head, not even daring to look squarely at Wu Di's face for fear of being intimidated by the other party's aura. However, Wu Di made a fierce strike at this time, and made a hand slash. Thud! Wu Di struck the neck of the robber, causing the other party to quickly fall to the ground. It's really too embarrassing. Just now all promised to let you go, but unfortunately, it's the system that doesn't want to let you go. Wu Di smiled as he dragged the other party to a conspicuous place on the street, and immediately after that, he dialed a phone number. Hello? Is this the police officer? A killer has appeared here in my place, and the other party has a knife inside his hand. Wu Di seriously reported. Hearing Wu Di's words, the staff inside the police station immediately stood up. Where is the killer person now? Wu Di explained to the other party. There is no need to be nervous. The person has already been controlled by me. Just come over and arrest him. After communicating well, Wu Di was relieved to hang up the phone. Previously, Wu Di had already mulled over his future cell phone, so at this time now, he knew what high-tech functions his cell phone had. Immediately after that, Wu Di took a picture to the other party with his future smartphone. Soon the cell phone searched for the guy's information. Without looking at it, a look is really to be shocked. It seems better to call the police. I did not expect that this guy is a bloodthirsty maniac and is still internationally wanted. Was caught by me. It is also considered his bad luck. It didn't take long before a rush of sirens came from not far from the road. Whoop whoop. A police car drove up, and after seeing it, Wu Di thought to himself, if I continue to stay here, I might have to be taken away together to take a statement. I'd better be a person who does good deeds without leaving a name. Having thought of this, Wu Di directly put his hands inside his pockets and immediately left the spot. Standing in the corner, Wu Di clearly saw the thugs being taken away, and only then did he walk away contentedly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Rewarded with the title, Unsung Hero. The host's relationship with the police department is established, and he can be friendly with many police officers. The system's rewards were getting richer and richer, but some of them did make people feel nonsensical. Even Wu Di couldn't figure out a single thing. Ding! New quest, find Gutsong and have Gutsong help himself to get Wang Tao. Reward, skill, success rate detection. Able to help the host detect the success rate of things anytime, anywhere. This skill of the super divine hero system immediately made Wu Di startled. Wu Di's eyes widened. It feels like this skill is still quite good. I have to go and complete it right away. After Wu Di walked back to the antique street, he immediately arrived at a place with a very luxurious building. Wu Di walked into this luxurious antique store building, and after asking around a little bit, he knew that this was a store run by the old-timer Ancient Song himself. I would like to pay a visit to old senior Gutsong. Can you have him come out to see me for a moment? Wu Di asked the security guard at the door. However, the security guard knew that there were a lot of people who wanted to pay a visit to Ancient Song during this period of time, and among them, there was no lack of rich young masters like Wu Di. So the security guard decisively slapped his hand and expelled with a disgusted face. Hurry up and get out of the way. Don't get in the way of doing business here. If you talk nonsense here, beware that I will directly have someone kick you out. The security guard's attitude towards Wu Di was very harsh, causing Wu Di to involuntarily frown. This uncle, I just want to look for Senior Ancient. Please go and inform him. Just say that a young man called Wu Di wants to pay him a visit. I really have something to do. I'm not here to pick a fight. Although Wu Di was a bit angry at this attitude of the other party, Wu Di still resisted and explained so lightly to the other party. The security guard's temper was always so bad, he even pushed Wu Di a little. I said, why don't you people listen to advice? Hurry up and get lost. Is really think that I am easy to bully, right? Be careful to clean you up when the time comes. Let you crawl out. The security guard shouted loudly, making people not dare to make any other moves at all. However, Wu Di would not be afraid of this threat at all. There were a lot of people who threatened him. If this threat could scare Wu Di, then he definitely would not have persisted until now. The security guard saw that Wu Di had always kept a smile on his face, and also knew very well the reasoning of reaching out and not hitting a smiling person. For a while they were all a bit embarrassed. Almost everyone who comes here is looking for our boss. Every single one of them says the same thing as you. All of them have something to look for. But the boss had a word before. All those who haven't made an appointment, all of them are ignored. The security guard narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Wu Di with that contemptuous look. Why don't you tell us whether you have made an appointment or not? Seeing that Wu Di did not answer, the security guard laughed. It's better to hurry up and leave. At a glance, it's impossible for someone like you to get an appointment with our boss. Dog-eyed guy. Wu Di silently cursed in his heart, but he immediately picked up his cell phone and dialed the number left by Gutsong just now. Believe it or not, I will notify your boss to come out now? Wu Di made the call with one hand while betting so with the security guard. The security guard was also a straight person. Even if the other party was doing things like this, he simply had no feelings for him. Fight if you have the ability. If the boss can come, then count me as a loser. The security guard snorted coldly, obviously looking down on Wu Di from the beginning to the end. Chapter 32, Bringing Down Wang Tao. Just as the security guard was talking, Wu Di also made a call. Hello, Elder Ancient. It's me, Wu Di. I don't think you've forgotten, right? Wu Di said smilingly at the other side of the phone. Right now, Wu Di wanted to pay a visit to old Senior Ancient Song, which was both a task of the system and something he was bent on doing. Since there was someone who looked down on him, then he would speak with facts. Only then could he completely punch him in the face. The other end of the phone was slightly silent for a while, and then came the sound of Gutsong's bright laughter. Ha ha, how could I forget it? I haven't turned into an old fool yet. Only just met with you less than half an hour ago. If I even forgot your name, then I would really be considered old. Gutsong's attitude towards Wu Di was very different, very amiable. Wu Di immediately stated his intention. I wonder if you have time now, old Senior Gutsong? I have a matter that I would like to ask you for a favor. I wonder if you are willing to meet. It just so happened that Ancient Song had nothing to do right or left now, or else he wouldn't have personally made a trip to the nearby antique store just now. Now a response came from the other side of the phone. Of course there's no problem. Just come straight in and find me. Just as Gutsong was planning to tell the address of the antique store. However, Wu Di said, I've already arrived at the entrance of your store, but your security guard here seems to have a bit of a temper. Telling me all the time won't let me in, and keeps telling me to get lost. Wu Di's words immediately angered Gutsong. It was simply outrageous. Gutsong frowned. There's such a thing? Just wait, I'll be right out. When Wu Di hung up the phone, the security guard was still a bit surprised. You were really on the phone with my boss just now? The security guard was afraid that his work ethic would be known by his boss. If it was really like this, then it would definitely be over. Just when the security guard's heart was half cold, Wu Di coldly responded. Of course, do you think I was talking to the air just now? In the next second, Wu Di pointed at a person in the store. It's probably really too late for you to regret now. Hearing these words, the security guard nervously twisted his head and immediately saw Gutsong behind him. At this time, Gutsong had a gloomy face and was glaring at himself. Originally, the security guards were all trembling in fear, and now after seeing Gutsong, their souls were almost about to give out. Boss, listen to my explanation. Actually, this matter can't be completely blamed on me. The security guard almost wanted to kneel down for the other party. However, Gutsong waved his hand. No need to come with me to explain too much. From now on you're fired. Pack up your things and get lost. Gutsong's words made the security guard only leave with his head down. After the obnoxious security guard walked away, the original serious look of Gutsong immediately became cordial. Little friend Wu, is there something you want to find me? Gutsong smiled. Immediately after that, Wu Di said, it's like this. Just now, after I bought the ancient painting, that Wang Tao hired a murderer to kill me. Like this kind of person, he is not qualified to continue doing business at all. Gutsong pondered a little. Actually, what you said isn't wrong, but Wang Tao didn't even do anything very excessive from the beginning. If we get rid of him now, then by then people should say that I use my power to suppress others. Gutsong was also an old man, having seen so many great storms, and was naturally very concerned at this time now. In the next second, Wu Di opened his mouth. I have a way to deal with Wang Tao, but I still need old sir's help. Gutsong could see the other party's seriousness, and for some reason, Gutsong's favor towards Wu Di was always high. So Gutsong didn't consider for too long and immediately said, no problem, I can help you. As soon as the words fell, the system moved. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Rewarding the skill, success rate detection. Able to help the host detect the success rate of things anytime, anywhere. A virtual panel appeared in front of Wu Di's eyes. At this time Wu Di was able to open and close this panel anytime, anywhere. Suddenly, Wu Di thought to himself, I wonder what the success rate of bringing down this guy Wang Tao will be. Soon the panel began to appear with countless numbers, and under the calculation of this big data, a number soon appeared, 86%. After scratching away the panel, Wu Di continued to explain to Gutsong, actually, I have a plan that is so and so and this and this. Wu Di leaned over to Gutsong's side and said to the other party in a very low voice. After listening to the plan in detail, Gutsong couldn't help but give a thumbs up. There's really something about you. Even thinking of this plan, Gutsong couldn't help but deeply admire Wu Di's resourcefulness. The other party was just too smart. If they accidentally messed with Wu Di, then I'm afraid the consequences would just be unimaginable. The two of them made a snap decision and directly headed towards Wang Tao's antique store. When Gutsong was about to walk into the antique store, he was immediately stopped by Wu Di reaching out. Elder Gu, wait a minute. I also called an actor to do me a favor. This time it's all about the acting. Having said that, Wu Di made a phone call. Wu Di said indifferently, I need your help here. Come over now. I'll send you the location. Immediately after that, Wu Di hung up the phone. Gutsong was shocked by Wu Di's approach. It was unexpected that Wu Di's connections were so powerful. Just one sentence could call someone. This kind of strength was expected to be done by very few people. Little friend Wu is indeed bold. Your future is bright. Gutsong couldn't help but praise. Generally speaking, Gutsong would never just praise others. But right now Gutsong really had a very favorable impression of Wu Di. He almost thought that the other party was an all-round talent. He knew how to appraise treasures and he also had a good conversation. It seemed that he was a person who would do great things. Wu Di first said to Gutsong, Old senior, first please wait here for a moment. I will come out after a few minutes. Gutsong nodded, okay, then it all depends on your acting skills. When Wu Di stepped into the antique store, the system appeared. Ding! New mission, gain Wang Tao's trust and conquer each other with your acting skills. Reward, movie star level acting skills. The host's acting skills can be compared to international movie stars. Wu Di straightened his tie and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but lift upwards. With his face value alone, he could conquer a large area. Isn't acting skill still at his fingertips? After Wu Di walked into the antique store, he immediately caught Wang Tao's attention. Wang Tao was shocked. Whoa, how did you get here? Originally, Wang Tao was planning to wait for the killer to return triumphantly, but the delay was so great that he almost thought the killer had lost. But now Wang Tao had to believe it even if he didn't. Chapter 33 Movie Emperor Level Acting Skills. Boss, before it was all because I was too young and actually dared to make an enemy of you. Now that I've learned my lesson and don't dare to go against you, I want to give this scroll to you, all of it as an indemnity. Wu Di smiled sarcastically and handed over the scroll to the other party. Wang Tao instantly became curious. What's going on? You didn't talk like this before, now you've actually become such a wimp. Wu Di held back his inner anger and barely squeezed out a smile. You are the big brother. It is only right that I take this to honor you. Besides, it was all my fault before. Giving the painting to you is also considered returning it to its rightful owner. Wu Di's face was full of smiles, looking like a humble beggar. Wang Tao was first stunned, but seeing the other party smiling so smugly, he immediately believed it. If you had said that, you would have been better off. Why do you still need to beat around the bush and go through so much effort? He accepted Wu Di's scroll. Wu Di then thanked him 1,000 times. And after receiving the other party's forgiveness, Wu Di seemed to be as if he had gained a new life. Wang Tao felt for a moment that he was just standing at the highest point, almost swollen like never before. When Wu Di was ready to leave the antique house, he used his golden pupil to quickly scan the valuable treasures in the house. Ding ding ding, the golden pupil was really useful, and in just a short moment, it helped Wu Di check out many treasures. What are you looking at? Hurry up and leave, don't let me run into it again in the future. Wang Tao instantly flipped his face, and after getting the stuff, he almost flipped his face. Wu Di smiled in his heart. Soon you won't be able to be arrogant. Wait and see. After thinking of this, Wu Di immediately smiled and walked out of the antique store. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Rewarding movie star level acting skills. The host's acting skills can be compared to international movie stars. The system said. It was as if Wu Di's body was endowed with a power that gave his entire being an acting soul. When Wu Di came out, not only was there the old senior Gutsong outside, but there was also a big beauty. As soon as Zhuang Qing'er received the call just now, she immediately rushed here. Chairman, what happened here? Zhuang Qing'er asked curiously. Earlier, Gutsong had roughly explained the situation to Zhuang Qing'er, but Zhuang Qing'er was still at a loss as to what exactly she was to be asked to do. Wu Di instructed in a low voice. You go in right now and buy the penultimate vase in the row by the window in the store. Then just now, I took a look. The vase needs $550,000. There is just that much money in this card. You take it first. After saying his words, Wu Di cheerfully took out a bank card from his pocket. Now that Wu Di was worth over $100 million, a mere few tens of thousands of dollars was completely nothing to him. Without any doubts, Zhuang Qing'er took the card and walked straight into the store. Gutsong looked at the other party's back and couldn't help but sigh. Little friend Wu, this secretary of yours is really too obedient. I'm really envious of you. Actually being able to have such an understanding secretary, it's counted as your good fortune. Wu Di smiled. I got it by chance. If Ancient Senior is envious, I'll help you find one for you some other day when I have the chance. The two of them climbed outside for a while. Wu Di looked down at the clock on his wrist again. After pinpointing the time, Wu Di immediately said to Gutsong, Old Senior, now is the time for you to appear. Gutsong completely understood Wu Di's plan, and just now, he had specially transferred many bodyguards. At this time, Gutsong waved his hand, and behind him, a dozen bodyguards wearing sunglasses, coldly followed behind Gutsong. Just as Gutsong walked into the antique store, Wang Tao was enthusiastically packing the vases of antiques bought for Zhuang Qing'er. Mr. Gu, why are you here again? Wang Tao frowned when he saw Gutsang as soon as he entered. If it were anyone else, Wang Tao would of course be happy, but in the entire antique world, to say that the one who could scare Wang Tao the most was probably only this old man in front of him. Originally Wang Tao was quite happy today. First he received the ancient painting sent by Wu Di, and just sold a fake vase. Add up their own can profit millions. Happy altogether. Now he is worried. The fake vase is under the eyes of Gutsong. If it is found by this treasure master, then Wang Tao will be miserable. What's the matter? Am I not welcome? Doing business, the first rule is to come as a customer. You even this first rule cannot abide by. That's still open what store? Gutsong put on a posture of an old-timer and seriously lectured the other party. Wang Tao also had no choice but to smile. Yes, what you said, ancient elder, is so right. Listening to you is better than 10 years of books. Wow. Wang Tao was very clear in his heart. Gutsong definitely wasn't simple to come to the store this time, and a clear-eyed person would know it at a glance. There are so many bodyguards behind Gutsong. Not to smash the scene, what else can come? Just when Wang Tao's heart muttered, Gutsong opened the door and said, someone reported and uncovered that your store sells fake goods. Wang Tao was shocked. Who said that? This has definitely planted false accusations. Mr. Gu, you are the antique world big shot. Absolutely cannot listen to such rumors. I'm an honest man. I would never do such a bad thing as stealing a chicken and dog. Having said that, Wang Tao subconsciously wanted to cover up the fake vase placed on the cash register. However, just as Wang Tao was about to stretch out his hand, Gutsong was quick on his feet and snatched it away. Gutsong had a stern face and pointed at the vase with a serious face. Just now you said that you wouldn't do anything to sell fake goods, so how do you explain this fake? This fake vase was found from your store. You should have nothing to say. If you still want to argue, I can ask other treasure masters to come and take a look, so that we can evaluate whether this vase is real or fake. Seeing that Gutsong was getting real, Wang Tao no longer dared to hide it. Wang Tao shivered. Mr. Gu, actually this can be explained. There are just too many antiques in this store, and I didn't have the eyesight to accidentally buy some fakes. But this is definitely not my intention. It's totally my carelessness to buy it. I'll destroy it right here. Just as Wang Tao wanted to take the vase, Zhuang Qing'er on the side snapped. What are you doing? This vase is my thing now. Just now, I even transferred $550,000 to you, and you actually dared to sell me fake goods. Under the suppression of both Zhuang Qing'er and Gutsong, Wang Tao immediately fell into a state of exhaustion, and for a time he had a mouth to speak. Wang Tao said periodically, this is a fake. I'll get you another good one. It's guaranteed to be even better than this vase. However, Zhuang Qing'er solemnly said, you have a signboard of fake 1 for 10 at the entrance of your store. Now you actually dare to sell me fake goods. What do you say? As soon as the words fell, a familiar voice came from outside the store. What else can I do? Of course it's 10 times the original price. Chapter 34 Preparing to Move. Hearing those words, everyone's gazes went towards the door. It was actually Wu Di. Wang Tao's eyes widened as if everything was figured out. Bastard. This is all a trap set by you to harm me. Wang Tao was so angry that he wanted to crawl out from the counter. Wu Di laughed coldly. If you don't do anything wrong, you are not afraid of ghosts coming to your door. If you do business with a clear conscience, how could I possibly set up a trap to get you? Just then, a voice came from the system. Ding! New mission, bring down Wang Tao. Make him disappear in Huadu along with the antique store. Reward, title, Rookie of the Antique World. Host's prestige in the antique world increases. In the future, he would be dealing with other bigwigs in the antique world, so it seemed that this reward wasn't bad. Hoo. Wang Tao was so angry that his asthma came out. Why did you do this to me? You are too vicious. Wu Di inclined his head and gazed at the other party. It seems like you poisoned me first. I'm just treating you the way you want to be treated. Besides, there's a head for grievances. Who else can I look for if not you? Wang Tao snapped out of it. It turned out that from the very beginning, Wu Di had wanted to take revenge on himself. This game of chess, Wang Tao is completely defeated. Wu Di stepped forward. Compensation. It is best to honestly do what I say. Otherwise you will lose, even pants are not left. Wang Tao recognized his bad luck and had to take out all his bank cards from the counter. After Wang Tao transferred $5.5 million to Wu Di was still standing still. The money has been given to you, why aren't you leaving? Wang Tao was curious. For these plagues, Wang Tao could not wait for them to never come back. Gu Song, however, said coldly, you are even so bad at treasure identification, and you are still buying in fakes. It seems that you are not suitable to continue staying in the antique store. I've already called the police, so do yourself a favor. After saying his words, Gu Song waved his hand, and the bodyguards immediately opened the way for him, escorting Gu Song out of the antique store the whole way. And Wu Di also smiled and took back the ancient painting from before, and also followed behind to leave this place. Wang Tao was in a cold sweat. He wiped the beads of sweat on his cheeks and couldn't help but sigh. It seems like Huadu can't stay. If I don't escape, I really won't have a chance. After thinking of this, he hurriedly packed his bags, planning to never come to Huadu in his life. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Rewarded with the title, New Talent in the Antique World. The host's prestige in the antique world increases. The system vocalized. After Wu Di and Gu Song walked out of the antique store, the two of them looked at each other and smiled. Ha ha, it's been a long time since the old man has felt this much pain. To be able to deal with this kind of scum today, it makes me happy just thinking about it. Gu Song looked up to the sky and laughed. Wu Di put the painting away in a small box in the storage vault, and immediately afterward, he said, Senior Gu, in the future, the latecomer will have to look up to you more in the antique world of Huadu. Gu Song said boldly, good to say, from now on, your little friend Wu's matters are my matters. If anyone is ungrateful and dares to mess with you, just mention it to me. After the two chatted a few more times, they soon parted ways. Strolling on the antique street, Zhuang Qinger, who was beside him, suddenly said to Wu Di, Chairman, just now I received a text message saying that you were invited to a dinner party. As she was saying this, Zhuang Qinger handed her cell phone to Wu Di, letting him read the content of the text message. Who invited me there? You can just say it directly, Wu Di said indifferently. Now that people had money and their fame was slowly rising, it was normal for someone to invite them to dinner. Zhuang Qinger immediately replied, it's the couple Zhou Chang and Feng Pinping. They just got married recently and said they want you to go to the dinner party to get together. Wu Di frowned. These two goods want me to go to their wedding? Zhuang Qinger shook her head. Their wedding is already over. This dinner party is mainly to gather all the old classmates together. Wu Di was enlightened. It seems to be a classmate reunion, but the bureau they organized. It seems not that simple. Previously, Feng Pinping worshipped gold and took the initiative to break up with Wu Di, and in the blink of an eye, she got bored with Zhou Chang. I didn't expect that after only a short time, they had actually gotten married. Just when Wu Di wanted to refuse, the system appeared. Ding! New mission, agree to attend the dinner party and let them see their recent achievements. Reward, the shock of his classmates. The host's prestige in society has increased. Wu Di thought for a moment. Now that he had made a name for himself, if he didn't show off at this time, when would he wait? So he instructed Zhuang Qinger, just tell them that I will definitely be there at that time. Zhuang Qinger answered. Chairman, do you need us to prepare in advance? Those people suddenly asked you to attend a meal. It's definitely not as simple as having a meal. They definitely have ulterior motives. No matter how much Zhuang Qinger persuaded him, Wu Di just waved his hand. Those are my old classmates. They won't harm me. Although he said so on the surface, Wu Di's demeanor had already changed. The heart of harming others should not be there, but the heart of defense should definitely not be absent. At that time, how those people wanted to deal with themselves, Wu Di would want to see it. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, rewarding his classmates for their shock. The host's prestige in society has increased. The system said. Wu Di took Zhuang Qinger and drove back to the apartment. By this time the large apartment had been organized by Bai Lang. Bai Lang was still in the living room directing the moving company's employees. Move faster, but be careful. If you bump something, it'll be on you. The moving company workers laughed. Big brother, just put your heart in your stomach. We've all moved with experience. We definitely won't break a single thing you have here. Wu Di stuck his hands in his pockets and stood in the doorway watching. Suddenly Bai Lang realized that there was a movement behind him and immediately turned his head to see Wu Di. Master, I've taken care of everything in the apartment, all packed and sent to the villa. There's still the last batch of stuff left here. We'll be able to get rid of everything soon. Bai Lang reported respectfully. Wu Di nodded with satisfaction. I'm definitely relieved to leave things in your hands. But where did those roommates of mine go? How come I haven't seen any of them? If it were usual, everyone would be staying in the apartment at this hour, but now they were all gone. Curious, Wu Di asked Bai Lang. Did something happen? Bai Lang also had to answer truthfully. I invited them to stay at the villa, and I wanted to ask the owner before, but I couldn't get through on your phone. And all those roommates of yours are also calling constantly. None of them can let you know. Hearing this, Wu Di couldn't help but pick up the cell phone in his pocket and immediately saw a dozen missed calls displayed on the screen. Wu Di awkwardly said, I was all busy with other things just now, so I didn't look at my cell phone, but these are all trivial matters. Since you've arranged them, it's all fine. Chapter 35, The Top of the World's Famous Watches. Originally, Wu Di wanted to bring his roommate to live in the villa together. Anyway, these people have feelings for each other. If they are directly separated, it is really a little reluctant. On the other hand, the villa is really too big. Let Wu Di alone to live alone. It is estimated to be a bit boring. Thinking of this, Wu Di greeted everyone and headed to the villa in the imperial residential area. Driving to the entrance of the villa, as soon as he entered the living room, he saw Fang Chuyi and the girls were burying their heads in organizing the furniture. The original villa was fully equipped, but after moving everything from the apartment in, it was still so empty. Wu Di, you're finally here. This villa is also too big, Fang Chuyi said in surprise. Yesterday's confession did not affect Fang Chuyi in the slightest, as if it had never happened. At this moment, Hua Xiaoxiao and Lu Yong were all marveling at the luxury of the villa, and after seeing Wu Di, they even gave each other a thumbs up. Wu Di, in the past, it was all because I, Lu Yong, had no eyes. I never thought that after I treated you so well, you would still invite me to stay here. Brother Wu, you are definitely a low-profile invisible tycoon. Why don't you be my father? You can take care of my food and drink, and in the future, I'll give you my old age. Listening to the words of the two, Wu Di was a little sweaty. It seems that they really don't treat themselves as outsiders. They directly thought that they were going to live here. Suddenly the system released the task. Ding. New mission. Invite roommates to stay and let 3 roommates live in a villa mansion. Reward, a Sweatin mahogany upright piano with a market value of $2 million. Wu Di welcomed. No problem. You can all live here in the future. Just tell me which room you want. Just tell me. It wasn't mainly about wanting to take the piano. The key was that Wu Di was hospitable. These words moved the roommates so much that they were about to kneel down for Wu Di. To actually be able to afford to live in a several $100 million mansion in this life, that was absolutely no loss. The whole night everyone was busy moving, and Wu Di had Bai Lang and Zhuang Qinger as his 2 right-hand men, so he didn't have to worry about it in the slightest. Soon Wu Di sweetly entered the dreamland, and even slept until dawn. When Wu Di woke up, the first thing, that is to pick up the cell phone, clicked on the Daily Spike software. Above really updated the goods, this time not luxury cars, but a very new colorful watch. Today's second kill commodity, the world's most famous watch, Fei Cheetah. Original price $100 million. Limited time spike price, $999. As the saying goes, poor people play with cars and rich people play with watches. Now this famous watch is the symbol of the rich. No matter what, as long as it is a software update commodity, no matter whether it is useful or not, Wu Di is definitely going to buy it. One day, only one kind of merchandise is updated, and the price of seconds is very affordable. This kind of great bargain of picking up a leak. Don't want it for nothing. Click to buy. Congratulations to the host for the successful spike, obtaining a piece of the world's top watch, Fei Cheetah. In the next second, the watch on Wu Di's wrist was immediately replaced with a piece of famous watch that was covered in gold. This watch covered all the functions of a wristwatch, and even used the latest foreign high technology. The timekeeping was very accurate, and it was a perfect choice for low-key penning. Wu Di was in a great mood. Picking up bargains every morning was too good to think about. Ding! New task, show off the watch to your roommates. Let them know how strong the host's financial power really is. Reward, a set of handmade suits from a top international clothing designer with a market value of $50 million. The appearance of the super divine hero system made Wu Di feel as if he had smelled the flavor of money. Wu Di simply washed up and immediately walked out of the room. Just after taking the elevator to the kitchen area on the second floor, the person who came face to face was Fang Chuyi. You're awake? I just wanted to go and call you, but I didn't expect you to come down on your own accord. Just in time. Go wash your hands and prepare for breakfast. I cooked a lot of delicious food today. I don't know if it's to your liking. Fang Chuyi just turned into a housewife. People who don't know the truth almost thought that Fang Chuyi had married him. Wu Di was a bit confused. You can still cook? When I was in the apartment before, I haven't seen you cook before. Fang Chuyi smiled lightly. Hate it. I learned to make a loving breakfast especially for you. You go eat it while it's hot. Looking at Fang Chuyi's shy appearance, Wu Di was a little stunned. This little ninny seemed to genuinely like herself. However, Wu Di did not say anything more and sat down immediately afterward. Suddenly the famous watch on his wrist was seen by Lu Yong, who was instantly shocked. I go, Wu Di, this watch on your hand is also too cool. Lu Yong's exclamation of shock likewise attracted others, and Hua Xiaoxiao couldn't help but come forward. Geez, this watch looks like it's very high-end. It can't be a famous watch. When Hua Xiaoxiao had just finished speaking, Lu Yong took over the conversation. You're not talking nonsense. Of course all the watches that our brother Wu uses should be famous watches. Wu Di smiled and said, you guys work hard. You will be able to afford this kind of watch one day. Of course, it also depends on what kind of work. If it's like Wu Di's 2 or 3,000 a month, it is estimated that the next life of hard work may not be able to afford to buy. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Rewarding a set of handmade suits from a top international clothing designer with a market value of $50 million. The system rang. Wu Di's repository soon had an extra set of very stylish suits, and he was just secretly delighted. Everyone then finished their breakfast in laughter, and these roommates were also very conscious. All of them took the initiative to help wash the dishes. In the past, when they were in the apartment, they used to let Wu Di cook and wash the dishes, but now they were the landlords. Not charging everyone for rent was already very kind, so the job of washing the dishes naturally fell on Lu Yong and Hua Xiaoxiao. I have a meal today, so I won't eat at home, so you guys can take care of it yourselves. Wu Di wiped his mouth and immediately stood up and prepared to leave. Bai Lang immediately followed and got up. Master, why don't you let me accompany you? I can also protect you. Wu Di waved his hand. Better forget it, just keep to your home. It's just a class reunion. I'll go alone. After giving a few simple instructions, Wu Di drove the phantom supercar alone and hit the road. After driving to the agreed-upon Manhwa Lu Hotel, Wu Di parked his car and walked directly into the private room. This private room was booked in advance by Zhou Chang, and Wu Di was indeed surprised by the opulent decorations in front of him. This 10,000 flowers building was also a luxury hotel. The consumption were strangely high. Ordinary people would definitely not come to this kind of place. Yo-ho! Wu Di has come ah! At this moment, when Wu Di walked into the room, there were immediately a few girls who shouted enthusiastically. The university classmates had graduated for so many years, but Wu Di still maintained the elegance of that year, so he was recognized by his old classmates at a glance. Chapter 36, School Reunion. Many people were quite punctual. The large private room was now filled with more than 10 people. They all started to greet each other about Wu Di. Old Wu, I haven't heard from you for such a long time. I thought you've left the country. I heard that you are working in a small company, but looking at the way you are dressed, you feel like a big boss. Many classmates are very excited. Back in the day, they said, do not forget each other. If there is someone who is rich, that certainly can rely on the relationship between classmates to support a. However, not everyone is so enthusiastic, but also the relationship between classmates. However, not everyone is so enthusiastic. There are always some people will say the wrong thing. Suddenly there is an avant-garde rich second-generation sneer. It's not rented. Right, temporary want to show off in front of classmates. As soon as this came out, someone else echoed, ha ha, maybe he'll have to ride his bike later and run home to eat instant noodles. Just by looking at this I can tell that he's a bottom-feeding pig. Coming to the private room makes me feel like the air here is stale. Ding! New mission, fight back against the rich second generation. Let him try what it's like to be punched in the face. Reward, the Chigu gemstone belt. One of the most expensive belts in the world. With a market price of $1.5 million. The system's new task made Wu Di ignite his fighting spirit. It was time to strike. Wu Di thought in his heart. I wonder what the success rate of mocking this guy will be. Just as he thought about such things, a panel suddenly appeared. Ding! There is a 97% success rate in mocking the rich second generation. The corners of Wu Di's mouth rose. It's better than you. Wearing a string of fake necklaces and still walking around, with an admirable thick face. The rich second generation Wei Li frowned. What do you mean by that? Wei Li had always been pretentious, and now that he was being taunted by Wu Di in front of so many people, his own face immediately became untenable. Wu Di suddenly spoke professionally. A normal crystal necklace will flicker with butterfly light under the light, but this necklace of yours is still so dim under such a bright light. Don't need to think much. It must be just plain fake. If I'm not wrong, it's not even $100, right? Boom! Wei Li's brain went blank. The necklace that he had previously entrusted a friend to buy from abroad. He didn't expect it to be a fake. In fact, when Wei Li received the necklace, he also felt that it looked a bit fake, but he still believed his friend. Unexpectedly now being pointed out by Wu Di in public, the whole person's face turned white with a brush. Wu Di continued, not only is your necklace fake, even your pair of shoes and watch are all fakes. Do you need me to explain them one by one? Wu Di, who had inherited the ability to identify treasures, only needed to take a look at the items and could immediately determine the authenticity. This little sculpting skill was completely trivial for Wu Di. Wei Li pretended that he had something temporary to do and hurriedly stood up and said, I'll go out to take a call. You guys take your time to chat. After saying his words, Wei Li nervously picked up his own cell phone and busily ran out. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, rewarding the Chigu Gemstone Belt, one of the most expensive belts in the world. With a market price of $1.5 million, the Super Divine Hero system teleported an expensive belt into Wu Di's repository. Just at this time, the door of the private room was pushed open. Everyone looked up and immediately saw a pair of rich and imposing couples walking in. Zhou Chang wrapped his arm around Fong Pinping, who was beside him, and slowly walked into the private room, appearing in front of everyone. It's been a long time, everyone. I can't believe we've arrived so soon. Zhou Chang smiled and waved to everyone. Quickly, a few old classmates got up and said, I can't believe it's Mr. Zhou who's here. Once I saw the two of you, the man and the woman. I have hope for love again. I'm so envious of Pinping, actually being able to marry such a good man, handsome and rich, and most importantly, will know how to take care of people. Zhou Chang smiled conceitedly, then he said, let me know when you guys get married. I will definitely give each of you a big red packet. Today's reunion was ostensibly to liaise with old classmates, but in reality, it was Zhou Chang's way of showing off himself. Zhou Chang caught a glimpse of Wu Di who was drinking tea. He sneered and said to Wu Di, I didn't expect you to really come. In fact, I have to thank you for letting Pinping to me. Pinping is the best girl I've ever seen in my life. I'm willing to pamper her for the rest of my life. Having said that, Zhou Chang gave a kiss towards Fong Pinping in public. That sweet scene made all of them envious. Ah, this is totally giving us dog food. It's over. It's over. The meal won't go down. I'll dry this bowl of dog food first. Everyone screamed and exclaimed. Looking at everyone's reaction, Zhou Chang became even more pleased with himself and even glanced at Wu Di with a playful face, wanting to see the other party's reaction, but realizing that Wu Di was so calm and looked like he didn't care at all. This look immediately caused Zhou Chang's displeasure. What kind of attitude is this? But the time is still early. There is plenty of time to tease this kid. Now first have to show off. Zhou Chang sat down in the main seat and said with a smile, originally, I arrived at the hotel a long time ago, but I've been busy talking about business, so I didn't come until now. Sure enough, there was a girl who flattered. Mr. Zhou deserves to be Mr. Zhou, day after day. He is so busy. I don't know what kind of big business. Is there any way to bring everyone together to get rich? The corner of Zhou Chang's mouth rose. I'm afraid this is not possible. Some business cannot be taken carelessly. If you do not get it right, the loss of all the money is possible. Shunai Trade has heard of it. That is the largest trade group in Huadu. I was just talking business with their boss Zhang Guolin. Having said that, Zhou Chang straightened his back even more confidently. As for Wu Di, who was originally fiddling with his goblet, once he heard Zhang Guolin's name, he suddenly became interested. Could it be that old Zhang had also come here? It's just too awesome. Right, even you know Zhang Guolin? I heard that person is in the top 10 of Huadu's rich list. Suddenly a male student who knew the market was surprised. Zhou Chang's afterglow always fell on Wu Di, and when he saw that Wu Di was also listening attentively, he became even more gloating in his heart. Immediately afterward, Zhou Chang reached out and clapped his hands, and immediately 3 of his men walked into the private room holding red wine. All of you taste it. These red wines are all very good. You probably won't believe it when I say it. This is a high-grade red wine imported from abroad, and it's also the output of an aristocratic winery. Even if you have money you can't buy it. This stuff was personally given to me by old general manager Zhang Guolin. I heard that we're having a class reunion here, so I was told to make sure everyone tastes it. Zhou Chang proudly introduced. The classmates were also all aware that Zhou Chang was posing, but these things were indeed all never eaten before for everyone, so one was willing to pretend, and a group of people were all willing to cooperate with the act. Chapter 37, Hitting the Face Without Even Having to Make a Move. Wu Di pulled out his ears. This kind of displaying scene was really too disgusting. Immediately afterward, Wu Di stood up and decided to go out to avoid it. Just as Wu Di walked out of the private room, he was immediately targeted by Zhou Chang, who also immediately followed him. When he came to the restroom, Wu Di heard footsteps coming from behind, and listening to the movement of the footsteps, Wu Di knew that it was Zhou Chang who had come. You're very annoying, ugh. Always so shady. Is it fun? Wu Di looked into the mirror and said straight to Zhou Chang who was walking behind him. Zhou Chang grinned. You're still the same. You must be upset with me in your heart. Girlfriend was snatched away by me. Is it still holding a grudge against me until now? Today I called you over, mainly to make you envious. Only I can give Pinping happiness. As for you, a bottom pig, you can only be single until death in your life. Hearing these words, Wu Di always remained calm. Even though he wanted to stretch out his fist to hit the other party, he still held back. Wu Di thought to himself, this bastard is just trying to provoke me. If I don't even have this kind of calmness, then I won't even mix in the future. After thinking about this, Wu Di's mood calmed down again. Seeing Wu Di so calm, Zhou Chang was also a bit angry. What kind of hanging look is this? Even your girlfriend was snatched away by me. Actually can still be so indifferent. Suddenly a plan emerged in Zhou Cheng's mind. He expected that Wu Di would definitely be angry. Ding! New task, remain calm. No matter how much the other party humiliates him or her, the host is absolutely unable to get angry. Reward, treasure, universal pocket. The host can take out what he wants from the pocket every day, but there will be a limit. Activate mission function, anger value. If the host exceeds 60 points of anger value, it will lead to the failure of the mission. This time, the Super Divine Hero System's quest started to become different from the past, but the rewards were also much better than before. You could take anything you wanted, so wouldn't you be able to do whatever you wanted? Just then, Zhou Cheng came to Wu Di's ear. You would never have guessed that Fong Pinping is still a clean person. I didn't know until I got married. That day was the first time. Zhou Cheng thought for a long time. He concluded that this statement would definitely enrage the other party. However, Wu Di always kept his face unchanged. Ding! The anger value has slightly increased to 49 points. The system reminded. Wu Di thought for a second. Trying to anger me, then I'll give you a counterattack. The next second Wu Di laughed. You're really naive, aren't you? Now that technology is so advanced, are you sure that Fong Pinping isn't a defective product? How easy it is to want to mend a film. It shouldn't take me to say that. You all know, right? As long as there is money, anything can be done. Wu Di's laugh exasperated Zhou Cheng so much that his face turned green, as if he understood something things. Zhou Cheng was trembling. You mean to say that Fong Pinping had been that long ago? Seeing with his own eyes that Wu Di nodded, Zhou Cheng almost didn't faint. Wu Di was at least Fong Pinping's ex-boyfriend, so he definitely knew Fong Pinping well. No wonder Fong Pinping and Wu Di had ended up without any problems. After thinking clearly about this point, the rest of the matter would all be clear. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It seems that it's the old man who's been green. Zhou Cheng was furious. Wu Di patted the other party's shoulder and instead looked at Zhou Cheng with a sympathetic face, then walked outside. Not long after walking out, he heard Zhou Cheng's hysterical roar coming from the restroom. Wu Di sneered as he stuck his hands into his pockets and immediately heard the familiar system voice. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Rewarding the treasure, universal pocket. The host can take out what he wants from the pocket every day, but there will be limitations. The system immediately gave the universal pocket to Wu Di, at which point Wu Di's suit pants pocket began to undergo a subtle transformation. Wu Di just wanted to take a napkin to wipe his hands, but he didn't expect that when he casually pulled it out, he directly took out a large sheet of napkin. And that paper is definitely not that simple. Soft and smooth paper quality is close to a handkerchief, and is still made of sandalwood. Without putting on the tip of the nose to smell carefully, you can feel the fragrance. Wu Di contentedly walked into the private room, then saw Zhou Cheng angrily threw open the door. What are you closing? Can't you see that there are still people at the back? Zhou Cheng's eyes were almost on the verge of spitting fire. Fong Pinping was a bit surprised. Hubby, why are you in such a temper? Who messed with you? This might have been fine if she didn't ask, but it turned out that the moment she asked, she instantly enraged Zhou Cheng, as if she had ignited a gas tank. Stinking. You still have the face to say, I can't imagine that you're quite capable of pretending all along I've been fooled by you. Zhou Cheng said this, almost all the more he thought about it, so he directly rushed at Fong Pinping's face and slapped it fiercely. Slap! A slap slammed into Fong Pinping's cheek, hurting the other party so much that she directly fell to the ground. The surrounding students were shocked. They were fine just now. What's going on now? Mr. Zhou, you have something to say properly. You two just got married not long ago. There's no need to make a move. Yes, brother Chang, husband and wife should get along with each other. Quarrel at the head of the bed and at the end of the bed. There is something also, don't hit his wife. Wives are meant to be loved, not beaten. Boss Zhou, this is where you're wrong. Everyone was only aware of one thing and not the other, but everyone was still on Fong Pinping's side. At this moment, Fong Pinping was also blindsided by the beating. She covered the right side of her fiery face and looked at Zhou Cheng in front of her in shock. Hubby, did I offend you? Fong Pinping was inexplicably slapped, and the aggression in her heart was immediately revealed. Originally, Wu Di wanted to watch the fun with interest, but suddenly a sound started coming from the system. Ding! New mission, stop Zhou Cheng from continuing to beat people. Reward, divine level olfactory ability, allowing the host's olfactory potential to increase by several times. Wu Di stretched his back. For saving Fong Pinping, Wu Di had no interest whatsoever, but the system had already released a new mission, so Wu Di was definitely going to complete it. Slow down. Let's talk out any grudges first. Don't take all your anger out on the woman. Wu Di suddenly pushed his chair back and immediately stood up from his seat. Hearing Wu Di's words, Zhou Cheng was also furious as he pointed at Wu Di and roared, "It's because of you, this bottom pig. If you had told me about this earlier, I definitely wouldn't have fallen for this trick either. What Lousy hates most is wearing a green hat. Now that the hat has been worn and the person has been fooled, you are all complacent. Right. Zhou Chang grabbed the bottle of wine on the desktop. Disregarding the expensive value of the red wine, he lunged at Wu Di. Chapter 38 Beat Up the Bodyguard. The red wine was indeed very expensive, but now Zhou Chang had long been disoriented by his anger, and all he could think about was fighting the other party for his life. Either you die or I live today. As soon as the words fell, Zhou Chang waved the wine bottle in his hand and smashed it straight at Wu Di's head. With a simple tilt of his head, Wu Di easily avoided this attack. Immediately after that, Wu Di started throwing punches one after another, and almost before anyone could blink, countless punches smashed into Zhou Chang's body. Oh my god, when did Wu Di become so powerful? Remember when he used to go to school? He was kind of weak Now he's become handsome and stylish, and he's dressed all in high-grade designer labels. Maybe he's some kind of low-key tycoon. The students were all sitting in their seats, whispering in low voices, regardless of what everyone was talking about. The very moment Wu Di knocked down Zhou Chang, the system started replying. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, rewarding the host with a divine-level olfactory ability, allowing the host to increase his olfactory potential by several times. Wu Di felt a slight movement in his nose, even smelling a variety of flavors. Luckily, this magical sense of smell of Wu Di was still able to allow him to be selective about the flavor sense. So at this time now, Wu Di was able to smell only sweet and fresh scents. You actually dare to hit me? It seems that you don't want to live. Do you really think that I am unable to live? Zhou Chang covered his injured chest. Even though he was in a lot of pain, Zhou Chang was all but unable to see Wu Di having a better life than himself. Just as Zhou Chang was thinking about what he should do to deal with him, the system once again released a new mission to Wu Di. Ding! New mission, deal with Zhou Chang and get Zhang Guolin to help you. Reward, skill, instantaneous step. Host can instantly move 30 meters forward in 1 second's time. Wu Di was immediately attracted to the reward. If he could really do instantaneous movement, then it would really be heaven-defying. Do you believe it or not? I have a way to punch you in the face without even having to use my own hands. Wu Di narrowed his eyes slightly and said indifferently. Zhou Chang wiped the remnants of blood from the corner of his mouth. Bah! You just think of beauty, and daydream of wanting to hit my face. Put your 5-spice spicy dog. Ha! Since the other party didn't believe it, let's use facts to speak. Hello, old Zhang. I'm at the 10,000 Flowers building right now. You know someone named Zhou Chang, right? Wu Di quickly dialed Zhang Guolin's phone, even asking the other party a direct question. Hearing Zhou Chang's name, Zhang Guolin immediately reacted. It seemed that this kid Zhou Chang was in trouble, and even messed with the chairman. Zhang Guolin immediately responded respectfully. Just a little bit of business dealings, can't be considered too familiar. Normally, Zhang Guolin knew how to read people's words, and now once he heard Wu Di say this, Zhang Guolin directly realized that something was wrong. Wu Di spoke again. Now you come down and settle this matter. This guy surnamed Zhou doesn't know how to be nice and is bent on dealing with me, and he is still going around borrowing your reputation, saying that you are the one protecting him. I wonder if this matter is true or not. Wu Di's sentence was immediately a question to Zhang Guolin, who hurriedly began to explain. Chairman, don't worry, I will come downstairs now to make an end of this. I will absolutely not be used by this kind of person again, and will definitely make him pay the price in front of the chairman. Having said that, Zhang Guolin did not slack off for a moment and hurriedly rushed down from upstairs. The system emitted a motion. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Rewarding the skill, instantaneous step. The host can instantly move 30 meters forward in 1 second's time. Wu Di's body seemed to be enveloped with a magical power that made him start to gradually change, as if this power was like a superpower. Zhou Chang and his classmates were staying inside the private room and could only hear Wu Di's voice, but there was no way to hear the movement coming from the other end of the phone. Humph, you only know how to bluff. Don't think that I don't know. If this can scare me, then I am simply too young. Zhou Chang couldn't be clearer about Wu Di's routine. So by this time now, Zhou Chang wouldn't give Wu Di any chance at all. So Zhou Chang also made a phone call. Those bodyguards at the door immediately broke in. The bodyguards each wore sunglasses and said indifferently to Zhou Chang, Mr. Zhou, what are your orders? Zhou Chang barked. You are all cuties. Can't see that I'm being beaten up. At this time, Zhou Chang was still lying on the ground. Having been punched so many times by Wu Di just now, almost all of his ribs were broken, and now he simply did not have the strength to climb up. After the bodyguards heard Zhou Chang's command, they also all understood and immediately asked, Mr. Zhou, which one of those ungrateful things actually dared to hit you? Wu Di didn't have the thought of hiding, and simply laughed. I hit this person. What do you guys want? The bodyguard in the lead was hired by Zhou Chang's old man from abroad at a huge cost. Zhou Chang was the only son of the Zhou family, so his life must be guaranteed at all times. Now that Zhou Chang was actually beaten to this state, the bodyguard would never let Wu Di go. I'll give you a chance. Immediately kneel in front of General Zhou to make amends and apologize. Otherwise we'll waste you now. The bodyguard captain raised his sword brows and ordered Wu Di in a deep voice. Ding! New mission, beat up the bodyguards violently. Give them a taste of color. Reward, top-tier bodyguard group, numbering 10. All elite figures among the bodyguards. The super divine hero system suddenly appeared at this moment, giving Wu Di a surprise. If it were anyone else, they would probably be shocked by this powerful aura. However, Wu Di was not a regular person. He was still very calm. Still want to threaten me? How old are you? Do it to me if you have the ability. Don't just say it without doing it. It's all a sham. Bodyguard Captain Chao Ping rubbed his fists and rubbed his palms together. The corner of his mouth hooked into a look of contempt. Kid, you're the most arrogant person I've ever seen. It seems that you're bent on seeking death. Since it's like this, then I will fulfill you. After saying those words, Chao Ping lunged at Wu Di. The classmates in the private room were obviously startled by this maneuver, and all of them cried out in shock as they dodged backward. Today's class reunion is considered to be cold. We didn't have a bite of rice. We didn't even smell the wine. And we actually made a scene like this. Alas, you're also too naive. Right, at this time you actually still think about eating. It's not bad to be alive. Everyone was a bit unable to accept the sudden transformation, but Zhou Chang was already nearly crazy at this time, and didn't care about the feelings of these old classmates at all. Chapter 39, Zhou Chang's Retribution. Zhou Chang pointed at Wu Di and immediately instructed, all of you charge me. Make sure to knock this guy down. Even if you fight and kill someone, you all don't need to worry. Whoever can break one of his arms, I'll reward you with $100,000. Heavy rewards will be rewarded. As soon as the words fell, a bodyguard grabbed an iron rod and stormed towards Wu Di. I'll do it. The bodyguard raised the iron bar high above his head, and when he saw that the iron bar was about to hit Wu Di's head, Wu Di suddenly raised his hand. Clang! With a crisp metallic sound, the iron bar was immediately sent flying. Wu Di reached out and grabbed the bodyguard's collar, and instantly threw the other party towards the door position. The force was as heavy as a mountain, and there was barely the slightest ability to resist. The other burly-looking bodyguard did not believe it and took off his sunglasses. I would like to see just how strong this guy is. As soon as the words fell, the burly bodyguard leaped towards Wu Di. However, Wu Di's reaction was thief-fast. Swoosh! A residual shadow appeared in the private room. Everyone was almost invisible to Wu Di's figure. This speed of the other party was just too terrifying as it was. I should not see flowers. This speed is still human? I'm not dreaming. It seems to have made a shadow. The students rubbed their eyes, thinking that they had blurred. In this blink of an eye, Wu Di will not give others a chance to catch their breath. Not waiting for the burly bodyguard to make a move, Wu Di's swish sound appeared in front of the other party. Wu Di's heart secretly happy. This instantaneous step is really great. The system gives the skills are really very reliable. After thinking about it, Wu Di hit the bodyguard one after another, first making a heavy punch on the opponent's abdomen, which directly caused the bodyguard to arch his back. The bodyguard arched into a shrimp shape in pain. Wu Di saw the right moment and once again made an underhook punch, directly sending the bodyguard flying. Ah! After the bodyguard's scream, the rest of the bodyguards all let out the same wail. It was really too miserable. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, rewarding the top bodyguard group with the number of 10. All of them are elite figures among the bodyguards. The system's voice always made Wu Di feel kind. Wu Di smoothly grabbed a stick and waved it inside the limited space. His frantic juggling of the stick made people smack their lips and dance with a whirring sound. You're making a rhythm of death. Get lost if you're sensible. Zhou Chang was starting to get a little scared, but still held on to his face. At the same time, Wu Di began to shout, the one who should be sensible should be you. Right at this moment, the door to the private room was suddenly pushed open, and the person who caught his eye was actually Zhang Guolin. When Zhou Chang saw Zhang Guolin's appearance, his entire body was confused. Mr. Zhang, how did you come here? Zhou Chang asked fearfully. Instead, Zhang Guolin had a stern face. Surname Zhou, you actually dared to mess with the chairman of our Shunai group. How dare you? By virtue of having a few business dealings with Shunai, can you really do wrong? Zhang Guolin's attitude towards Wu Di before was completely like a different person from his current attitude. Zhou Chang's eyes widened. You mean to say that Wu Di, he is the chairman of Shunai group? All of the students present were also a little surprised, and after looking at what Wu Di was wearing, it was as if everything made sense again. Suddenly becoming so rich, he must be the chairman of a listed group. The super divine hero system appeared again. Ding! New mission, blockade Zhou Chang so that he can never stay in Huadu. Reward, all of Zhou Chang's properties will be transferred under the host's account. Wu Di's eyes lit up. Although Zhou Chang wasn't the richest man, his assets were still considered wealthy. If he possessed this money, inside the city of Huadu, Wu Di could also have all the wind and all the rain. Wu Di suppressed his inner elation and spoke faintly. Old Zhang, think of a way to make Zhou Cheng bankrupt forever. I want to make him have no way to survive in this city and get out of this place forever. Zhou Cheng's entire body began to tremble as he listened to Wu Di's words. Taking another look at Zhang Guolin, the other party's unoffendable look was too terrifying. Give a chance so that I can live, Zhou Cheng begged. It didn't matter if Zhou Cheng was kneeling at the other party's feet. Even wagging his tail and begging for mercy was useless. Zhang Guolin, however, shook off the other party. Take away your dirty hands and get out of here right away, or there will be no more Zhou family in this city tomorrow. If Zhou Cheng didn't know better, there was still a possibility that it would spread to his own family, and then the consequences would really be a big deal. Thinking of this, Zhou Cheng also had no choice but to helplessly lower his head and walk out of the private room forlornly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, rewarding all of Zhou Cheng's possessions, which will be transferred under the host's account. The Super Divine Hero system directly transferred all of Zhou Cheng's funds to Wu Di's bank card, and even his repository had extra housebooks and luxury car keys. Zhang Guolin's expression once again became very humble as he said with a smile, Chairman, I'm sure you guys haven't dined yet. Why don't I greet the waiters here again and change to a private room? The 10,000 Flowers Mansion generally received people of very high status, and Zhang Guolin, as the president of the trade group, was definitely enjoying the highest level of treatment in this hotel. Wu Di nodded. That's fine, just make the arrangements. After saying his words, Zhang Guolin directly walked out and went to the front desk to arrange a new private room. Meanwhile, those students were all gradually calming down from their shock. Everyone was looking at Wu Di in shock, still amazed that he had suddenly become so rich. I really didn't expect that after only a few years of not seeing you, you have become the chairman of the Shunai company. It wouldn't be that you are going home to inherit the inheritance, right? From the time I was in school, I felt that Wu Di's temperament was different from others. Now it looks like he must be a rich second generation coming to experience life. The students all speculated, but they were also all intentionally or unintentionally sucking up to Wu Di. Wu Di smiled. Alright, all of you stop guessing. I just want to keep a low profile. Having said that, Fong Pinping's eyes went to Wu Di. After abandoning the other party in the first place, only less than a month had passed. Wu Di had actually become so rich, seeing that his entire temperament had changed, and he was dressed as if he was a different person. It was just too handsome. Wu Di, I am really sorry. Fong Pinping lowered her head guiltily. Now she definitely wanted to get back together, but all of her classmates knew that she was a broken shoe. There was almost no hope of getting together with Wu Di. Just when Wu Di was considering whether to dislike this woman, the appearance of the system made him change his mind. Chapter 40, The Magnificent Wu Di. Ding! New mission, forgive Fong Pinping and be generous with the past. Reward, 1 top configuration cruise ship. Market price $500 million. Such a high reward for forgiving someone. Cootie. It's not the case that they won't do it. Anyway, Fong Pinping had long been irrelevant to Wu Di. Even if he let go of her and let her find another man, Wu Di was indifferent. Wu Di faced Fong Pinping, said faintly, it's okay. In fact, I have long looked down. Who you like has nothing to do with me. Listening to Wu Di's words, Fong Pinping didn't know whether she should be happy or sad, but this kind of words had completely severed the relationship between the two. The old classmates present looked embarrassed, so they all avoided it for fear of being involved. Fong Pinping barely managed to squeeze out a smile. It's good that you can think that way. All along I still feel guilty. After all, I was the one who abandoned you in the first place. The barbs in these words made Wu Di very upset, but he still held back. Wu Di smiled lightly. It doesn't matter who abandoned who. The key thing now is that I don't care about you anymore. So whoever you want to like is your freedom. At first you wanted to separate because I was broke. Now you'd better go find a rich man. Love really doesn't suit you. Everyone knew that Wu Di was completely letting go. There were even some students who talked about it. That said, Wu Di is also too generous. His girlfriend has cuckolded himself, but he can still say such words. Admire, admire, admire. A man has to be able to take what he can get. Otherwise how can he do great things? I strongly support Wu Di. At this moment, the system also sent a bunch of Driding Star keys of the cruise ship to Wu Di. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, rewarding a top configuration cruise ship with a market price of $500 million. Having such a luxurious cruise ship. In the future, are you still worried about not having a girlfriend? Changing one every day would be a breeze. Just at this time, Zhang Guolin walked into the box. Chairman, things have all been arranged. I've asked those waiters to open a top-quality private room elegant seat. Everyone go quickly. The food is already being served there. You'll all have something to eat if you go over. Zhang Guolin's efficiency was very fast, and the students were all surprised. If it was in the past, it was estimated that these people would have to bend and bow when they saw Zhang Guolin, but now all of them were Wu Di's classmates, so it could be said that they had dipped into Wu Di's light, and actually let Zhang Guolin come to serve them. Wu Di casually waved his hand. Old Zhang, there's no more business for you here, so go about your business. Zhang Guolin had also gotten out of his busy schedule, and now that he heard this, he naturally nodded his head in response. Alright, if you have something to do, Chairman, just feel free to give me orders. After saying this, Zhang Guolin walked out of the private room. The waiter at this time knew that Wu Di was the chairman of Shunai Group, and he naturally approached the other party very respectfully. Chairman, please follow me to the new private room. Everyone is about to come together as well. The waiter was still relatively professional and soon greeted everyone to a more luxurious and grand room for dinner. The large private room was decorated in gold and blue, making people think that they were not here to eat, but to travel over here. Geez, this place is too spacious. How can we say it has to be hundreds of square feet? A woman who hadn't seen much of the world immediately shouted. She had been a housewife for so many years, and if she hadn't had the honor of coming to this class reunion today, she might have never known what the word tycoon actually meant in her life. Ding! New mission, entertain old classmates. To make these classmates grateful to the host. Reward, skill, 10,000 miles tracking technique. The host has the ability to track and locate targets within 10,000 miles. The words of the super divine hero system made Wu Di instantly startled. There was no best skill, but there must be a more heaven-defying one. Without even thinking, Wu Di immediately headed outside. Waiter, come over here for a moment. I'll order you something. Wu Di beckoned to the waiter. Ever since the 10,000 Flowers Hotel knew about Wu Di's identity, everyone had changed their attitude towards Wu Di. All of them were very humble and deferential. No matter what, Manhwa Lu and Shunai Group still had some business dealings. Now that the big money master personally arrived, it was definitely necessary to let him feel that kind of meticulous thoughtfulness from the hotel. Chairman, I don't know what your orders are? The waiter came a little closer and asked this to the other party in a low voice. Wu Di whispered a few words to the other party, and made sure that after he finished, do you understand all these things? The waiter was a bit embarrassed. I understand, but these things are really too expensive. I'm afraid the hotel can't afford it. Wu Di was prepared and immediately took out a bank card from his pocket. There is a full $1 million in here, enough for you to make arrangements, right? While saying so, at the same time, Wu Di handed the bank card to the other party. After receiving so much money, the waiter was also very excited and nodded his head like pounding garlic. Enough is enough. This money is just too much. The waiter received the money and almost knelt down to Wu Di in excitement. Once Wu Di walked back to the box, he smiled and said, just now, I've asked the waiter to prepare an accompanying gift for each of you, which has a bit of cash, red wine, and gourmet food in it. Don't forget to take it later when you guys are leaving. As soon as the students heard such words, they were all too excited to speak. It's really too polite. There's actually cash. Our chairman Wu is getting more and more generous. You really haven't forgotten about Go Rouge. Do not forget. Everyone's words immediately brought the atmosphere of the box to a new height. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Rewarding the skill, 10,000 miles tracking technique. The host has the ability to track and locate targets within 10,000 miles. The system immediately handed down the skill to Wu Di, allowing him to have this god-level skill. Wu Di really couldn't stand the fawning of these people and would rather find a quiet place to be alone by himself. So he stood up and just wanted to walk outside, immediately causing everyone to care. Chairman, where are you going? Brother Wu, you're not going to order more food, are you? All these dishes are too much. Enough for us to eat. There's really no need to be so polite. The students present were very enthusiastic towards Wu Di, and almost all their gazes fell on him, and Wu Di also looked a little embarrassed. I have something to do, so I will go out first. You guys drink first. After saying this, Wu Di immediately walked out of the box. Just after coming to the corridor, Wu Di felt the atmosphere of freedom and felt that the air was so fresh. Phew! Pretending to show off is not a good thing. It's so tiring. Chapter 41. Let go of that girl. Just when Wu Di was planning to take a walk, suddenly a sound of a girl shouting for help came from not far away. Help! Don't you guys come over. Ha ha, don't be paranoid. This is my territory. Think you can leave if you want to? This conversation was coming from not far away, but the surroundings were all high-level VIP boxes. The soundproofing equipment everywhere was very advanced, so the general public basically couldn't hear it. If it wasn't for the fact that Wu Di had inherited the Shun Feng ear, it was probably impossible for him to discover this situation. Just as Wu Di was considering whether or not to save the beauty heroically, the Super Divine Hero system confirmed this idea of his. Ding! New mission, Heroic Rescue of Beauty. Host rushed to the place of the incident as soon as possible to save the people. Reward, Hall-level singing ability, giving the host a chance to become an excellent singer. Wu Di immediately used his tracking technique and quickly locked onto the target, followed by Wu Di starting to dart over to the back. Only a few short seconds had passed before Wu Di saw 5 men blocking a beautiful woman in a private room and even manhandling her. "Oi, let go of that girl," Wu Di shouted loudly, instantly attracting attention. One of the men's brows furrowed as he was very upset by Wu Di's sudden appearance, clearly feeling threatened. Quickly, Wu Di took a few steps forward and immediately recognized the girl's appearance. She was Fong Suxin. Wu Di was a little confused. "Hey, why are you here? Didn't I send you home earlier?" Seeing her acquaintances, Fong Suxin immediately begged for help. "Wu Di, quickly save me out. These are bad people." One of the young men dressed like a second-generation rich man pinched Fong Suxin's chin and laughed contemptuously. "As long as you drink with me, won't that solve everything? Why do you have to do this? You still want others to come to your rescue, making it seem like we are the bad guys." At this time, Wu Di's expression was gloomy. "You'd better let go of her now, or else I'll let you see my power." Wu Di spoke in a deep voice. That aggressive aura was a bit creepy. The young rich second generation was called Yin Feng. He had just been startled by Wu Di's aura, but now he had barely regained his composure again. "Kid, don't tug on the air. I've seen everyone. Tugging in front of me is useless." Yin Feng saw that Wu Di was alone, while behind himself stood so many brothers. Immediately came to spirit. "See the people behind me? All of these people are ruthless. If you dare to mess with me, be careful that you'll be left in the lurch later. Now if you're sensible, hurry up and get lost. Otherwise you probably won't even know how you died." Yin Feng became more and more pleased with himself, even looking at Wu Di at all. At this time, Fong Suxin was still a little worried. Before and Wu Di also had at most a one-sided acquaintance. Now there are so many fighters. If something really happens later, it is estimated that Wu Di is really no match. Fong Suxin lowered her head, always said nothing. She didn't dare to talk nonsense anymore. If she continued to let Wu Di save herself, in case she got Wu Di trapped, it would be a complete loss for Wu Di. "See, this beauty has acquiesced. You'd better resign yourself to your fate." Yin Feng looked at Wu Di in front of him with a smile on his face. For this guy who appeared, from the nervousness at the beginning to now instead became incomparably calm. "If you want to beat up old me, you have to see if you have the strength." Wu Di slowly opened his mouth and said, "Don't give me any more nagging. Now all go together. Too lazy to say one more word with you wine bags." At this time, Wu Di had his hands in his pockets, looking very arrogant. "I've always taught others a lesson. I've never really been taught a lesson by others." The more Yin Feng thought about it, the more angry he became, and he directly gave a look to the brothers around him. Since there's someone who doesn't know what's good for him, then the brothers will loosen his muscles and let him see how powerful we are. After saying these words, Yin Feng waved his hand, and the fighters around him all rushed forward. Each of them had weapons in their hands. It seemed that this Yin Feng was not simple. Not only was he a rich second generation, it seemed that he also had a relationship with the Qing gang of Huadu. Yin Feng sneered, "Have you heard of the Green Gang? All the experts here are from the Green Gang. If you dare to mess with me, your whole family will be buried with you." However, at this time, Wu Di had no time to pay attention to Yin Feng. He dodged left and right, quickly avoiding these harsh attacks. No matter how much these people surrounded Wu Di, he was very quick to avoid them. One of the beaters said impatiently, "Brat, if you have the guts, don't dodge around, or else fight for real." Wu Di didn't care about this kind of shouting, but the more he didn't care, the more the beaters felt that Wu Di was scared. He's just a kid with fancy skills. He only knows how to hide all the time. He must be afraid of us. Ha ha, this is the only thing he knows how to do, and he still wants to be a hero to save a girl. He is just a stupid kid who doesn't know how to do it. Many of the fighters were shouting in a very vulgar manner, but Wu Di didn't pay any attention to these words. Immediately after that, Wu Di moved forward quickly. That splendid pace seemed to be shifting shapes in shadows. Bang bang bang. That swaying speed was like a ghost. Almost no one was able to lock onto Wu Di's figure, but they were all knocked down by Wu Di. "Ah, this kid is hung up." One by one, the fighters were knocked to the ground, and even had different degrees of bruises on their bodies. There was no way to describe Wu Di other than the word bullish. Instantaneous movement plus king of soldiers. It was completely at the god of war level. Wu Di snorted coldly. "With your little kung fu, you still want to show off in front of me? That's the real insouciance." These fighters all looked at Wu Di in shock. Is this guy still human? Yin Feng couldn't help but frown. "What are you doing here? All of you stand up and continue to fight." No matter how Yin Feng instructed them, the fighters all started to disobey. Everyone was cowering. "Young Master Yin, it's not that we don't want to fight, it's because we're scared. This guy is not simple." "That's right, this guy looks like a practiced fighter, and his hands are so good." These fighters were all old. If they encountered an expert, they would all be very sensible and stay away. They wouldn't be like the rash youths that they were. and would directly crash into them. However, Yan Feng didn't believe in this and instead thought that it was this group of fighters who weren't working hard. Humph, a bunch of useless guys who can't beat anyone themselves, so they brag about how great others are. Yan Feng snorted, if you ask me, I'll get out while you can, and I'll replace them with a stronger group of followers. Although his mouth was saying this, but now that the people under his hands were all beaten down, Yan Feng was no cutie pie. Even if these fighters were weak, it was impossible for so many people to be killed by Wu Di in a short period of time. Then there was only one reason. Wu Di was strong. Chapter 42 Punishing Yan Feng. Wu Di glanced at the other party. You are the only one left. There are only two paths in front of you now. Either kneel on the ground and beg for forgiveness from me, or hurry up and leave this place. As long as he was able to save the beautiful woman, Wu Di would do whatever he wanted. As for whether to release that bad guy or not, it was simply some irrelevant bull asterisk. Yan Feng's eyes fluttered as he secretly thought of a countermeasure in his mind. Now I'll run away first, and when the time comes for me to find real helpers, I'll come to deal with you sooner or later. With this thought, Yan Feng made up his mind. Yan Feng then turned his head and smiled at Fong Xuexian behind him. Little baby, you wait for me slowly, as long as you're in this city for a day. Sooner or later, Lao Zi will be able to find you. After saying these words, Yan Feng signaled his brethren to leave together. Right at the moment Yan Feng passed by Wu Di, Yan Feng also blared at Wu Di. You wait for me too. This is not over yet. Yan Feng put down harsh words. However, Wu Di's eyes looked even more terrifying instead, as he turned his head to look straight at the rich second generation in front of him. Fine, I'll be waiting any time, but it won't be that simple when the time comes. If you don't pay a price like blood, then it won't be over. Seconds, Yan Feng just wanted to talk back and curse back again, but when he looked at Wu Di's scowl, his entire body couldn't help but wilt. So Yan Feng didn't want to continue making a fool of himself and immediately turned around and ran away in a hurry. By the time the baddie left, Fong Xuexian's entire body relaxed quite a bit. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, rewarding the hall-level singing ability, giving the host the chance to become an excellent singer. The reward from the Super Divine Hero system arrived as promised, causing a subtle change to begin to occur in Wu Di's throat. Wu Di was relieved. This reward has finally arrived. At this time, Fong Xuexian walked in front of Wu Di with her hands behind her back, somewhat shyly. Thank you. I didn't expect you to save me again this time. Fong Xuexian still clearly remembered that last time, thanks to Wu Di's timely help. Otherwise Fong Xuexian would have really suffered. This time is the same. Just came here to work not long ago. Actually was bullied by a malevolent young man. They clearly want Fong Susan to accompany the wine. Wu Di was a bit curious. Before, I saw that your family is also not bad. It seems like you are some kind of golden lady. Why did you come out to be a waitress now? Did something happen at home? Fong Xuexian listened to these words from the other party, and couldn't help but feel some emotion. Alas, how can I say this? I had a conflict with my family because of something, and ran out in a fit of anger. As a result, the bank card was also frozen by Dad. So now I have no money, and I can only come out as a waitress to make a living. Previously, Fong Xuexian had lived a carefree life as a young lady, but now that she was out in society, she realized that she had to use money everywhere. Eat a meal casually have to spend a few hundred. Rent a single apartment also have to be thousands of dollars. In Huadu only live a few days. Room Xuexian will not be able to make ends meet. You should have a lot of friends in Huadu, right? Those people are not willing to lend you some money? To be honest, a big lady like you can do some other work. The waitress industry is honestly not suitable for you, Wu Di seriously suggested. Actually, Wu Di was not resisting or looking down on the service industry, only that Wu Di felt that everyone's lifestyle was different. Fong Xuexian was completely pampered from a young age, so by the time she reached this point in time, if she was only doing this job, her income would definitely not be ideal. On the contrary, she spent a lot of money, and sooner or later, she would be lost in this society. Fong Xuexian agreed a bit. Everything you said is right, but there's nothing I can do about it. My parents and I made a bit of a mess this time. I guess I won't be able to return home for a while, and I don't know where I can go to work now. Actually, I also know that continuing to work as a waitress won't last long, but what exactly I can do in the future, I don't even have a clue. At the same time, the Super Divine Hero system suddenly appeared. Ding! New mission, help Fong Xuexian find a new job. Reward, the strongest connections. The contact information of the bigwigs in the business circle will all be stored in the host's cell phone. If he knew these contacts, then if he encountered difficulties in the future, wouldn't he be able to find someone to help him at random? Wu Di was very satisfied with this reward, and immediately began to help Fong Xuexian with her ideas. As pretty as you are, you can go and become a model, Wu Di suggested. However, Just after saying it, it was immediately rejected by Fong Su Xin. Let's forget about it. Being a model is a little bit not too safe. Just now I was bullied by those villains. It's almost giving me a psychological shadow. Fong Su Xin was a bit scared. Wu Di thought for a second. It seems to be a bit reasonable. So he continued, then why don't you just go to sing? You have such a good voice. Maybe singing is also very popular. Fong Suxin didn't even think about it. She quickly shook her head. This won't work either. I don't have all the notes. I'll only sing out of tune. Neither this nor that. It's too difficult to find a job. Wu Di couldn't help but frown and began to fret. Suddenly Wu Di opened his mouth and asked, what do you like? A person should always have something they like. Fong Su Xin tilted her head to the sky and thought before replying. Oh right. I like buying clothes and going to the mall. It's my favorite thing. I also often buy all kinds of cosmetics and clothes. Spending money is my happiest thing. The corners of Wu Di's mouth twitched, and he couldn't help but spit out in his heart. It seems like this is something that all girls like to do. However, Wu Di still didn't say this out loud. Instead, he politely asked, then do you know anything about makeup or the fashion industry? Listening to the other party's words, Fong Su Xin seemed to be a bit touched. Do you mean to say that you want me to go into an industry that has something to do with makeup and clothing? Fong Su Xin asked. If she could really work in the fashion industry, and not to discuss the level of salary, it would make Fong Suxin love this job in the first place. This was a dream job. Wu Di smiled and said, when the time comes, I will help you contact a big shot in the fashion industry in Huadu and let him arrange a job for you. Fong Su Xin was a bit excited. Is this for real? Seeing the other party so excited, Wu Di was also happy for Fong Suxin. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Rewarding the strongest connections. The contact information of the bigwigs in the business circle will all be stored in the host's cell phone. Very quickly, many contacts appeared in Wu Di's cell phone. Wu Di was shocked. This is still for real. At this time, Wu Di suggested to Fong Su Xin, you go to your boss's side to resign first, and I will help you find a job at that time. Chapter 43, No Tears Until You See the Coffin. Because of her pretty face and very standard Mandarin, Fong Su Xin was specially arranged by the duty manager to the VIP box. She knew very well that anyone who could come to this floor to eat was either a tycoon or a big spender. As long as Wu Di agreed to find a job for himself, it was basically a sure thing. It's okay, I'm on my way. Fong Su Xin playfully said goodbye to Wu Di. After saying her words, Fong Su Xin rushed off to find the manager on duty. Not long after Fong Susan left, Wu Di just wanted to walk back to the box to continue eating when he suddenly saw another waitress walking over. That waitress had a slender figure that a man could not forget with one look. With her perfect figure in the front and back, as well as her seductive eyes, she was simply a charming little goblin. Hello, handsome, are you alone? The waitress said to Wu Di with a raised eyebrow. Wu Di swallowed his throat. Is there something wrong? The waitress gently bit her lip with her teeth and said in that anesthetizing tone, just now someone said that there is something dirty in my clothes. Can you help me see what it is? Having said that, the waitress used her fingers to hook her coat buttons, an operation that made people very mesmerized. Wu Di hurriedly took a few steps backward. Calm down. What exactly do you want to do? If you have something to say, like this kind of person who does not move and act, Wu Di really does not dare to provoke. Miss, do you have a fever? Blushing so much? Wu Di hurriedly changed the topic. The waitress answered daintily. Well, people are shy when they see you. They may really have a fever. Why don't you help me take a test? Having said that, the beautiful waitress went to grab Wu Di's hand, wanting to pull the other party's hand to touch her forehead. This operation immediately stunned Wu Di. This was too open. Wu Di hastened to shrink his hand, still a little resistant. This is not very good. We are not very familiar with the two of us. Directly move their hands and feet. Not very appropriate. Oh. However, the beautiful waitress was too lazy to talk nonsense with Wu Di, self-centered on pulling off the top of a few buttons. Immediately after that, the beauty also messed up her hair. What's the situation? You messed up. Wu Di suddenly had an ominous premonition. Sure enough, before the words fell, the beautiful waitress went crazy and roared in all directions. Someone come, help, someone is molesting me. The beautiful waitress shouted. Wu Di was shocked by this shout. He hurriedly covered the other party's mouth. Don't talk blindly, I didn't even move you. Whimpering, the beautiful woman simply bit Wu Di's hand, forcing the other party to helplessly let go of his hand. Whoa, are you a dog? Wu Di was a bit furious, inexplicably appearing in front of him, and now suddenly pretending to be crazy. This matter was definitely not that simple. Right after shouting a few sentences, soon the corridor not far away rushed many people. In addition to a middle-aged man in a suit at the head, another person was recognized by Wu Di at a glance. That guy was Yin Feng, who had just been taught a lesson by Wu Di. Yin Feng pointed at Wu Di and snapped, That's the kid who actually dared to molest the waitress. Simply worse than a pig or a dog. Wu Di narrowed his eyes slightly, as if he had it all figured out. It seems like you set up this bureau, didn't you? At this time, Yen Feng had gotten everything right, and had specifically just designed this trap. He was very confident. Yen Feng stuck his hands in his pockets and spoke directly. Wu Di I knew you weren't a good thing as soon as I saw it. Now that the evidence is clear, what else do you have to say? Wu Di raised his sword brows. This is all because you set me up. I demand to see the surveillance and return my innocence. Since the setup had been laid out, then Yen Feng would definitely be ready for everything. At this time Yen Feng had long since turned off all the surveillance in the 10,000 Flowers Hotel. Yen Feng sneered. That's fine. If you have a way to pull out the surveillance, count me as having lost. Hearing Yen Feng's words, Wu Di also immediately understood the other party's intentions. Not only was Yen Feng being a tit-for-tat to Wu Di everywhere, the middle-aged man at the head of the group also stood out at this time, making constant accusations to Wu Di. A person like you has no qualifications to come to our hotel for dinner. Get out immediately. If you don't leave, I will call the police at any time. You won't be able to leave even if you want to. The middle-aged man was Wan Shanxian, the hotel owner of the 10,000 Flowers building. Although he did not know Wu Di's identity, he understood that Yen Feng would definitely not be one to be messed with. Wan Shanxian continued to speak. In the future, I will blacklist you. Wanting to walk into our 10,000 Flowers mansion again will be impossible. By the time Wan Shanxian had finished speaking, some of the rest of the hotel staff had also spoken. Truly despise this kind of human-faced guy, dressed up in fancy clothes. I didn't expect such a dog. Don't say that. It's simply an insult to dogs. The gossip of those people sounded good to themselves, but they would not care about other people's feelings in the slightest. Wu Di was a bit angry. He didn't expect these people to directly accuse himself for no reason without asking the truth. This approach was really too much. You will all regret this. I have memorized each and every one of you. I will look for you one by one when the time comes. Wu Di was now angry, and the consequences were serious. Ding! New mission, find out the evidence and pull out all the surveillance data of the 10,000 Flowers Hotel. Reward, a building. The host can pick the building at will. Any location, any price. The rewards from the super godly hero system made Wu Di a little shocked. This was the best opportunity. If he didn't even grasp such a good opportunity, it would be a pity in the future. Wu Di immediately said to the other party, come with me to the surveillance room if you have the ability. I will pull out all the surveillance data for you. Yen Feng and Wan Shanxian looked at Wu Di with cold eyes. How could he alone have the ability to pull out the information? It seems that they are all talking nonsense now. Wu Di's words didn't even catch everyone's attention, but Wu Di always persisted. Good, then I'll give you this chance. Let's see if you don't see the coffin. While saying these words, Yen Feng led Wu Di to the surveillance center of the 10,000 Flowers Hotel. No matter what, Yen Feng was also a regular customer of the hotel and was very clear about every part of the hotel. When everyone arrived at the surveillance center, the technician guarding the place was a bit surprised. Why are you all coming in? This place is all hotel equipment. You can't come in too many people. The technician wanted to make them leave. Wan Shanxian spoke. Don't be nervous. I just want to let a person meet the coffin. Otherwise he won't shed tears. After saying this, Wu Di ignored the cold stares of the people around him and walked directly to the front of the machine. Chapter 44 Reproducing Hacking Technology. You guys just watch. I'll let you see what is called real technology next. Wu Di was confident. However, Yen Feng and the technician beside him looked at each other and smiled. Both of them thought in their hearts. All the security cameras have been turned off. I would like to see what you have to do to find out the traces. Previously, the system had passed on the god-level skills of hacking to Wu Di, and now Wu Di was among the top hackers. It's time to perform the real skill. Wu Di put his hands on the keyboard and immediately started typing. Crackling. Wu Di's quick maneuvering directly shocked the entire room. Is this still a human being? The hand speed is comparable to an e-campaigner. Even an e-campaigner's hand speed might not be this fast, right? I seem to be seeing residual shadows. Everyone was whispering, completely surprised by Wu Di's operation. The firewall, LAN and other systems were all cracked by Wu Di, and immediately after that, Wu Di pulled out countless information. The corners of Wu Di's mouth rose madly. Who was it just now who didn't believe that I have a way to transfer information? Now it's a slap in the face. Yen Feng's eyes widened. How is this possible? Wan Shanqian frowned. It's just too unbelievable. Didn't they say before that the surveillance was all broken? Wu Di sneered. It seems that you, the hotel owner, was deceived. The surveillance was just turned off, but it was never broken at all. Immediately after, Wu Di clicked on one of the audio profiles. The conversation between Yen Feng and the technician immediately came out of the speakers. The technician reported in a low voice. Mr. Yen, as per your instructions, I've turned off all the surveillance in the hotel. Yen Feng smiled triumphantly. Ha, well done. We'll go and meet that kid later. I'll let him know that offending me will never end well. The technician was a bit hesitant, but if I do this and the boss finds out, I won't even be able to keep this job. Yen Feng coldly grunted. Shay, just Wan Shan that is a sizable cutie. You won't have a good future working under him. Rather, why don't you follow me? And in the future, you'll be able to eat good food and drink hot water, and you'll be guaranteed a good life. After the conversation between the two was released, Wan Shanxian's face turned blue, while Yen Feng was even more embarrassed, like he wanted to eat Xiang. Yen Feng's voice was a bit hoarse. No, Lao Wan, you have to listen to my explanation. Actually, this matter. Wan Shanxian raised his hand up. There's no need to explain so much to me. I understand the reasoning, but you actually dared to scold me. This is excessive. The capitalized embarrassment was directly on Yen Feng's face, and the technician was much more nervous than Yen Feng. He couldn't compare to the other party at all. He was a rich second generation, but he was a part-time worker. Sure enough, Wan Shanxian turned his head and directly glared at the technician. You don't want this month's salary. All of it will be deducted. The technician seemed to have been struck by a thunderbolt from a clear sky, and his entire body stood frozen in place. By the time he slowed down, Wan Shanxian simply stopped paying attention to the other party. Yen Feng was a VIP of the 10,000 Flowers mansion, and even though he had cursed Wan Shanxian to death, Wan Shanxian still couldn't do anything to the other party. At the moment, there was no way to vent the anger in Wan Shanxian's heart, so he turned his head to look at Wu Di. Even if it was a misunderstanding, you can leave now. Wan Shanxian's attitude was very cold. Wu Di clasped his hands on his chest. Is this your way of apologizing? It still looks quite impulsive. Wan Shanxian laughed. Who said I'm going to apologize? You're not worthy enough to let me apologize. Although Wu Di was dressed in a high-grade suit, it was likely that he was a rich second generation from some family. But the last thing that was lacking in the 10,000 Flowers mansion was rich people, and Wan Shanxian's position of power was not low, so he was not afraid of rich guys like Wu Di at all. Wu Di slightly narrowed his eyes and immediately saw that the other party did not have any apologies. A bit interesting. Just now you also scolded me. Remember what I said? As long as it's someone who has scolded me, I will remember all of them, and I will double it back one by one when the time comes. Wu Di's eyes were a bit scary, even creepy. Wan Shanxian swallowed his saliva in fear, but he still tried his best to maintain his composure. What do you want? This 10,000 Flowers house doesn't welcome you at all. Now crawl for the master. Being rich was capricious. The hotel was all owned by Wan Shanxian. Whoever he wanted to tell to get lost would have to leave this hotel. Wu Di was also too lazy to bother too much with these people and directly walked out of the monitoring room. When the moment of stepping out, the taunts of those people were still coming from inside. There really are all kinds of dogs these days. A little thing that doesn't know the heights of heaven actually dares to come and mess with old me. Ha, a newborn calf is not afraid of tigers. But when it comes to you, the great Buddha, even if he is a monkey, he will have to lie down in the palm of your hand, holding it to death. Many of the employees were flattering Wan Shanxian, and even kept stepping on Wu Di with their words. Wu Di gritted his teeth and stood outside the door thinking angrily. All of them remember. I will avenge this sooner or later. The system suddenly rang. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Rewarded with a building. The host can pick the building at will. Any location, any price can be chosen. Wu Di immediately brightened up. He originally wanted to take revenge after a while, but now was the final time. It's not that we won't report it. The time has not yet come. When the time comes, you will have to die. Wu Di directly to the system commanded, other buildings even if. I now only need this building. Although the name of the 10,000 Flowers building was a building, it was actually just a hotel, and it was located on the 16th floor of this Longxing mansion. A plan surfaced in Wu Di's heart. A plan that could instantly destroy the 10,000 Flowers building. What are you still doing here? Are you deaf? Hurry up and get the hell out of here. If you don't leave, I'll call for security to throw you out. Wan Shanxian pointed at Wu Di at the doorway and very nonchalantly yelled so at the other party, and Yen Feng beside him also echoed. People like this should have been told to get lost a long time ago. He's just a bottom dog. Wu Di looked at the faces of these people and did not speak. The mole crickets looked up to the giant dragon, and there were also those who were disobedient in addition to being submissive. Since this pile of mole crickets were disobedient, then they would fight. Wu Di decided to teach them a lesson, so he said in a deep voice, just wait here properly, the good part is still to come. It's coming soon. After saying these words, Wu Di walked away, leaving Wan Shanxian and the others dumbfounded as they recalled the words Wu Di had just said. What exactly did this brat want? After Wu Di walked away, the Super Divine Hero system just happened to acquire this Longxing mansion. Chapter 45 Tens of billions of dollars of real estate. Huadu is a big city. The level of housing prices have always been high, And this Longxing mansion is located in the most prosperous part of the city center. Basically without a few tens of billions of dollars, simply cannot afford to buy. And now Wu Di actually owns the ownership of the building. My god, it feels like this is all a dream. In this world, money could make the devil push the mill. And even the mill could push the devil. However, there was still something that money couldn't do. And that was to purchase this Longxing mansion. So for so many years, many big money rich people only had eyes for this mansion. It was an unattainable existence. But now it was all done by the system. Wu Di clutched the house book tightly, still unable to stop the excitement in his heart. Ding! New task, sign in at the top floor of Longxing mansion and clock in to complete it once. Limited to half an hour. Reward, treasure, dragon ring, a legendary and status-rich diamond ring. Every time the super divine hero system appeared, it was able to sway Wu Di to stay or go. What is the dragon ring? It sounded like it was pretty awesome. Whatever, it must be a good thing anyway. At this time, Wu Di started to take the elevator and arrived at the top floor. However, just as he walked in, he was stopped by someone. Sir, I'm really sorry, we are a special area here. You are not qualified to enter. Immediately, a beautiful woman in uniform blocked Wu Di's way. Do I have the qualification now? Wu Di did not talk nonsense with the other party, but took out the property book. The beautiful woman carefully consulted the property book, and then she took a deep breath, and her entire attitude became extremely humble and respectful. So it's you, boss, who has come. It's my subordinate's fault. Please forgive me, chairman. The beautiful woman lowered her head and acted very respectfully towards Wu Di. Previously, the boss behind this Longxing mansion was a mysterious person, and had always entrusted others to acquire the rent. But now Wu Di's sudden appearance actually held the housebook of the building's ownership in his hand. That was the housebook of tens of billions of assets, enough to shake all the bigwigs in the business circle. Wu Di waved his hand, signaling the other party not to be too surprised. No need to be so polite. I am here for something. You go and call up the person in charge of that hotel on the 16th floor. Just say that I have something to find him. After simply ordering a few sentences, the beauty was also very excited and hurriedly ran downstairs. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Rewarding the treasure, dragon ring, a legendary and status-rich diamond ring. A ring suddenly appeared in Wu Di's hand, causing him to be surprised. The luxurious appearance was almost unheard of. A dragon's head made of obsidian diamond instead of the ordinary diamonds of the past. And the ring was also made of rare and expensive metals. No one knew where this ring came from, when as soon as it was discovered, it would be a sensation throughout China. At this time, Wu Di only felt that this dragon ring this good looking. Wu Di was cruising around the top floor, surrounded by glass windows. The cityscape of Huadu was at his fingertips. Wu Di lamented. No wonder those people want to come here. Seeing the scenery in front of us is a status symbol. On the top floor were many other managers. All of them were responsible for the management of the floor, as well as discussing big things like the direction of the market. This can't be counted like this. We have to put a long line to catch a big fish. If we let the oil industry alone take the leading position, it will only make it bigger and bigger. How about this? Let's give the e-commerce industry a chance first. It's an emerging industry. We have to support it. A man in a suit said so very seriously. The people around them were also each speaking out their own opinions, and immediately afterward they saw a person actually appear outside the office door. Strange, why did Anya let an outsider in without even stopping him? Could it be that this person knocked Anya down? There were many different opinions. The beautiful woman she just encountered when she entered the elevator was called Anya, and she also had a status as a martial arts expert. In order to walk in, one would have to get past Anya first, and it seemed that knocking her down was still a more reasonable argument. Wu Di smiled. Don't get me wrong everyone, I'm just here for a visit. As he was saying that, Wu Di was very straightforward and pulled out the housebook from his pocket. The reddish housebook was displayed in front of everyone, and when everyone saw the logo of Longxing Mansion as well as the stamp of approval, they instantly understood what was going on. You are the boss. Someone was the first to blurt out, and everyone else responded in kind. I can't believe that the boss is here. I really didn't expect it after all these years. Boss, you quickly sit down. I don't know what wind blew you here. It's really disrespectful. Everyone was itching to serve tea and water to Wu Di right now. That humble look showed immediately. Wu Di smiled. I'm still more willing to see your high and mighty looks, and I didn't come here today specifically to find you guys, so don't be so nervous. Having said that, within the pile of people in front of him, there was still a leader who was wearing an extreme suit with a somewhat cold demeanor. Wei Tianji opened his mouth and said, Boss, what are your orders? Just say them out loud. As long as it's something we can do, everyone will be more than happy to do it for you. All of these people present could be counted as Wu Di's subordinate employees. As long as it was at Wu Di's command, these people would definitely be happy to serve. Over the years, They all only knew that their boss was a mysterious figure who came and went without a trace, but they did not know that he was actually so young. Wu Di found a seat and sat down very consciously, and then he whirled around and lifted his legs to the tabletop. Even with such a brutal and arrogant sitting posture, everyone was not daring to say half a word, because that was the boss. That's not necessary. Just leave this to me to solve. Only it has to be handled here. Otherwise those people won't believe in my identity. Wu Di narrowed his eyes slightly. At this moment, his heart was planning a big game. All of his men heard Wu Di's self-talk. They all lowered their heads and did not dare to speak. But all the same, they all stood up and faced Wu Di, looking very loyal. Ding! The elevator door suddenly rang, and in the blink of an eye, Anya walked in from the elevator, and the two people following her were obviously Wan Shanxian and Yinfeng. Wu Di smiled evilly as he immediately turned his boss chair, his back facing the doorway as he himself pretended to be deep in his thoughts as he was gazing at the scenery outside the window. Boss, the people have arrived. Wei Tianji put his hands in front of his belly and humbly spoke so to Wu Di. And at this time, Anya reached out to the two of them and commanded, "The boss is inside. Go in yourselves." Anya's high and cold words made the two men not dare to make a move, and the solemn decor of this top floor made people feel as if they were in a palace. Chapter 46, Behind the Scenes. Big Brother is actually Wu Di. This place had never been a forbidden area of Longxing Mansion. Even those industry giants and tycoons with money were unable to enter this place. But now, these two people were actually able to enter. Wan Shanxian touched Yinfeng's hand and inquired in a low voice, "Do you think it could be that the big boss behind the scenes wanted to come to Wanhualu for dinner? So he specifically looked for me to discuss it?" When he met Anya, he immediately recognized the other party as someone from the top floor, and in the back of his mind, he felt that he hadn't offended that class of people, and that he was running a hotel. So the only thing that came to mind was that the other party wanted to come to the 10,000 Flowers house for dinner. Yinfeng put his finger up in front of his mouth, signaling the other party not to speak much. If it was said that Longxing Mansion was a place where only high-end rich people could come in, then the top floor was a forbidden area that even the high-end of the high-end might not be able to enter. The top floor that was comparable to a sacred place made Yinfeng not even dare to say one more word at all. "What are you two dawdling for? Hurry over to see our boss," Wei Tianji ordered in a stern voice, scaring Yinfeng and Wan Shanxian so much that they busily walked into the office. The two of them had always flaunted a proud and victorious look in front of the others, but now they had become so humble. It was only in front of the true Buddha that these two would reveal their original appearance. Wan Shanxian licked his face and asked, "I wonder if the big brothers are looking for the two of us to come up here. Is there something they want to arrange?" Wei Tianji stopped speaking and instead landed his gaze on Wu Di's body. At this moment, both Wan Shanxian and Yinfeng were also very actively looking towards the main seat of the office. The mysterious big brother whose back was turned towards them. The mysterious big brother was leaning against the boss chair, always unobtrusive and always observing the scenery outside the window. Ding! New mission, take revenge and drive all the two bad guys out of the building. Reward, 100 million cash. The missions given to Wu Di by the Super Divine Hero system were always unexpected, yet they were very satisfying to Wu Di. This was the way to deal with those two bad guys. The large office was almost so quiet that even a pin could be heard. "I heard that your hotel is very powerful today, actually being able to falsely accuse good people for no reason." At this time, Wu Di utilized his movie star acting skills to lower his throaty voice, deliberately disguising a very deep and vicissitudes voice. The voice was almost unrecognizable, so both Wan Shanxian and Yinfeng also assumed that this big man behind the curtain was at least a middle-aged big boss. Wan Shanxian shivered a little. It really is true that good things don't go unnoticed and bad things spread thousands of miles. Actually, even this kind of crap is known by these big bosses at the top. "Boss, you are unaware. Actually, this matter doesn't have much to do with me. It's mainly all because of him. It's all because he took the liberty of colluding with my hotel staff and deliberately tried to frame the guests in the hotel." Suddenly Wan Shanxian pointed at Yinfeng and directly shifted all the blame to the other party. "So love will disappear, right?" Yinfeng's eyes widened, never expecting to actually be betrayed by this old guy. This was a real dog. Actually, I was just joking. I didn't expect the joke to be this big. Yinfeng was now powerless to refute, and could only pull a random blind story. At this moment, Wu Di again aimed all of his spearheads at Wan Shanxian, but I heard that the owner of the 10,000 Flowers mansion even harbored the bad guys after knowing the truth and chased away the wrong guests. This matter should be true as well, right? Whether it's true or not, I hope you guys can tell the truth. Ga. Wu Di's words made Wan Shanxian tremble in fear. He was extremely puzzled in his heart. How does this boss know everything? Suddenly the boss chair turned and Wu Di appeared in front of them abruptly. "I'm not sure what to do." It was actually Wu Di. Yinfeng and Wan Shanxian were immediately too surprised to speak, and it took half a day for them to come back to their senses. "How could it be you?" Yinfeng screamed, but just as he finished shouting, Wei Tianji beside him chided, Shut up! What kind of a thing are you? How dare you yell at our boss? Yan Feng was shocked, but he didn't dare to make a casual move here, because he knew very well that almost all of those present were big shots, and any one of them had many connections in Huadu and even in the provinces. If he offended them, it was estimated that a single phone call could leave tomorrow's Huadu without the Yan family. Surprise, fear. Originally, Wu Di was just a small character that he looked down on, but now he made himself unattainable. This was just too outrageous, right? Wu Di coldly snorted. Just like you guys, you don't even know how to do the minimum to be a human being, and you still want to do business? From now on, you are no longer welcome in Longxing Mansion. Immediately move out from the 16th floor, or else I will make you disappear completely from Huadu. Wan Shanqian was a bit regretful as he begged. Mr. Wu, Boss Wu, just have mercy and let me go. If you want to blame this for everything, blame this Yin guy. It's all because this bad thing gave me a ghost idea. It has nothing to do with me. You have to believe me. Wan Shanqian could not wait to kneel down to Wu Di. The Wu Di in front of him was no longer the same person just now. Now he could completely dominate his life and death. Wu Di made a look to Wei Tianqi. The old and steady Wei Tianqi immediately understood the other party's intention. What the boss has said is never said only once. Letting you guys move out is considered light. Do you guys want to pay a price like blood? Wei Tianqi walked up to the two men, staring with big copper bell-like horror eyes, scaring the two men into trembling. Wan Shanqian hurriedly explained. Dare not dare. We will never dare again. Immediately afterward, Wu Di pointed in the direction of the doorway. Get the hell out of here. Wan Shanqian and Yan Feng looked at each other. The two of them understood very well in their hearts that Wu Di had long held a grudge. Kicking them out of the building now was already considered the greatest mercy. Boss Wu, don't be angry. We'll get out now. After saying their words, the two men crawled on the ground and rolled towards the entrance's position in a very comical manner. It took most of the day before they rolled away with great difficulty. Wu Di said in a deep voice, Anya, go to the 16th floor and urge those guys to move out as soon as possible, and then find a new partner when the time comes. All in all, in the future, I don't want to be seeing the words 10,000 Flowers House. The order had been given, and Anya immediately nodded. I understand. Immediately after, Anya followed those two and sat down in the elevator. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, rewarding 100 million in cash. The Super Divine Hero system suddenly transferred all the cash into Wu Di's account, which was already as high as $1.2 billion, and this was only a small part of Wu Di's assets. This building alone was tens of billions. Chairman, do you need me to contact some people to drive those two guys out of Huadu completely? Wei Tianji suggested this to Wu Di, while Wu Di simply waved his hand. That's not necessary. Sometimes you have to leave a line in the sand. Don't take things too far. Chapter 47, Bowing to the Big Boss. Hearing this, Wei Tianji was a bit sympathetic. Unexpectedly this boss still had means. Alright, there's nothing for me to do now, so I'll leave first. Wu Di propped his hand on the desktop and smoothly stood up from his seat. This Longxing mansion would be Wu Di's property in the future, but with so many excellent management talents sitting at the top, Wu Di was very relieved. Instead of spending his time on these things, it would be better to be a hands-off shopkeeper and collect rent occasionally, which was also excellent. Suddenly a subordinate suddenly reported to Wu Di. It's not good, boss. All the store owners in the building heard the news of your appearance and all of them ran to the top floor. There's a huge group of them. They'll be here soon. It turned out that the news of Wu Di's sudden appearance counted as explosive news. Not to say that it was Wu Di that made these people excited, but it was this identity of Wu Di. For many years, the boss behind the Dragon Xing mansion would always be a mystery. Being able to own tens of billions of dollars of the building, every month just for each floor, you can collect rent to receive a soft hand, probably counting up. These rents can be several $100 million at random. Hearing about Wu Di's appearance, almost all the merchants ran upstairs. Ding! The elevator rang, and by the time the doors opened, a large wave of people immediately squeezed out. The elevator then slid down again, ready to meet the second batch of merchants downstairs. Running up to the top floor, these merchants were all like Lu Lawei entering the Grand View Garden, all of them staring at everything around them in amazement. It's just too amazing. None of this place has been seen before at all. I didn't think that I would have the chance to come up here in my lifetime. No wonder this is a forbidden area. It's so beautiful. Hush, look at you guys, have never seen the world like. All keep your voices down. The boss is inside. The boss in their mouth was Wu Di, and Wu Di's identity was undoubtedly also their landlord. Every month, these people have to pay rent to Wu Di regularly, and Wu Di's words can determine whether these people can qualify to continue to do business in Longxing Building. Wei Tianji was a bit annoyed, and he immediately walked forward with big strides. Who told you all to come up here? Do you all want to rebel? As I emphasized again and again before, the top floor is a restricted area of Longxing Mansion. No one is qualified to come up here. Now all of you get down. Wei Tianji's gaze seemed like it was about to spit out fire, scaring the merchants a little. I don't know where all these people learned about Wu Di's news, but that's how the word spreads, soon letting everyone up and down in the building know about it. Suddenly the system rang, ding. New mission, there are merchants in the hospitality center. Make them leave a good impression on the host. Reward, title, best boss. The host will have prestige in front of everyone and become a good and popular boss. Wu Di walked towards the door and immediately said towards Wei Tianqi, these merchants are all his own people. Don't be so mean. Immediately afterward, Wu Di piled up a smile all over his face again, looking so kind. It almost made those who saw him call him dad. Understood, boss. I won't say anything more. Wei Tianqi immediately took a few steps backward, his entire person looking very honorable. The merchants were all stunned. Normally when they saw Wei Tianqi, they shivered in fear. It was because these people knew very well that Wei Tianqi could be counted as the existence of one person under 10,000 people in Longxing Mansion. But now that Wei Tianji was treating Wu Di with such respect, it seemed that Wu Di was the real big boss. All the merchants present were big brothers from all walks of life, from the founders of fashionable clothing to the general manager of the cosmetic Huadu region, etc. These people would always be treated with respect on other occasions. These people would always be loved on other occasions, but now all of them were groveling to flatter Wu Di. Worthy of being a big shot, he always speaks so nicely, and is actually considerate of us little characters. Immediately, someone started to flatter. Wu Di couldn't help but frown a little. He was the one who hated people kissing his own ass. Previously, during the class reunion, Wu Di had fled out to avoid the wind because he hated those people's hypocrisy. He didn't expect that after hiding out here, these people's ability to pat their own asses was going to be even better than his old classmates. Swoon. The corner of Wu Di's mouth twitched as he was a bit speechless. The merchants were all very smart, as if they were able to see through Wu Di's mind at a glance. Immediately a fat man handed a black card to Wu Di. Big boss, I am the general manager of the Rongxia Bank on the 9th floor of the building. This is our bank's super supreme card. Please accept it. The fat man's face was full of smiles, almost piling up the creases. When he had just given out the black card, more people beside him surrounded him, throwing out all of their own cards. Senior Platinum card, Imperial Gold card, Super Membership card, etc. A variety of cards covering many industries, catering, tourism, construction design, fitness clubs and so on are simply countless. Wu Di did not refuse. All of them were put into his pocket. A large pile of cards were easily absorbed by the storage bank in Wu Di's pocket. I appreciate all of your kindness. Since it's like this, let's reduce some of the rent for you next month, Wu Di directly announced. This sentence completely impressed everyone. Originally, the high rent of Longxing Mansion almost pressed everyone to breathe. Now that Wu Di was actually willing to give everyone a rent reduction, this was completely joyous. Long live the boss. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Rewarded with the title, Best Boss. The host will have prestige in front of everyone and become a popular and good boss. After the super divine boss system finished speaking, the eyes of everyone present looking at Wu Di gradually began to undergo a bit of a transformation. Everyone's fear from the beginning had turned into admiration now that the boss was a godlike existence. The sun shines on the incense burner and produces purple smoke. The boss is my heaven. Wu Di smiled and waved his hand. Don't all get too excited. It's all a small matter and doesn't need to be taken too seriously. Wei Tianji and other top floor managers are also indifferent. Anyway, this building is Wu Di's. Whether he wants to reduce or increase the rent, it is all up to him. At this time, there were also a few beautiful elites who threw winks at Wu Di, and even used their hands to pick at the tantalizing stockings of their thighs. Boss, you are so young. Surely you don't have a girlfriend yet? These beauty elites were all strong woman-like existences in their respective companies, and almost only the employees under their hands spoke humbly to them. At this moment, they were in turn pandering to Wu Di, but Wu Di also quite enjoyed this feeling. I am the chairman of the 27th floor's one-line matchmaking center. Boss, if you like any type of girl, you can make a request to me. I will satisfy you as much as possible. Chapter 48 Comforting Fong Su Xin. Boss, I'm the founder of the 39th floor ODU Fitness Club, where there are a lot of well-built and colorful young ladies. Usually, I also have fitness, or else I'll take you, boss, to see the fitness gym? Speaking of which, then the gym owner whose figure was considered to be superb intentionally lifted up her chest. The gully that had a strong amplitude was staggering. Wu Di swallowed his saliva. Some other time, when I am free. These are all abrasive vixens. Wu Di wouldn't dare to entangle with them for too long. Otherwise being drained is no joke. Immediately after, Wu Di also remembered that his old classmates were still eating in the hotel box. It's been more than an hour since he came out. If he doesn't go back, it's estimated that everyone has left. Old Wei, Please work hard and manage the building well in the future. When I am free, I will come over from time to take a look. Here to you. Wu Di put his words here, hoping that Wei Tianji could manage the building with dedication. Wei Tianji also nodded. Don't worry boss, I will definitely manage the building very well. So Wu Di patted the other party's shoulder with satisfaction, and then said to a large wave of businessmen, I still have something to do and have to leave first. You all stay back. Don't send me off. After saying his words, Wu Di quickly stepped inside the elevator. When everyone was about to squeeze into the elevator and still wanted to send Wu Di downstairs, Wei Tianxi immediately blocked the elevator door. Didn't you all hear what the boss said just now? Don't send them all off. Stay here. Wei Tianxi's gaze shocked everyone. If it was in the past days, it was estimated that he would have to use shouting, but the boss was in front of himself. Wei Tianji still had some restraint. Wu Di smiled and waved to everyone, and as the elevator door closed, Wu Di breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, this is finally over. Tired old man. When Wu Di walked into the 10,000 Flowers mansion, he saw Anya standing at the entrance of the hotel with her hands clasped on her chest. Very coldly, move faster all of you. Within today you all must move out for me. Wu Di's order from a short while ago had made Anya firmly memorize it in her mind and prepare to follow through. When Wu Di approached Anya, she thought that someone was trying to attack her, so she subconsciously threw a decisive punch. Swish! A dry and harsh sound of a punch stormed out. But fortunately, Wu Di's reaction was also quick, and he hastily raised his hand to catch the opponent's fist. Old boss? Sorry, I thought it was a bad guy. Anya was a little surprised and a little apologetic. Although she was only a woman, practicing martial arts since she was a child made her chi power long exceed that of an ordinary man. Almost any normal person would not be able to block one of her punches, let alone grab her fist. However, just now, Wu Di was doing this so easily. It was just too unbelievable. Wu Di smiled. It's okay, you're very safety conscious. That's quite good, but also relax. Don't tense yourself up all day. There aren't that many bad people in this world. After saying his words, Wu Di instructed the other party to continue to keep a close watch on Wan Shanxian's group. They must be urged to move out of Longxing Mansion within today. Immediately after that, Wu Di walked into the hotel's box. At this time in the box, the students were all full of food and drink, but none of them had any intention of leaving. Wu Di was the one who had invited the guests, and the host had only gone out to use the restroom and had not returned yet. If it was anyone else, they would probably have left by this time, but Wu Di was not anyone else. I'm really sorry let everyone wait for a long time. Wu Di was also a bit sorry, and as soon as he entered the door, he hurriedly apologized to everyone. The students were originally a bit weary, but after seeing Wu Di appear, smiles appeared on their faces. Wherever, we weren't waiting, we just finished eating and swiping our cell phones, and the time passed in a flash. Immediately, a student with higher emotional intelligence explained, so that the scene would not become so awkward. Wu Di looked at the tabletop table. There were still a lot of dishes left. Obviously they were all to be saved for Wu Di to eat. Oops, this food is getting cold. Are you all sure you're full? Wu Di curiously asked again. A classmate nodded as if pounding garlic. I'm full. We've eaten all the delicacies of the sea. We've never had such a good meal. It's all because of dragging your brother Wu's blessing, or we have to thank you. Wu Di listened to everyone's thanks and immediately called the waiter in. Pack all these dishes for them to take away. In addition, the accompanying gifts should all be ready. Send them all out. After ordering, Wu Di turned to his classmates again and said, I'm very happy to see you old classmates today. Let's get together again when we have the chance in the future. I still have something to do, so I'll leave first. As soon as the words fell, Wu Di waved goodbye to everyone. The classmates also cheerfully received their accompanying gifts, and when they saw Wu Di preparing to leave, they all stood up as well. This accompanying gift is also too luxurious. Right, there is actually so much cash inside, and the good wine and good food are still inside. Having you as a classmate, it's our third life's fortune. My husband has never been so good to me. Wu Di, you go slowly. In the future when you have time must often contact. We all know that Wu Di is a busy man, but this is the best development of old classmates. Absolutely cannot break the relationship. When Wu Di walked out of the box, the first time to go to the counter to settle the bill, and the room Su Xin next to the counter has been waiting for a long time, saw Wu Di walking, immediately shouted excitedly, I thought you didn't want me anymore. Where did you go just now? Fong Su Xin ran forward anxiously, her tears almost falling from her eyes in aggravation, but when she calmed down a little bit, then she realized that she and Wu Di did not seem to have a very intimate relationship, making it easy for people to misunderstand. Wu Di's heart was startled. Damn, I was so busy just now that I forgot about her. Suddenly the system rang. Ding! New task. Comfort Fong Su Xin and cheer her up in the shortest time possible. Time limit 3 minutes. Reward, Fong Su Xin's favorability. directly raised to 100%. What the hell? 3 minutes to make a girl happy. How can this be done? If Wu Di was given other tasks, maybe he could still do it. But the job of comforting people was really difficult for Wu Di. But fortunately, Wu Di's mind turned quickly, and he hurriedly thought of a reason. I've gone to help you find a new job chanting, image consultant for a fashion company. What do you think? While saying that, Wu Di took out a whole bunch of cards. Wu Di clearly remembers these cards. There is a fashion company's supreme card. Naturally can also contact their company's chairman. Originally, Fong Suxian was still half believing, but when she saw that the other party actually had so many cards in his pocket, she was immediately shocked. Chapter 49, There's a new roommate. The current roomie was still a little bit touched. Did you just go around begging grandparents to help me find a job all for my sake? Fong Suxian suddenly wanted to tear up. Wu Di immediately lent a hand. This is all what I should do. Who made me promise you before that I would help you find a job? Keep this card. When the time comes, you'll go upstairs to the fashion company and say that it was recommended by Wu Di, and you're guaranteed to be able to arrange a good job for you. Having said that, Fong Suxian couldn't hold back any longer and directly jumped into Wu Di's arms, regardless of whether he was his boyfriend or not. But now that Wu Di was treating himself so well, this friend she recognized. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, rewarding Fong Suxian's favorability, directly raising it to 100%. The system's ringing sound made Wu Di relieved. He thought that the mission was going to fail, but he didn't think that this would actually work. When Wu Di was about to prepare to pay for the box meal, Wan Shanqian suddenly appeared. He immediately pulled Wu Di's hand. Big boss Wu, how come you still need you to pay for your meal at my place? Isn't this a slap in my face? Previously, Wu Di let the other party off the hook and just kicked him out of the building, which was already considered the greatest mercy to Wan Shanqian. Now, Wan Shanqian was completely grateful to Wu Di and could even worship him. Wu Di was not polite. This is what you said yourself, so let's say you invited me. Anyway, this grandson had made an unknown amount of money by opening a hotel, and treating a meal was completely trivial to Wan Shanqian. Wan Shanqian also harumphed and smiled, sending Wu Di out. After walking out of the building, Fong Suxian was a bit surprised. Wan Shanqian is the boss of our hotel. Why is he so attentive to you? Wu Di smiled. Yes, it feels okay. Anyway, a lot of people are like this to me. After getting used to it, it won't feel strange. Fong Suxian took a deep breath, and those surprised eyes always fell tightly on Wu Di. I knew before that you are not an ordinary person. I will rely on you to support me in the future. At this moment, Fong Suxian's good feelings towards Wu Di had long reached its peak, so it was only at this time now that Fong Suxian spoke like this. Wu Di also promised to adopt the other party. After all, keeping such a beautiful little girl living outside, Wu Di would also be a little less assured. So Wu Di pursed his lips. You can, but I'm not taking you in for free. You still have to pay some rent. Fong Suxian felt a little embarrassed. Now I have no money to eat. The rent is even more unable to pay. Otherwise it will not trouble you. Wu Di performed with a bad smile. It doesn't matter if you can't afford it. You can use something else to pay for it. Room Suxian stared at Wu Di with wide eyes, as if it was unexpected. Really did not think that Wu Di is this kind of person, but Fong Suxian didn't know why. Her heart was full of good feelings towards him, and even lowered her head to shy away. If you want it, you can tell me anytime. I will give it to you. Hearing this, Wu Di also froze. This was really to be given for nothing. Wu Di quickly explained. Just now it was all a joke with you. Usually you can cook a breakfast and help clean the house by the way. Just help me save money on hiring nannies and cooks. And if you don't know how to do it, you can also learn from others. There are other roommates over there. Having said that, Wu Di took Fong Suxian and got into the phantom sports car. As Fong Suxian sat in the sports car, she was obviously shocked again. This luxurious interior decoration of the car, it was impossible to afford it without a few $100 million estimation. Wu Di was definitely the fighter among the tycoons. The two chatted with each other in the car. Wu Di probably had some understanding of Fong Suxian's family situation. She was raised in a luxurious family, and of course, she had learned what any other young lady should learn, except that her parents' relationship had always been very bad. This also indirectly affected Fong Suxian, and even spilled over to her from time to time. This time, when Fong Suxian left home, it was also because her parents were in a terrible mess and it was coming to the point of divorce. So Fong Suxian left the house in a fit of anger. Her father was ruthless and directly froze Fong Suxian's bank card. Anyway, now I figured out that I'll have to come out and live on my own in the future. So I might as well slowly adapt to society first now. I will learn to be independent, but the only friend is probably you alone. When Fong Suxian said this, her expression started to become a bit gloomy. Previously, she wanted to borrow some money from her girlfriends because her card was frozen, but she didn't expect that one by one it wouldn't work. It seems that feelings can't stand up to testing, and all relationships built on interests will sooner or later turn into bubbles. Fong Su Xin laughed to herself, then sat on Wu Di's co-pilot, always without saying a word. Very quickly, Wu Di drove the phantom supercar to the imperial residence. The house here was very luxurious everywhere, even more exquisite than Fong Su Xin's villa at home. Fong Su Xin couldn't help but stare with wide eyes. This was too much. One word, show. Are you sure this is your home? That said, this place seems to be very expensive. You must be a rich second generation. Fong Su Xin was sure of Wu Di's identity, yet Wu Di was too lazy to explain. After Wu Di parked the car, he led the other party through the door. Just after walking into the mansion, the roommates inside were watching a giant screen movie in the large living room on the first floor. Wu Di, you're back. You actually brought a girl with you. Brother Wu is mighty and domineering. The roommates all gathered around, and Wu Di made a brief introduction for Fong Su Xin. Wu Di smiled and said, her name is Fong Su Xin. She'll all be living here from now on, so everyone can be friends. Other than Fong Chuyi and Hua Xiaoxiao being happy, Lu Yong was still more excited. He was even on the verge of crying with excitement. Previously, Lu Yong liked Fong Chuyi, but seeing that Fong Chuyi and Wu Di were having a scene, it was not too convenient for him to intervene in the relationship between the two. Waiting until this time now, Lu Yong saw Fong Su Xin and felt that he had hope again. After waiting for so long, love has finally come. Lu Yong couldn't hold back the excitement in his heart, and he was even almost ready to cry. Wu Di instantly saw the small thoughts in the other party's heart, so he directly put out the fire for him. You don't want to think too much. Su Xin is our friend. She's $1,000 lady. She only left home because she had a conflict with her parents, so don't hit on her idea. Lu Yong bristled. What do you take me for? I didn't say I want to chase her. After saying this, Lu Yong's eyes still couldn't stop glancing towards Fong Su Xin's body. This girl was simply too beautiful. Chapter 50, Chef Fong Woping. Fong Suxin simply ignored Lu Yong, who was almost drooling in front of her as she marveled at every corner of the mansion. The level of luxury here completely conquered her. If one were to say that Fong Suxin's father was rich, then something like Wu Di's level of wealth would completely be referred to only as divine luxury. Wu Di, help me pick a room. I don't know where here is still empty. Fong Su Xin spoke in a very gentle voice, almost as if it was capable of crisping up a person. This kind of voice was enough to make a man's heart flutter and a woman's tears flow when she heard it, while Wu Di and Lu Yong were obviously both very flattered. As for Fong Chuyi and Hua Xiaoxiao, they felt that this woman was not simple, especially Fong Chuyi. On the surface she still smiled at Fong Su Xin, but from the bottom of her heart, she had already developed a trace of hostility. Stealing a man from my mother. Grandma. Fong Chuyi tried her best to pull out a kind smile and immediately took over the conversation. Su Xin, where are your words? Such a big villa has houses everywhere. Wu Di has been busy for so long today, he just came back and must be very tired. Just let him rest first. I'll accompany you to pick a room. To tell you, every room here is very spacious. The facilities are also very complete, better than a 5-star hotel. When she said this, Fong Chuyi took Fong Su Xin's hand and directly led the other party into the elevator in the villa. So quick to turn the tables on the guest. Those who didn't know, thought that Fong Chuyi was the mistress of this home. Wu Di also laughed bitterly, but didn't say anything more. A woman's mind he really couldn't guess, and was also too lazy to guess. Hey right, this point should eat dinner. How come you guys do not go to the kitchen until now? Wu Di couldn't help but ask. Immediately, Hua Xiaoxiao spoke. Brother Bai Lang and sister Qinger are busy in the kitchen, with the two of them doing the dishes. There is no need for anyone else to intervene at all. Right. Also sister Chuyi's dad is here, saying that he came to see his daughter. Dad? Wu Di was a little confused. How come Fong Chuyi didn't even tell him about this? Then where is his dad now? Wu Di asked. Lu Yong pointed upstairs and said directly, it's in the kitchen on the 2nd floor. His dad is a chef out of the restaurant, and he's been clamoring for us to show us his skills since he walked in the door. Bai Lang and Zhuang Qinger are giving him a hand. We are busy in the vegetable market all afternoon. Call your phone and do not return. Send you a text message and did not hear a ring. Wu Di was stunned, hastily picked up his own cell phone, and saw that the cell phone text messages and incoming calls were almost busted. Dozens of missed calls and countless text messages, making Wu Di somewhat embarrassed. Wu Di spread his hands. Recently there are just too many things. There is no time to look at the cell phone, and tuned into silent mode. Is rate. Hua Xiaoxiao beamed her small mouth. This can't be done. Then in the future if we are in danger, want to let you come to save us. The phone can't be contacted, and the text message can't be returned. So won't we have to wait for death for nothing? With Bai Lang here, He will protect you. Wu Di snickered. Besides, if you can use your cell phone to make a call, you might as well call the police officers first, so that it would be safer for them to come and save you instead. The super divine hero system appeared steeply. Ding! New mission, meet Fong's father, Fong Guoping, and leave a good impact on the other party. Reward, title, Dragon Son-in-Law. In the future, when any old father-in-law sees the host, he will feel that the host is the right choice for a son-in-law. Wu Di's head snapped up when he heard the reward. This was too powerful. If this is really the case, in the future, one would never have to consider the old husband factor again. It's quite a labor saving. Pressing the elevator button, Wu Di instructed. You guys rest here, I'll go upstairs to take a look. After saying his words, Wu Di came alone to the kitchen area on the second floor. Not only was it possible to cook here, but it was also the place where everyone usually dined. There was hardly any fumes to be seen. All the kitchenware was a combination of Chinese and Western, and a very large number of advanced tools were used. Air fryer, infrared thermometer, vacuum low-temperature bone soup machine and other kinds of high-tech kitchenware are available. The kitchen was busy as a pot of porridge at the moment, and a mellifluous tenor voice was heard everywhere. Don't be in a hurry to throw away the fish bladders first. These things are all treasures. I'm saving them to make a chowder. Xiao Bai, what are you doing? Oh, this beef is sliced so thin. How am I going to do the boiled later? Get out of the way. Let me do it. Can't even do this little thing. Stupid. After Wu Di heard these words, he knew that Bai Lang and Zhuang Qing'er were definitely in a bad situation, so Wu Di directly walked towards the kitchen. Just as he stepped in, Wu Di was seen by Fong Guoping. Who are you? Fong Guoping stopped Wu Di. He pointed at Wu Di with a spatula and asked very nonchalantly. Just then, Bai Lang violently raised his hand and snatched the spatula. Fong Guoping was a bit shocked. Agu, little whitey, you're trying to rebel. Bai Lang's brows tightened. You are not allowed to disrespect your master. Hearing this, Fong Guoping realized that it seemed that the young man who walked into the kitchen was Wu Di. Oh ho ho, so it's Di who has returned. I'm Fong Chuyi's father. I've heard my daughter mention you a long time ago. You really are a handsome young man. Hello. Fong Guoping was also a self-acquaintance, wiped his oily hands on his apron casually, and immediately shook hands with Wu Di. Originally, Wu Di was a bit resistant to it from the bottom of his heart, but thinking of the system's mission, he had no choice but to shake hands with him. Fong Guoping's smile increased. Not bad. It's a good young man, and he's also white and clean looking. As he said this, Fong Guoping simply even reached out his hand and just patted it on the other party's shoulder. The system instantly vocalized. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Rewarded with the title, Dragon Son-in-Law. In the future, when any old husband sees the host, he will feel that the host is the right choice for a son-in-law. Wu Di always kept a smile on his face, making it easy to get close at first glance. TSK, the more I look at you, the more I like you. No wonder my daughter likes you so much too. Fong Guoping laughed. Just as he was still about to pinch Wu Di's cheeks, Bai Lang just couldn't watch and immediately reached out to block the other party. Bai Lang reminded, Uncle Fong, our master hates it when people put their hands on him. Please behave yourself. Cut. If you don't touch, you don't have to. You don't even care. Fong Guoping felt uninterested, so he turned around to do the dishes unhappily. Wu Di with his hands behind his back, tiptoeing to look down from above. Uncle Fong, what are you doing? Fong Guoping hemmed and hawed. This is my masterpiece sole egg fried rice. I'll make sure you still want to eat it later. At the same time, Fong Guoping poured oil on the white rice. Hearing a crisp sound of ching, the flavor of sesame oil overflowed in the kitchen. Chapter 51, The God of Cookery Strikes. The white rice became grainy. The crystal clear rice was appetizing at first glance. Afterwards, Fong Guoping continuously rubbed his hands over the oily rice, and after pinpointing the timing, Fong Guoping rolled his eyes and began to season the egg liquid. Essential oil, salt, soy sauce and vinegar, plus oil consumption, raw pumpkin to enhance the freshness, and finally throw a handful of random green onions, cucumber, dried scallops, shrimp, millet peppers and ham sausage and other small ingredients are ready. Fong Guoping is ready. Then frantically began to turn the pot. A few moments later, a large pot of fragrant soulful egg fried rice was made. Wu Di closed his eyes and sniffed. Not bad. This flavor does smell a bit interesting. It still smells quite good. Fong Guoping proudly said. Of course, when I was the chef of the town restaurant, the flavor I made for years and years. Can it be bad? At this moment, Fong Guoping also skillfully served a few bowls of fried rice and directly handed it to Zhuang Qing'er and the others. Come, little sister. Come and taste Uncle's handiwork first and see if it's the most delicious egg fried rice you've ever eaten. Fong Guoping still knew that ladies come first, and immediately served the fried rice to Zhuang Qing'er, but after Zhuang Qing'er tasted a few mouthfuls, she pursed her lips. The flavor is indeed authentic. but it's not the best I've ever had. After hearing this, everyone froze. What do you mean by that? Fang Guoping felt like he had been slapped in the face. Zhuang Qing'er pushed Wu Di out. At one time, our chairman personally cooked, and it was those dishes that were really delicious. Even if you've eaten until you're full, you'll still have an appetite for more. Fang Guoping's brows gradually tightened right in the center, and then he looked towards Wu Di. Is everything this female doll said true? What is this doing? Oh, chatting is chatting. What's the point of bringing little master out? Wu Di is not convenient to blame the other party, so he had to smile awkwardly. No matter, small children cannot speak. You old don't mind. Fang Guoping shook his head. Less swindling me. Qing'er little sister is at least a 20-something person. What she said will definitely not be false. No way. You have to compete with me. If you win, I'll marry my daughter to you. In fact, Fang Guoping is still quite interested in Wu Di. Can afford to live in such a luxurious villa? Then the background is certainly not simple. But what is the identity of Wu Di? Fang Guoping more or less heart is still a bit of number. To marry his daughter, I'm afraid it's a bit of a mismatch. The fish in the river and the fish in the sea, destined to be no way to live together. Wu Di smiled and said, we do not gamble, just purely then a comparison. That is possible. Fang Guoping was very stubborn and said indignantly, that won't do. You must say a condition. Ding. New quest, compete in cooking. Compete with Fang Guoping in cooking and win against each other. Reward, inherited, Qilin blood, which allows the host to be invulnerable to all poisons. And the blood also has the ability to detoxify and expel poisons. The appearance of the super divine hero system allowed Wu Di to see the hope of relief. Wu Di smiled in his heart. Originally, I wanted to give you face, but now that the system has said so, then I'll be polite. Immediately after, Wu Di immediately spoke. That's good. Since Uncle Fang wants to compete, then I will play with you. The losing party will punish themselves with a cup. What do you think? Wu Di still didn't want to make things too difficult for the other party. No matter what, he was also Fang Chudi's own father-in-law. However, Fang Guoping was not happy. No way. If you want to fight, then fight bigger. If you lose, you will finish a whole bottle of white wine. Seeing that the other party was so insistent, Wu Di could not refute. Fine, I'll listen to you. For this cooking competition, Fang Guoping was full of confidence. I have been a chef for so many years. How could I lose in cooking? Unfortunately, he didn't realize that Wu Di that was a man with a system. Very quickly, Bai Lang and Zhuang Qing'er revealed the news that there was going to be a competition. After everyone learned about it, they all wanted to watch the fun, so they rushed to the kitchen area on the second floor. When Fang Chui saw that her dad had just arrived and wanted to compete with Wu Di, it immediately startled her. Dad, don't mess around, will you? In Fang Chui's opinion, this old father of hers was also too unruly. This villa was someone else's, Wu Di's, and the kitchen was naturally all someone else's. Guests to the host's home, directly do their own cooking, and even have to compete with the host, is really too much. Wu Di, however, was unimpressed. It doesn't matter. I do think that uncle this is quite interesting. Besides it's no big deal to compare cooking skills. After saying his words, the system immediately appeared. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Rewarding the inheritance, Qilin blood, which allows the host to be invulnerable to all poisons. And the blood also has the ability to detoxify and expel poisons. Wu Di felt as if the blood vessels all over his body were silently writhing. He began to wash his hands well, and even put on clean gloves that were specialized in cooking. Uncle Fang, how do you want to compete? 2 out of 3 or 1 game to win? Wu Di curiously asked this to the other party. However, Fang Guoping spoke directly. Each of us will cook a dish and then give it to them. The audience, to eat, throw out the 2 of us. There are exactly 6 people left. By letting them taste the 2 dishes, we can see which one of us is the better cook. Wu Di also felt that this rule was good and immediately agreed. Immediately afterward, the kitchen was operated by just the 2 of them. After opening the refrigerator, there was a wide array of various ingredients. Fang Guoping immediately picked many neat dishes, while Wu Di felt that it was better to eat simple. While Fang Guoping planned to make a pot of fatty dompa pork, Wu Di took a large box of oysters. Oysters can't be stored in the refrigerator for too long anyway, so why don't we take advantage of it and do it all now? Wu Di made up his mind and immediately used an open consumption knife to deal with the oysters. Poof! The hand rose up and the knife fell, and the oyster shells broke open. Clean, sharp and skillful. Everyone was shocked by Wu Di's operation and had their mouths wide open, unable to speak for half a day. Even Fang Guoping had forgotten that the match had started. Fang Chui anxiously reminded, Dad, what are you waiting for? Why don't you hurry up and cook? Only after hearing his daughter shout did Fang Guoping react, so he took the initiative to clean the large pieces of pancetta on his own. In fact, in Fang Chui's heart, she neither wanted Wu Di to lose, nor was she willing to let Fang Guoping lose. One was her favorite man and the other was her own father. Such a difficult choice was actually in front of her. The most delicious food often uses the most unpretentious and unadorned ingredients. Let me show you what it means to be a culinary god. As soon as the words fell, Wu Di's hand speed became faster and faster. Swish swish swish. A large box of oysters, counting up to about 80 or so, were actually all processed in a short period of time. Chapter 52 Competition of Cooking Skills. Wu Di chose a few large lemons and squeezed a lot of lemon juice on the oysters to defish them, followed by various small seasonings. Master, Uncle Fang is almost done. Bai Lang could only stand by the side and be anxious. Seeing that Fang Guoping was about to get it done, Bai Lang immediately reminded him. Fang Guoping lowered his head as he glanced at Wu Di beside him and realized that the other party was still mixing the sauce. To be a good cook, the main thing is to have a good hand job. If a handicapped person is handicapped, even if they know more about the essence of cooking, it's all for naught. Fang Guoping couldn't help but scoff, but he himself didn't dare to slack off. Instead he even stepped up his production. The previous Wu Di had obtained a systematic mental improvement, and the entire person was extremely calm. Wu Di smiled instead of rushing. It's all small things. All good things have to be simmered slowly. I'm not in a hurry anyway. He peeled and minced a lot of garlic and made garlic paste in a short while. Immediately after, Wu Di divided a large plate of garlic paste into two. First put it in a frying pan to burst incense, and then poured the last of the garlic paste into it all in one go. Consumed oil, 5 spices, sesame seeds and other seasonings were all taken to simmer the garlic sauce, and then the entire second floor was filled with the aroma of garlic. One word, fragrant. This flavor is so fragrant that people almost do not want to smell other flavors. Some dishes will smell a little tired after a long time, and even have a feeling of wanting to vomit. But this garlic paste is completely different. Eating in the mouth is a complete enjoyment. Wu Di mixed the garlic sauce into the oysters in turn. More than 80 oysters were operated by Wu Di with ease. A few moments later, Wu Di put the oysters on the grill and then snapped his fingers. It's done. If you guys want to eat it, come and get it yourselves. Wu Di smiled and said so to everyone. Fang Guoping was about to do the last step. However, when he heard Wu Di's words, his entire mind almost collapsed. What? It was actually done. Wasn't it just put on the grill? How can you say it's done? Lu Yong scratched his head, really a bit puzzled by Wu Di's approach. Wu Di smiled. You don't know anything about this. Just now I already poured hot oil on the oysters. These oysters were already cooked long ago. Besides, the oysters themselves can all be eaten raw. The lemon juice I dripped before actually completed the first way of eating them. Everyone suddenly realized that they could not imagine that this simple oyster was made to be eaten in so many ways by Wu Di. It could be eaten raw, waited for a barbecue, or even dipped in some wasabi as a Japanese dish. All of them were still very cooperative, and they all walked forward, picked up a piece of oyster with their hands, and sent it to their mouths. TSK. One doesn't know until one eats it, and then one realizes that it's a truly great meal. This is too delicious. The original fresh flavor of the oyster, and then with the sauce inside. It seems to have a popping sensation when you bite down. Hua Xiaoxia had always been nicknamed a snacker, and now that she had eaten this dish from Wu Di, she couldn't help but give a thumbs up. She then tasted another one and suddenly curiously said, "No, this popping texture is really there, and vaguely there is the sweet flavor of cheese, but I clearly didn't see you put cheese just now?" Wu Di smiled. "The cheese slices are too big, and there's no way to put more than 80 slices, so I made the cheese into granules in advance, then sprinkle some on each oyster. And when it melts, the huge oyster meat will be covered in cheese. This practice is almost unheard of, but everyone enjoyed it very much, and since it was delicious, despite making it finished, even Fang Chudi was also slurping. It smells too good. I've never eaten such a great oyster before, but it would be even better if there was rice." Wu Di immediately opened the rice cooker beside him, and the fragrant white rice inside emitted the smell of rice, making everyone stand in awe. "When did you still cook? We didn't even realize ugh." Previously, Fang Suxian was all silent, but now that she was completely conquered by Wu Di's food, she gradually blended into the environment as well. Wu Di explained, "Actually, my speed has always been fast. You guys didn't see it. That only means you didn't notice it yourselves. It doesn't mean I didn't do it. Let's all taste it." I put a lot of black sesame seeds on top of the white rice. It tastes more flavorful. Everyone tasted a mouthful of white rice, and with the rich garlic flavor, it was simply beautiful. Fang Guoping hurriedly stopped it. AI. You all don't rush to eat my dompa pork is also done. Come and taste it." Thought he did the dishes is the fastest to get well. Did not expect as a slow step. Lu Yong touched his stomach and quickly waved his hand. "Uncle Fang is really sorry just now I ate too quickly and forgot that you still have cooking on your side. I had 2 bowls of sesame oil flavored rice and ate so many oysters. I really can't eat anything else. Fang Guoping's eyes widened in shock. No way. This is too unfair to me. Hasty. No one ate this big pot of dompa pork, but instead the oysters were eaten by everyone. The corner of Wu Di's mouth rose. It can't be helped. Oysters are just popular with everyone. Fang Shuyi was still very facetious and picked up her father's dompa pork and sent it to her mouth, but the greasy feeling instantly made her lose her appetite. Vomit. It's not that I don't give face to your old man. It's just that I just ate a full meal and then ate this huge pile of meat. I just can't do it. After hearing everyone's feedback, Fang Guoping also recognized the reality. Good fellow. It seems that I lost this time. It's really the waves of the Yangtze River pushing the waves of the front. One wave is stronger than the other. There was a hint of despondency in Fang Guoping's eyes. He let out a bitter smile and immediately picked up the white wine that was prepared on the stovetop. Just after opening the cap of the bottle, Fang Guoping took a deep breath and was ready to finish off the entire bottle of white wine in one gulp. After Fang Shuyi saw this, her entire body was shocked. Dad, don't be silly. This white wine has such a high degree. You're not afraid of alcohol poisoning. However, Fang Guoping pushed his daughter away. You have to keep your word. Since you've already made an agreement with someone, you have to keep your word. Don't mind me. This is a competition between men. What's a girl like you doing? Fang Guoping had always been true to his word. Since he had lost the match, he could never lose his face again. Thinking of this, Fang Guoping immediately picked up the white wine and poured it directly into his mouth. Just as he raised the bottle, the Super Divine Hero system reminded Wu Di. Ding! New mission, grab the white wine and drink all of it. Reward, talent, super reaction. The host's reaction power is increased by several times. The body will subconsciously react. Wu Di did not hesitate in the slightest. He directly reached out his hand to grab the white wine over. Chapter 53, Reward Aircraft Carrier. Gulp! The white wine was poured down Wu Di's throat with bravado, almost without any hesitation. All these people present were dumbfounded. What kind of vigor was required to dare to make such a move? Fang Suxian hurriedly blocked him. Don't! Wu Di, aren't you afraid to drink yourself to death? This is a high number of white wine. If you drink it like this, you'll have to go to the hospital for resuscitation later. The rest of the people also came forward to persuade Wu Di. Wu Di drank all of the white wine and then swung the bottle down. Not a single drop of wine dripped out again at all. It was actually all drunk. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Rewarding the talent, super reaction. The host's reaction power is increased by several times, and the body will subconsciously react. Wu Di's body couldn't help but shake. The talent was directly bestowed on his body. Fang Guoping furrowed his brows, both grateful and curious about this move of Wu Di's. What exactly did this brat mean? It's obvious that I lost, so why do I need you to take the punishment and humiliate me? Without thinking it through, Fang Guoping directly said the truest thoughts in his heart. Wu Di smiled and said, Uncle Fang, you are old now. It's best not to mess around. Getting well is the key. I'm young. A little white wine won't bother me. Competition comes second. Safety comes first. Hearing Wu Di's words, Fang Guoping's whole person was confused. Just now, he thought that this kid was trying to humiliate himself, but he didn't expect that the other party actually cared about him so much. At this time, apart from being touched, Fang Guoping could not really say anything else. Fang Shuyi also projected a look of gratitude to Wu Di. She never thought that Wu Di would suddenly make a move, which completely saved her father's life. Previously, Fang Guoping's medical checkup had revealed that he had a severe fatty liver, and the doctor had repeatedly emphasized that he could no longer abuse alcohol. However, he had always had a very strong desire to win and lose. As his daughter, Fang Shuyi was definitely in no position to persuade him any further, whereas Wu Di's approach made it very easy for Fang Guoping to step down. The young man has a future. Fang Guoping glanced meaningfully at Wu Di, then looked at his daughter. Daughter, then I'll go back first, don't forget about tomorrow. After saying his words, Fang Guoping walked out of the kitchen. Wu Di was curious. Your father said tomorrow's matter. What exactly is it? Fang Shuyi shook her head as if she had a heavy heart. It's just a private matter. You don't need to know. Wu Di was indifferent. Immediately after everyone finished cleaning up the kitchen together, it was 11 o'clock at night in the blink of an eye. When Wu Di went back to the house and prepared to rest, suddenly the door of the room was knocked. Knock knock. Wu Di curiously turned his head to look at the door of the room. Who else is coming at this late hour? He walked to the door of the room while getting to the cat's eye to look through it. Standing at the doorway was actually Fang Shuyi. She was wearing a pink robe, and with her seductive figure, she was almost the goddess of all the geeks. Running to the boy's house in the middle of the night, isn't she afraid of entering the wolf's den? Wanting to give it for nothing so soon, it's too exciting. Shuyi, it's so late, do you have something to do? Wu Di still pretended to be a decent person, and asked so to Fang Shuyi through the door. Instead, Fong Chui replied, "Let me go in first, I have something to say to you." Wu Di was just about to refuse, but on second thought, suddenly coming to his house in the middle of the night, there must be something going on. If there was something difficult to talk about, if Wu Di did not help, he could probably only let Fong Chui take the blame alone. Thinking of this, Wu Di had no choice but to open the door. Fong Chui's face still had obvious tear marks, and Wu Di immediately saw it. "Who on earth bullied you? Was it that Lu Yong guy?" Having said that, Wu Di hurriedly pulled out a few tissues from the bedside table and handed them to Fong Chui in the twinkling of an eye. In this home, other than Wu Di, there were only two males left, Lu Yong and Bai Lang. Bai Lang was bent on serving Wu Di and would not have any evil thoughts at all, so Wu Di was very assured of him. But as for Lu Yong, Wu Di did not dare to guarantee that the other party would not suddenly develop other ideas. Fong Chui shook her head like a rattledrum. "I came to find you this late at night. In fact, there is a matter that is not too big and not too small that I want to discuss with you. Just now there were too many people around. I was too embarrassed to talk about it. Now that there are just the two of us in the house, I just wanted to talk to you about it." The first time I saw Fong Chui so shy. Before Fong Chui was a flower in the apartment, always an unattainable existence. Unexpectedly in front of Wu Di, unexpectedly turned into a shy little woman. Wu Di also did not dare to directly agree. "You first say what is the matter. There is anything can be discussed." Listening to the other party have made it clear. Fong Chui also did not want to hide anymore, so she immediately said, "Can you pretend to be my boyfriend? Just for one day. Today my father suddenly came to the villa. You should know about this, right? He also threatened me to go on a date with another boy I don't know, but I'm not attracted to that guy at all." Wu Di probably understood the situation and couldn't help but be a little surprised. What era is this? There are actually parents who forced to go on a date? Fong Chui was also helpless. "Who let me get into this, father? Originally he had a very good impression of you, but your identity is really too noble. Our family simply can't afford to climb up. That's why my dad wanted me to marry a pork store owner in town." Saying that although he was divorced once, he has a stable source of living, and his family has a small house to live in. Just when Wu Di hesitated whether to help Fong Chui with this favor or not, the super divine hero system then suddenly appeared. Ding! New mission, become Fong Chui's boyfriend and make her happy. Reward, an aircraft carrier with a market value of $5 billion. This time, instead of sending a car or a house, he actually started sending an aircraft carrier. Wu Di widened his own eyes, clearly shocked by the system's reward. Actually, this is still negotiable as well. And I also hate arranged relationships, and have always felt that this kind of behavior is inappropriate. We've also known each other for so long. Let's help you out this time. Wu Di agreed to Fong Chui's request, instantly making her cry with joy, as if she had indeed met her true love. Fong Chui excitedly rushed up and directly wrapped her arms around Wu Di's neck. "Thank you. I really don't know how to repay you." "Repay? Are you sure?" Wu Di joked. "If you want to repay me, why don't you give your body to me?" After hearing these words, Fong Chui did not say anything, but instead lowered her head. Her entire little face was shyly red. Chapter 54, Tasting the Bitterness of Love. Originally thinking that Fong Chui would refuse, Wu Di was just about to think of a random excuse to put it off. Suddenly, Fong Chui directly stood on her tiptoes and moved forward towards Wu Di's cheeks. Boo! A deep kiss on the side of Wu Di's face. After Fong Chui retracted, Wu Di was still confused. Was this a forced kiss? Fong Chui was also shy and quickly ran out. When love comes, you can't stop it even if you want to. Wu Di covered his cheeks and felt a taste of happiness, but then he turned around and went back to sleep. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, rewarding an aircraft carrier with a market value of $5 billion. The Super Divine Hero system gave the aircraft carrier to Wu Di straight away, without a single trace of procrastination at all. Wu Di laid down on the bed and covered his cheeks in deep thought. Is this the time to prepare for the bitterness of love? The next morning, Wu Di had a very comfortable sleep. He stretched his back and habitually took the cell phone on the bedside table. Wu Di clicked into the Daily Seconds program, in which many products have been updated. Today's second kill commodity, 1 case of 82-year-old Lafite. Original price $50 million. Limited time spike price, $800. Wu Di looked at the goods on his cell phone. Although he didn't like this kind of wine a little bit too much, but at least it's a great bargain. Not picking up for nothing. After thinking about it, Wu Di immediately clicked on the order. Congratulations to the host for the successful spike, obtaining a case of 82-year-old Lafite. Suddenly the system rang. Ding! New task, dress up yourself. The host has to make himself more handsome. Reward, talent, natural beauty. Skin can always be maintained very well. Never grow acne, moles and other things. As soon as Wu Di heard this reward, he immediately jumped up from the bed. Granted, he wasn't that pretentious to look at himself in the mirror all day, but having regular pimples made him very agonized, and now this reward from the system was a complete blessing in disguise. So without even thinking about it, Wu Di hurriedly ran towards the washroom. Early in the morning, Wu Di was in front of the washstand wiping his hair and applying face cream, as if he had never been so refined. Knock knock knock. The door of the room was knocked again. Wu Di heard the commotion and expected that it was Fang Chuyi coming to find herself. However, after opening the door, he saw Lu Yong staring at him with a reluctant face. Wu Di curiously said, "What's going on? Look at your eyes, you're about to want to cut me with a knife." Lu Yong's heart was very indignant, but he couldn't just mess around. If he really annoyed Wu Di, the consequences would really be unimaginable. Not to mention that he can no longer live in the mansion, and Wu Di's power is certainly not simple. He may not be able to stay in Huadu in the future, but Lu Yong's heart cannot calm down. In the morning he accidentally heard Fang Chuyi and Flower Xiaoxiao conversation. Hua Xiaoxiao patted Fang Chuyi's shoulder. "Sister Chuyi, what's the matter? Laughing so happily?" Fang Chuyi covered her mouth and snickered. "You don't know. Last night Wu Di promised to be my boyfriend and I even gave him a kiss." Hua Xiaoxiao was surprised. "Really? Congratulations, Sister Chuyi. Then you will be the mistress of this big mansion from now on." As soon as Lu Yong thought of this, his mood rose and fell, and he didn't hold back for a while, so he directly ran to find Wu Di. "No, nothing. Just wanted to ask if you want to have breakfast." At the critical moment, Lu Yong still wimped out. When he saw Wu Di's gaze, his entire body was terrified and he didn't dare to socialize with the other party in any other way. Perhaps this was the gap. In the past, he always thought that he was high above the world, but he never thought that the person who was really being stepped on at the bottom was actually himself. Life is unpredictable. Wu Di's brows tightened. "I know, can't you see I'm washing my hair? Going down to eat later? There's no need to run up and rush me to eat." Wu Di didn't think much about it. He just felt that the other party was a bit inexplicable today. Lu Yong coughed awkwardly. Oh, just so you know, I just came to inform. Since it's fine, then, I'll go down first then." After saying his words, Lu Yong was busy running away. Wu Di didn't think much about it, so she continued to dress up again on her own. After 10 minutes or so, Wu Di came to the kitchen area on the second floor. With that exquisite makeup and naturally perfect face value, it was simply a match for a first-tier fresh meat star. Fang Suxin and the others were still eating bread on the dining table when they suddenly caught a glimpse of Wu Di walking out from the elevator, and they were instantly stunned. Even the bread in their mouths fell on the table. This man is just too handsome. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Rewarding the talent, born to be beautiful. The skin will always be very well maintained and will never grow pimples, moles and other things. The reward from the Super Divine Hero system made Wu Di's face look brand new, as if he had just done advanced skincare maintenance. It was oily and smooth and still full of elasticity, and at a glance, it was full of collagen. "What are all looking at me for? Is there something on my face?" Wu Di smiled sarcastically. In fact, Wu Di is also very clear. Brother's charm cannot be stopped. The crowd was mesmerized. They used to know that Wu Di was quite handsome, but they didn't expect that after putting on makeup, he was handsome to the core. Hua Xiaoxiao wiped her saliva. "Brother Wu, there really is something on your face. It really is a bit handsome, oh." No joke. The corner of Wu Di's mouth tugged. "What era is this? Is it fun to say this kind of earthy love story?" Fang Chuyi hurriedly stood up and moved closer to Wu Di. "You are dressed up so nicely. I don't even look good standing with you." Originally, Fang Chuyi was very confident in her face value, so she simply put on a light makeup in the morning. There wasn't much elaboration in her dress, and after picking out her clothes for a few minutes, she planned to wear a plain white dress. Now looking at Wu Di's appearance, Fang Chuyi was almost all inferior. "I'll go upstairs to put on some more makeup. You wait for me a little bit." After saying her words, Fang Chuyi hurriedly ran into the elevator again and directly went back to the house to dress up. Fang Suxin sat in her seat, a little curious about their actions. "Are you guys having some kind of event later? I can't believe you're still putting on makeup." Fang Suxin felt that a big man, who usually traveled, must rarely wear makeup. If he wore makeup early in the morning, he must be having an action later. Wu Di nodded. "I'm going to accompany Chuyi out for a trip. You guys call me if there's anything." As soon as the words fell, Wu Di sat down in his seat and ate. After eating, Wu Di waited for more than half an hour until he was a bit impatient when the elevator door rang. Ding! Fang Chuyi stepped on her high heels and slowly walked out. The original charming figure, and then wearing a black dress, gave a meaning that was not to be played with. Chapter 55 Pig Slayer Juliang. Especially with those long white and greasy legs wrapped in black silk, as long as a man saw it, there was almost nothing that didn't make his heart flutter. "How's that? This should match you, right?" Fang Chuyi dented her look, wanting to solicit some advice from Wu Di. Wu Di gazed at the other party in a daze, forgetting what to say for a moment. Fang Chui added a pair of earrings on top of her light makeup, and her hair was draped over her shoulders to add more femininity. Under the flaming red lips, at a glance, it was clear that this was a big goddess. Wu Di took the other party's hand. Let's go. Your father must be waiting anxiously at the Rookie Hotel. Immediately after, under the eyes of the crowd full of envy, Wu Di and Fang Chui walked out of the villa. Sitting in the car, Wu Di quickly drove to Rookie Grand Hotel. At this time, Wu Di was ready to park his car, but there were private cars everywhere around, and there were almost no parking spaces available. Weekends are just crowded. Looks like the parking spaces need to be increased more, Wu Di said thoughtfully. Fang Chui laughed. Do you think you are the chairman of this hotel? You can add more when you say so. Wu Di narrowed his eyes slightly, but did not make any explanation. The system had already gifted the ownership of the Rookie Grand Hotel to Wu Di before, and the current Wu Di was just like the big boss here. Suddenly Fang Chui's phone rang, and at a glance it was her father, Fang Guoping, calling. Damn, my dad's temper seems to be in a hurry again. He must be here to rush us in. Fang Chui couldn't help but say so. Otherwise, you should go in first. Don't let Uncle Fang wait in a hurry. Wu Di greeted Fang Chui as she left. I'll find a parking space over here first. I'll be there soon. Fang Chui couldn't help her father's repeated urging, so she had no choice but to sigh. It'll have to be this way, but you have to hurry up. There's another guy inside. I can't stand it. It's too embarrassing. Wu Di looked at the other party with a smile. Don't worry, I'll be there in a while. Fang Chui also trusted the other party, and after hearing these words, she immediately stepped on her high heels and walked in. Arriving at the agreed location, it wasn't a private room, but a more spacious and quiet third-floor Western restaurant. Here it is. Seeing his daughter at the door, Fang Guoping immediately signaled loudly. The surrounding guests were all startled by this thunderous shout and all turned their heads to look at Fang Guoping. However, Fang Guoping did not feel embarrassed in the slightest. In their township there, almost everyone was used to shouting. He did not see anything wrong with it. Fang Chui was a little embarrassed. Her head lowered as she quickly walked towards her father, while at a glance she saw a fat man sitting beside her father. The fat man was probably in his 30s, wearing a plain white shirt and a vulgar gold chain, as if he was afraid that others wouldn't know that he was rich. TSK, old man Fang, this daughter of yours is so handsome and powerful. The fat man was a pig killer called Zhu Liang. He stared at Fang Chui intensely with a lustful gaze, taking in all the parts below the neck. The meal hadn't even been eaten yet, and the man was already looking full. Definitely a feast for the eyes. Fang Chui sat down on the chair in disgust, specially placing her handbag on the desktop, trying to block the other party's line of sight. In her heart, she was still regretting. She really shouldn't have dressed so sexy. Originally, she wanted to simply come to participate, just to give her father a face, but saw Wu Di are dressed so handsome. She did not want to lag behind. I didn't even intend to wear it for others to see, mainly for the sake of looking more compatible with Wu Di, but I didn't expect to be cheaper than this kind of pig brother. Fang Guoping is also heartbroken daughter. Immediately frowned. Silly girl, what are you doing here? Dressed like a fashion show. We are simply coming to have a meal. What do you wear like this? After saying that, Fang Guoping was ready to take off his jacket and cover up with his daughter. Fang Guoping is not a heartless father. He took a look at his daughter's flamboyant dress. Of course, he was afraid of being peeped at by someone with a heart of gold. And beside this pig killer looks really poor point. But the family has money. Or a pig killer. The work is certainly also very stable. In the town basically this Zhu Liang could be considered the richest man. Fang Chui impatiently said, Dad, I made it very clear to you yesterday. You don't need to introduce me to anyone. Listening to his daughter's words, Fang Guoping was a bit confused. What's the matter? You've hardened your wings and don't want to listen to Dad anymore? Fang Chui quickly explained. If I didn't listen to you, I wouldn't have come here to meet a man I don't know. Seeing the father and daughter arguing, Zhu Liang hurriedly advised. We just came here. We must be starving. Why don't we order something first? This is the most expensive restaurant in the city. Heard that you work in the city, so you probably haven't been to this restaurant before, right? Zhu Liang had inquired from Fang Guoping and had some grasp of Fang Chui's general situation. Understanding that Fang Chui was a shopping guide manager of a department store, with a monthly salary of about 6 or 7,000, she was usually very frugal. To come to such a high-class restaurant almost once, one would have to spend nearly $1,000. And Chu Lian was also planning to show off his financial strength, although the treat was a bit painful. But seeing Fang Chui looking as beautiful as a flower like this, even if he spent more money, Zhu Liang felt it was worth it. Fang Chui indifferently said, just because the restaurant hasn't been here doesn't mean I can't afford it. Usually I can come if I want to. Besides, does this have anything to do with you? Listening to Fang Chui's words, Zhu Liang felt a hint of embarrassment, but he smiled. It doesn't matter. You can come and eat whatever you want to order. Why don't we have some pig brain? Shabu shabu is also quite tasty. It's good for your body, and you'll definitely be very smart when you have children in the future. Zhu Liang was very satisfied with Fang Chui, so he was bent on staying with the other party, and directly thought of the issue of having children in the future. Once Fang Chui heard this, she instantly became angry and couldn't help but glance at the other party in disgust. Dad, I'm solemnly telling you once, I already have a boyfriend. In the future don't find me this kind of stranger to meet with me again. There was no need to endure any longer. Fang Chui directly exploded. At this time, both Zhu Liang and Fang Guoping were a bit confused. Where did the boyfriend come from? Fang Guoping curiously said, when did this happen? Why are you only telling me now? Just after the words were said, an upright figure walked towards them. Looking up, the near-perfect star face appeared in front of them. Handsome not a bit. Hello Uncle Fang. We seem to be quite destined to meet again. Wu Di's left hand was always in his pocket, but his right hand reached out and shook hands with Fang Guoping. Fang Guoping looked at Wu Di in a daze, as if he understood something. The boyfriend you just said, wouldn't that be Xiao Wu? Wu Di took over the conversation. That's right, I am Chuyi's boyfriend. Something you can find me. Chapter 56 The difference between clouds and mud. This is Fang Guoping never thought of things. Yesterday visited Wu Di's villa. That luxury degree is simply difficult to describe, but Fang Guoping was very self-aware, so he didn't look favorably on Wu Di. A boy of this kind of stature was definitely surrounded by many girls on a regular basis, and it was very unsafe to think about. No wonder you all live together. I told you. Oops. You silly girl. Why are you only telling me now? Fang Guoping was so angry that he wanted to slap his daughter beside him, but still, he couldn't do it because he loved her. At this time, Fang Chui also pouted. This is not want to give you a surprise. Who knows that you actually went behind my back to find a person I don't know to come? Zhu Liang sat on the position is very difficult. This woman has already had a boyfriend. Their own again sitting here. Seems to be a little bit not too good at. Ahem. No matter so much. Anyway, as long as they are not too embarrassed, then the embarrassment is them. Zhu Liang said to Fang Guoping, I won't mind. Having a few boyfriends is a small matter. Besides it's not married. It doesn't matter. Fang Guoping's face looked a little stiff. This situation of riding the tiger made him not know how to solve it for a while. Ding. New mission, said Zhu Liang straight, so that he knows how to back off from a difficult situation. Reward, divine level knowledge reserve. Almost all theoretical knowledge in the specialty will be instilled into the host's brain. If this kind of reward wasn't enlightened, it wouldn't be believable to anyone who heard it. All knowledge. Then in the future, Wu Di could directly become a jack of all trades. The corner of Wu Di's mouth rose. Brother, I don't know how your heart can be so big that you can even say words like this, but I also advise you, it's best not to do so. The woman who robbed me, Wu Di, hasn't been born yet. Zhu Liang instantly clapped his hands and stood up. Threatening me, huh? Let me also tell you, I, Zhu Liang, have never been a vegetarian. Fang Chui I have my eyes on. No one can rob with me. Fang Guoping pressed his hand down, intending to settle the matter. Alright, let's stop arguing. Can you listen to my advice? This situation was caused by Fang Guoping's hand. He was still sensible and knew that the trouble he had caused would have to be solved by his own hand. So Fang Guoping opened his mouth to them. How about this? You guys talk about your respective conditions first. I need to know if you can give my daughter happiness. Just as he finished speaking, Zhu Liang grabbed the answer. Old man Fang, you know me. I have a dozen pork stalls in town. I'm considered a boss in size, and my family has a big foreign building in 6 mansions, with as many rooms as rice, and dozens of tenants. A person like me, a proper rent collector. In the future you marry me. Just stay home to have kids and eat pork, and help me collect rent when you have time. Speaking here, Zhu Liang felt that he had completely won, so he couldn't help but reach out and touch towards Fang Chui's thighs. That sexy and tantalizing black silk had long made Zhu Liang's eyes red with greed, and he just couldn't stand it. Snap! Wu Di was quick on his feet and before anyone noticed, he reached out and opened Zhu Liang's salty pig hand. It's just a pig killer. Is it okay to control the salty hand a little bit? Wu Di frowned and projected a look of contempt at the other party. Fang Chui realized afterward and hastily avoided backward with vigilance, even leaning to Wu Di's side. When this relationship was compared, it was a complete difference between clouds and mud. Is there any need to compare? The opening is the pinnacle. It's totally a sure win. Wu Di's cold eyes stared at the other party. The eyes were full of ruthlessness, staring Zhu Liang backbone a chill. Fang Guoping felt at this point in time that actually Zhu Liang's conditions were quite good. Although he was a pig killer, his family was still quite solid. Otherwise he wouldn't have more than 10 stalls, and the other party also had foreign buildings and self-built houses. Even if it was not comparable to Wu Di's big luxurious villa in the city, but just collecting rent every month, it must be very cool to think about it. Ahem, little Wu Do you have any advantages? Actually, I don't know you very well. I only know that your house is quite big. Other than that, I don't know anything about you. Fang Guoping is not the kind of person who sees money in the eyes of the beholder. If Wu Di is genuinely good to his daughter, then Fang Guoping will definitely be happy to let his daughter be with him. But from yesterday's performance, even if Wu Di would know how to take care of others, there is no guarantee that the other party is not a central air conditioner. There are so many women living in the house. Except for Fang Chuyi, the other girls are all good looking. If this goes on for a long time in the future, there is no guarantee that Wu Di will change his mind. Fang Guoping is a man of the past. No one knows men better than him. Wu Di knew that in order to get Zhu Liang to back off, he would have to get past Fang Guoping first. Uncle Fang, you also saw the situation of my family villa yesterday. That house is worth $200 million. You should know that, right? Wu Di said indifferently. Hearing this, Fang Guoping took a deep breath, but still held it back. Good fellow. A large amount of $200 million was actually said lightly by this kid, not ashamed to be a child with a mine in his family. Immediately after, Wu Di added, besides the villa, I also have possession of a Longxing mansion. This is my real estate certificate. While speaking, Wu Di took the certificate of the building's property right from his pocket and gave it to Fang Guoping for a glance. Fang Guoping had no concept of this, nor did he know how much the building was worth. But if he knew that this is the most luxurious building in Huadu, at least tens of billions of dollars, and money may not be able to afford it, it is estimated that he will be stunned out of his mind. After Wu Di collected the real estate license, he added, I also have a listed company called Shunai Trading Group. If you are free some other day, I will take you to visit it. By the way, this hotel is also a property under my name. Later dinner can be given free. Fang Guoping whole individual are quite silly. Have company also just. Actually this hotel also is Wu Di's. Just now when Fang Guoping walked into the rookie hotel, his whole person is stupid, as if it is like Lu into the Grand View Garden. Almost look at everything is very fresh. It was not expected that Wu Di was actually the big boss behind this hotel. Fang Chuyi was also a bit surprised. She knew that Wu Di was rich, but was not clear that Wu Di was so rich. Just now, when he said that the Longxing mansion is all his. In fact, Fang Chuyi is a little guilty of muttering, bragging about it, not worthy of being him. But then saw Wu Di pulled out the real estate certificate. Fang Chuyi realized that the man beside her, his value is estimated to be more than tens of billions. Cut. Bragging words, they sound fake at first sight. Who would believe it? Zhu Liang coldly snorted. In Zhu Liang's worldview, he was already considered to be a very rich man, and he didn't expect Wu Di to have so many industries. Jealousy, hatred and hostility made him not half as favorable towards Wu Di from the beginning to the end. Chapter 57, the chairman of the board arrives. Wu Di sneered. I knew you didn't believe it. Then prove it to you. Having thought of this, Wu Di directly raised his left hand and shouted, Waiter, come over here. The waiter of the restaurant immediately rushed over after hearing these words. Sir, may I ask how I can help you? The waiter saw that there were only a few cups of water on the table and immediately responded. Do you need to order? Wu Di shook his head. Call your duty manager over. Say it's Wu Di looking for him. The waiter was a little stunned. Wu Di, isn't that the name of our hotel's chairman? Fortunately, the waitress was still relatively professional and understood that everything puts the guest's request first, so she immediately went to find the duty manager. Tang Bin, how could the chairman come to our third-floor restaurant? He has always rarely come to the hotel, much less specifically to our place. When Tang Bin heard that Wu Di was looking for him, he thought it was someone with the same name. This rookie hotel had a total of 16 floors, and each floor was positioned differently. The first floor was the welcoming hall, mainly the reception and concierge departments. On the second floor upwards, there were exclusive restaurants, banquet halls, and private rooms for VIPs, even leisure clubs, fitness and entertainment zones and accommodation rooms and so on. This place belonged to the exclusive Western restaurant, and Tang Bin was the person in charge of the restaurant. He absolutely does not believe that the hotel has so many floors. The chairman of the board of directors to pick here. Tang Bin was still half convinced. Are you sure that person is the chairman? The waiter, however, said, I haven't seen the chairman. But looking at the person just now, he was dressed in a very high-class manner, but the person was very young. LOL, Tang Bin's heartbeat started to accelerate. Presumably that guest was really the chairman. Actually, Tang Bin hadn't seen Chairman Wu Di either, but knew the other party's identity and had seen his picture. This goddamn chairman was very mysterious, and many people knew that he was only a young man in his 20s, and had assets that were unknown up until now. Bad. We can't let the chairman wait for too long. Immediately notify the people in charge of each level and have them all come here to meet the chairman. Tang Bin made a snap decision and quickly instructed the waiter so. Only then did the waiter realize that something big might really have happened. After a short while, Zhu Liang's kind of smug laughter resounded in the restaurant. Ha ha, Wu Di, you're a net braggart, aren't you? How's it? No one even comes to care about you now. Still wanting the restaurant manager to come and see you. Who do you think you are? Do you really have such a big reputation? Zhu Liang was looking down on Wu Di from the beginning to the end. It was like this before, and he still can't see it now either. Immediately after that, Zhu Liang suggested to Fong Guoping, "Old man Fong, if I say so, you'd better choose me as your son-in-law. A man like him who's full of, how could he possibly give your daughter happiness? Maybe in the future it's all about scheming for your family's property. Besides, those properties are all dead. The money that won't fall into your hands will be someone else's in the end." Hearing Zhu Liang's words, Fong Guoping pondered. He began to feel as if the words were quite reasonable. No matter how much other people's money was, even if it was his son-in-law's money, it could never be his own. But if you really have money in your own hands, it doesn't matter how you want to spend it. Zhu Liang saw that Fong Guoping agreed with his statement and felt that the time was very ripe, so he added more fuel to the fire and said, "I can promise you that I will give you $1 million in dowry money at that time, and send you a foreign car on the outside. How about that?" It had to be said that Fong Guoping was indeed moved. Wu Di sat on the chair, slightly squinting his eyes, always without saying a word. This kind of attitude looked at Fong Chuti's heart anxious. If he did not act again, then his old man is estimated to really want to sell his daughter. Wu Di, say something. What's wrong with dry watching? Fong Chui was a bit angry, and quickly poked Wu Di beside her. While Wu Di spoke, "No need to be anxious, I guess they are coming soon." As soon as the words fell, noisy yelling came from the entrance of the restaurant, immediately breaking the original tranquility of the Western restaurant. "Where is the chairman? Hurry up and lead the way. Hurry up, you guys are all dawdling. If you let the chairman wait anxiously, can you afford it?" All the people in charge of the 16th floor of the hotel were all assembled. As soon as they heard that the chairman had come to the hotel, they all put down what they were doing and immediately rushed to the 3rd floor restaurant. Under the guidance of the waiter, the 16 persons in charge immediately walked to Wu Di's front, only to see Wu Di crossing his legs, lightly drinking coffee, did not even look at them. As for Fong Guoping and the others, they were all shocked to the core, especially Zhu Liang, who felt like he had been slapped in the face. What is this situation? To have such a big battle? It can't be that Wu Di is really the chairman of this hotel. Having just thought of this, the 16 people in charge were all showing their greetings to Wu Di. "Good day, chairman. It's our negligence as subordinates. We didn't know that the chairman had returned to the hotel. Please forgive the chairman." "Chairman, why did you come to such a place? Why don't you go to our 8th floor honored class VIP room?" Just after this sentence was said, the atmosphere of the entire room instantly fell to the freezing point. Awkwardness. Those who were still eating in the restaurant, their faces turned green when they heard this. What was the meaning of this? Could it be that this kind of place is for inferior people? Wu Di also frowned, but fortunately he reacted very quickly. "I think this place is very nice and upscale as well. The 8th floor is a business room, and this is a restaurant. The standard is different, so there's no need to make me run up there again." Wu Di's sentence easily solved the awkwardness of the scene. It also made the person in charge who spoke without thinking tightly shut his mouth and no longer dared to talk nonsense. At this moment, Zhu Liang was confused, originally thinking that he would be the highlight of the whole scene, but he didn't expect that after being slapped in the face, the entire person looked dumbfounded, almost turning into a small transparency. "Tang Bin, tell me about you. I just asked you to come see me. Why did you startle all the managers?" Wu Di twisted his head and recognized the duty manager of the Western restaurant on the 3rd floor at a glance, and directly opened his mouth to lecture him. Previously, Wu Di took over the Rookie Grand Hotel, knowing that this was the largest hotel in Huadu, and could be called the leading boss within the industry. So Wu Di still did some work. In advance, the hotel's 16 managers, as well as the 2 vice president and general manager to do a good job of understanding the work. Now he can casually call out the names of these people, as well as understand which layer they are responsible for. Everyone was thrilled, not realizing that the chairman still cared about Rookie Hotel. Tang Bin hurriedly explained, "When I heard that the chairman had come to visit, I was too excited for a moment, so my subordinates took matters into their own hands. I hope the chairman will forgive me." Chapter 58, Encountering an Acquaintance. Wu Di waved his hand. "It's all a small matter, since it's clear. I came here to simply have a meal. There is no need to make a scene. The hotel still needs to continue to operate. If you all leave your posts, what about the hotel? Hurry up and all go back. There will be plenty of chances to see me in the future." Listening to Wu Di's words, everyone also knows that now every day the hotel is very busy. Leaving for a minute is very likely to have an accident, so the 16 persons in charge did not say anything more. All obediently said goodbye to Wu Di, and then returned to their own workplaces. At this time, Fong Guoping pulled Wu Di, shocked, it seems that what you said before is all true. You are indeed the chairman of this grand hotel. Wu Di smiled slightly. That's right. Truth be told, I still have oil fields and hundreds of employees abroad. And at home, I basically have all kinds of transportation tools, luxury cars, cruise ships, helicopters and even a $5 billion aircraft carrier. All belong to Wu Di. Only that what he said was rather general. If each of them were described in detail, it was estimated that he could really scare Fang Guoping. Immediately after that, Wu Di took out a card. There are $3 million of deposits in it. There is no password. You can take it as you like. If you don't have enough money, then you can ask me for it again. This money is all taken as pocket money. A mere $3 million was not enough for Wu Di to stuff his teeth, so he didn't care at all. But Fang Guoping was different. He had worked hard for most of his life and could not save this much money. He didn't expect that now Wu Di was so quick to throw out a $3 million bank card, and even let him use it as pocket money. Fang Guoping swallowed his saliva. Daughter, you really found a good boyfriend, It wasn't mainly that Fang Guoping was greedy for money. He was actually just happy that his daughter had found a good match. Fang Chui, however, was not happy. He pulled Wu Di to one side and whispered, "Why are you so generous? $3 million is not a small amount, My father is what virtue? You have no idea. What money in his place? Not a few days will be spent. Now you stuff him with $3 million. It's exactly the same as throwing money into the sea. It's just the difference between one fast and one slow." Fang Chui was obviously hating her guts, but Wu Di was indifferent. Although he was only pretending to be Fang Chui's boyfriend, but as the other party's roommate, it was still fine to spend a little money. Fang Guoping seemed to have heard it as well, and he put the bank card away in his pocket, then said with a smile, "Wu Di, in the future, you must treat my daughter well. I can only have this one precious daughter. I'll leave it to you." After saying his words, Zhu Liang beside him really didn't have the face to stay any longer. Casually send 3 million to others. So generous. Wu Di do out. He Zhu Liang cannot do out. Not do not want to do, but the strength does not allow. Zhu Liang lowered his head and ran out of the restaurant in a very sorry state. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Rewarded with a divine level knowledge reserve. Almost all theoretical knowledge in the specialty will be instilled into the host's brain. The super godly system finally issued a sound. This long-lost and familiar sound made Wu Di's entire body's blood boil. Swish! A large torrent of information was pouring into Wu Di's head, and his head was buzzing. Wu Di felt a bit uncomfortable, but a few moments later, by the time he came to his senses, an unprecedented store of knowledge appeared in his head again. This was totally brainstorming. "Wu Di, what's wrong with you? Is it a headache?" Fang Chui saw Wu Di suddenly covering his head and looking uncomfortable, so she couldn't help but ask. She was still quite concerned about Wu Di, which was why she was so attentive to Wu Di's behavior. If it was anyone else, it was estimated that Fang Chui would not even look at him more than once. Wu Di barely pulled out a smile. "There's nothing going on. I'm just a little dizzy in my head just now." At this time, Fang Guoping had gotten the huge sum of money, and his consciousness had long since run away to the clouds. So Fang Guoping stood up. "Wu Di, go back and rest more if you are not well. I still have a few things to settle, so I'll leave first. Fang Chui of course knew her father's virtues, but still couldn't help but remind, the one who should take care of his health should be you. Spend your money sparingly, don't just get it in your hands and have it all gone in a few days. This father was good at almost everything, eating, drinking and gambling, and had previously worked as a chef in a restaurant. But after getting into trouble with some friends in society, he gradually became lazy. What was originally a wonderful family was all ruined by Fang Guoping. Although Fang Chui hated this father from the bottom of her heart, but now that there was nothing she could do about it, Fang Chui could only remind him uncontrollably. Fang Guoping waved his hand and casually replied, "I know, I understand all these things." As soon as the words fell, Fang Guoping walked out of the restaurant. Fang Chui still felt that just now, Wu Di was really too generous, always pouting and unhappy. Wu Di smiled. "Silly girl, the one who spent the money was me. Why are you still so unhappy? Besides, that's your father. A few million is a small amount for me. It doesn't matter." Seeing Wu Di so willingly spend money for himself, for a while Fang Chui was really moved. This man is not only handsome, I did not expect to be willing to spend money for himself. Really is a lantern or hard to find. Wu Di saw that the food had not been served, so he said to Fang Chui, "Anyway, this restaurant has come. Why don't we settle it here?" Fang Chui was also happy to do so, and after the two ordered a few dishes, they began to eat. After eating, Tangbin also gave Wu Di some very expensive accompanying gifts. "Chairman, these red wines and gifts are all specially prepared for you by the restaurant. I hope that Chairman can accept them." Wu Di could see that the other party had still prepared with care, so if he refused to turn it down, it would be a bit hard to say, "Okay, I will accept the gift. How much is this meal? Wu Di laughed. Tangbin was all smiles and said, where do I dare to ask for the chairman's money? You come here is to give the restaurant a flutter. Wu Di accepted the accompanying gift with satisfaction, and then walked out of the restaurant with Fang Chui. Just after leaving the hotel, they saw a couple walking towards them. Wu Di did not care, but Fang Chui subconsciously ducked towards Wu Di. This action was as if she wanted to avoid it, not wanting anyone to see her. But the couple who came over obviously found Fang Chui at a glance. Wearing such a sexy beauty, don't want to be found is difficult. Chapter 59, Nasty Guy. Yo ho, this isn't Fang Chui. Why are you still avoiding me? Not daring to see anyone? But it's no wonder, dressed so tie. It's probably because she wants to go hook up with wild men. Lin Yuyu looked at Fang Chui, and glanced at Wu Di. Couldn't help but be impressed by Wu Di's handsome face value. I Lu a good boy. How could there be such a handsome man under the sky? Lin Yuyu took a deep breath and tried her best to calm herself down. Wu Di found that Fang Chui's expression was a bit off. Obviously seeing someone he hated was the only thing that would show this look of resistance. What's wrong, dear? Is it someone who is dirtying your eyes? Wu Di pretended to be very concerned about Fang Chui, and even asked this to Fang Chui very sweetly. Sure enough, this kind of behavior completely made Lin Yuyu in front of him jealous. How can this be? It's simply a large dog food eating scene. When Fang Chui heard this, she couldn't help but laugh out loud. Lin Yuyu's male companion, Fang Yuanshan, immediately became unhappy. What do you mean by dirty eyes? What do you mean by dirty eyes? That was too much to say. Feng Yuanshan straightened his tie and solemnly said to Wu Di, it's best to watch what you say. If your mouth stinks too much, it's best not to go out. This kind of words made Wu Di somewhat want to hit someone. It was always only him who disliked people. He had never been disliked like this before. Ding! New quest, not to be weak. Must win over the opponent in terms of momentum. Reward, skill, memory, heavenly eyes. Host can look into someone else's eyes and search for their memories. To say that there weren't many skills that were heaven-defying, but this skill could definitely rank up there. No matter what, this must be accomplished. Just then, Feng Yuanshan spoke. Don't think that if you don't speak, you can muddle through. What exactly did you mean just now? Saying who dirty your eyes? You think your eyes are pretty, right? Originally, Wu Di was too lazy to take care of the other party, but at this time, it was really that uncle could not tolerate it. Wu Di raised his sword eyebrow. It's you who are talking. What's the matter? Want to hit me? Feng Yuanshan's cheeks twitched. He never expected this guy to be so arrogant. In the face of his own shouting and provocation, he could actually manage to not change his face, and could even be calm to this extent. Lin Yuyu couldn't bear to see her male companion being bullied, and immediately stood out. Don't protect Fang Chui if you have the ability to do so. How old are you? I'm not familiar with you. Lin Yuyu then shouted towards Fang Chui, hey, what are you doing hiding behind someone else? Are you afraid of being seen doing something wrong? The more Fang Chui heard, the more annoyed she became, originally wanting to avoid this annoying spirit. In high school, Fang Chui and Lin Yuyu were classmates, but this Lin Yuyu's family is good, but a green tea, jealous of Fang Chui's good looks and good academic performance, so everywhere is against Fang Chui. It was not easy to get into college. Originally Fang Chui intends to study farther away, but the family is unable to support the expensive tuition, so Fang Chui had to continue to stay in Huadu University, while Lin Yuyu is different. The results are not ideal. Trust a little relationship to get into Huadu University with great difficulty. The two girls had different encounters, but arrived at the same starting point. After the university, Lin Yuyu is still everywhere in Fang Chui against, but Fang Chui is also a lot of forbearance, has been turned into a bag of anger. In 4 years, Fang Chui had had enough of this woman. Have you finished yet? Bullying me is very enjoyable, isn't it? Where exactly did I offend you? And what crime did I create to actually let me run into you here? Fang Chui really couldn't stand it, so she immediately stood out and disliked Lin Yuyu loudly. Lin Yuyu was also a bit surprised. It was unexpected that the guy who had been willing to be a sufferer for so many years, finally couldn't help but rebel. Wu Di continued to protect Fang Chui behind him, gazing at Lin Yuyu with cold eyes. No matter what grudges you have between you, but right now Chui is my girlfriend. Anyone who wants to harm her will have to ask me if I'll agree first. Having said that, Wu Di's high and cold eyes completely conquered Lin Yuyu, but Feng Yuanshan spoke out a sentence that immediately woke Lin Yuyu up. Feng Yuanshan spoke out, it's not just a little fresh meat, I guess you're broke and will only sell meat. As usual, it's just a lowly commodity. When Feng Yuanshan was about to say even more vicious words, suddenly Wu Di shouted, shut the hell up. That sound wave traveled to the distance and could shake the branches of the trees. Feng Yuanshan and Lin Yuyu were both startled and couldn't help but close their eyes, obviously shocked by Wu Di's aura. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. rewarding the skill, memory heavenly eyes. The host can look into other people's eyes and search for the other person's memories. The super divine hero system had remodeled Woody's eyes once again, and in addition to the previous clairvoyance and golden pupil, it was now coupled with the heavenly eye. The good eyesight was still able to recognize treasures, but now it was actually more advanced and could peek into the inner world of others. Woody pressed down his excited inner world and tried his best to act as if nothing had happened. However, Lin Yuyu was the one who suddenly snapped. For a loser like you, you don't even have the qualifications to lift my husband's shoes, isn't that right, honey? Lin Yuyu hugged Feng Yuanshan. The two of them were almost disgusting with their mushy strength. Suddenly the system appeared. Ding! New mission, teach the couple a lesson. Make these two people have no face. Reward, all the equity of Huarong Technology Group, becoming the chairman of a major technology company in one fell swoop. The super divine hero system had finally sent a mission with a slightly more reliable reward, but after Wu Di calmed down a little, he realized that this task was not simple. It was relatively easy to want to hit the face, but it was estimated to be a bit difficult to make the other party have no face. What if they didn't have the skin to be ashamed? Looks like I have to think of a way to pierce their weakness. Wu Di meditated in his mind. When Wu Di looked at Lin Yuyu's eyes, in an instant, his heavenly eyes began to work. A stream of memory images of the other party appeared in front of Wu Di's eyes, and he quickly looked at these images as if he was watching a movie. And these memory images flashed by quickly like a movie, but all of them made a deep impression on Wu Di. After watching them, the corners of Wu Di's mouth slightly lifted upwards. I didn't expect you to look quite innocent, but behind your back you are such a loose woman. Wu Di projected a look of disdain towards Lin Yuyu, a look that one would know was full of contempt. Lin Yuyu was also surprised. What do you mean by that? Warning, you'd better not talk nonsense, slandering others but have to pay the price. In fact, in Lin Yuyu's heart, what she had said to Wu Di had always been in her heart. She always felt that this Wu Di was not simple. Chapter 60, Everything has just begun. Wu Di gazed at the other party. Oh, you're still pretending not to know, right? Do you need me to say it to wake you up? Just in that moment just now, Wu Di almost saw through the thing that Lin Yuyu remembered the most. It happened just yesterday, so it was also a vivid memory for Lin Yuyu. She had privately gone behind her husband Feng Yuanshan's back, secluded 3 strong men to the hotel, and carried out indescribable things. Yesterday's play was quite exciting, right? Sure you want me to say it? Don't regret it when the time comes. Wu Di's eyes were very much worth playing with as he said meaningfully to Lin Yuyu, and Lin Yuyu was also very curious. It always felt like her heart was being pried into by Wu Di. Such a secret thing seemed to be learned by Wu Di. Feng Yuanshan was dumbfounded. He had no idea that Wu Di was actually referring to that matter. Hey, what exactly are you two talking about? Feng Yuanshan was a bit anxious, vaguely feeling that this matter was not simple. However, Lin Yuyu clarified. Hubby, let's ignore him. We'd better leave first. This person is just crazy. Feng Yuanshan was unforgiving. No, I always feel that there is something here. You're not really hiding something secretly from me, right? I have to remind you, if you really did something wrong to me, then I will definitely not forgive you lightly. At this moment, Feng Yuanshan's mood was a little upset, and Lin Yuyu, even if she wanted to act calmly, still showed a trace of unnaturalness between her looks. Suddenly Wu Di glanced at Feng Yuanshan again, and the memories in the other party's mind were also extracted by Wu Di. Yo-ho! It seemed to be even more powerful. Feng Yuanshan's memory picture was of him secretly making false accounts and stealing a lot of money from their company. There were even images of him ordering his men to kidnap innocent young girls, and the beastly deeds he did to them made Wu Di unable to look at them. You'd better mind your own business first, you beast. Oh no, it would still be an insult to the beast if I say you're a beast. Wu Di spoke with a proper face, causing Feng Yuanshan to become completely enraged. Rely on, repeatedly challenging my bottom line. It seems like you don't want to live. Feng Yuanshan pointed at Wu Di's nose and immediately cursed. Do you know who I am? I'm the director of Huarong Technology Group, the first hand in the department. Your little character is nothing. In fact, Feng Yuanshan was not clear about Wu Di's identity at all. At first, looking at Wu Di's suit, he was still a little cautious, but after dealing with him, he was slow to see Wu Di reveal his identity, so he must not be a powerful character. Feng Yuanshan's father was at least a rich man, and he was also a man of honor in Huadu, so he did not put Wu Di in his eyes at all. Wu Di laughed coldly. You're quite arrogant. I just don't know if you're still able to get up if all that you've done comes to light. The moment these words came out, Feng Yuanshan's face that was originally filled with anger suddenly stiffened. What does this mean? Feng Yuanshan's heart was weak. Wu Di grimaced. Could it be that you did those unseemly deeds yourself and now you want me to say it? The bills that were done and that girl. Picking out just one thing at random would make you sit through the bottom of the jail for the rest of your life. Hearing these words, Fong Yunshan's eyes widened as if he could not believe it. Who the hell was this guy? How did he know his secrets so well? Wu Di was like a roundworm in their stomachs, completely digging out all the secrets that were hidden in the deepest recesses of their hearts. Hubby, let's go. Let's ignore him. That's right, talking to him is just a waste of time. The two weak-minded people now had a numbness in their scalp, and even their hands and feet were becoming very cold, yet still saying this as if they were deceiving themselves. They then fell away, their heads never daring to raise them for a moment. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, rewarding all the equity of the Hwarong Technology Group and becoming the chairman of a major technology company in one fell swoop. The Super Divine Hero system immediately transferred the company's equity to Wu Di, which immediately doubled Wu Di's assets many times over again. Hwarong Technology? It seems to be that Fong Yuanshan's company just now, and I heard that kid even became a director. Wu Di thought of this, his eyes unconsciously looked into the distance. It is a bit interesting. So this is just a beginning. Everything has just begun. After Fong Chuyi saw Wu Di's eyes, she immediately shook her hand in front of his eyes. Wu Di, who was originally thinking about things, was quickly brought back to reality by her. Wu Di, what's wrong with you? Suddenly the eyes have become so scary, Fong Chuyi asked with concern. And Wu Di's heart was harboring too many things. If he were to say them all to Fong Chuyi, he wouldn't be able to say them all in one time. So Wu Di snorted, "There's nothing going on, don't be paranoid." While saying this, Wu Di raised his hand and touched the other party's head. Right, that said, you still haven't told me why you're so annoyed with that Lin Yuyu, Wu Di asked curiously, just as Fong Chuyi wanted to answer. Suddenly she thought of something. How do you know her name? Wu Di awkwardly scratched his head. He could peep into other people's memories. Wanting to know their names was definitely not a difficult task. But right now, Wu Di could never tell the other party the truth directly. Otherwise he would even have to say the thing about the system. This choice was impossible for Wu Di to even think about. That, I just heard her husband shouting. You probably didn't notice. Wu Di casually made up a reason, and Fong Chuyi didn't care too much about it, so she just let out an O sound and sort of muddle through. Seeing that Fong Chuyi was hesitant to tell the reason, but Wu Di was still curious as to why she would hate Lin Yuyu, so Wu Di looked straight into Fong Chuyi's eyes, and immediately discovered that deep inside her heart, originally hides so many secrets. After reading it, Wu Di had a realization of how Lin Yuyu treated Fong Chuyi in the first place. Wu Di was filled with righteous indignation. That was so cruel to you. Why did you keep avoiding her just now? If it were me, I would have already slapped up and slapped her ass. However, Wu Di knows Fong Chuyi's mind. She definitely wants to put things to rest. However, the more so, on the contrary, it condones the other party to be more and more arrogant. Ding! New mission, head to Hwarong Technology Company to clock in. Limited to half an hour. Reward, company details, lists, statements and other types of information in the group will allow the host to know it like the back of his hand. The appearance of the Super Divine Hero system had undoubtedly determined Wu Di's goal. Chapter 61, The Big Mountain That Cannot Be Moved. Wu Di turned his head towards Fong Chuyi and asked, I wonder if you want to take revenge. Fong Chuyi was a bit confused. What do you mean by that? What kind of revenge can I take? In fact, of course she wanted to take revenge on Lin Yuyu. Having been bullied into a dog by the other party for so many years, she definitely wanted to return the favor, but now that she thought about it, Fong Chuyi was silent. Even if she were to beat the other party into the bottomless abyss, then what could she do? Wu Di, however, spoke. She's so cruel to you. If you still keep being soft, then in the future, you'll still be bullied by her by the pigtail. Now I'll help you deal with her, but you have to grow up from the bottom of your heart, and you absolutely can't be afraid of any evil forces anymore. When a person was used to being bullied, they either had to be submissive and accept it, or they had to rise up against it. Obviously Wu Di was the latter, and he hoped that Fong Chuyi was as well. Then what do you think I can do? Her husband Fong Yuanshan is the director of Hwarong Group, and his father is even more impressive, the president of Hwarong. Fong Chuyi was just a cook's daughter. She couldn't move these two mountains at all. Besides, Lin Yuyu's family was also very solid. It definitely wasn't that easy to deal with. Wu Di solemnly said, What are you afraid of? You've come through all the big storms and waves. Are you still afraid of this? The department director and the president is nothing, but not the chairman of the group. The position is still high is not working for others. Now Wu Di has long become the chairman of the group, owns the equity of the whole group. He wants to fire who? That is not as easy as a slap in the face of things. After thinking of this, Wu Di made a phone call. Hello? Secretary Meng, right? This is Wu Di. You inform down. Just say that I will go to the company in half an hour to observe. After instructing, Wu Di hung up the phone in a very high and cold manner. When Meng Kai learned of the news that the new chairman was coming to observe, he immediately notified all departments. signaling everyone to hurry and get ready. In half an hour, the entire company was suddenly in chaos. Departments had to start straightening up and even ran to the door to greet them, knowing that Wu Di was about to arrive. They were all very flustered. The director of the finance department, Feng Yuanshan, was also notified, and he immediately ran to the president's office to find his father. Dad, what does that new chairman mean? Instead of notifying you, a president, he went to notify the secretary, and to arrive in half an hour. Isn't it obvious that he's going to conduct a surprise inspection? Do you think the new chairman will find out something? If we are investigated, it would be a disaster. Feng Yuanshan for this kind of thing is very secretive. Just stepped into the work of not many years. He only knows how to think of ways to make a lot of money. To turn to the heart of the city, that certainly cannot compare to their own business community for decades of his father. At this moment, Feng De supported his hands and sank into deep thought. I'm afraid it's hard to say. I'm not too clear about the new chairman's information. I only know that his surname is Wu. Even the full name and also the looks are not known. This time to come on the surface is said to observe, but in reality maybe really want to come to surprise inspection. In short, the two of us have to be prepared for everything. Must not be caught by him for a single moment. If we are discovered, then bite the bullet and not admit it, Feng De seriously said to his son. After Feng Yuanshan heard this, he directly gave a thumbs up. High, really high. Sure enough, Ginger is still old and hot. This old dad is really despicable. Wu Di and Feng Chuyi drove the car and quickly arrived at Huarong Technology Group. Looking at the building from a distance, the architecture full of modern technology was astonishing, and Wu Di still felt that this place was really not simple. This group is in the top 10 of Huadu's wealth list. It's considered a big company. Are you sure you can move down the Feng family's father and son? As long as they fall, I believe that Lin Yuyu will also be finished sooner or later. Feng Chuyi seriously analyzed the situation for Wu Di, but Wu Di smiled. He did not tell the other party his true identity. He just wanted to slightly keep Feng Chuyi in suspense. Just after getting off the car, Wu Di immediately walked towards Huarong Mansion. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, rewarding the company's detailed information. The list of names, statements, and other types of information in the group will allow the host to know it like the back of his hand. In an instant, all of Huarong's information converged into Wu Di's mind. Boom! Wu Di held almost everything about this place to death. There were many people standing at the entrance of the building, and they were all waiting for the arrival of the chairman. And Wu Di's appearance immediately caught Feng Yuanshan's attention. Feng Yuanshan took big steps towards Wu Di and yelled loudly, "Hey, what are you doing here? This is not a place for inferior goods like you to come. Hurry up and leave this place." But Wu Di laughed. "Just you deserve to kick me out?" Feng Yuanshan glared angrily at the other party. "You who? What are you tugging at me here? Later on, our new chairman is coming to inspect. Don't make trouble for me here, or else I'll make you suffer." No matter how much Feng Yuanshan threatened, Wu Di always stood still without any warmth. "Can't you see? I am the chairman that you are going to greet." Wu Di smiled faintly. "What the hell? Your ing lying is too outrageous." Feng Yuanshan reached out and pushed the other party. "Don't force me to hit you with my hands. It's not over yet. Just like you don't take a piss and look at yourself. You are also worthy of being the chairman?" The sound of the two arguing grew louder and louder, immediately attracting the attention of a group of Huarong employees behind them. At this time Feng De walked up. "What's going on? What are you two up to?" Feng Yuanshan pointed at Wu Di's nose and immediately reported to his father. "Dad, this person is here to cause trouble. I'm going to blast him away. But this kid actually said that he is the chairman of the board. You say it's ridiculous." As soon as the words fell, Feng De also coldly grunted. "You said you are the chairman of our Huarong Technology. Do you have any evidence? Young man, if you lie, you can't afford the consequences." Wu Di still maintained his composure. "I would like to see what the consequences of messing with you guys would be." Feng De looked at Wu Di contemptuously. "Our company's security guards are not very good-tempered. For a troublemaker like you, you will definitely be severely beaten. Then you will also have to be sent to the detention center. I have a few friends there." A little explanation. Inevitably another beating. "But looking at your thick skin, you should also be able to withstand these few beatings, right?" Having said that, Feng De's gaze at Wu Di became even more arrogant. "Dare to make trouble at this time. Screwing you over is as simple as stepping on an ant." Chapter 62, The price to pay is to be pleased with yourself. Lin Yuyu also ran to join in the fun. "Uncle Feng, I know this person. He's not the chairman of our company at all. His girlfriend is from the slums. Don't even need to guess. This guy must be a poor guy too. Don't look at the way he dresses now. Maybe all his clothes are rented." Lin Yuyu counted down Wu Di. Her eyes did not look down on the other party at all. At the same time, Meng Kai, the secretary of the group, heard the commotion and couldn't help but walk over from the gate. "So many people are gathered here. What exactly happened? Meng Kai asked seriously. The chairman of the board would be arriving in person later, so this matter couldn't be sloppy, let alone make a slight mistake. On weekdays, Meng Kai's position in the company was similar to Fengde's, only that Fengde was responsible for the business world, while Meng Kai was responsible for the company's small and large trivial matters. Old Meng, this kid insists on saying that he is the chairman of the board. Do you think it's funny? Fengde glanced at Meng Kai beside him and simply said to the other party, while Meng Kai sized up Wu Di. Then he thought that when he spoke to the chairman before, it was also a young man's voice. Could it be that he was the chairman? Meng Kai's attitude became a little humble. I wonder what is your name? Wu Di was just about to answer, but Lin Yuyu beside him grabbed his hand and said, this guy's name is Wu Di. Humph. This time the group secretary has personally come out. Let's see how you can still pretend. Lin Yuyu put on a look of watching a good show, watching the scene in front of her with great interest. When he heard the word Wu Di, Meng Kai was instantly shocked. He is the chairman of the board. Chairman. It was a negligence on the part of his subordinates that actually allowed these people to offend you. Please forgive me, Chairman. Meng Kai pushed away Feng Yuanshan and Lin Yuyu and ran to Wu Di with a frightened face, lowering his head and no longer daring to speak. The others were also shocked, all of them staring with wide eyes. Wu Di was the chairman of the board? What the hell is this situation? Meng Kai turned around and with a stern face, he lectured Feng Yuanshan and the others. Not even the chairman of the board. How dare you? Hearing those words, Feng Yuanshan's entire body was so frightened that he almost fell to his knees. Heavens! It was simply unthinkable that Wu Di was such a rich man. Originally, Feng Yuanshan still didn't believe it, but now that Secretary Meng had personally opened his mouth, even if he didn't believe it, he had to believe it. Chairman, I was blind to the fact that I didn't recognize him. Tai, don't be offended. At this moment, Feng Yuanshan was a little embarrassed, and for a moment, he did not know how to explain to Wu Di. He only felt that his heart was hurting a bit, and even his brain was running low. The super divine hero system appeared. Ding! New mission, slap Feng Yuanshan in the face and let him know what will happen if he offends himself. Reward, affects the deterrent power of the strong. The host's aura will be laced with deterrence, giving the host a higher status. Slapping the mouth? And also slapping Feng Yuanshan. This kind of thing was given to Wu Di. It was definitely something that he could not wait for. The corner of Wu Di's mouth rose. Didn't you just say that you wanted to drive me away? Why are you talking to me in a low voice now? Aren't you very imposing? Show me the same vigor you had just now. After saying his words, Wu Di slapped the other party hard, immediately shocking everyone. Chairman of the board of directors mighty don't dare to mess with this chairman in the future. Don't look at his young age. He is really not ambiguous when he hits people. It hurts to look at him, but that Feng Yuanshan is no good. He deserves it. Everyone was whispering, but basically they all agreed with this approach of Wu Di. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, rewarding the influence, deterrence of the strong. The host's temperament will be laced with deterrence, giving the host a higher status. The super divine hero system reminded so, immediately putting Wu Di's aura on a higher level. Feng Yuanshan was blindsided, covering his fiery cheeks. His heart's anger was rising. Feng De, who was beside him, was also very angry when he saw his own son being beaten. But the other party's identity was right in front of him, and the chairman of the board was obviously high up. Ding! New mission, take down the Feng family and son and bring them down completely. Reward, hollow level survival ability. Host can master all survival skills. The mission from the super divine hero system made Wu Di immediately come into the spirit. Feng De tried his best to remain calm. Chairman, there is no need to hit someone just because of this small matter. Otherwise it would not be good to lose people's hearts. Wu Di twisted his head and glared at the other party. Are you teaching me to do things? Haven't found you to settle the score yet. Where did you get the face to actually dare to run in front of me to put on a show? Listening to this unexplained words from Wu Di, Feng De's entire body was dumbfounded. Settling scores? Could it be that he knew all about Feng De's private affairs? Chairman Dong is really humorous and witty. I don't even know what you're talking about. Despite saying so, Feng De was still nervous. With all the bad things he had done, picking out just one would be enough to make him drink a pot of water. Often walking by the river, where is there not wet shoes? Feng De had counted 1,000 times, but did not expect the day of discovery to come so quickly. Wu Di coldly grunted, doing false accounts, ganging up, random personnel transfers, reuse their own relatives, private misappropriation of the company's money. So many things, just think of it all still can't think of. You all do. Let me say what you good at. You are doing what cannot. Do bad things first. Feng De's head trickled down a drop of cold sweat. At this moment he seemed to fall into the 9 layers of ice. Coldness piercing the bones. Plop. Feng De knelt down in front of Wu Di in front of the crowd. He was completely defeated. Dad, what are you doing? Get up. Feng Yuanshan had always treated his father as an idol that he worshipped, but he did not expect that he would actually kneel down to Wu Di now. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Rewarding the hall-level survival ability. The host can master all survival skills. The system immediately transfused cooking, driving, swimming and many other skills into Wu Di's body. In an instant, he became a survival skill master. Wu Di didn't give a damn. I've already revealed all your scandals to the police, so you're just waiting to be arrested. Not only you, but that precious son of yours. Your whole family will have to go to jail. Don't you like to get carried away? I'll give you a word of advice. Sooner or later, you have to pay for it. It's over. This time it's really a complete collapse. Feng Yuanshan collapsed to the ground as if he had lost his soul, while Feng Di always stared blankly. After decades of hard work, he was about to retire, and could hold on to the big vault to enjoy the glory and wealth that he had earned for most of his life. But now, all turned into a bubble. All gone. Greeting Feng's father and son, is the cold shackles and endless sentence. Chapter 63, Cleaning the Portal. At this moment, Lin Yuyu was in a daze. What in the world was Wu Di's origin? Actually knocking down the business veteran who had been floating for decades in just a few words. She looked at Feng Chuyi not far away jealously. In Lin Yuyu's heart, she never felt that Feng Chuyi shouldn't be better than herself. Every time she saw her living a good life, Lin Yuyu became jealous. It must be this woman who messed up. It must be her. Lin Yuyu directly rushed forward and reached for Feng Chuyi's hair. Since she won't let me live well, then don't live at all. The big deal was that the fish died and the net was broken. Ah, what do you want to do? Seeing Lin Yuyu charging over like a hungry tiger, Feng Chuyi was so scared that she hastily stepped back. Lin Yuyu roared like she was mad. Bitch, I'm going to scratch your face. Just as she raised her arm, ready to lay her poisonous hands on her, a stump swept by. Wu Di quickly flashed in front of Feng Chuyi, instantly stopping Lin Yuyu. Boom! After a loud bang, Lin Yuyu's entire body flew backwards. Just a moment ago, Wu Di quickly threw a set of fast fists at Lin Yuyu with a lightning-fast momentum. Almost in the situation that no one could see clearly, Lin Yuyu was hit by Wu Di with internal injuries, and even spit out blood with a wow sound. You actually dare to hit a woman? Lin Yuyu hung on to her breath and barely managed to get up to question Wu Di. When Wu Di was about to open his mouth, the system appeared again. Ding! New mission, deal with Lin Yuyu and make her completely despair. Reward, unlimited brain capacity, allowing the host to learn anything that his head can hold. This thing was even better than a robot. A robot's memory would still be set to full after a certain point, but this brain capacity of Wu Di's could still be developed to an infinite degree. This was just too awesome. Just as Wu Di laughed happily, Lin Yuyu became even more angry. My old lady is hurt like this, but you still have the leisure to laugh out loud. Are you still a human being or not? Please be a human being, okay? Lin Yuyu had been chattering and cursing the whole time. It was all because of this guy, Wu Di, who made Feng's father and son fall. Now Lin Yuyu had no backing, which meant that there was no way to get a foothold in this company. Thinking of this, Lin Yuyu couldn't stop the grief and anger in her heart. At this time, Wu Di narrowed his eyes. Originally thought you this woman is quite smart, but now I think it is a long hair. Short knowledge of the stupid old ladies. Hello? What kind of attitude is this? Do not apologize is just. How also personal attack it. Immediately after, Wu Di also said, just if you take advantage of the chaos to escape, perhaps there is still save. Now you are asking for trouble. Then don't blame me even you a piece of packing. Lin Yuyu listened a little confused. She emphasized, please get your facts straight. I didn't do anything to wrong the company. Although Feng Yuanshan has always given me money, I never knew that it was the group's public money. I was unaware of it. Upon hearing Lin Yuyu's explanation, Feng Yuanshan, who had originally been paralyzed and godless, immediately rose to the occasion. Feng Yuanshan angrily rebuked, dead woman, what are you talking about? Now you're putting all the blame on me, right? Really misjudged you. The more he thought about it, the more angry he became. Feng Yuanshan instantly kicked 2 feet towards Lin Yuyu's body. Thud. Ah, don't hit me. Lin Yuyu was beaten to the point where she was cloaked. Originally being beaten by Wu Di, she was about to lose half of her life. Now being beaten up by her boyfriend, she was directly dying and could no longer speak. Wu Di looked at Lin Yuyu who was lying on the ground and did not have the slightest pity. Instead, he glanced at the other party with disdain. You borrowed your relationship with Feng Di and arranged all the relatives of your family to work in the company. These things should always be done by you, right? Wu Di said coldly. This charge alone was enough to send Lin Yuyu to jail and make her carry this stain for the rest of her life. This was all known by Wu Di. Lin Yuyu stared at Wu Di with a face of horror. Countless worms crawling in her heart. She was desperate this time and didn't know what to do. Everything is within my grasp. So none of you bad guys, none of you can escape. Wu Di sneered. The net of heaven was wide open. Wu Di raised the corner of his mouth, as if he saw the light of the righteous path shining on the earth before his eyes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, rewarding unlimited brain capacity, allowing the host to learn anything that his head can hold. The Super Divine Hero system transformed Wu Di's brain capacity, making him feel that his consciousness became clearer than ever before. It was true that the product of the system must be a fine product. This reward was even better than $1 billion, and his head was still very refreshing even now. Right at this moment, the secretary Meng Kai walked up to Wu Di. Chairman, you've just arrived at the company and you've laid off these 3 harmful guys. It's really brilliant. I've long been displeased with their style on weekdays, but unfortunately, I'm not strong enough to move them. For you to do this today, it's really a great relief. Meng Kai said this while also giving a thumbs up, appreciating Wu Di. However, Wu Di was waving his hand. You also stop sucking up to me. Here is a list. Immediately fire everyone on the list. This list was prepared in advance by Wu Di just now. The people inside were all Fang's father and son's close friends and Lin Yuyu's relatives. Getting rid of all these guys would be saving a bunch of black sheep. There are not many big companies under Wu Di's name, so he has to cherish this opportunity. At least he has to manage this company well. Immediately after that, Wu Di walked in front of a middle-aged man. That man's name was Chao Zhang. Chao Zhang did not recognize Wu Di, but Wu Di was very familiar with him. Wu Di said indifferently, Chao Zhang, you are now the vice president of the company, right? What did he want? Chao Zhang immediately tensed up. Chairman, I have never done anything to harm the company. I have always been very dedicated to the company. Please be clear. Wu Di smiled and waved his hand. Don't be nervous. I haven't said anything half bad about you either. In fact, I have heard of you and know that you are a talented person, but you have always been pressed under the hand of Fengde, that old man. All the credit has been taken, but the dirty work is all piled on your head alone. That's why you've been only a vice president position all these years. Hearing Wu Di's words, Chao Zhang was so excited that he couldn't speak for half a day. Originally, he thought that he had fought his way up to the position of vice president in his life. Even if it was the end of his life, he didn't expect that he could still meet a bull. Chao Zhang's voice was a little choked. Thank you, Chairman, for your recognition. I'm really too thankful to you. If it wasn't for the words you said, I really don't know if I would still be able to persevere. Chapter 64, Buying People's Hearts. However, Wu Di smiled and said, it's okay, you've gotten a lot of credit and you're also a very talented person. I've decided to let you be the president of the company. Wu Di was really too busy. He had to find a talented person to take over the company's big and small affairs. Thinking about it, only this Chao Zhang was more suitable. He did a hands-off, occupying the chairman of the board of directors of this virtual position, every month to receive these dividends. Think about it as happy. Chairman, you are my new parents. Don't worry, I will definitely work wholeheartedly for the company in the future, and strive to make the company better and better. Chao Zhang's gaze was very resolute. He had to give Wu Di an answer, and that answer was his full commitment. Wu Di patted the other party's shoulder with satisfaction, and then the system passed on a new task to Wu Di. Ding! New mission, gather people's hearts and give them some benefits, so that the company's employees will die to do things for the company. Reward, treasure, Jewel Supreme Fountain Pen. A luxurious fountain pen created by a master pen maker and jewelry designer in collaboration. Valued at 100 million. What level is this? To actually ask for $100 million fountain pen. This is too awesome. But handing out benefits to Wu Di, it was all a small thing, not worth mentioning at all. Thinking of this, Wu Di immediately turned to Meng Kai and asked, how many people are there in our company? Meng Kai immediately replied respectfully, back to the chairman. There are 286 people in the whole company. These are all the employees officially hired by the company. Hearing Meng Kai's words, Wu Di directly pulled out a bank card. Take all the money in here and divide it up. Everyone gets a $20,000 red packet first. Let everyone be happy. With a company of nearly 300 people, everyone could receive $20,000, so it would be equivalent to a full $6 million. Meng Kai was surprised. Chairman, it's only the first day that we have to send so much money down? Wu Di was calm. It's fine. All of it is my own money. It's just a small amount. You don't need to worry. Having money is capricious. Meng Kai's hand was trembling slightly when he received the bank card. What kind of family is this? To actually be able to casually take out $6 million and still say that these are just small amounts of money. Only he didn't realize that this money was indeed even small money for Wu Di. People have more than $1 billion in savings. This few million for him, naturally, even if it's just a rainy day. Meng Kai sucked in a breath of cool air, and then shouted towards the hundreds of employees behind him. Hey, everyone stop talking for a moment and pay attention. Our new chairman is going to give everyone benefits. Everyone will come to the finance department later to receive a big red packet. Everyone can get $20,000. New red packet. New atmosphere. In the future everyone should continue to work hard and strive to make greater contributions to the company. Mankai's voice made many people hear it clearly. Even some of the people at the back of the row had heard the news that the chairman was going to give out red packets. $20,000 was nothing for the rich, but for the employees, it was a real benefit. Long live the chairman. I knew I'd have a great future if I followed the chairman in the future. The boss is my heaven. The company is my home. Whatever the chairman asks me to do in the future, I definitely won't blink an eye. The employees were all very excited at the moment and cheered. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Rewarding the treasure, Gemstone Supreme Fountain Pen. A luxurious fountain pen created by the cooperation of a master pen maker and a jewelry designer. Valued at 100 million. Immediately after, the system sent a luxurious fountain pen to Wu Di's storage. Wu Di was naturally pleased in his heart after seeing how everyone was reacting. Chao Zhang walked up. Chairman, this is really brilliant on your part. Spending a few $1,000,000 can immediately mobilize all the employees, and it will definitely create greater glory for the company in the future. In fact, Chao Zhang never want to flatter, before to stay in Fengde under the hands of doing things, also as never take a good look to Fengde saw, so will be Fengde everywhere to suppress. Now at this time, Chao Zhang truly wants to be loyal to Wu Di. He is a true favor to himself, there is no doubt about it. I'll leave the company to you from now on, don't let me down. Wu Di had great confidence in Chao Zhang. Afterwards, Wu Di turned around and planned to leave. I won't go in the company. I'll take the time to come over and take a look when I have time in the future. Meng Kai and Chao Zhang were both a bit baffled. They had only just arrived at the company's gate. They hadn't even gone in to see the lobby. And the chairman was about to leave? Then this surprise inspection. Could it be that it was specifically aimed at Feng's father and son? However, the chairman's words had already been made very clear, and they didn't dare to stay any longer. Chairman, take your time. Meng Kai made a gesture towards the employees, and hundreds of employees shouted at once, almost resounding through the entire street. Wu Di smiled faintly, then he held Feng Chuyi's hand and directly got into the car and drove away. While driving on the road, Feng Chuyi in the car was always staring at Wu Di. Wu Di grasped the steering wheel with both hands and looked ahead, but his afterglow also still discovered all this, so Wu Di couldn't help but laugh. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Why are you staring at me like that? Feng Chuyi asked seriously. I knew you were rich before, but I really didn't expect you to be this rich. Tell me honestly, just how much assets do you have? Otherwise, I really don't know where days to go to the supermarket to buy things. Maybe the supermarket is all opened by you. These words were Feng Chuyi's true feelings. She had been surprised to the point of numbness. Wu Di's divine magnificent strength made Feng Chuyi feel an illusion, as if the entire world was about to become his. After hearing this, Wu Di laughed out loud. Your imagination is too rich, but it could happen. Which supermarket do you like? I'll help you acquire it anytime. In the future, when you go to the supermarket just shop and get things, and when you see what you like, you can just put it into the trolley. In the past it was all about buying and buying, now you just take and take and take. In fact, Wu Di also had a hard time talking about his specific wealth before. He had made it very clear in the restaurant, but there were still many scattered goodies that he hadn't said. For example, the suit on his own body, and the watch on his wrist, and even in his rough storage there were all sorts of luxurious things. All together, if you added it up, the value that could be used was several $100 million. In addition, there are $1,200 million in funds, not to mention real estate. Tens of billions of dollars is appropriate. Wu Di almost wanted to go out of his mind. He suddenly saw a large group of people surrounding the front of the road. Under panic he also hastily stepped on the brakes. Chapter 65, The Richest Man in a Car Accident. Chop! A sharp sound of brakes snapped, and the car came to a good stop. It should be fine. It really scared me to death. Wu Di let out a breath. Just now it was really too dangerous. If he was not paying attention, maybe the car was really going to crash. However, Wu Di is also very puzzled. This road in the middle of how gathered so many people. What are they going to do? After the phantom car came to an emergency stop, Wu Di and Feng Chuyi also came out from the car. What kind of accident happened here? Wu Di walked into the crowd and curiously asked one of the people, who immediately nodded. Immediately afterward, that grandpa spoke. Young man, you don't know yet, right? Just now the bus had an accident and accidentally knocked over a luxury car. This is a major traffic accident. Many places around are blocked, and everyone is rushing over. The entire street was blocked, and it attracted many people at once. At this time, Wu Di came forward to look, and found a beautiful woman half kneeling beside an old man in his 50s or 60s, while that old man was lying in a pool of blood. Help! Please, one of you come and help make an emergency call, or whoever is a doctor. The beautiful woman cried out to everyone. The luxury cars all looked to be of several millions of dollars, and the beautiful woman was dressed in a very fashionable way. looking like a celebrity. The surroundings were basically all melon eaters. They didn't dare to just rush up to save people at all, for fear of giving an accident. It's better not to. In case something else happens, then we'll suffer. Some people clasped their hands on their chests, looking at the beautiful woman and her father with a mindset of watching the incident. The beautiful woman was in tears like rain, but she had already exhausted all her means, and there was no way that the blood on her father's body could be reduced. Just when Wu Di wanted to make a move to save him, suddenly the system rang. Ding! New mission, wait and see what happens. Host, wait for a while before making a move. Reward, $1 billion in cash. Originally, Wu Di wanted to save people, but now once he heard such words, Wu Di immediately froze. What does this mean? Previously, the system was letting himself do good deeds without leaving a name, but now he actually wanted to let himself watch the same as others? But Wu Di still chose to listen to the system's words. After all, he believed that everything would be well organized. Wait, do you guys think that this beauty looks a bit familiar? It always feels like I've seen it somewhere. Right, you're right. If you didn't remind me, I really wouldn't have been able to tell. Isn't this beauty Chen Pinger, the daughter of the richest man in Huadu, Chan Wansheng? Among the onlookers, someone immediately recognized Chen Pinger, and everyone's eyes fell on that old man. Since the beautiful woman was Chen Pinger, then the old man must be Chen Wansheng, the richest man in Huadu. Someone was surprised. Oh my god, the richest man was actually hit by a car. This should make news. The news that the old man was the richest man was quickly spreading, and everyone's attitude towards the accident began to shift greatly. Suddenly a man in a white doctor's robe pushed his way through the crowd, yelling, "Please get out of the way. Let me save the people. All get out of my way. I'm a doctor. Trust me to have the means to save this person." Having said that, that doctor immediately walked over to Chen Pinger's side. Those sharp-eyed masses seemed to be Pepsi, and after seeing what that doctor looked like, they immediately shouted, "Isn't that Dr. Zhao Wei from the downtown hospital? This Dr. Zhao is a senior doctor in the emergency clinic. This time the richest man is definitely saved. TSK, if we can really save the richest man, then Dr. Zhao will definitely be greatly rewarded." Everyone whispered on the side, still very envious of Zhao Wei's appearance. At this moment, Zhao Wei walked over to Chen Pinger's side and immediately lowered himself to begin treatment. Chen Pinger was also grateful to Zhao Wei. "Doctor, thank you so much. If you can really save my father's life, then I'll definitely reward you heavily." However, Zhao Wei put on a serious look. "You can't say that. I'm doing this to save people, not for money. I think everyone is supposed to see justice. Besides, I'm a doctor. Saving lives and helping people is originally my job." Zhao Wei said this to Chen Pinger very seriously, which made Chen Pinger very grateful for a while. However, Zhao Wei's heart was not like this. He originally only wanted to drive home as soon as possible to rest, but did not expect to encounter this kind of car accident. When he encountered this situation, as a doctor, he was the first to hide his doctor's coat, afraid that his identity would be exposed. But when he was in the car, Zhao Wei suddenly heard someone discussing that this injured person was actually the richest man in Huadu City. If he could save the richest man in Huadu, then he would definitely reap a very large reward in the future. Thinking of this, Zhao Wei rushed out. However, all these things were buried by Zhao Wei alone in his heart, did not dare to tell anyone at all, for fear that the little plans in his heart would be discovered by others. As for the Wu Di on the side, he was always quietly standing in the crowd watching, and soon he received a reward from the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, rewarded with $1 billion in cash. Immediately after, Wu Di received a cell phone text message from the bank. Balance collection arrived. $1 billion. Wu Di was a little excited, counting the deposits he had made in the bank before. Almost now he had a full $2,200,000,000 that he could call upon. Just thinking about it made people tremble. This was too good to be true. Feng Chui frowned. "Wu Di, what kind of mentality are you in? Someone was hit like this. It's just as well that you didn't help save them. Why are you still gloating here? You're also too unsympathetic." Feng Chui had always been more enthusiastic, and now that she saw this kind of thing, she immediately felt compassion. Only her own power alone. There is no way to make their own power. Also can only stay here alone quietly watching. Wu Di smiled. "There is no need to rush. If this doctor does not have the means to save the old man, then I will then step in on it." At this moment, the surroundings were all quiet. Suddenly Wu Di's whisper was noticed by a few people around who had good hearing. "Yo ho, not too old and not too small in tone. Is it possible that you think you are more powerful than a doctor? Really laughs me to death. I really don't know where you get your confidence. Actually dare to say such arrogant words." Chapter 66, Facts will prove everything. Everyone's eyes fell on Wu Di's body, wanting to see which fellow it was that was actually so ungrateful. Wu Di was also a bit embarrassed. but he felt that what he said was not wrong and was not willing to apologize at all. Zhao Wei sneered. This world is like this. There are people who watch the action while still gossiping. They just know how to move their mouths and don't know how to do things. People like this are just no different from invalids. I also despise this kind of person the most. Zhao Wei completely scoffed at what Wu Di had just said. Immediately afterward, Wu Di closed his mouth and stopped speaking. This was because he knew very well in his heart that Zhao Wei was just a drunkard, and couldn't top a big scene at all. I want to see how successful this guy will be in saving people? Wu Di narrowed his eyes slightly and asked the system in his mind. Previously, the system had given Wu Di a success rate detection ability, and as soon as something appeared that Wu Di couldn't pinpoint, he would be the first to ask the system a question. Ding! The probability of Zhao Wei saving Chen Wanqing's life is 26%. The Super Divine Hero system used its familiar mechanical voice to report this to Wu Di. After hearing this, Wu Di only laughed contemptuously. The facts would prove everything. Zhao Wei was extremely furious. He simply didn't believe that his medical skills would be questioned. So by waiting until this time now, Zhao Wei cried out in righteous indignation. What gives you the right to say that? Just you guy counts as an old man. Look at you. Do you know what it means to be a healer? If you don't know anything, you'd better shut up obediently, or else watch out for a big ear slap. Zhao Wei aggressively said so to Wu Di, wanting to deter the other party, but Wu Di was not affected by any of this in the slightest. Wu Di was too lazy to talk nonsense with the other party, so he closed his mouth and stopped talking, while Chen Pinger hurriedly urged from the side, Dr. Zhao, please hurry up and save the people. If you don't do something, my father is really dying. Chen Pinger was very worried, and was still very concerned about her father's injuries. If Chen Wanqing unexpectedly died in a car accident, it would be too tragic for his status as the richest man in the world. Chen Wanqing spoke breathlessly, if I really can't survive, you won't need to save me anymore. I'll be counting on you to take care of everything in the company. Chen Wanqing had built this business empire. It was not easy to get a foothold in Huadu, but now at this time, there was this kind of accident. In fact, Chen Wanqing's heart was also very unwilling. Now I'm afraid that I'm not blessed to enjoy the fruits of most of my life. Chen Pinger had already cried into tears, desperately shaking her head, wanting her father to stop saying stupid things. No, I won't allow you to say that. You will absolutely be fine. The doctor is here now. It will definitely be cured. Having said that, Chen Pinger hurriedly asked Zhao Wei to make a move to save her life. But for a moment Zhao Wei began to have a hard time. There weren't any medical supplies around at all. So at this point in time now, one could only use the most primitive Tuina massage to give Chen Wanqing a slight relief from his injuries. Right now, I can only make Elder Chen pause the bleeding, but as for whether or not it can be cured, I'm afraid it's still a bit up in the air. Zhao Wei told Chen Pinger about the accidents that could happen, but right now she didn't have any heart to listen at all. Please, I only have this one father. I absolutely cannot lose him. If you have a way to revive him, I will give you whatever you want. Originally, Chen Pinger was a towering goddess, but at this time now, she had become very humble to the point of almost kneeling down, all for the sake of her father being able to live. Thud. Chen Pinger looked at the other party's delay in opening her mouth, so now she immediately knelt on the ground, begging Zhao Wei to make sure to save the other party's life. Zhao Wei wrinkled up his own brow, still a bit guilty himself. I'll try my best, but whether or not it can be saved, it all depends on old Mr. Chen's luck. The more he said his voice became smaller and smaller, for Chen Pinger in front of him, he really didn't want to let the other party be overly sad. At this moment, Zhao Wei knelt down beside Chen Wanqing and began to fold his hands together, squeezing the Kong most point with all his might. Ding! New mission, point out where the mistakes are and let Zhao Wei know where they are wrong. Reward, the title, Divine Doctor. The host's status in the medical world will rise. The Super Divine Doctor system suddenly gave Wu Di a new task, causing the other party to immediately enter the state. Wu Di clasped his hands on his chest and started to say in a very professional tone, this Kong most acupoint belongs to the Han Tien Lung Meridian, which is one of the 12 meridians, and also belongs to the Han Triple Meridian. However, it is not appropriate to press the Kong most point now. It should still be necessary to squeeze the Yongquan point to revitalize the tendons and bones, and then press the other acupoints to stop the bleeding, so as to achieve the effect of stopping the bleeding. This order of yours is completely already wrong. In that case it will be counterproductive instead. Wu Di stood at the side and chattered, while Zhao Peng pressed until halfway through. He just couldn't stand it anymore. Zhao Peng was so angry that he immediately stood up and pointed at Wu Di and cursed. You bastard! If you have the ability, let you come. If you don't have the ability, don't give me any more pushes here. Make a lot of noise. Zhao Wei couldn't hold back any longer, so he cursed at Wu Di. After the surrounding people heard Wu Di's words, many emotions arose in their hearts, but looking at this current state of Wu Di, everyone's attitude towards him was definitely not much better. only knowing how to talk on the side and not knowing how to come up and give a hand at all. Surely he is a mouth breather who only knows how to play smart. That's right, it's this kind of person that I hate the most. It's really too trashy. Everyone was full of contempt for this approach of Wu Di, and for a moment everyone started to tit for tat towards Wu Di. Fang Chuyi poked Wu Di with her elbow. Why don't we go first now? Otherwise, they are all going to become public enemies. Wu Di, however, did not think at all, but instead smiled faintly. It doesn't have anything to do with it. It's all just some small things. Besides, that doctor originally did something wrong. I wasn't wrong in the first place. Hearing these words from Wu Di, Zhao Wei immediately became angry. Asterisk. Now you still don't know how to repent. Have the guts to get over here. Zhao Wei yelled loudly at Wu Di, and for a moment, he wanted to fight hard with Wu Di. If they really fought, it was probably really going to be a mess. Dr. Zhao, don't waste your time with him first. Save my father first. Chapter 67 Medical Skills Questioned. Chen Pinger was on the verge of crying as she anxiously said so to Zhao Wei. Zhao Wei's heart was really angry. He had never been questioned by others, and he didn't expect that someone would actually start saying that his medical skills were not good. However, Chen Pinger had already spoken, so Zhao Wei had no choice but to continue treating Chen Wanqing in a huff. At the same time, Chen Pinger was also speaking to Wu Di. This gentleman, I'm not quite sure what kind of mentality you harbor, but right now, I have to advise you that you must not just mess with me. If you really piss me off, then I'm afraid that the consequences will be a bit difficult to clean up. Wu Di smiled faintly and did not say much. He knew that the other party would definitely regret it when the time came. It was only a matter of time before he would even lower his voice and beg for forgiveness from himself. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Rewarded with the title, Divine Doctor. The host's status in the medical world will rise. The Super Divine Doctor system immediately allowed Wu Di to have such a title. But right now for Wu Di, it was as if he didn't feel like anything had changed. Wu Di quietly watched Zhao Wei's operation. And suddenly Zhang Wei exerted a force that directly caused Chen Wanqing to scream miserably. Chen Wanqing painfully spat out blood continuously, as if the situation was becoming more and more serious. Dad, what's wrong with you? Chen Pinger nervously rushed forward and immediately pushed Zhao Wei away. Zhao Wei looked at the other party with a dumbfounded expression. This can't be. I completely followed the most conventional process. To the very end, Zhao Wei was unable to figure out where he had gone wrong. But now at this time, Wu Di was sneering from the sidelines. All along he only knew how to stick to the rules. Sooner or later doing things this way was going to be the end. You in the end is not a doctor. How to get people to vomit blood. I thought this doctor was a good one, but I didn't realize that he was just a barefoot doctor. Not much of a soft use at all. Everyone's attitude towards Zhao Wei was very cold, and even by this time now, they were all filled with contempt. Zhao Wei's face was a bit embarrassed, and he really didn't know what kind of explanation to make for a moment. You guys listen to me? This situation is not something that I can control alone. It might just be because the old man lost too much blood. Zhao Wei hurriedly tried to explain the situation, but he didn't have any ability to treat Chen Wanqing at all, and he was still very helpless with regards to this current situation. Chen Pinger pointed at Zhao Wei. What exactly did you do to my father? If something happens to my father, can you afford to pay for this responsibility? She was very angry now. She didn't expect me to quack. Wu Di sneered from the side, and Fang Chuyi immediately whispered to him curiously. Strange, how did you know that doctor called Zhao Wei would fail? At this time, Wu Di snickered. Because I know how to foretell the future. I have this supernatural ability, so I have long anticipated this situation. The corner of Fang Chuyi's mouth tugged. Shay, do you think I will believe it if you say that? Tell me honestly, what exactly is it for? Fang Chuyi was simply too confused and was not at all clear on how exactly Wu Di did it. At this time now, the super godly hero system also appeared once again. Ding! New mission, go out to save a life. You must save Chen Wanqing. Reward, a license to practice medicine. Allowing the host to have official qualifications for treatment. Wu Di didn't care too much about this reward at first, but now he began to realize that this was still very useful. If he encountered a situation like this in the future, then Wu Di would not need to worry about his identity being questioned by others at all. After thinking about this, Wu Di immediately prepared to go and complete the mission. Zhao Wei sat down on the ground. He simply didn't know what to do next. Let me do it. It seems like you're still too much of a rookie. Don't take on this porcelain job if you don't have 2 tricks up your sleeve. Remember what I said about this. Right at this moment, Wu Di looked like a man who possessed a radiant light as he slowly walked forward from a short distance away. Wu Di immediately walked in front of Chen Pinger, catching her attention. Can you have a way to save my father? Chen Pinger had already reached the point where he was in a state of anxiety, and there was simply not a single doctor around right now, so he had no choice but to turn to this young man for help as well. Previously, Wu Di had pointed out where Zhao Wei had made mistakes many times, so at this time now, Chen Pinger believed that Wu Di would still have some strength. Of course there's no problem. It's just that I want to make all these people shut up. It's just too noisy. Wu Di smiled faintly. His request was very simple. If all these people around him were so noisy, it would all seriously affect his ability to save people. Chen Pinger immediately promised Wu Di, "This is of course no problem. I will satisfy you right here." After saying this, Chen Pinger instructed everyone, "Please go out for a while. Don't delay the doctor from saving people." Although Chen Pinger was also not quite sure if Wu Di was a doctor or not, but at this time now, since Wu Di was willing to save her father, then Chen Pinger was very willing to treat the other party as a doctor. Zhao Wei just wanted to make a sophomoric argument, and he immediately yelled, "Just this second-rate guy. He's just a jerk. You guys mustn't be fooled by this guy, or else you're really going to suffer, and he just made it all up. It's not me talking nonsense at all. You all have to believe me. Only others are for this matter do not know whether or not, for a moment are not too clear in the end should support Zhao Wei, or should slightly support Wu Di." Previously, Wu Di had done the right thing, which was to say all of Zhao Wei's wrong points. As for who would believe these words at that time, it would depend on how everyone was thinking. Chen Pinger immediately retorted, "Just shut up. Now you've got my father in such a state that he's vomiting blood, do you know that? I'm going to have to hold you accountable later. If you still want to continue to argue with me here, be careful, I'll have someone arrest you then." Right now, Chen Pinger wasn't in the mood to take care of the other party at all, so she just threatened. Zhao Wei was also intimidated. He believed that this kind of thing could really happen, although he was kindly trying to help, but in reality, Zhao Wei was also all about seeking fame and fortune, for which Zhao Wei's heart was also all very clear. "We didn't talk much either. Can't we just stand here and watch for a bit?" "That's right, don't be so melodramatic. If you're not as skilled as the others, just say so." The crowd was unwilling to step backward. Instead, they were gossiping everywhere. At the same time, no matter how Chen Pinger tried to persuade them, everyone was still standing still. It was as if this matter had nothing to do with them at all. Chapter 68, Wu Di is going to make a move. Wu Di snapped his head up. "Now all of you get away from me." A violent roar was like thunder. Everyone was startled, and all of them could not help but to fight a jolt. Immediately after, all of them were shocked by Wu Di's aura, so they all stepped backward more consciously. After Wu Di's surroundings were empty, Wu Di immediately began to knead the acupoints on Chen Wanqing's body. The strength of each acupoint was different, and the order was all completely different. Zhao Wei watched from the side, constantly shaking his head as if he was messing up. "No, no, no, this must cause a death. This kind of massage technique, I've never seen it before." Although it is said that massage is also considered a kind of Chinese medicine, but this kind of massage, I have never learned it. It is absolutely made up. Zhao Wei was full of disdain for Wu Di. Even until this time now, Zhao Wei was still chattering away. The surrounding people were feeling that Zhao Wei was really too noisy, but Wu Di seemed to be unaffected by it, and very calmly continued to save people. At this moment, Chen Wanqing only felt a constant stream of warmth converging into his heart, and even the blood had stopped flowing. Someone started to exclaim, "It seems to really work, alas. That person are not going to continue bleeding anymore." When Chen Pinger was pleasantly surprised, thinking that it was all due to Wu Di, but now at this time, Zhao Wei opened his mouth to threaten. "Humph, you guys are just too stupid. This is blood flowing dry, and you guys are actually still so naive. Really think that Wu Di will save the day? It's really too stupid." Zhao Wei kept talking like this, but was immediately rebuked by Chen Pinger. "Shut the hell up. What I said just now, do you think I'm joking?" If Chen Pinger was provoked, Zhao Wei, a small doctor, would not be able to deal with it at all. So by the time it came to this point now, Zhao Wei also had no choice but to helplessly shut his mouth. Everyone instantly saw Wu Di standing up, while Chen Wanqing on the ground seemed to have awakened. Chen Wanqing's face gradually became very rosy, as if he was just like a person who was fine. "Dad, now how do you feel about the situation?" Chen Pinger was very excited as she rushed forward and asked Chen Wanqing so. However, Chen Wanqing was simply fine now, completely all cured by Wu Di. Chen Wanqing looked at Wu Di at the first moment. "Benefactor, if it wasn't for the hand of a divine doctor like you, I'm afraid I would really be dead." Chen Wanqing had watched everything that had just happened, for Zhao Wei and Wu Di's performance. Chen Wanqing knew all of it. This is too fake. How could someone so young have such a great grasp of Chinese medicine? Zhao Wei looked at Wu Di with great horror. The young man in front of him was as if he was an old Chinese medicine practitioner who had aged. He actually possessed such a high level of medical techniques. Wu Di laughed coldly, his mouth hooked up with a touch of contempt. "You think that I am staying at the first level, but in fact, I have long been above the 1000th level. For a little trash like you, is never going to be able to catch my mind." Wu Di didn't even bother with the other party. Although he was only in his 20s, the maturity in his heart had long since reached a very powerful point. Tick-tock, a sharp siren sounded, followed by several police cars and ambulances. From the cars came out many doctors and nurses, all of whom were contacted by Qin Pinger through specialized channels. As soon as they heard that Chen Wansheng, the richest man in Huadu, had been involved in a car accident, his personal doctors all rushed here in person. The doctors bent down to Chen Wansheng's side, using very high-end instruments to help come and diagnose Chen Wansheng's physical condition. Strange, the chairman is just a bit weak right now, but the wounds are already in the healing stage, as if they've all been treated. Now we just need to apply some more medicine and then convalesce for a while. Probably a month or two is all that's needed to be cured. Private Dr. George said so to Qin Pinger. Qin Pinger also very much believed in this foreign doctor called George. Her own family had always asked for a private doctor, so all major and minor illnesses were treated by George. Now there was this traffic accident. George also arrived at the first time. I didn't expect the chairman to be saved. Dr. George was very shocked, so he hurriedly asked Qin Pinger. His lordship's injuries look very serious. Even I may not be able to get him cured so quickly. Which big shot actually managed to get the old master cured? Besides being shocked, George was more curious and admiring. What kind of person was this to be able to do such a thing? The medical skills could be imagined to be very high. Qin Pinger pointed at Wu Di and then said to George, "It's the credit of this famous doctor. It's thanks to him that Dad was saved." After Dr. George heard these words, he immediately just stared with wide eyes. "How in the world did you do that? This is too powerful. Looking at your young age, you don't seem to be this strong. How can your medical skills be even better than mine?" At this moment, George was full of curiosity towards Wu Di. Never thought that such a young lad in front of him, his medical skills could actually exceed his own imagination. Wu Di smiled. "All are some secrets. Now if I tell you, then there is no meaning." Dr. George spoke a flowing Mandarin and said to Wu Di, "Do you have a license to practice medicine? I'm a bit skeptical about your status." Wu Di froze, just as he did not know how to reply for a moment. Suddenly a familiar mechanical tone sounded in his head. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and rewarding the license to practice medicine, allowing the host to have the official qualifications for treatment. The Super Divine Hero system immediately rewarded Wu Di with the license to practice medicine, and a certificate appeared in Wu Di's pocket's repository. The timing was just right. All of it was perfect. Wu Di then directly pulled out the certificate. A red practicing medicine qualification certificate was held in Wu Di's hand and even waved it in front of Dr. George. "How about it? Still dare to question my identity?" Wu Di smiled slightly at the other party, and Dr. George was obviously shocked by Wu Di as well. "I did not expect such a young man to be so powerful." Ding! New mission, befriend Dr. George and raise your intimacy value with him to 50 points. Reward, ownership of Huadu City Central Hospital. Additional gift of 2 Chinese and Western medicine masters with super high medical skills. Activate the detect intimacy value function to assist the host in completing the mission. The Super Divine Hero System's mission allowed Wu Di to reorient himself. Chapter 69. The identity of the God of the Rich was exposed. It is not just making friends, this is completely trivial for Wu Di. Dr. George couldn't help but nod his head. Really young and promising. "May I ask which hospital's doctor you are?" Like such a young person, he was probably just an ordinary doctor, or even still in the internship is very likely. But Wu Di's medical skills were so superb that even George, who had more than 10 years of experience in practicing medicine, was ashamed of himself. The existence of this contradiction was really puzzling. Your future is definitely bright in the future. Believe me, opportunities are always left to those who are prepared, and the same opportunities will also be given to those who have the strength. George patted Wu Di's shoulder and said so to the other party in a serious tone. The Super Divine Hero System reminded. Ding! Currently the two people's intimacy is 30 points. Wu Di was a bit hesitant. Now he was still a bit short of completing the mission. I can't imagine that it's not that easy to complete the mission. No, I have to kiss some ass. Wu Di thought to himself. But who am I, Wu Di? Even if the God of Heaven came, he might not be able to make me kiss his ass. The idea that just appeared in Wu Di's mind was immediately vetoed by him, and then he began to want to give the other party some gifts again. However, he fretted again. Somehow giving someone a gift and without merit. Wu Di was not this kind of person. Dr. George, I wonder if you have time. I would like to discuss a little something with you. Wu Di suddenly asked the other party seriously. Since neither gifts nor horse's ass could make someone happy, then he would use his true feelings to impress the other party. Dr. George was also a little curious in his heart when asked by Wu Di. Of course it's no problem. Only what kind of issue do you want to discuss? Just say it. But I am very curious. What is the problem that you do not know? If I know, then I will definitely know everything. Immediately after, Wu Di said, in fact, I think that this specialty of clinical medicine is already very perfect now, but why do we still have no way to crack so many medical problems? Dr. George was asked by Wu Di for no reason at all, and in his heart, he was also a bit curious, not very clear about what exactly the other party was pointing at. So Dr. George asked Wu Di, please say it again in more detail. I'm not very clear about what exactly you are referring to when you say medical difficulties. In the next second, Wu Di spoke. For example, the problem of cancer. We would still consider cancer as an incurable disease. If someone encounters a negative, then surely all is well. But if they run into a positive, I'm afraid it's everyone's nightmare. George put his hand on his chin and thought for a long time before he opened his mouth to the other man to reply. Cancer has always been treated by others as a ferocious beast. But in fact, now that the level of medical technology has improved, we all have ways to deal with it. If you want to completely eradicate cancer, the most crucial thing should still be to look at the type of pathology and staging, and even this condition can be treated through surgery. Wu Di, however, shook his head. I have a bit of a point of view. I don't know if you recognize it or not. Now the cure rate of cancer is still not too high, so I do intend to research on special effect medicine first. Stomach cancer, lung cancer and other kinds of cancer are possible to carry out research and development, but it has to invest a lot of human resources and financial resources. Hearing this, George immediately raised his head and even gave a thumbs up. Dr. George admired the other party. I didn't think that at an age like yours, you could even think of knowledge in this area. Admire, admire, admire. The super divine hero system rang out at once. Ding. Currently the two have a proximity of 50 points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, rewarding the ownership of the Flower Metropolis Central Hospital with the additional gift of 2 Chinese and Western medicine masters with super high medical skills. Oi! Wu Di immediately came to the spirit, shaking his body to harvest so many assets. It is simply a lie to win move his lips in exchange for a hospital, and still high-grade luxury 3 hospitals, and even harvest 2 more famous doctors. The happiness of the rich is so simple. Just when Wu Di was so excited, Dr. George sighed, it's a pity that you are empty of these ideas but don't have much strength, which is quite regrettable. Having said that, Dr. George patted the other party's shoulder, as if he felt that it was a pity to drop such a talent. Having the ability but only being able to work under someone else's hand, there was nothing more to say. Right at this moment, the doctors in the ambulance received a notification that the hospital had been purchased by a boss called Wu Di. Originally, the downtown hospital was a private, high-end hospital, but now it was owned by Wu Di. Just thinking about it made it feel too exciting. Please take old Mr. Chan away. Now that all his injuries have healed, he only needs to recuperate for a while longer, and he will be able to do the same as usual. Wu Di left the paramedics behind and slightly instructed them a few words. The paramedics even frowned, as if they were a little dissatisfied with this approach of Wu Di. Are you teaching us to do things? However, the moment they just turned their heads and rushed towards Wu Di, everyone froze. Wasn't this the big boss Mr. Wu Di who had just acquired the hospital? You can't be Mr. Wu, right? One of the nurses bravely asked Wu Di, and Wu Di didn't hide it and nodded with a smile towards the other party. It wasn't like this was a bad thing. There was no need to hide it. Wow! Wu Di's response instantly caused an uproar. Originally, the doctors were planning to get on the bus, and when they learned that Wu Di was the hospital's major shareholder, they hurriedly greeted him attentively. I didn't expect it to be the major shareholder here. What a loss of respect. If we had known earlier, I guess it wouldn't have resulted in this situation now. That's right, Mr. Wu seems to be very low-key, doing everything to hide his identity. The doctors never liked to suck up to others, but the person in front of them now was no one else but Mr. Wu Di, who had purchased the hospital in one breath. This was a major shareholder. Don't look at his young age. His capital and wealth might not be smaller than the richest man in Huadu. Wu Di smiled and said, you guys don't need to be so polite. I am just casually suggesting to you guys. Making it so grand will make me a bit embarrassed. After hearing Wu Di's words, everyone also reacted immediately. So they quickly carried Chen Wanqing into the ambulance. Immediately, everyone prioritized the patient and didn't nag Wu Di anymore. The doctors and nurses said their goodbyes and then left. Chen Pinger on the side, however, stayed behind. She was very grateful for Wu Di's intervention to save her life. Mr. Wu, thanks to you today, otherwise I really don't know what to do. Let's put it this way. I don't know what kind of things you like. I am all set to fulfill one of your wishes now. Chen Pinger said so to Wu Di very seriously. Chapter 70, It's harder to spend money. Money for her was completely like something outside of her body, so no matter what point it came to, she was able to be very indifferent. But now at this time, Chen Pinger knew that Wu Di was actually the major shareholder of the hospital. Not only was Chen Pinger shocked, everyone around her was also shocked, including Feng Chuyi and Dr. George, Dr. George lamented. No wonder you would say something like that before. It turns out that you are standing tall and seeing far. The values of rich people are just different. It's just that even if you were to be given money now, I guess you wouldn't want it. Wu Di immediately responded. It's better to forget about it. If you give me money now, it's just too tacky. Oh, at first, if I need your help in the future, I'll have to trouble you a little more. Chen Pinger didn't have any hesitation. After she knew Wu Di's identity, she instead had more respect for the young man in front of her. In the city of Huadu, there were not a lot of people with money, but those who were able to reach the level of divine magnate were almost all but a handful. Her father, Chen Wansheng, could be counted as one of them, and the Wu Di in front of her could also reach the level of God's hero. Wu Di's car was a $100 million Phantom top-of-the-line supercar, and the designer suits and watches on his body could be as high as tens of millions of dollars. Coupled with his private hospital, it is estimated to be several billions of dollars to start with. Like this kind of person, to say is not a god hero may not be someone to believe. No problem, then we'll be friends from now on. Chen Pinger smiled and put out her hand, wanting to shake hands with Wu Di. Wu Di was not polite, and after the two shook hands, the super divine hero system unexpectedly reappeared. Ding! New mission, take Feng Shui to spend in style. Reward, weight loss special effect medicine. Eat a piece of it and you will be able to lose 20 kilograms without rebound. Market value of $3 billion. Nanny! Wu Di was shocked. This weight loss drug was too expensive. However, only a truly high-tech special effect medicine can deserve this kind of price, and the math is all justified. After the two continued to talk for a few more sentences, Wu Di left with Feng Shui. While driving the car, Feng Shui suddenly spoke. You shocked me again today. Before I said that you had a lot of places to hide from me. Now you're revealing yourself, knowing high-level medical skills again, and now being called Big Boss. I didn't realize that even the downtown hospital is yours. These things were shocking enough for Feng Shui, but Wu Di didn't think so. Instead he felt that there was absolutely no need to be shocked. It's all just some small things. Besides, I don't have just one hospital. There will be more and more in the future. Wu Di calmly explained this to Feng Shui. Feng Shui was stunned, but on second thought she seemed to think that what the other party said was also quite reasonable. Humph, you big tycoon, don't you consider treating yourself? Feng Shui casually said. It was originally just a joke, but Wu Di did not even think about it and immediately agreed. The super godly hero system had given Wu Di the big task of spending money, which made him a little embarrassed. In the past, it was all about spending money that was difficult, and now it was still difficult to spend money as well, but the nature was different. Before he was thinking about how to spend money to save a little more. At this moment he wanted to understand how to spend money to be able to consume more. Wu Di smiled lightly. It so happens that I still have to ask you for a favor. Now spend money with me. If you spend more you will be rewarded with more things. Feng Shui was a bit surprised. As if she felt that she was mishearing, she stared with wide eyes. Really? You don't want to swindle me? I am very easy to believe your words. Wu Di, however, did not mean to deceive at all, but continued. Every word I say to you, as well as every sentence, all of them are sincere. You have to believe me. Seeing such a sincere look in the other party's eyes, Feng Shui also nodded, counting it as a promise. Only this request of Wu Di was also a bit strange. Actually wanting to let himself help with spending. Could it be that he had no place to spend his money? However, Wu Di's difficulty was indeed this. The last purchase of gold savings has reached the peak of the purchase. There is no way to continue to acquire other gold. Even the house is the same. Wu Di has already bought too many properties, so now Wu Di is completely as restricted to buy. The troubles of the rich are just simple and boring. I finally understand now. I used to think that the rich were carefree, but now it looks like it's still really difficult. You have to rack your brain to think of a way to spend money. It's hard. Wu Di was whining in the car, while Feng Shui felt that this man was really not simple. At least unlike other men, he was a guy who was enviable and had a very high level. The car quickly drove to a nearby plaza. He said to Feng Shui, take a look. Which place do you want to go and buy something? Feng Shui looked around and immediately had her attention. Immediately afterward, Feng Shui pointed remotely at a luxury clothing store in the distance. I've wanted to go to that clothing store for a long time. Only that the clothes there are really too expensive, so I've never been able to go in and buy them. I wonder if you can show me around. If I can buy 1 or 2 pieces of clothing inside, then I can be very satisfied. Feng Shui lamented to the other party, caring very much about these things. Wu Di pressed on without any hesitation and directly led Feng Shui into the clothing store. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Rewarding the weight loss special effect medicine. Eating a piece of it will allow you to slim down 20 kilograms without rebounding. With a market value of $3 billion, the Super Divine Hero system rang out and immediately happened the prize to Wu Di's storage vault. Just after entering the clothing store, Wu Di and Fong Chuyi were noticed by the employees of the luxury clothing store. However, at this current time, the store clerk was glancing at the two of them, Wu Di and Fong Chuyi, contemptuously, as if he did not put them in his eyes at all. Wu Di asked the clerk, "Have you been doing any activities inside your store recently?" It was just a simple pleasantry, but it was immediately met with skepticism by the store clerk. "Humph, no money and still dare to come to this place to spend money. Looking at you, I know you are a poor boy, and you actually have the face to come to this place. It is really too shameless." Without even looking at Wu Di's face, the shopkeeper casually said, "If you want to find a store with activities, don't come to our place. This is a luxury store, not one of those lowly trash stores, so don't come if you don't have money." She said this while still indifferently looking down to trim her nails. Chapter 71, A Generous Handout. When Fong Chuyi and Wu Di saw this move of the other party, they immediately stared in shock. Have all the employees become so arrogant nowadays? Wu Di narrowed his eyes slightly. "You're a store bully. No wonder it's so cold." The store employees snorted coldly, for Wu Di's appearance was full of disdain, as if from the beginning to the end of the day, she was so looking down on him. The female store employee then shouted to an intern in the corner, "Xiao Jia, come over and greet the customers." Ri Jia was originally sitting on the sofa in the corner seriously memorizing the sales talk, but now she was greeted by the female sales clerk and immediately came over excitedly. Before so many times wanted to show, but were suppressed by the female clerk. There is no opportunity to come out. But now the female clerk saw that Wu Di was here to make trouble, so she sent Ri Jia over to deal with the other party. Ri Jia smiled and explained to the other party, "Sir, I wonder what kind of clothes you want to buy. We have very many styles of clothes here, all of which are actually very suitable for you." Ri Jia had said all the words, plus she had memorized them very well, so it became very natural to open her mouth now. The female sales clerk stood to the side and sneered as if she was watching a good show. If it wasn't for the fact that the store had express rules in advance that guests could never be driven out at random, otherwise the female clerk would have wanted to drive Wu Di away. At this moment, Wu Di did not have the idea of leaving. The corner of his mouth slightly hooked upwards. His heart began to think, "Not look down on me yet? Didn't you think I don't have money to buy things? Then I'll let you see just how much I can afford to buy clothes." An idea immediately arose in Wu Di's heart. Immediately after that he said with a stern face, "I'm not clear about the situation here. You come and help me pick it out. Let me see what good things are here." Ri Jia didn't have any hesitation. This was her chance. It wasn't like she had to make the other person buy something right off the bat. She was just practicing herself more. There weren't many opportunities for this kind of practice, so she could make the most of it. At this moment, Ri Jia was treating anyone equally, and didn't care whether Wu Di was rich or poor. "The more seasonal clothes here are all fall models. I think these clothes are more suitable for you. And sir, you have a very good figure. You will definitely look as good as the models in the clothes." Ri Jia spoke as if it was the truth, seemingly flattering, but it made Wu Di listen to it with great comfort and acceptance. Wu Di twisted his head around and asked Ri Jia, "Little girl, how much money can you earn in a day by buying clothes like you do?" Ri Jia was stunned, confused by this unexplained question from Wu Di. However, Ri Jia was still more cooperative, knowing that treating a customer just needs to be responsive. So now Ri Jia opened her mouth to answer. "Actually, I'm okay. I don't place too much importance on the salary right now. After all, I've only just come to work. Almost a day can be in $50 or so. If you meet the guests can sell the clothes, then there will definitely be a commission." Having said that, Ri Jia stopped talking. Wu Di was her first guest, so at this time now, Ri Jia was still very grateful to Wu Di. At the same time, Wu Di smiled faintly. "If I can buy all the clothes today, then won't your commission exceed your income for a year?" Hearing Wu Di's words, Ri Jia was also taken aback, but still smiled sarcastically. "Don't joke. Even if a tycoon came to our store, he wouldn't buy all the clothes." Ri Jia was not looking down on Wu Di, only that she was thinking that it was all unnecessary, so it was unlikely that anyone would do such a thing. Immediately after that, Wu Di did not say any more words. He knew very well that right now even if he said anything more, Ri Jia all definitely would not believe it. Instead of talking big words, it would be better to speak with facts. "Chuyi, didn't you say you liked this store before? Then take a look first. Which clothes you want to buy?" Wu Di still respected Fong Chuyi, so he immediately asked Fong Chuyi. Fong Chuyi had now become mesmerized. If a man likes cars and watches, then a woman likes cosmetics and designer clothes. This place is really too luxurious. Right, and every piece of clothing is going to be tens of thousands of dollars. The expensive clothes actually have to be more than $100,000. If it's really too expensive, it's better to forget about it. It's okay for us to go somewhere else to buy. Fong Chuyi was still considering for Wu Di, afraid of adding burden to the other party. Wu Di, however, waved his hand. "You don't need to worry about me spending money. let me put it to you this way. Right now, I have so much money that I can't spend it all, and I need you to help spend it for me. Hearing Wu Di's words, Fang Chuyi immediately froze, and for a moment she didn't know what the other party actually meant. But no matter, Fang Chuyi is a little shocked. In fact, Ri Jie is also confused about this situation. It looks like Wu Di is not like a rich man. Just now Wu Di put the body of the suit to change down, directly from the trunk of the car changed into a casual wear. So now it looked like Wu Di was an ordinary office worker. What are you kidding? Just because you're still very rich, it's really laughing me to death. For Wu Di said these words, the female shopkeeper obviously are not willing to believe, so directly is toward Wu Di so said. But Wu Di is also lazy and each other so explain. Even until now at this time, Wu Di is also not willing to make any defense. However, Fang Chuyi is bent on thinking for Wu Di. This is what you said yourself. When the time comes to be hemorrhaged, don't blame me. When the time comes, you don't want to be heartbroken. I have always been a big spender. In fact, Fang Chuyi was born a poor child. Although she looked like a goddess, she had always been very frugal with her spending. So now at this time, she was still more concerned about Wu Di. When Wu Di saw that Fang Chuyi was hesitant to choose the clothes, he knew that the other party was definitely worried that it would cost too much. Ding! New mission, buy more than 100 pieces of clothes. Make sure to shock the entire audience. Reward, hallowed fashion vision. Allowing the host to stand at the forefront of fashion and understand all fashion information. The super godly hero system immediately just released this task to Wu Di. Wu Di was not willing to give up. This reward still sounded quite good. It might be able to transform himself into a fashion guru. Since you're not willing to pick out clothes, then this way, I'll help you pick out a few random pieces, Wu Di said indifferently. After saying this, Wu Di started to go around inside the store. Chapter 72, The Biggest Loser in Huadu. Seeing some clothes, Wu Di smoothly and directly took them down, then handed them to Ri Jie. Ri Jie followed behind holding a large pile of clothes. She was vaguely worried for Wu Di. Mr. Wu, can you finish wearing so many clothes? Otherwise, let's start with this for today. It's not good to buy too much. Instead it will be very mixed for you. Ri Jie always put the customer first, so now she was also worrying for Wu Di in reverse. The female sales clerk leaned against the counter and sneered. This silly girl actually doesn't induce customers to buy more clothes, but actually turns around and advises others not to buy. Only what she didn't know was that Ri Jie didn't want to simply squeeze money out of others. She was single-mindedly just wanting to do her job as a shopper. Wu Di looked behind her and saw that Ri Jie was already holding many clothes, so she nodded. Alright then, I think these clothes are enough. After saying these words, Wu Di also put his hands on his pockets and directly walked towards the counter. Seeing that Wu Di was no longer buying anything, the female clerk couldn't help but glance at the other party with contempt in her eyes. What's the matter? You don't buy anything now. Are you out of money? The shopgirl cheerfully said so, as if she was watching the fun. However, Wu Di opened his mouth indifferently. Other than these few pieces of clothes that you don't want, pack all the remaining clothes in the store for me. Boom! Wu Di's words immediately shocked everyone. They all thought that Wu Di was crazy, buying so many clothes in one go. Is this idly having no place to spend his money? Wu Di could see that everyone was shocked, and then Wu Di spoke again. What's wrong with this? Is there still a restriction on consumption? The female clerk opened her mouth wide. Half a day was unable to speak, but seeing this look on Wu Di's face, she couldn't help but open her mouth and ask. You can't be playing with us. So many clothes is not a small price. At least it must be tens of millions. The shopgirl was not advising Wu Di to spend reasonably, but Wu Di's big spending like this did make the shopgirl suspicious. Just such a young person, still dressed so plainly, did he really have that much money? Fang Chuyi also pulled the corner of Wu Di's coat and reminded the other party in a low voice. Wu Di, why don't we control it a little bit? How can we possibly wear out so many clothes? Wu Di handed his bank card to Ri Jie and instructed the other party. Swipe the card for me, and pack these clothes by the way. After saying this, Wu Di turned around and comforted Fang Chuyi. This is all spending my money. Why do you feel that you are more heartbroken than me? Fang Chuyi blushed all of a sudden, and in her heart she also secretly blamed. That's right, you, Fang Chuyi, aren't any of his people. At most, you are just letting someone else pretend to be your boyfriend. All of these are fake. Do you really think that you can make it look real this way? Wu Di realized that Fang Chuyi had something on her mind, so she reached out and pinched the other party's face. What are you thinking about? A godly look. Wasn't it you yourself who said you wanted to come to this place? The money doesn't need to be worried with you at all. Just spend to your heart's content. Just as Wu Di was speaking, Ri Jie also swiped the other party's bank card on the machine. Beep. After the machine rang, more than $20 million was directly scratched away. But all the clothes in the store also belonged to Wu Di. I can't believe this is all true. He's actually so rich. The female sales clerk's eyes widened and she was speechless for a moment. She had been completely shocked. It was just too terrifying as it was. In the next second, Wu Di smiled faintly. Never look down on anyone. This will cost you a lot. At this time, the female sales clerk was regretting her intestines. Wu Di had purchased down more than $20 million of clothes in one breath. The commission for this look must be at least $1 million. Such a high commission fee. Enough to let a person in Huadu buy a commercial house. And still can buy down in full. Everything let Ri Jia pick up a big bargain. It feels like a dream. Could all this be true? At this moment, Ri Jia was very excited. She knew what this spending of more than $20 million meant. Not only would she be able to reap a very high commission reward, maybe the head office would even come and promote her position. Mr. Wu, thank you so much. I'll help you pack all these clothes. Ri Jia was so excited that she almost couldn't speak. She tried her best to calm herself down. Her mouth was almost about to hit the scoop. Wu Di waved his hand. It's alright. I don't even need to rush. Leave all these clothes here for now. As soon as the words fell, Wu Di received a reward from the Super Divine Hero system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Rewarding the hall-level fashion vision. Allowing the host to stand at the forefront of fashion and understand all fashion information. Wu Di's entire being shook. As if many fashion tastes made Wu Di become very sensual. Just as Wu Di was getting excited, the Super Divine Hero system launched another mission. Ding! New mission, spend $100 million. You must spend it all in one day. Reward, 1 billion in cash. Another billion. This much money was on the verge of becoming habitual for Wu Di. Immediately after, Wu Di suddenly asked Ri Jia, I wonder if you can do something for me. Can I hire you for a day? After hearing these words, Ri Jia's entire body was a little bit blinded. For a moment we're not quite clear what exactly is the meaning of Wu Di. Wu Di but continued to speak. I can give you money, completely just let you help me do a thing. In fact, there is no big deal. Completely just let you help. Simply do not need to let you do too many things. Ri Jia was a little heartbroken. Are you sure you're not lying to me? This time, Wu Di did not joke with the other party. These are all true. How about this? How about paying you $300,000 a day? A lion's share of the money at once. Wu Di didn't even try to be calculating with the other party. This small amount of money was not a problem for Wu Di at all. As long as you can use money to satisfy the matter. That all is not called a matter. At this moment, Ri Jia was frozen in place. Half a day cannot say. She has never seen so much money. Ri Jia sucked in a breath. This day $300,000 of wages. Enough to her 2 or 3 years do not need to work hard. Wu Di said in a deep voice. Could it be that you are still hesitating for something? Could it be that you don't think this amount of money is enough? How about this? I'll add a little more. How about $600,000? Ri Jia was even more wide-eyed. Actually one day could earn $600,000. This Mr. Wu in front of him, wouldn't he be the biggest loser in Huadu? Oh, $600,000 is enough for her to do many things. There is no problem to get a foothold in this city. Chapter 73, Meeting the Goddess. When Wu Di saw that Ri Jia was hesitant to open his mouth, he was about to continue to raise the price. But he didn't expect Ri Jia to hastily say, enough is enough. $300,000 is enough. For Ri Jia, such a large amount of money was a pie-in-the-sky deal. In fact, before Wu Di also did not have this plan, but after Ri Jia's service, Wu Di also still think that the other party is good. Suddenly that female sales clerk stood out. Mr. Wu, before it was me who had eyes but didn't recognize MT. Tai, I didn't think that you, the great Buddha, was actually so powerful. How about this? I'll do things for you. I can even take a whole day off for you. The most important thing is that I am more resourceful than this Ri Jia, and it only costs $100,000. Why don't you think about it? For this point, the shopgirl was trying to hold on to it. If she could make a little bit of money this time, it would definitely do more good than harm to her. Instead, Wu Di narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze almost always revealing mockery. Just with you? You're also worthy of coming to do me a favor? It's better to save your breath. You guy doesn't deserve it at all. Now that Wu Di finally had the chance to say such words, it caused the female sales clerk to be greatly humiliated. Wu Di stepped forward a few steps, not giving a damn about the shopgirl in front of him. The shopgirl was also very aggrieved. If she had entertained the customers properly, then the chance to make a lot of money would be her own now. Unfortunately, there is no if. Ri Jia hurriedly said, I wonder what Mr. Wu wants me to do, to make $300,000 in just 1 day's time. This was simply a windfall for her, and Wu Di slightly smiled. It's nothing, you help me get the stuff, and then the money will hit you every penny. Now the clothes were there, but the shoes, belts and even some decorations were not there yet. Wu Di could also buy women's clothing for Feng Chudi as well as all kinds of cosmetics. Money could be used everywhere. Ri Jia didn't hesitate anymore. This is certainly no problem. not just taking things. When I was in the countryside, I was down in the fields doing farm work. These physical labor for me is nothing at all. However, Ri Jie was still very curious, not quite sure why Wu Di would give such a good opportunity to make money to himself. It turned out that just a moment ago, Wu Di had seen Ri Jie's memories through the other's eyes. Ri Jie's family is very poor, originally had the opportunity to go to college, but because of the lack of money, so had to come to the city to work as a small intern. Because she had little knowledge, she was bullied everywhere, which was one blow after another for Ri Jie. However, Ri Jie didn't feel aggrieved. Instead, she faced her work harder. For a girl like you, even if you don't have the ability now, as long as there is a fire in your heart, then sooner or later you will shine. Wu Di patted the other party's shoulder and said so in a serious manner. In the past, he himself was like the other party, so now giving Ri Jie a chance to make money made Wu Di feel that it was worth it. After Wu Di had been driving around the mall for half an hour, he suddenly strolled out of his own experience. It seems like it's still necessary to go to the bank to get some money. Otherwise it's not that shocking to keep swiping your card. Paying for millions of things is the same as buying a few dozen dollars. If you go to the street to buy something in the future and suddenly carry out countless bills, the scene is absolutely shocking. After paying off Reed Clean's wages, Wu Di drove the phantom supercar and quickly came to the nearby bank. That person seems to be Wu Di. Not far away, a pretty girl suddenly pointed at Wu Di and shouted loudly. When the male companion beside him saw it, he also smiled. It's still him. I didn't expect to meet him here. After hearing the commotion, Wu Di curiously turned around, and after seeing them, he was immediately upset. Actually ran into both of them. Too unlucky. Despite the displeasure in his heart, Wu Di still pretended to be very happy. He walked forward and smiled faintly at the two of them. So it's you guys? I almost didn't recognize you. The woman in front of him was called Yang Yuchi. She used to be the goddess in Wu Di's heart, but at that time, he was still a poor boy. So the goddess ended up only being viewed from afar. Wu Di greeted. Counting that we haven't seen each other for more than 10 years, it looks like you are living quite well. Alas, all the helplessness and vicissitudes can only be turned into this greeting. Yang Yuchi spoke in her goddess-like voice. I can't say it's very good, but I've also lived the life I wanted before. What about you? It's been so long since I've seen you. You've lost a lot of weight. At that time, Wu Di was fat in appearance in addition to being poor. With low self-esteem, he only dared to keep the goddess in his heart and never dared to express his adoration. Right at this moment, the man beside him suddenly put his arm around Yang Yuchi and looked at Wu Di triumphantly. His eyes were obviously showing off. Wu Di, you can't be starving and skinny. See, you are not mixing well. Oh. After hearing this, Wu Di could not help but narrow his eyes slightly, hating this man in front of him to the extreme. His name was Wang Yangjie. His parents were contractors, plus he was outgoing and cheerful, very pleasing to girls. When he was in college, the news that Wang Yangjie pursued Yang Yuchi and won made Wu Di depressed for a while. It was not easy to come out of the shadow. When he saw Wang Yangjie again, to be honest, Wu Di was still not willing to take care of him, but out of politeness, Wu Di still replied, it's okay, it's not as exaggerated as you said. Wang Yangjie snorted coldly and took his hand to comb his collar, deliberately showing off the large gold chain around his neck. See, you must be envious in your heart, right? This is an imported solid gold leading gold chain. Even if you spend all your life savings, it's impossible to afford it, whether it was in college or now. Wang Yangjie, as always, looked down on Wu Di, but Wu Di just replied, and did not make other reactions. Originally, he wanted to see Wu Di's expression of being unable to get off the stage, but now it made Wang Yangjie very disappointed. No, we can't just let it go. Must see you lose face, otherwise wouldn't I be unable to raise my head in front of my girlfriend. Wang Yangjie said sinisterly, there are rumors that you were fired from the company. I don't know if this is true. Wu Di was too lazy to tangle with him, so he casually replied, it was me who took the initiative to resign. Yang Yuchi was listening to the side with some confusion, and when she learned about Wu Di's pending employment, she was immediately concerned. Wu Di, so are you still working now? I know some company bosses in Huadu. I can introduce you to them. From the beginning to the end, Yang Yuchi didn't know that Wu Di secretly had a crush on her, but at least she was also a college classmate, so she would still take care of it. Chapter 74, Bank Farce. The corner of Wu Di's mouth twitched, not realizing that Yang Yuchi had taken it seriously. Thank you. I don't need to go work for someone else now. This is indeed true. Before he acquired Longxing Mansion, he also became the chairman of Shunai Group. Even if he was lying down, he could still earn several $100 million every month. Only that Wu Di didn't like to show off, so he didn't talk about these experiences. Wang Yangjie, however, thought that Wu Di was showing off and immediately interjected. Cut. You're just bragging. There's no need to hide it if you don't have the ability to find a job. Nowadays, there are a lot of college students, and if you want to find a decent job, you need to be a graduate student at least, with your little education. I don't understand if others don't? Wu Di bristled with concern, not bothering to respond. As long as he was good enough, those gossips couldn't hurt himself at all. Ding! New mission, find a way to leave and don't continue to tangle with Wang Yangjie. Reward, the media's attention can increase the host's exposure, and his social status will increase. The super divine hero system suddenly made a sound, causing Wu Di to light up in front of his eyes. Good fellow, now that he had money he had to pursue status. After all, anyone was fond of fame and fortune, and Wu Di quickly planned to go on a mission. Please customer number 39 go to counter number 1 to conduct business. As the beep sounded in the hall, Wu Di also found the byline. Wu Di spoke, I have to go and conduct my business. Excuse me. However, Wang Yangjie was not willing to let the other party off the hook at all, and continued to scoff. Could it be that you are trying to sneak away after being dismantled by me? Also as a man, I really feel sad for you. Mixed up to this point and still so poor by now, not afraid to die of shame. The blatant denigration made Wu Di clench his fists, itching to dislike him with one punch. However, the goddess was right in front of him. Wu Di's reason still prevailed. He explained, I'm going to get money. I'm not doing anything bad. There's no need to slip away. At this time, Wang Yangjie seemed to have found an excuse and began to get carried away. It seems like you owe money outside. Right, otherwise how could you possibly want to come and get money? Wang Yangjie clasped his hands on his chest, looking disdainfully at Wu Di in front of him. If you don't have money, find me to borrow for the sake of old classmates, I cannot charge you interest. Wu Di waved his hand and said calmly, that's not necessary. I'm planning to change the amount at the counter in addition to withdrawing some cash. Otherwise, every time I buy something, the amount is often capped when transferring money. Originally, it was plain as day, but when Wu Di said the last sentence, it instantly caused Wang Yangjie's revulsion. Wang Yangjie shouted, whoa, you dare to continue bragging in front of me. You are really a little genius. Who doesn't know that the maximum amount that a bank card can transfer in a day is 2.5 million? Could it be that you can still spend more than that in a day? Just when Wu Di still wanted to continue to explain, Wang Yangjie suddenly interjected again, if you can really raise the amount, I call your father is no problem. I Lua go. This is the son who is sent to the door. Don't want it for nothing. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task, rewarding the media's attention. Being able to increase the host's exposure, the social status will increase, the super divine hero system said. Wu Di smiled. This is what you told yourself. I didn't force you. Oh. Wang Yangjie rolled his eyes. He simply did not believe that Wu Di would have this kind of strength, only to see Wu Di strolling to the front desk. He instructed the mail teller in front of him, help me withdraw some money out first. I'm in a hurry to get out of here. While operating the computer, the mail teller opened his mouth and asked towards Wu Di, Sir, I wonder how much money you want to withdraw. Wu Di did not hesitate and directly said, then withdraw 5 million. I want cash. Please operate faster. 5 million? After hearing Wu Di's words, the mail teller instantly froze in his position, but he gradually recovered and hurriedly agreed. Of course, I will do it as soon as possible. Please wait a moment. The mail teller quickly operated in front of the machine, clearly calming down from the initial shock. This Wadu city was also a big city in the whole of China, with millionaires aplenty. Even though there weren't many people who withdrew 5 million in one breath, it wouldn't be to that point of being too exaggerated. So the mail teller continued working professionally as well. Sir, please give me your bank card and then show me your personal documents, the mail teller said indifferently. When he received Wu Di's bank card, he began to scan the code to inquire. When the machine screen appeared with the balance of funds, the mail teller was once again stunned. I Lu a good boy. 100 million, 100,000, 1 million, 1,000. The mail teller has reached the point of the eyeglasses. The whole person has come together in front of the screen. The world view was once again refreshed. This is a full $2 billion in deposits. My ass. The mail teller couldn't help but exclaim in shock this time even if he was more professional. This was the first oversized amount he had seen since he had been practicing for so many years. The young man in front of him was also too rich. Originally, the mail teller's attitude towards Wu Di was respectful, but now it completely turned into humility. Mr. First, since your balance is really too much, this is something I have to report to the bank manager. The mail teller stood up and spoke to Wu Di. That attitude was already humble to the extreme. Wu Di was also indifferent. That's fine. Go ahead then. I'll wait for you here. When the mail teller left the front desk, the crowd behind him waiting in line for a number began to press on. One of them, an old man in a mink coat, walked over. Hey, if you're fine, hurry up and leave. Don't purposely mill around here. There's a large group of people waiting at the back. Before Wu Di could open his mouth, the others came alive. there was one person who started to make trouble, and naturally, the people behind them were all bracing themselves, all wanting to raise a ruckus. That's right, actually affecting so many of us. How old are you? My company still have things. You this side a delay. Minutes affect my millions of business. Many people shouted, and the whole hall became noisy. Seeing that the atmosphere was not right, Wang Yangji also walked to Wu Di's side. You don't think you're trying to purposely mess things up over here, do you? Wang Yangji asked unsuspectingly. In his opinion, the Wu Di in front of him was a poor man, presumably unable to get down, so he had stayed at the counter and refused to move. For a while, the irrelevant people around him also gathered around to watch the fun. Wu Di shrugged his shoulders. Does this matter have anything to do with you? You don't have to care about the rest. Just be ready to call out to my dad when the time comes. Hearing Wu Di's words, Wang Yangji's face instantly pulled across. Surname Wu. I gave you face right. Actually dare to talk to me like this. Chapter 75, The Huge Difference. I know about you secretly liking Yuchi. You'd better take a piss and look at yourself to see if you're worthy. The entire banking hall echoed with Wang Yangji's chiding voice. Wu Di's fists pinched and clacked, even if it was a matter of forbearance. In return, it was only the other parties gaining ground. Ding! New mission, dislike and scold Wang Yangjie severely. Reward, Halo level dislike technique. Host's language ability is capped and developed. The Super Divine Hero system suddenly released a new task. Since even the system supported scolding back, there was no need for Wu Di to be polite anymore. Asterisk 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 off. Does it have anything to do with you who I like? Have you ever done half a cent to contribute to society as you are one who only gnaws on your old age and only knows how to blindly show off all day long? Wu Di's continuous questioning made Wang Yangjie's face turn green with anger. Bastard! Residents! To actually dare to dislike my old man in public is just too crazy. Wang Yangjie furiously refuted. At least Laozi has a father to chew on. You're not even a fart in Laozi's eyes. Just keep spending time here. Let's see how long you can stay. The scene of two people disliking each other made the onlookers not dare to interject a word, but it was so intense that it was just right for everyone to eat and watch. Yan Yuchi on the side couldn't see past it and tugged on her boyfriend's arm. Yang Jie, don't keep scolding him. This was so many years ago. Why are you still rehashing it to talk about it? Slap! A loud slapping sound resounded steeply in the empty hall. Wang Yangjie slapped Yan Yuchi with his backhand and said angrily, asterisk 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 asterisk, you're speaking for an outsider, aren't you? When Lao Zi is speaking, what are you? A woman? Interjecting. Having said that, Wang Yangjie was still not finished. His mouth was like a machine gun, constantly popping out words. When the old man helped you to fight the family, that point of the surname Wu where he is? Wang Yangjie began to morally kidnap. You owe me so many favors, and now you have the face to speak for others. Yan Yuchi covered her hot cheeks and cried pitifully and silently. Please, stop talking. Hearing these words, Wu Di jolted awake. It seems that the goddess is hiding something from him. So it seems that when the two of them were dating, there was probably something else going on, only that Wu Di didn't know about it. Suddenly the crowd has emerged from the sound of urging, obviously lazy to continue to watch the fun. In the end, well no everyone is standing here for a long time. Right, time is life. You're tantamount to murdering people for money. Many people pointed at Wu Di and simply cursed. Don't talk nonsense with him. Isn't there security in the bank? Why don't we just call the security to come over and blow this kid out? A slightly older old man suggested so. A stone stirred up 1,000 layers of waves, and it really triggered the attention of many people. All of them immediately found the security guard and ordered him. Someone is obstructing us from conducting our business. Hurry up and kick him out, so as not to get in the way here. The security captain, Xiao He, agreed in a loud voice, and he could see that if he didn't step in to stop it, he was afraid that something was going to happen to the bank. Captain He approached Wu Di with great strides, and also said politely, this customer, I'm sorry, you've upset everyone, so please take your business elsewhere. You are not welcome here. Wu Di did not even look at the other party, still sitting calmly on the seat beside the counter. Seeing Wu Di with this attitude, Captain He sunk his face down and threatened all of a sudden, if you still refuse to leave, I'm going to be impolite later. Since politeness couldn't solve the problem, he had no choice but to get rough. Wu Di's surface was cloudy, but he was also a bit flustered inside, anxiously only muttering, why isn't he coming yet? As soon as the words fell, the mail teller who received Wu Di before excitedly ran out and greeted Wu Di, VIP, our manager Lu has arrived. Let you wait for a long time. Speak of the devil. At the same time, a man in a suit slowly walked out, surrounded by a bunch of tellers. The man's appearance quickly attracted the attention of the crowd, and those who were previously yelling to drive Wu Di away suddenly became very attentive. Yo! Manager Lu actually appeared in person. Long time no see. It's this little thing that keeps sitting over the counter and causing trouble. Hurry up and chuck him out. Captain He was also nervous, It was unexpected that Manager Lu, who had always lived in deep simplicity, had actually been alarmed. Thinking of this, Captain He hurriedly reached out and grabbed Wu Di, pulling him hard towards the door. "Try moving me again?" Wu Di glared at the security captain. That look was full of killing intent. At this time, Wang Yangjie was already smiling. He said triumphantly, "This time you have to make a fool of yourself in public. You deserve it. Still want to fight with me? You are still young." Suddenly Manager Lu shouted, "What are you doing? Let go." After being yelled at by the manager, Captain He shivered in fear, but never understood why. Could it be that he had done something wrong? Manager Lu hurriedly ran up, and after arriving in front of Wu Di, he immediately collected the majestic look he had just had. Immediately, he acted very humbly and smiled at Wu Di. "Mr. Wu is really sorry. The people under me don't know what they are doing, so don't be offended." This transformation was like a nuclear bomb detonation, instantly shocking everyone in the hall. Everyone's jaws dropped and their mouths set open to a very exaggerated level. Strange. This was not scientific. Just before, everyone thought that this was a country bumpkin causing trouble in the bank. But now even the honorable Manager Lu had to be so respectful to him. Is Manager Lu off his meds today? How could he be so polite to surname Wu? Wang Yangjie's heart had long since turned into 100,000 reasons. Manager Lu seems to know him. Hey, who the hell is that young man? It can't be a nobleman who is pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. If that's the case, we have just offended him. The surrounding people were also whispering. Their gossiping hearts would never stop. Customers and other counters for formalities suddenly crowded into the crowd. Rushed to Lu. Manager shouted, "Manager, what's going on in the bank today? Even the cash cannot be withdrawn?" Manager Lu faintly replied, "The bank's cash is now empty." "Empty? How could such a big bank be empty just like that?" Without waiting for everyone's murmurs to ring out, Manager Lu added, "Just a moment ago, this honorable Mr. Wu withdrew all of today's cash from the bank. Everyone, if you want to withdraw money, please come back tomorrow." Nanny, Jew. It was actually Wu Di who had withdrawn all the money in the bank. Chapter 76, Doubling Back. Manager Lu's seemingly ordinary sentence instantly triggered a great sensation. Wow! The entire crowd began to erupt in noisy murmurs, and their gazes all looked towards Wu Di in unison. What was just a moment ago a look of contempt and disdain had now all turned into admiration. Yang Yuqi was still a bit in disbelief. "Wu Di, this manager shouldn't have lied to us, right?" Wu Di smiled faintly. "It's all true." Yang Yuqi covered her mouth with her hand. The shock that filled her face was still evident. Thinking that she had said that she would introduce a job to Wu Di before, Yang Yuqi was all a bit secretly guilty. People are now a tycoon. Working part-time is impossible in this life. It seems that after graduating from the university, you have mixed well, actually becoming so rich. If I have difficulties in the future, you have to help out an old classmate. Yang Yuqi smiled and joked to Wu Di, and Wu Di was also very happy that he had finally received the attention of the goddess. Wu Di hurriedly replied, "That's for sure. Just the two of us have this relationship. As long as you need help, just say so, I will ironically help you." Originally, he wanted to see Wu Di make a fool of himself, but he didn't expect to see him in such a favorable light, and all of them were very enthusiastic about him. Just thinking about this, Wang Yangjie was furious and hated him. Wang Yangjie angrily hammered the wall beside him and ended up twisting his wrist too hard. Agu! Wang Yangjie couldn't help but howl out in pain. The security captain he beside him immediately reminded, "Be careful, this is bank property. You can't afford to pay for it if you break it." Now actually even a security can step on his head. Wang Yangjie is completely humiliated. Wu Di looked around. He had just held back for so long. Now it was time to settle the score. Just see Wu Di strolled to one of the middle-aged uncle in front of. Just now this uncle on the basis of their own is a mink coat wearing thugs. Everywhere against Wu Di. The thug uncle was alert. "What are you looking at me for? What do you want?" It's better to do things in the future with more brains, and it's better to think about the consequences. Wu Di sneered, "If you ever meet a bad-tempered one, you're dead." If it was a frontal hard-on, the thug uncle might have been scared, but now he instead felt that Wu Di's aura was too much of a rookie. "Oh, still want to threaten me? Who the hell are you?" "What? I do things never have to consider the results. I kind of remember you. In the future go out and be careful." The thug glared at Wu Di and said, "It seems to be a shameless guy." Wu Di snorted, "I'm afraid you're not worthy of being my opponent. If I really wanted to deal with you, I guess you'd be finished in the first round." The first time someone dared to say such words to him, the thug uncle was so angry that he lost his mind and rushed up to yank Wu Di. But Wu Di was like a huge mountain, not moving at all. Immediately after that, Wu Di looked at Xiao He, the security captain from earlier. "What are you standing there for? Come over here." Captain He was completely scared until his legs went weak, almost about to kneel for his master. "Right, sorry, big boss Wu. I really didn't know your identity before. If I had known, even if I had borrowed 10 bear hearts and leopard guts, I wouldn't have dared to disrespect you. At this moment, Captain he was completely like a different person, almost not daring to say a word. Wu Di, however, didn't care. Don't worry, it's not like I blame you. It's just that if you look at it now, you should know how to deal with this uncle, right? A simple sentence made Captain he instantly understand. Captain he rubbed his fists and walked over to the big uncle. Hurry up and get out of here. How dare you disrespect Big Boss Wu? You owe me a beating. When the thuggish uncle intended to struggle, Captain he whisked him out of the bank with a backdrop. Wu Di twisted his head and dropped his gaze on the young man again. If I remember correctly, just now you have been blindly yelling that you want me to hurry up and get out, right? Those who had offended Wu Di. Today, he was going to return the favor twice as much. The young guy nervously responded. Boss, I was just talking nonsense. Just let me go as a fart. If he had realized that Wu Di's identity was that of a tycoon, even if he was beaten to death, he would never go against Wu Di. At this moment, Wu Di slightly narrowed his eyes. Relax, I am a generous person. I won't do anything to you. Just as the lad let out a long breath, Wu Di suddenly opened his mouth. But I'm not a heartless person. Whoever has done something to me, I will remember clearly. There are $5 million over there, and it won't be very heavy. You just go ahead and take the money. How much you get is yours, but you can only take it once. Oh, hearing what Wu Di said, the young guy was instantly confused. What kind of operation was this? Instead of punishing him, he was going to reward him with a large sum of money? Boss, you're not swindling me, right? All this money for me? The young man was still a bit skeptical. At this moment, Wu Di smiled faintly. Of course I didn't cheat you. Just take it, but I have a word in advance. I can only take it once. Don't be too greedy. At this time the young man was so excited that he was on the verge of tears. The way the tycoon punished people was different. Everyone else repaid grudges with virtues, but he repaid grudges with virtues. Yes. I'm definitely not greedy. Thank you, boss. The young man smiled and walked towards the door. By this time, the 5 million in cash had already been packed in 5 boxes, and he was looking at it with his eyes straight. Since it was money rewarded by a rich man, it was a waste not to want it, only to see the young man bending down, grasping all 5 boxes in one breath. He then straightened his back. Ka-chow! A crisp fracture sound rang out, causing the young man to wail in pain. Waist broken. Ah! Help! The young man lay down on the ground. The box in his hand was not saved. Even his waist was broken. Manager Lu on one side saw that Wu Di's great revenge had been avenged. He was busy talking. Dared to offend Boss Wu. Those are all ungrateful guys. Wu Di fanned his hand. Alright, words to please me are unnecessary. Since the 5 million in cash was taken out, then please help me raise the amount again. The Wu Di in front of him is a big man with several $100 million of assets. As long as he can climb up this layer of relationship, then in the future in Huadu, it is absolutely all good and no harm. Manager Lu said in a loud voice. No problem, I'll do it now. They should all be Boss Wu's acquaintances, right? Why don't they all come over to my side to get the business, and I'll personally expedite it for you. Yang Yuqi and Wang Yangjie were inexplicably taken care of as well, their hearts each fluctuating. Then thanks to Manager Lu and Wu Di, Yang Yuqi was very quick. Wang Yangjie was so angry that his face turned green, but in front of him, even Manager Lu had to grovel. So naturally, he didn't dare to say anything more as a minor character. After 10 minutes, Wu Di managed to get the formalities done, and by the way, instructed Manager Lu to transport the 5 million in cash to his villa. Chapter 77 Yanfeng's Road to Revenge. When they walked outside to the street, Wu Di suddenly pulled Yang Yuqi and opened his mouth to ask directly. Yuqi, what exactly happened in your family before? Just now when they were bickering, Wu Di happened to learn about this news, and his heart was still very shocked. Yang Yuqi's expression was a little silent, but in a flash, she barely smiled. It's all in the past, you don't need to know. Thanks for caring. Wu Di twisted his head and saw Wang Yangjie sulking alone. Then he shouted at Wang Yangjie, son, be nicer to Yuqi in the future, or I'll be rude to you. Earlier, the two of them had made a bet that the loser would have to call out to his father. But looking at this scene, Wang Yangjie must have beaten him to death. Even if that was the case, Wu Di still had to recognize this son. Wang Yangjie decisively pulled Yang Yuqi into his arms and glared at the other party. This is my girlfriend. How much do you pay attention to the influence? Even if it's a rich man. So what? In the end, it's still a widow and a loner. Having said that, Wang Yangjie also hugged the person in his arms even harder, trying to outdo him at all times. However, just as he finished speaking, not far away, a goddess-like figure twisted her delicate figure and walked over. Wu Di, why are you here? That beauty stepped on high heels and dressed very fashionably, just like an international supermodel. Just after walking to Wu Di, She hugged him very consciously right afterward, instantly stunning Wang Yangjie and Yang Yuqi. What the hell? Can it be that Wu Di also has a girlfriend? Even this beauty was much prettier than Yang Yuqi. Chuyi, let go. I'm about to be strangled by you and can't breathe, Wu Di said with difficulty. Only then did Feng Chuyi understand and obediently let go of her hand. Gosh! At this time, Wang Yangjie felt that he had no face left. He couldn't hang on at all. Wu Di watched the other party being invisibly slapped in the face. His heart was secretly happy. I still have some things to take care of later, so I'll leave first. Wu Di rushed at Yang Yuqi and waved goodbye. Wang Yangjie crossed his arms and remained still unrepentant. Humph, then you should hurry up and go squeeze the bus, or recruit a cab. However, Wu Di ignored the other party and silently took out the car key in his pocket, pointed at a car in the distance and pressed it. Beep, a brand new phantom sports car was in the distance, automatically lifting the door up. No way? Is there such an exaggeration? This $100 million luxury car is yours? Wang Yangjie's values were completely subverted. His jaw was about to fall on the ground. Wu Di did not make an explanation, ignoring it because of disdain. Embracing the beautiful woman beside him, Wu Di directly drilled into the phantom sports car, and then also waved goodbye to Yang Yuqi. Immediately after that, a foot of gas pedal blasted out, and the invigorating roar sounded steeply. The phantom rushed out in the next second and quickly disappeared in the line of sight of Wang Yangjie and Yang Yuqi. Wang Yangjie rubbed his eyes. I really didn't read the yellow calendar today. I actually bumped into this kid. Bad blood luck. Yang Yuqi, however, ignored her boyfriend. That gaze was always looking ahead. It was as if she recognized Wu Di once again. In the limousine, Wu Di suddenly received a call. It was from Zhang Guolin. Wu Di casually tapped on the hands-free external speaker, and Zhang Guolin's voice rang out from the phantom car. Chairman, I wonder what your schedule is this afternoon. This line of greeting was filled with humility and respect. Wu Di grasped the steering wheel for driving while responding coldly. Not much of an itinerary. If you have something to say, just say it directly. No need to beat around the bush with me. The group has just acquired a company, and the grand opening ceremony is going to take place this afternoon. Zhang Guolin took the initiative to extend an invitation to Wu Di. If chairman is free, would it be convenient to come and participate? Ever since the power of the Shunai group had been handed over to Zhang Guolin, and all the black sheep had been removed, Zhang Guolin had truly utilized his talents as well. In recent times, he had brought the group onto the right track, acquiring many companies, and Wu Di, as the nominal chairman, should indeed have to attend some of the ceremony sites. That's fine. You'll send me the location and time in a text message later. I'll be on time in the afternoon. Wu Di readily agreed. Immediately after that, Wu Di ended the call and focused on continuing to drive. On the other side of a certain villa, Manager Lu stood in the conference room with his head lowered, and in front of him a man sat in a swivel chair with his back directly to him. The man sitting in the chair obviously had an uncomplicated status, and was even somewhat mysterious. Little Lu, you should know exactly what I'm calling you over for, right? The mysterious man opened his mouth coldly, and there was a hint of eeriness mixed in that slightly young voice. Manager Lu responded nervously. What's in Mr. Yan's mind? How can we who are underlings dare to guess? As long as you have an order, my subordinates will absolutely die by all means. As soon as the words fell, the seat began to slowly rotate, and the mysterious man revealed his true colors. He was Yen Feng. Previously, Yen Feng had been publicly humiliated by Wu Di at the 10,000 Flowers Hotel, and he had always held a grudge against him. At this moment, he narrowed his eyes slightly. Xiao Lu, I heard that at noon today, a person named Wu Di went to the bank to do business. You have to honestly tell me what exactly that kid was doing. Manager Lu was a little suspicious in his heart. How could Yen Feng have this information and pay special attention to this person Wu Di? Even though he was very curious in his heart, the other party was his superior. Manager Lu was determined not to neglect him. It's nothing much, he just took away $5 million of deposits at the counter. And by the way, he increased his bank card transfer limit. Manager Lu did not hesitate. Seeing Yen Feng with this gloomy and sincere look, it was 80% that Wu Di had offended him, but this was not surprising. Yen Feng was a famous rich second generation, while Wu Di was also a big tycoon. It was certain that the two of them had connections. Alright, I probably understand what's going on. You can go. Yen Feng waved his hand, signaling that the other party could get lost. At this moment, Manager Lu had long been shivering to the point where his legs were weak, and he couldn't wait to rush out of the conference room in a second. As soon as he heard Yen Feng's words, Manager Lu hurriedly bent down to say goodbye, and inwardly celebrated as he quickly walked out, while Yen Feng always kept his eyes slightly narrowed. Another person soon walked into the conference room. Yen Feng asked in a deep voice, "How's the news going?" The underling replied bluntly, the Shunai Group has acquired an investment company and intends to have an opening ceremony at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and Wu Di will be in attendance at that time. Upon hearing this, Yan Feng immediately became energized. Humph, looks like this is a good opportunity. The corner of Yan Feng's mouth hooked upwards. Surname Wu, messing with me was the worst choice of your life. Chapter 78, The Rich Young Master Who Came to Cause Trouble. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Wu Di arrived at the busiest commercial street in the city center on time. In front of a brand new company, a very large crowd was gathered and firecrackers were lit everywhere. Pa la la la, the joyous sound of firecrackers resounded throughout the entire street, and there was also a large gilt signboard in front of the company, which looked very attractive. The first time I heard that there is an investment company. Is it hard to have a planning book to get investment funds? Maybe, but those who can open a company on this street are definitely rich people with strong backgrounds. The onlookers whispered amongst themselves, full of curiosity about Fei Yang Investment Company. Zhang Guolin was also considered a prestigious figure in Huadu City, and under his invitation, many bigwigs from the business circle attended the ceremony. There was also a specially built stage here, and the host was passionately saying his opening remarks, mobilizing the atmosphere of the scene from time to time. Welcome to everyone who can come to the opening ceremony of Flyer Investment Company in their busy schedules. I believe that every family member and friend here has a dream. Now Flyer Investment Company is a platform to realize everyone's dreams. A place that can give everyone a chance. In addition to the hosts on the stage was even more lively. There were many snacks and drinks arranged at the entrance of the company, completely like a buffet, casually allowing people to savor them. There was no lack of all sorts of high-grade food and drinks among these food and drinks, and Lu Yong, Hua Xiao Xiao, Fong Su Xin and Fong Chui, who had been invited to rush to the celebration before, had already arrived at the scene. Hua Xiao Xiao was a snacker, and after seeing all these delicacies, she had long been so greedy that she couldn't walk. She was holding a matcha macaroon in her left hand, and she was also holding a papaya and silver ear syrup in her right hand, and her eyes were constantly roving over the food she loves to eat. This place is simply heaven. Wu is just too good to give us 4 entrance tickets. Otherwise, with our ordinary status, we probably wouldn't even be able to enter the entrance. After speaking, Hua Xiaoxiao couldn't help but chew her food. Fong Su Xian looked around, obviously looking for someone, but never saw the other party. So Fong Su Xian couldn't help but mutter, "It's really strange, calling us over and he ended up being late himself." At this time Lu Yong came over. "Su Xin, you are talking about Wu Di, right? He's a busy man right now. I guess he was pestered by some girl on the way. It's not even possible to say oh." Just after saying this, Fong Chui retorted, "Don't talk nonsense, so many delicious food, can't even plug your mouth." Seeing the goddess losing her temper, Lu Yong also hurriedly shut his mouth and obediently buried his head to eat. At this moment, Wu Di was sitting in the second-floor cafe across the road, taking in the scene's movements with interest. "I'll have to wait until the right opportunity to go out so I can shine." Wu Di calmly took a sip of his coffee, his gaze always fixed on the company outside the glass window. After the host on the stage finished speaking a large amount of words, he then spoke, "Without further ado, here comes the most exciting part of pouring gold dust." On the surface, everything was going on in an organized manner, but in reality, the surrounding area had long been in chaos. Zhang Guolin was looking for Wu Di everywhere, but he was late in seeing the chairman, and even his phone was off. My goodness, how did the chairman drop the ball at a critical moment? If no one goes up, then the whole program is going to collapse. This is an opening ceremony. It concerns the fate of the company in the future. Right at this emergency moment, a gray-haired old man walked out and smiled towards Zhang Guolin. "Why don't you just let me go on? Chairman Wu also did me a big favor before. This time I have to support him as well." Hearing such sharp words, Zhang Guolin twisted his head to look and recognized the other party at a glance. Zhang Guolin was surprised. "So it's old Mr. Li Huacheng. I can't imagine that you would actually come here as well. It's really rare." Li Huacheng smiled faintly. "Don't be so polite. I was also invited by Chairman Wu, otherwise I wouldn't have agreed to whoever invited me." Over the years Li Huacheng had become a legend in Huadu City. Many tycoons had invited him but all of them were stone silent. There was no reply at all, but Wu Di was different. His invitation soon made Li Huacheng personally come, which showed the status of Wu Di in his mind. Now that the chairman was absent, it was worth it to replace the richest man in Huadu City. Then thanks to old Mr. Li for saving the day. Please join me on the stage. Zhang Guolin and Li Huacheng walked up to the center of the stage together, and the host was very welcoming. The host opened his mouth and said, "Please bring up the gold dust as well, so that everyone can witness the wonderful moment of the opening." Just as a large bowl of gold dust was being brought up, from the center of the stage, a voice of obstruction suddenly rang out. "Wait a minute, Don't pour the gold dust yet. Many bodyguards wearing sunglasses roughly pushed through the crowd, followed by a young man in a suit with his hands in his pockets as he slowly walked out. Seeing the appearance of this young man, Zhang Guolin recognized him at once. He was no other than Yin Feng. Yin Feng was a notorious rich second generation in Huadu, causing trouble everywhere, but thanks to his old man's reputation, almost no one dared to annoy him. At this moment, after Zhang Guolin saw him, he instantly became nervous, but he knew with his toes that Yin Feng was definitely here to cause trouble. Yin Feng sneered, "Opening celebration? Ah, why don't you call me to come? I can also give you guys a gift." Zhang Guolin sank his face. "What exactly do you want here? Where's the security? How come you let unrelated people in casually?" The security guards on the side were also very helpless. The other party's men were simply too many. They couldn't stop them at all. "Who is this person? It looks as if he's coming to smash the venue." "Not as if. His name is Yin Feng. Everyone knows that this guy is not a good bird." The eyes of the crowd were often discerning. All of them decided that Yin Feng was not a good character, due to the loudness of what was said. It was immediately heard by Yin Feng, who was not far away, and he directly frowned. Yin Feng's eyes landed on the face of the audience member who had been gossiping. He, you were the one who was bad-mouthing me just now, weren't you? It seems that speech is too free. Anything goes for you. This is something I'll have to discipline for your parents." As soon as the words fell, Yin Feng gave a look towards the bodyguard beside him. The smart bodyguard understood and nodded in a hurry. Immediately after that, the bodyguard rushed forward and very decisively slapped the audience. Slap! After the crisp sound of the slap, the spectator covered his cheek in aggravation, obviously having received a very large degree of blow. Chapter 79, Wu Di's appearance. Yin Feng's move had obviously caused the anger of the crowd, but due to the bodyguards beside Yin Feng, they had no choice but to force down the anger in their hearts. Suddenly Li Huacheng glared at Yin Feng and warned, "If you want to smash the scene, disappear here as soon as possible, or else I can make it impossible for you to stay in Huadu forever." After hearing these words, Yin Feng also noticed Li Huacheng and he was vaguely uneasy. No matter what, Li Huacheng was the richest man in Huadu City. He held many resources in his hands, and even his connections were complicated. If he were to offend him, not to mention that he would not be able to stay in Huadu, I'm afraid that there would be no place for Yin Feng in the whole of China. Yin Feng awkwardly pulled out a smile. "Mr. Li, don't be so harsh. No matter how I say it, my father and you also have business dealings." Without looking at the face of a monk, Yin Feng didn't believe that Li Huacheng wouldn't help him if he brought out his own father's signboard. However, Yin Feng is still too young. He simply can't enter Li Huacheng's eyes. In front of Li Huacheng is completely a nameless and faceless junior. Li Huacheng snorted coldly, "Where is the security guard? Throw him out immediately. Don't allow this kind of person to disturb the order of the venue." "Who the hell are you? When I was in the business world, you were still in the womb." Yin Feng naturally didn't dare to talk back, so he licked his face and smiled. "A guest from afar is a guest. How can you drive a guest away? No matter what, you have to give some food, and I'm here to deliver something, so why don't you just accept it first?" It seems like Yin Feng is not going to die until he hits the south wall today. Immediately after Yin Feng waved his hand, the men outside quickly brought in a dozen large wreaths filled with dayin. Even beside the wreaths, there were many elegiac couplets, obviously memorizing Wu Di's name. Seeing this scene, the entire audience stared with wide eyes. What the hell is the meaning of this? "Ah, you're crazy, cursing someone to death for no reason. Is your conscience eaten by a dog?" Fang Suxian couldn't bear it at this point and immediately stood out and accused. If it was cursing someone else, then Fang Suxian was not very concerned, but now it actually mentioned Wu Di, completely stepping on her thunder point, which was absolutely intolerable. "Don't go too far as a human being. It seems like you didn't memorize my words." Li Huacheng was so angry that his breathing became uneven, puffing and puffing as he walked forward. Just now, there were all the words, not to disturb the order of the venue, but as a result, now he was actually openly giving away such an unlucky thing. Completely ignoring Li Huacheng's words, Yin Feng said with a bad smile, "Where are these words? How could I possibly not remember them? It's just that other than you, these people really can't get on the bandwagon." While saying this, Yin Feng also dropped his gaze on Fang Suxian and the others. This was simply like slapping people's faces openly and honestly in front of them. Zhang Guolin was also annoyed and quickly stepped in to question. "You need to speak responsibly. What exactly is the purpose of coming here?" Yin Feng simply jumped onto the stage and grabbed the microphone in the host's hands, saying towards the audience below the stage, "Everyone listen up. This investment company is a joke. If you really think that this is a company that accomplishes dreams, then I can only say that you're too naive." The audience was really swayed into thinking, and soon began to talk. "That seems to make some sense. This investment company has never been heard of before. How could a pie fall from the sky for nothing? People nowadays are full of thoughts about making money. I guess this company is just waiting to rip us off. The public opinion began to turn downward, and the situation reached a critical moment. Zhang Guolin knew that if he continued to let things go, the company would be close to closing down just after opening. Friends, can you all calm down and listen to me first? Even if you all don't trust me, don't you all trust old Mr. Li Huachang? The fact that he went out of his way to come to the celebration is proof that our company is regular. At this moment, Zhang Guolin had no other way to save the day, so he had no choice but to bring out Li Huachang from his side. The words were thick and reasonable. The people in the audience were like wallflowers, immediately turning their heads in favor of the other side after hearing a more reasonable point of view. A beautiful audience member nodded her head in agreement. That's right, old Mr. Li is at least the richest man in Huadu. He's a living signboard. We should trust him. Another middle-aged man agreed. I'd rather believe what old Mr. Li says, and I definitely won't support this rich second-generation surnamed Yen. Get off the stage. Yen Feng stood on the stage in great embarrassment, originally full of confidence, thinking that he would be courted by everyone. Never did he expect to be dismantled so quickly, making him unable to hang on to his face at all. Yen Feng, for the sake of his last bit of dignity, shouted back loudly, "Stop it! What kind of things are you guys? How dare you yell and scream at Little Master? Let's not talk about this tiny investment company. My old man has an investment group and bank under his name that can kill this Thai company in minutes. If you guys dare to come here to trade, I'll remember you one by one." Everyone obediently shut their mouths, not daring to continue talking to Yin Feng, weighing the pros and cons. If they tore their faces off with Yin Feng, it might have an unfavorable effect on everyone. After all, everyone would be depositing their money in the bank, and it wouldn't be a good sign if they offended the bank owner's son. After thinking about this, everyone consciously exited the venue. The place that was initially filled with people coming and going quickly became empty and just looked very desolate. When Zhang Guolin saw this scene, he was frozen in place, completely unable to return. Li Huachang was also worried, unable to imagine that even if he gave up this old face, there was no way to enlist the people. This is the consequence of offending Little Master. Wu Di, you coward! Hurry up and get out to meet me! Yen Feng triumphantly yelled on the stage. At this point he had become unbeatable. As soon as the words fell, a voice suddenly sounded sorrowfully not far away. "So anxious to see me. Is there something wrong?" This familiar voice sounded from above everyone's heads, and Yin Feng couldn't help but raise his head to see that Wu Di was actually sitting in a helicopter. Hello, hello. The helicopter's propellers were desperately spinning, and immediately afterward, the helicopter began to lean towards the ground. Yin Feng rested his palm in front of his forehead and made an overlooking gesture, his heart still filled with disdain. A mere broken helicopter. What's so great about it? Little Master has one at home too. Humph, still wanting to pretend to be a penman in front of Little Master. That's really uneducated. However, just as Yin Feng was thinking like this, the bodyguard beside him pointed at the sky with a horrified face and spoke up expectantly. "Young Master, there seems to be something wrong. There is more than one helicopter." Chapter 80, Big Scene. After hearing this, Yin Feng was also curious and jerked his head up to look towards the sky. At this moment, the sky was shrouded by countless airplanes. The afternoon light was suddenly blocked by the endless swarms of airplanes, and a large area of darkness instantly appeared. How is this possible? It's definitely not real. I'm not dreaming, am I? Yin Feng stared at this with his own eyes wide open in disbelief. The spectators outside the venue saw this scene and curiously walked towards the venue, almost all of them tilting their heads to watch Wu Di's every move. In the next second, Wu Di very handsomely one-handedly roped down, while the remaining dozens of airplanes were all filled with many henchmen airborne beside Wu Di. The scene looked extremely spectacular. Smashing my field. It seems that the last time you hit your face didn't hurt your face. Behind Wu Di's back stood full of followers. These people were all hired by Wu Di at temporary expense, but it was enough to support the scene. The venue was surrounded by silence. Suddenly a person took the lead and cheered. Boss Wu is domineering. Once someone started, the whole venue was like a tidal wave pouring in. It couldn't be stopped. Wu Di is domineering. The cheers that resounded through the sky shook the surrounding buildings to the point that they were constantly trembling. Yen Feng's heart couldn't help but feel a bit terrified, but the last time he was punched in the face was still fresh in his mind, and he was immediately energized. It's not a gentleman who doesn't report this revenge. I must deal with you today. Who wouldn't be able to pretend to be It's just a matter of burning some money. I can still do it. I'm here to tell you, as long as you, Wu Di, continue to stay in Huadu, I'll make your life worse than death every day. Yen Feng coldly grunted as he threatened the other party, but just as the words were finished, all of Wu Di's men drew their weapons, clear models of pistols. Even though it was a model, it was enough for outsiders to not know the truth, and it was enough to fake the real thing. Wu Di tilted his head and glanced at Yen Feng with squinted eyes. Have you not eaten recently? Speak so quietly. Use some strength. At this moment, Yen Feng was completely defeated, completely suppressed by Wu Di in terms of momentum. It's okay to move his lips, but if it's for real, he can't afford to put his life on the line. It's not worth it. Just when the whole atmosphere was overwhelming, almost declaring Wu Di's victory, the commercial streets suddenly opened up a line of endless convoys. A fleet of luxury cars all stopped at the entrance of Fei Yang Investment Company, and immediately, many bosses in suits walked out of the cars. Tiandi Media strongly supports Yen Xiao. Whoever dares to stand on Wu Di's side, you won't be able to go to the movie theater in the future. The same goes for Hungry Tundra Takeout. If anyone makes a deal with this company, from now on Hungry Tundra will forever blacklist him. Guangjin Bank announced that whichever person spends money in this Thai company will have his bank user status cancelled in the future, and all services such as loans and deposits will be waived. Immediately after that, a large group of bosses were demonstrating, all of them giving Yen Feng a strong voice. Originally, Yen Feng was still secretly beating the drum in his heart, but now that he had gotten carried away, he instantly felt confident again. A large number of Tycoon bosses from various industries had come. All of them were Yen Feng's father's close friends or business partners, and as soon as they heard the news that Yen Feng was in trouble, these people immediately rushed over at the first opportunity. See, this is the strength of Little Master. If you guys still don't know how to repent, in the end, don't blame Little Master for not being polite. Yen Feng's arrogance seemed to be capitalized. The crowd under the stage began to wander again. Supporting Wu Di is at most a matter of conscience, but if you go against Yen Feng, you are going against yourself. The dozen or so bosses who supported Yen Feng, many of whom were in the catering, banking, consumer goods and other industries that they often had to deal with, immediately began to hesitate. I still have deposits in the bank that I haven't taken out yet. If I get blacklisted, won't I be dead? If I don't have a takeout platform, I'll have to starve to death at home in the future. This can't be done. Everyone's reaction made Yen Feng laugh at Wu Di's worries, and the situation was once again reversed. Wu Di tightly locked his brows. It was unexpected that Yen Feng's connections were so wide that he was able to call so many chairmen of the board of directors to help him, and even make them all enemies of himself. Ding! New mission, deal with Yen Feng. Come up with a way to suppress the other party and get back the lost face. Reward, hallowed connections. The host's connections expand. Many company presidents will take a liking to the host. The super godly hero systems mission arrangement made Wu Di pick up the determination to fight on once again. However, his roommates felt that the tide had turned and there was no way back. Fang Chuyi walked forward and patted Wu Di's shoulder. It's okay, the big deal is that we'll change companies and run it again. Can't afford to mess with it and still can't avoid it? I don't believe that Huadu is so big that everyone has to listen to his surname Yen. Fang Su Xin, Hua Xiaoxiao and Lu Yong also hastily agreed, all thinking of letting Wu Di relax. Just at this moment, a cry was violently emitted from the venue. Which kid is not long-sighted? Actually dealing with Boss Wu. Do you think your life is too long? Wu Di followed the sound and immediately gained confidence again. It seemed that there were still people willing to stand on his side. Since others were not afraid of these gossips, then he himself could not wimp out even more. Underneath the stage, many tall men escorted a group of ruthless characters as they approached forward. These men had sunk into the business world for decades and had seen all kinds of difficulties, and the aura they exuded was enough to shock everyone. Yen Feng was not a cutie. Seeing the appearance of this group of bigwigs, his previous cocky attitude disappeared without a trace. Today seems to be a big scene. I didn't expect to be able to gather all of Huadu's top people here. It's really rare, Yen Feng said as he patted his ass. It was a pity that he was patting the wrong person. One of the older presidents said contemptuously. What are you? Go back where you came from. The corners of Yen Feng's mouth twitched, simply embarrassed to the core. However, some of the bosses next to Yen Feng were ill-advised and immediately rebuked. How dare you speak to Mr. Yen like that? What are you dragging for as a stinky old man? After hearing these words, the bigwigs all narrowed their eyes slightly, but did not make any statements. The questioning of mole crickets were always so small, and were not worth mentioning in front of a true dragon. At this moment, Yen Feng was so frightened that he hastily signaled them to keep their mouths shut, or else it was most likely going to be a disaster for him. Others might not know the true identities of this group of bigwigs, but Yen Feng had been mixing with the high society of Huadu City for many years, and was completely familiar with them. This group of people were all tenants of the Longxing building in the center of the city, and were also industry giants that could control the direction of Huadu's economy.